You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 30, 101, Bundles of Scales, Part 1. Now that I think about it, you never told us how our grandparents died. Solus stopped pushing Roz away and returned the embrace. Because it's painful, sweetie. My father died while going to the village to barter crops for something nice for Alina. He was killed by bandits while he was buying us a belated wedding gift. A tinge of anger made his voice deeper. As for my mother, she died of overwork and heartache. After what happened to my father, and with Alina pregnant with twins, your grandmother buried her grief in work until the pain stopped her heart. Alina is even more unlucky. Her parents died of a bad flu because they didn't have the money to pay Nana. And she let them die. Solus' eyes went wide in shock. And what was the alternative? Roz lowered his eyes in sadness. Heal for free all those who don't have or claim not to have money. Nana wasn't a bad person, but not a good one either. She healed people for profit, and the signs in her office weren't for show. Gods, I'm so sorry, Dad. Solus wanted to cry, but just like before, she didn't want to scare Elijah. Can you imagine how terrified Alina and I were whenever one of us or our children got sick? How afraid we were of dooming them to experience our same pain? Roz asked, and Solus nodded while burying her face in his chest. Yet we didn't hide in our rooms. We didn't keep our children at arm's length because afraid that the more they loved us, the greater their suffering would be after our demise. We spent every moment we had with them. We gave them all the joy we could so that even if something happened to us, our children would know how much we love them. We worked hard to have the money to keep them and ourselves from suffering the same fate as Alina's parents, and we succeeded. You instead had two wonderful parents who loved you with all their heart, and instead of nurturing that love and sharing it with us, you've isolated yourself. You're here alone, moping about your parents' death when you should celebrate their lives. Didn't Thrain love you? Roz asked. More than anything, Solus hiccuped. Didn't Rifa do everything she could for you, no matter how flawed her methods were? She worked her whole life for me. She exchanged her life for mine. Solus looked at the tower, at the Fury lying to the side of her bed, and all the mementos of Menadian's devotion to her daughter. Silent tears streamed down her eyes. Then how can you act so stupidly and selfishly? You aren't worried about Lith or Elijah, only about yourself. Roz wiped her tears and put a handkerchief in front of her nose for her to blow. You are afraid of how you would feel if something bad were to happen. There's nothing to fear, Solus. Whatever happens, I'll be there for you. We will be there for you. But we are also going to need you to be there for us. We need you, Solus. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, Dad. Solus cleared her nose from the snot and hugged Roz from the bottom of her heart. He wasn't her father, but he was still the best dad she could ask for. Daya, Elijah rolled over and crawled toward them. Daya, Daya. She had no idea what was happening, but she didn't like the word dad associated with tears. Elijah agrees with me, Roz chuckled. What do you say if we bring her to her father and you to your mother? I'd love that, Solus smiled. Let's go, Dad. I feel like I need to hug Mom. Believe me, she needs it more. Roz kissed her forehead and brought his girls to the dining room. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Verhin Mansion the next day. Once again, Solus had remained at the Verhin Mansion while Lith and Tista trained with Voltac, patriarch of the Fire Dragons and current father of fire. She couldn't risk the Elder Worm noticing the stone ring with invigoration, or that she and Lith shared the same energy signature. Dawn came to visit her during such occasions, and knowledge would flow according to the principle of communicating vessels. The horsemen taught Solus about the means a living legacy like them should employ to isolate their minds and destroy their hosts when necessary. The lessons took place in a makeshift mindscape, leaving Solus plenty of time to teach the basics of magic to Camilla. In turn, she shared the beginner tips and tricks she had learned during her pregnancy to Celia. The two women were also practicing their light mastery, which irked the horsemen to no end, especially Celia. While Camilla used Lith's technique and aroused Dawn's curiosity, the huntress followed Nalron's teachings. In the horsemen's eyes, those techniques were rough, and Celia was even rougher in their execution. The huntress hadn't practiced magic one day in her life before Protector awakened her, and calling Celia a beginner was an understatement. No, no, no. There was only so much Dawn could take before popping a vein. You are perpetrating light mastery instead of practicing it. Runes are not like the animals you hunt. You are supposed to weave, not butchering them. Well, if you think I can do better, then help me, smartass. Celia didn't mince words under the protection of Lith's roof, no matter who she stood against. If you are just going to nag at me, do everyone a favor and shut up. Even a monkey with your same core can do better. The horseman ended up giving the huntress small suggestions that yet improved Celia's holograms by leaps and bounds. Useless to say, the kids, Camilla and Solus, took note of everything and followed her instructions as well. Wait, how can you say smartass? Dawn looked around for Elijah and Valoran II, noticing their absence. They are not here today, Solus replied while trying to employ the mental barricade technique amid the quarrel. Retaining her focus under any circumstance was a key factor in telepathic battles, so Dawn relished the chaos during her lessons. Voltac brought them along. He said that Lith is going to need their help. Space. Gorgon Empire Dracana region, Valley of Life at the same time. Marvelous, wondrous, adorable, the Father of Fire said while playing with the children. Useless to say, his reasoning for bringing them along was half the truth. Voltac indeed needed their help for the lesson of the day, but he also wanted to spend a bit of time with his hatchlings. All dragons treasured their eggs, but the old ones at the end of their rope like the Father of Fire loved them even more. On top of that, Elijah and Valoran were special to him. The baby girl carried his blood, making her a member of the Fire Dragon bloodline, while the baby boy was the son of one of Ligain's firstborns. In a way, Valoran was Voltac's senior and uncle. Also, both Elijah and Valoran were perfect hybrids born from mixing dragon blood with other species. He wanted to know them, and if they proved capable of learning, teach them a bit. Chapter 30, 102 Bundles of Scales, Part 2. From the children's point of view, there was no way for them not to love the elder worm. His scales were shiny, his beard soft and pleasant to tug, and they could feel his affection through the dragon scales. Adorable isn't the term I'd use to describe our abilities, Tista said while in her Hecate form. Lith had shared the lessons about human evolution with her, and the results of their attempts to manipulate life force with Voltac. The Father of Fire had no interest in non-dragon bloodlines, but he had quickly found a way to use the results of those studies to his advantage. He had brought Valoran along so that Lith could use, amplify, and share the baby's life maelstrom during the Elder Worm's lessons. All of our abilities based on origin flames depend on our life force. It's the currency we pay to exert our powers. If you found a way to amplify your life force, it might help you trigger your dormant bloodline abilities, the Father of Fire had said at the beginning of the training. It hadn't taken long to prove that he was right. Lith and Tista were already capable of using primordial and immortal flames even without primal spark, but they still had a long way to go before mastering them. Immortal flames in particular would take some time before Lith could use them in battle safely due to his cracked life force. The real issue was uncovering his still unknown bloodline abilities and triggering Tista's Queen's Blessing and Prismatic Wind. Even after weeks of practice, they had made no progress. So Voltac had brought the kids along, hoping that an enhanced life force would help them in their endeavor. The Hecate had greatly benefited from the Elder Worm's theory. She had discovered that the issue with Prismatic Wind was that the bloodline ability was activated solely by the willpower imbued in her life force, not her mana. She had to charge her feathers with the desired elemental energy and program the life force inside of them with the spell she wanted the feathers to form. The hard part was weaving runes with her life force. The easy part was that she could do it while the feathers were still attached to her wings. After learning how to influence the spark of her life force imbued in her flames from a distance, manipulating it inside her body was much simpler. Voltac had Tista start with Tier 1 spells because they needed few runes and she could make many attempts before needing to rest. Prismatic Wind consumed several times the life force needed for Origin Flames. That was because each feather needed a spark of energy to form the rune, and because they couldn't be regrown with a healing spell. Once Tista ran out of feathers, she needed to use the breathing technique Salark had taught her and consume more life force. The Hecate had later learned how to also activate Queen's Blessing in a similar way. Her second unique bloodline ability turned out to be more versatile than she expected, since it could be used with Origin, Primordial, and Immortal flames as well as Cursed flames. On the other hand, Queen's Blessing also couldn't be used carelessly. The first step required Tista to conjure one kind of flames like she always did. To bless someone instead of burning them to cinders, she had to expend more of her life force, enveloping her knight in a protective cocoon. It shielded the blessed target from the flames and harmonized their life force with Tista's, preventing them from becoming another victim. To achieve such effect, the Hecate had to pass on to the knight as much life force she had used to conjure the flames, so that her followers wouldn't suffer any damage from the mystical fire while it lasted. Origin flames were the easiest ones, followed by primordial, cursed, and immortal flames, which were the most dangerous to use. Cursed flames needed to be summoned in pairs, and if Tista waited too long or didn't have enough people with whom to share them, she would suffer the backlash from the unused flames. Immortal flames were a pure nightmare since they required so much life force that Tista could use them once before collapsing. Even with Valoran's life maelstrom and Voltac's primal spark, she could use Queen's blessing on 4 targets, and then she needed hours of rest. "I don't get it," Tista said while trying to conjure her bloodline abilities without the silver lightning as a crutch. "How could I activate either of them on my first try if they are so complex? I mean, even with all this training, I'm nowhere near getting the hang of them." "Silly hatchling," Voltac said while cooing at the babies and rocking one in each arm. "As I told you, your bloodline's abilities are based on life force and willpower. Both times you activated them when the alternative was death. Survival instinct is the driving force of all living beings, and when our existence is threatened, our bodies do everything they can to escape death, even things we never knew we were capable of." "What about me?" Lith groaned. "I'm still at square one. Sure, I've learned about primordial and immortal flames, but that's it. No blue flames, no dragon eyes, no nothing." "And how is that my fault?" Voltac grunted. "If I had to guess, I'd say that maybe the rest of your powers are related to your psionics side and I don't know anything about that. Same thing for your human side. I can't help you with your eyes and wings, so deal with it." "I noticed how you glossed over my abomination side," Lith pointed out. "I didn't gloss over it. I saved it for later. It's different," the Father of Fire tutted. "Now, since we have run out of options, it's time to put a personal theory of mine to the test." At a wave of his hand, Tista stopped her training and the babies floated with her to a safe distance. "Before starting, I want you to know that even though I enjoy the company of those little bundles of love and scales, I didn't ask you to bring them here just to play family. I needed their help to help you and Tista unlock your bloodline abilities. I've succeeded with her, and now it's your turn." "What are they supposed to do for me that they haven't already done?" the Tiamat asked in confusion. "Give you the strength to face the monsters inside of you, to survive their taint, maybe even master those blue flames of yours." The elder worm replied, his voice turning grave and solemn. "What are you talking about?" Lith was confused and annoyed in equal measure. "I know you hate abominations, but that part of me is no monster. It's just one aspect of my messed up head and life force. Same for the Voidfeather dragon, and I'm appalled you called my dragon bloodline a monster." "I wasn't talking about either of them," Voltac replied. "And before you ask, no, I don't like humans, but I don't consider your human side a monster either. I was talking about real, soul-sucking monsters." Chapter 3103, The Door, Part 1. "I beg your pardon," Lith and Tista said in unison, both shocked by those words. "Not your demons, hatchling. They are loyal followers of your brood, correct?" the Father of Fire asked, and Lith nodded. "Yet they are not the only ones who dwell inside of you, am I wrong?" The Tiamat shook his head, remembering how Trouble's soul had exploited Lith's moment of weakness in Zelex to become an abomination and resurrect himself. Then, the memory of Urgamaka came back, haunting Lith. To survive the encounter with Varine the Plague Spreader, Lith had been forced to open a gate inside of him. Souls he didn't know or care about would have ripped him apart if not for Olaj's help. It was the same thing that had happened against Jormun. When Lith had surrendered himself to his abomination side, to obtain the strength, he needed to best the older and stronger Emerald Dragon in combat. "I've watched the videos of your fight in Urgamaka, hatchling. I've talked with the female elf who helped you unlock the rest of your forms. I know what happened the day the little Elijah was born," Voltac continued. "When I asked you about Death Vision, I didn't do it for conversation's sake. I was studying you, understanding you with the help of the knowledge I've garnered through my millennia-long existence and my dragon eyes. Maybe you've never realized it, but your dead side can manifest in the physical world and affect it the same way it does with your body." The Father of Fire pointed at the black veins in Lith's eyes that appeared whenever he let go of Death Vision. "I believe you've gotten so used to repressing that power that you keep doing it without even noticing. Today, we are going to let it out and see what it can do for you." "It sounds dangerous," Lith said. "It sounds promising," Voltac replied. "You can't reach the full scope of your abilities until you embrace every aspect of your being. If it's of any consolation, I've talked at length with Grandfather about you. He told me how you look through his eyes. of the experiments that Roger would love to perform on you to test how deep your connection with the souls of the dead is. I know about your fight with Jonton and how you defeated him. Jormun, Lith corrected the elder worm. How did you learn so much about me, and why did you go to such lengths for someone you didn't even know? Hatchling, I might have slept for over a millennia, but after the dragon dance woke me up, I've spent my time carefully. I've researched and studied everything noteworthy with the help of my fellow brood. In your case, sometimes I had to ask grandfather in person, since you are really good at leaving no trace of your actions. As for the why, because finding the next father of fire is that important to me. I want to leave this world without regrets and knowing that, even if just by a teeny-tiny bit, I left Maugr better than how I found it. Shouldn't you take it easy? Tista looked at the fire dragon with life vision, remaining shocked as always by how little life force he had left. It was barely a spark, but it shone with the vigor of a sun and brimmed with power. Its warmth seeped deep into the Hecate's heart, dissipating any worries she had that Voltac might drop dead at any moment. I'll rest when I'm dead, hatchling. It shouldn't be long now, he said with a joyous laughter. The Father of Fire had no regrets and nothing left unsaid. Everything about him spoke of a long life lived to its fullest. If you two are worried about me, Lith, then you should humor this old fool. Voltac turned to the Tiamat. Consider this my dying wish. The two of you are my final project, and I'd rather go out doing what I love than passing away in silence. I'm afraid not only for you, but also for myself, Lith said. How sure are you that I won't put anyone in danger? Those blue flames are unpredictable, and I have no control over them, let alone over the dead who don't answer my call. Pretty sure, the Father of Fire nodded. This is the Valley of Life. If I were a guardian, this would be my turf. Here I can tap into more raw power than you can imagine. Also, thanks to your resonance with Elijah, your own abilities and will are greatly amplified. Last but not least, I don't want you to go all out or perform one of Roghar's crazy experiments. We are not going to open that door, only to see what happens when you stop pushing it back. Feel free to back out the moment you feel things are getting out of control. I'll be there, ready to intervene if you need me. Lith pondered Voltac's words for a while, seeing the truth in them. I can't run away from this any longer, he thought. Ever since their first appearance, the blue flames keep burning in a corner of my mind. Several times when my life was threatened or while in great distress, they burst out of my body against my will. With Meln back and the thieves of the ears still at large, I must at least learn how to contain the blue flames safely. If Meln targets Mom or the thieves attempt to murder Solus again, I might end up being more dangerous to them than my enemies. Here I have a controlled environment and the help of an expert. This is my best shot at figuring the blue flames out, or at least learning how to keep them locked away. Okay, I'm in, Lith nodded. What do I have to do? First, we are going to rest, hatchling. The elder worm took out dragon-sized nutrients potions and servings of food. We are all going to need our strength, you to withstand whatever menace we might unlock, and Tista and I to stop you. What about the babies? She asked. They are adorable and will be fine, the Father of Fire shrugged. The Guardians watch after Elijah and you'll keep both babies at a safe distance just to be safe. You'll intervene only in the remote case I need help. Tonics, food, and the abundant world energy in the Valley of Life helped everyone to return to the peak of their strength in a little over an hour. Tista was still a bit tired, having spent a lot of strength to activate her bloodline abilities on her own, but that was it. Now keep your eyes open, hatchling, Voltac said after bringing Lith to a charred plain surrounded by active volcanoes. Let go of death vision, try to feel it instead of fighting it. Black veins popped out in Lith's pupils and slowly spread to his sclera, blotting out the white. He focused on his eyes, then his life force, and lastly on death vision. It doesn't work. It's no different from when I willingly use death vision. There is no flow of mana or anything, Lith said. Chapter 3104, The Door Part 2. Weird. The Father of Fire grabbed the Tiamat's face with his hand and activated his bloodline's breathing technique, Firestarter. He could see the cobwebs of cracks in Lith's life force that covered most of his body. After the fusion with Solus, the tower had partly repaired them, but a black substance still seeped out of the cracks. It coated Lith's essence like a thin smoke and reached his eyes where it took the form of death vision. Even though you don't feel it, there is a flow. Conjure your demons, please, not the ones in your feathers, though. Call upon the souls who rest in this place. Lith did as instructed, and Voltac observed more and more of the black goo seeping through the cracks. Only a few droplets took the form of demons of the darkness. The rest lingered in the air, circling around the Tiamat like a school of hungry sharks. "We are getting there, can you feel it?" the elder worm asked. No. After several tries and as many failures, Lith had made no progress in understanding his bloodline abilities. "Are you tired?" Voltac caressed his beard while pondering his next move. "I've spent a bit of mana for the one-eyed demons, but aside from that I'm fine," Lith replied. "Okay then, we are going to try something different this time," the Father of Fire said. "You just relax and be ready to shut everything down in case things get out of hand, okay?" "Define out of hand, please." Lith grabbed Voltac's wrist before he could reach for the Tiamat's face again. Lith had noticed how the elder worm always positioned his thumb near Lith's right eye and the index finger near the left, right where the black veins ran thickest. "Fair enough," the Father of Fire sighed. "It's what seeps out of the cracks in your life force that fuels death vision and your black chains. Every time you conjure your demons, more of it spills out of you, yet you have no awareness of this. Also, even after looking far and wide, I've found no point of your body where that thing reaches close enough to the surface for me to interact with it, except for one place." "My eyes," Lith completed the phrase for Voltac and nodded for him to continue. "Correct," the elder worm said. "Unlike your chains, death vision is a physical manifestation of what Grandfather calls death energy, the thing that keeps your abomination side stable and nurtures Elijah's body since conception, making her immune to chaos. However, I've come to call it death force." "I beg your pardon," Lith said in confusion. "Think about it, we don't know how or why, but a part of you is dead, or you wouldn't have an abomination side," Voltac said. "I actually know how and why I'm part abomination, but I can't tell him about that either." Lith swallowed a lump of saliva as the Father of Fire kept talking. "This energy, because it can't be anything else, is just like mana and life force, fueling your body and bloodline abilities. The only reason I can think of to explain why we failed to trigger your blue flames during our training, even by mistake, is that we got it all wrong. We considered the blue flames just another kind of origin flames, and tried to ignite your life force in every way possible. But what if they are not like origin flames? What if they don't need a spark of your life force to ignite, but a spark of your death force?" "It makes sense," Lith pondered. "My ability to manipulate souls was very limited back when I was a child. I didn't gain my demons of the darkness until I got the blue core, while for the black chains I needed the deep violet. The blue flames didn't manifest before I reached the violet, and my abomination side stopped fighting me for control. If I'm right, it's because for most of your life your abomination side was a reluctant ally at best and an honest enemy at worst," Voltac said. "Your human and divine beast life forces repressed it, and with it its powers." Lith nodded, since the Father of Fire's theory matched what he had learned, while communing with the other two aspects of himself. The more your life forces developed, however, the more they merged, giving the dead side more control over you. Now that your life forces have completely fused, your abomination side has lost its aggressiveness, so you didn't experience any side effect. Yet the death energy is still there, and after spending all your life fighting against it, you have no idea how to control it aside from the powers that come out on their own. My plan is to use Primal Spark on your eyes and see what happens. The Fire Dragon's bloodline ability is supposed to extract the life force contained in regular mana, and use it to conjure origin flames. Maybe the proximity with your eyes will allow Primal Spark to extract the death force in the mana surrounding them, and let you to experience the blue flames safely. Sounds like a solid plan, Lith nodded. Primal Spark deals with mana, not life force, let alone this death force. Best case scenario, we get a glimpse into its abilities. Worst case scenario, nothing happens. After receiving Lith's permission, Voltac touched the Tiamat's face while activating Firestarter, and used it to guide Primal Spark to the mana that flowed inside the veins blackened by death vision. "How are you feeling, hatchling?" Voltac asked after getting a grip on the mana yet keeping Primal Spark at a safe distance. "I'm fine, thank you. Why do you ask?" "Because I don't feel well. As I'm touching this thing, it's touching me back. I can feel a coldness running through the world energy carried by my breathing technique, and it's giving me the creeps," the Father of Fire replied. "There is hunger, wrath, and hate. I can feel a cacophony of voices screaming and crying. It's like standing near a thick door and there's something bad going on the other side. The door is not soundproofed, so I can hear the loudest bits, but the rest is too muffled to make sense of the noise." "I feel nothing." Lith would have found Voltac's words nonsensical if not for the sudden pallor of the scales on the elder worm's snout. "That's good news," the Father of Fire said. "It means that the death force affects me because I'm new to it. Over the years, you must have developed a resistance to it. If I'm right, things should go smoothly. Are you ready?" "Whenever you are." As Lith finished speaking, Voltac activated Primal Spark on the mana in Lith's eyes. "You know how this works. Use a fire spell. Anything will do." Lith did as instructed, and a crown of bright violet origin flames covered his head. "It didn't work," he said with a sigh. "I don't feel anything diff." Then a tiny speck of blackness that was supposed to fuel death vision was swallowed by the mana flow. Primal Spark had no effect on it, but guided it toward the burning flames. Chapter 30-106 Flung Open, Part 2. 30-106 Flung Open, Part 2. "What do you think I've been doing all this time?" the void snarled. "Where the fuck have you been until now?" "I was protecting our life force. That's my role, just like yours is to keep this thing closed," the void feather snarled back. "I came here once I realized that if we don't stop the souls from getting in, there is no point fighting." The invaders caught in the dragon's feathers were absorbed, and their essence purified. Their strength became the void feathers, and the souls were thrown back into the void from which they had come with no hope to ever return. Yet there was only one void feather dragon, and he only had 4 wings, whereas the souls came in droves of thousands. The 4 demons of the darkness fought with everything they had and everything they were, following the teachings of the mysterious man who had guided them in the previous battle of souls. "How come there are so many?" Tryon asked, his form that of his child self. A version of Tryon who had found the courage to turn his back to Orpal and protect his siblings from the abuse instead of turning a blind eye. Compared to this, the last time was a walk in the park. "Because the last time, no fucking old fool opened the door," the void replied. "What you faced back then were the few souls that managed to slip through the cracks while I was fighting Jorman. This time they are not slipping, they are charging inside the house. Where is Lith?" "Fighting alone, as always." Valia pointed at the core of Lith Verhin's very being, where he was giving his all to keep the angry souls away from his life force. They drowned him in pain, and he returned the favor in kind. All the trauma, the abuse, and the loss he had suffered during his 3 lives had become his shield. They burned the weak-minded souls upon contact, while the fury and hatred tuned into his sword and cleaved the strong-minded ones. The invaders were many, but that was his body, his mind, his soul. And as Lith often liked to remind his enemies, he was never alone. Elijah cried, feeling that not even the resonance with her father was enough to help him. She cried harder as she felt his pain, yet no one answered. Desperation and instinct drove her to what she considered her only option. Blue flames burst out of her body as well, and her Tiamat form slowly gave way to a small void demon dragon. The baby girl wasn't conjuring the blue flames. She had never done it. Elijah acted as an exhaust port, using her bond with Lith to get rid of them safely for him. Part of her body was comprised of pure, stable chaos, which gave her greater resistance to the blue flames than Lith. Her intervention weakened the souls controlling the void demon dragon as the void feather, and the demons did the same. Yet Voltac could only pray that it would be enough to tip the scales of the battle in his favor. "Elijah is just a baby. Her body can't take that much energy. At least not for long. This is all my fault. In my greed and impatience to find a successor, I've put 2 innocent beings in danger." The fire dragon focused his energy to the extreme, drowning the blue flames in primordial flames before they could infect more of the Valley of Life. He had to win before Lith turned into the void demon dragon completely, and before the blue flames consumed Elijah. The Guardians had sworn to protect her from each and every threat, but not from the consequences of her own decisions. It had been Lith's choice to tamper with the blue flames, just like Elijah was taking them on herself by her own will. The Guardians would respect their decision, and not intervene, and Voltac knew it. The void demon dragon screamed in agony, but not because of the primordial flames. Despite their violence, they failed to breach past the thick shroud of blue flames that engulfed the area where Lith stood. The pain was theirs and Lith's, getting worse as the struggle progressed. More and more souls came forth, slowly overpowering the 3 aspects of Lith's life force and his psyche. The souls diluted his will, memories, and essence with their own. They formed a new being, born from the fusion of thousands of different personalities, but with a common goal: conquer the Tiamat's body and return to life. Yet until they got rid of the fire dragon, they would never beat the real owner of the body they now inhabited. If the souls focused too much on Lith, Voltac's flames would smother the blue flames that kept the door open. If they focused too much on the Father of Fire instead, the Void would shut the door himself, and the Void-Feather Dragon would devour any soul left. The desperate dead had to fight two battles at the same time, and the Elder Worm was the easier opponent. The body, mind, and soul they inhabited belonged to Lith. He fought on his own turf, and every soul that the Void-Feather consumed also strengthened the abomination and the human side. Voltac instead was old and weak. The souls could smell death on him. They could feel how tenuous the thread linking him to the world of the living was. The souls now in control of the Void Demon Dragon knew they needed one, maybe 2 solid blows to extinguish his spark. Voltac knew it as well and wrapped himself in the primordial flames, using them like a burning extension of his body to fight, and keeping anything the enemy could dish out at a distance. "Walk away, old fool," a choir of shrieking voices came out of the Void Demon's mouth. "No one needs to die today. Go away. Bring your hatchlings with you and leave us alone." "No one? What about Lith?" The Father of Fire took a deep breath, and a new wall of fire rose from the Valley of Life, joining the first one in its siege. "Or does his life not count? 1 life in exchange for 4. It's a fair bargain." The Void Demon Dragon took a deep breath as well, releasing another burst of blue flames that swelled his protective cocoon and burned at the primordial flames, adding Voltac's strength to their own. "No, it's a theft." The Elder Worm waved his arm with sinuous grace, moving them up, down, left, and right. With each of his movements, a wave of white flames condensed into a roaring dragon that crashed against the blue flames from a different direction. Such was their violence that the Void Demon Dragon couldn't consume them. The primordial flames drowned the blue ones with overwhelming power, smothering them like a wet blanket. "That body doesn't belong to you parasites. You have no claim over Lith's life. Your time is over and there's no place for you on Magur anymore." "Liar!" the voices roared and spread their membranous wings to release more blue flames. "There's still more time. There is a place for all of us and we'll take it by force if necessary." Chapter 3105 Flung Open, Part 1. 3105 Flung Open, Part 1. There the speck of blackness found the already burning world energy and was set ablaze like everything else, except that the origin flames didn't burn the death energy. Once ignited, it burned Lith's mana and the world energy in a burst of blue flames. They burned at the origin flames, consuming the violet fire before moving on to primal spark and Lith's life force. The Father of Fire jumped back and let go of Lith's face before the blue flames reached him. "Okay, that's enough for a first try. Reel them in." It took Voltac a split second to understand that it was agony, not surprised to have cut Lith short. Contrary to his expectations, the blue flames spread inside as well as outside. They followed the stream of mana back to the cracks in Lith's life force, setting everything in their wake ablaze. Upon reaching the cracks, it wasn't just a speck of blackness fueling the blue flames anymore, but every single drop of death force that oozed out of the cracks. The gate that the Void had kept closed for over 20 years, guarding Lith's life force from invaders, was now flung open against his will. Souls he hadn't called upon, and who he hadn't granted any access to his bloodline abilities, took everything he had by force. The countless voices that Voltac had heard a few seconds ago weren't muffled any longer. They screamed their rage and agony in Lith's mind, their thoughts flooding his own until he could barely tell which memory or idea belonged to him. Lith was forced to relive the countless souls' deaths, experiencing the pain and fury that kept them from moving forward. "What's going on?" Tista asked, when after a few seconds the blue flames had yet to burn out. "Didn't you just ignite a single spark of Lith's mana?" "I did, but I'm afraid that the worst-case scenario is beyond anything I predicted," Voltac replied. "I made a grave mistake. I assumed that the blue flames were akin to origin flames, and that to burn things they needed to consume the source of their strength. I was wrong. It takes death force to ignite the blue flames, but that's not their fuel. They feed on world energy like origin flames. The problem is that they feed on every form of world energy, not just what Lith conjures." The Father of Fire pointed at the rocks, the ground, and even the ashes in the air that were set ablaze by the contact with the blue flames. Everything was fuel to them. A hard piece of stone was no obstacle to the blue flames, it just gave them more energy to burn. The blue flames broke everything down by consuming the forces that kept matter and energy together with blazes of entropy. Where there was order, there was also fuel, and fuel burned. Everything was fuel, everything burned. To make matters worse, the death force kept seeping out of the cracks in Lith's life force and generating new blue flames that spread further and faster by the second. Fuck that old fossil. The void was doing everything he could to shut the door close again, but he was alone against an unending flood of desperate souls. Taken one by one, they were nothing to him, but there were thousands of them, and more kept pouring. Their sheer numbers would have been enough to overwhelm the void, and they were just one part of the problem. Lith's mind was drowning in memories that didn't belong to him. He was forced to face in seconds decades of traumatic events and struggled not to let them scar him for life. The blue flames were also burning at him, digging through his body as they inched closer to the cracks. Physical and psychological agony paralyzed both his body and mind, leaving him frozen in place like a statue. Then, when Lith couldn't take it any longer, his mouth dropped open and an inhuman scream came out of it. It was something that Magur had never heard before and with a bit of luck would never hear again. The scream expressed pain, betrayal, rage, grief, heartache, and desperation at the same time, conveying the feelings of the countless souls that ravaged Lith's body. His Tiamat form melted like wax, reforming into the appearance of the void demon dragon. It wasn't a matter of choice so much as survival. The abomination side was best suited to handle the rot that the hungry souls inflicted upon the living flesh, while the Voidfeather side formed an insulating sheath to protect his life essence from the infection of the blue flames. Yet such power came at a price. A new balance was required to exalt those two sides and give them the strength they needed to resist the onslaught. There was no place for the human side anymore, and it had to be discarded. I knew we shouldn't have left Solus home. Tista stifled a streak of swear words that almost forced its way out as the babies started to cry. What in the gods' names has Solus to do with this? Voltac asked, and the Hecate had to bite her lips hard to find the strength to answer. The blue flames never manifest when she's with Lith. She keeps the worst of him at bay. Solus, not Elijah, the father of fire, was flabbergasted. Why no one told me anything about this? Knowing there was no time to lose before everything was lost, the elder worm reverted to his true form, that of a 32-meter, 105, tall red dragon with scales as red as rubies and a wingspan bigger than most villages. His long white beard tousled in the shockwave produced by Lith's scream and the blue flame's roar. Voltac took a deep breath, letting his bloodline ability, Primal Spark, call upon the immense life force of the Valley of Life. Usually, a red dragon gave life, but when needed they could also take it. The strength of the soil, the boiling magma, and the small creatures that thrived in the harsh environment of the plains answered his call, lighting the area around Voltac with bright violet flames for hundreds of meters. It was a tidal wave compared to the humanoid torch wrapped in blue flames, but the Father of Fire knew it still wasn't enough. Those things would eat my origin flames just like they did with Lith's. I need more power. With another deep breath, the elder worm released one of the few sparks of life force he had left, turning the sea of flames white. Lith, if you are still in there, fight with me. The fire dragon roared as the roiling tide crashed against the void demon dragon. I don't want to kill you. I want to save you, brother. Those words triggered something inside the mess that Lith's life forces were. Suddenly, the void wasn't alone anymore. Fight, you useless bastard! The Voidfeather dragon had come to the rescue and had brought reinforcements. Valia, Vergrave, Locrias, and Tryon stood right beside the two monsters, trying to stop the flood of souls and adding their strength to the effort of closing the door. Chapter 30-107 Burnt Out, Part 1. 30-107 Burnt Out, Part 1. The souls of the dead tried to access Lith's mana and mastery over magic, but those notions were safely guarded and beyond the reach of the invaders. So you admit it, Voltac roared, coalescing the primordial flames into a gigantic snake that coiled around the void demon dragon, trapping him. Lith is just your first victim. How many people are you willing to sacrifice in order to prolong your existence? Enough, the voices said, the word both their answer and a threat. As more and more blue flames poured out of Lith's body, the souls managed to shape the blue flames into a ring of fire that rapidly expanded and cut the snake into bits, freeing themselves from its snare. Yet Voltac's primordial flames weren't lost. The Father of Fire recalled every bit of the fire construct and reshaped them into a fiery armor, but he knew things weren't going well. Get ready to run away, Tista, he yelled. Origin flames are sparked by life force, and a living being only has a finite amount. Blue flames, instead, are sparked by the death energy carried by the souls pouring out of the cracks in Lith's life force. The longer the door remains open, the greater the risk of Lith being consumed by the blue flames and we with him becomes. I don't know if I can win, but at least I can keep those bastards from winning. A cold shiver ran down the Hecate's spine. She had done everything she could, but nothing seemed to work against the blue flames afflicting Alicia, and it was only a matter of time before the baby girl lost control over them. Until less than a minute ago, Tista had believed Voltac to be invincible. The elder worm always exuded an unparalleled aura of might, and his knowledge seemed endless, yet not even he could win against the ravages of time. Since the beginning of the fight, the void demon dragon looked like an incandescent light bulb that becomes brighter as it stays on. The fire dragon, instead, was akin to a candle at the end of its wick, its light growing dimmer as it consumed the final drops of wax. Voltac can't use magic, she thought. The blue flames would consume his spells, and even if he manages to hit Lith, he would achieve nothing. You can't harm souls with magic. No way, even if I run, what about Elijah? Tista cursed her bad luck and took out her communication amulet, alerting Solus. Come here as fast as you can. We are in the usual spot. Before Solus could ask a single question, a deafening roar shook the Valley of Life and forced the Father of Fire to take a step back. The souls had gained enough control over Lith's body to not only keep producing blue flames against his will, but also to manipulate them freely. They compressed the remaining blue flame in the form of a spinning drill and shot it forward. The souls had Voltac and Tista lined up so that if one dodged the drill, the other would still be hit. The blue flames were no faster than regular origin flames, but the fire dragon refused to budge. I've caused this, and I won't put Tista's and the baby's lives at risk just to save myself. I have no idea if those flames have more hidden abilities, and I'll be damned before I let hatchlings get hurt on my watch. The Father of Fire roared back, stopping the shockwave and unleashing the primordial flames he had accumulated over his body. The white fire converged in front of the blue drill, smothering its power yet failing to stop it. The elder worm flapped his mighty wings, moving himself out of harm's way and pushing Tista to safety with the mere air pressure he generated. At the same time, he hurled a jet stream of primordial flames the size of an apartment building at the void demon dragon. The souls cursed, stopping the attack and recalling enough of the blue flames to survive. The backside of the drill retreated while the front side faded, but not before reaching Voltac and burning the right side of his body. The elder worm writhed in agony as the membrane of his right wing burned, and he plunged to the ground with a thud. The souls had dealt the first blow. Voltac had the strength to smother the blue flames before they consumed him, but not enough to stand up. Go away, hatchling, he said amid pants, his long beard burned black and short. I'm sorry that my final lesson to you had to be in stupidity and pain. Save the babies. They have no one else who can protect them. Elijah cried, seeing the old and kind worm suffer. She just wanted her father back. She just wanted to go home. She was doing her best to help Lith, but it wasn't enough. It was never enough. Valoran too cried, but he had no blood bond with Lith. The Bahamut's bloodline abilities had nothing to do with the Tiamats, but he still had them and chose to fight as he could. Papa, help! A burst of silver lightning came out of the baby boy and flooded the Father of Fire, amplifying what was left of his strength tenfold. Thank you, little one. The elder worm rose to his feet. With this, I can hold a bit long. A burst of fire charged forward, and not from the void demon dragon. The souls were still dealing with the white fire with the little blue flames they had left. Valoran breathed his bright orange origin flames and imbued them with what life maelstrom he had left, turning them into life flames. They came in too fast, and surprise froze Voltac, who took them in full. By the father of all dragons! Instead of consuming him, the golden flames healed the fire dragon's wounds. The burned scales became ruby red, the broken wing was whole again, and his life force was renewed. If the dread flames split the 6 elements from each other, turning them into destructive cursed elements, the life flames exalted and amplified each element. Light restored Voltac, darkness purged the blue flames, water and earth filled his body with nutrients, while fire and air gave him strength and speed. On top of that, life flames still burned at everything like origin flames would. Yet instead of turning their prey into more destructive power, the golden flames converted what they burned into life force and injected it into the Father of Fire. The ground, magma, and rocks were still consumed, but their essence was passed on. Thanks, little ones. Voltac opened and closed his fists, feeling stronger than he had been in millennia. I won't waste the opportunity you have given me. Elijah kept weakening the void demon dragon, while Valoran II had given Voltac a second wind. Once the effect of these flames and the life maelstrom runs out, I'll be back to being an old fossil. I have to put everything I have in the next attack. He thought while a few kilometers away from the fight, the tower warped to the nearest mana geyser. Chapter 3108 Burnt Out Part 2. 3108 Burnt Out Part 2. During his past visits to the Valley of Life, Lith had searched for mana geyser with the excuse of exploring the area during the breaks from Voltac's lessons. He could mark a geyser on his own, without the need to build the tower there. He had planned to return to the Valley of Life and train on his own. He had never considered such an emergency. Thank the gods for Lith's paranoia. Solus opened the door, letting out Dawn and Camilla, who had come with her. Be ready. They were far from the scene of the fight, and Solus knew the region only from Lith's memories. Yet the warp mirror could help her cover most of the distance, and from there, her bond with Lith would guide her. Solus had brought Camilla because Tista had briefly explained the problem. If Lith needed his inner light to overcome the souls, Camilla would give him strength as well. As for Dawn, a horseman capable of using blade spells was a fine addition to any mission. Why do you hate us? The souls screamed in frustration as they felt the encroaching of Solus, light weakening their grip on Lith's body further. Why won't you just let us live? I don't hate you. You have suffered so much that I pity you. Voltac replied as he conjured a searing wave of emerald flames. Yet there's no place for you on Magur, and I can't let you stay. You are here because of me. You are my responsibility, and I will put you to rest. With each breath the Father of Fire took, the wave of immortal flames grew taller and more violent. With each breath he took, he consumed one of the last embers of his life. You don't belong in this world. Life is for the living, so go back to the abyss that spawned you. Voltac spread his arms, coating them in emerald flames that he used as an extension of his limbs. This is our world now. We can still live. The void demon dragon roared, squeezing every bit of death energy he could as the door slowly closed. Even from that distance, soulless light shone on Lith, adding love and kindness to the sources of his strength. Camilla's smell filled his nose, reminding him of the life they had built together and turning his sense of self into a beacon of light that cut through the ocean of darkness drowning him. Lith could hear the babies cry. He saw them fighting for him beside him, and he fought harder for that. Get the fuck out! The void feather, and the human merged into one, each with a different reason to protect their world. You could live, Voltac nodded at the void demon dragon, but I won't let you. More and more immortal flames burst out of every scale on his body as he charged forward. The void demon dragon shaped the blue flames into a spinning barrier, but the Father of Fire broke through them like an emerald ram. The creature's mouth fell open in shock, and the elder worm closed it shut with a flawless uppercut. Knowing he was done for, Voltac had no reason to hold anything back. Are you crazy? The souls hadn't expected the fight to turn physical. The threat of the blue flames was supposed to keep the elder worm away, to give them the time to overpower his waning strength. You'll burn to death. You'll die. They begged the fire dragon for mercy as he unleashed a flurry of fists. The spirits of the dead were thousands, but each one of them had lived shortly and fought for an even shorter amount of time. The Father of Fire was alone, but he had fought long enough to reach perfection. Every single one of his blows landed exactly where he wanted and created an opening for the next, turning him into an unstoppable force. The void demon dragon had the blue flames converge on himself, but Voltac didn't stop. He kept the immortal flames focused on his arms, injecting them where Lith's essence shone the brightest to help him reclaim his body. The souls threw desperate claw strikes imbued with blue flames at the elder worm's back, but he didn't care. You think you can burn me, child? Half of Voltac's body was burning emerald, and the other half blue from the attacks he had failed to stop or just ignored. I am the Father of Fire. Voltac expanded and boosted the immortal flames with the remains of his life essence, turning them from arm guards into giant blades. I decide how my life goes out. He extended his middle and medium fingers out of his fists and lunged forward. Down to the last, spark! The emerald flames focused on his fingertips and blasted forward, piercing through the flaming blue armor of the void demon dragon. You can't burn my immortal flames more than you can burn me. The elder worm laughed as the souls tried and failed to extinguish the emerald fire. They are my life. They are a part of me, and not even my spit is going to surrender to a bunch of sore losers. The emerald flames seeped inside Lith's body and reached his eyes. There, they cut off the small stream of blue flames that Voltac had unwittingly sparked less than a minute ago. Without the connection with the cracks in Lith's life force, The blue flames went out, and without them, there was nothing keeping the door open. The void feather, and the 5 demons pushed with all their strength, shutting the door close. Now all that Lith had to do was refuse the soul's access to his life force, and they would quickly fade away. They now had nothing to give them substance, and without the constant stream of reinforcements, the little strength they possessed was quickly consumed. Voltac saw Solus and Camilla approaching. He felt Lith's strength soaring while the wandering souls grew weaker. Elijah kept channeling the blue flames, drawing the souls unto her and purifying them in cursed flames. Voltac could feel the void demon dragon crumbling apart and turning back into the Tiamat, yet he continued his attack nonetheless. The elder worm spread the emerald flames over the cracks in Lith's life force, cauterizing them close. It inflicted the Tiamat pain, but it was a pleasant one. The flow of death energy stopped, death vision disappeared, and his inner fight became even easier. "You can stop, Patriarch, I'm fine." Despite everything he had gone through, Lith felt his body tempered like a blade and brimming with strength. That was a close call. A close call indeed, the elder worm chuckled while nodding at Tista. "You have lots of things to explain to me, hatchling." Lith had listened to Tista's words, and so had Voltac. The Tiamat tried and failed to come up with a plausible explanation for Solus' ability to restrain the blue flames, and how she and Camilla had reached the Valley of Life so quickly. Unluckily for Lith, he didn't need one anymore. The moment the emerald flames died out, so did the Father of Fire. Chapter 3109, End of the Wick, Part 1. 3109, End of the Wick, Part 1. Voltac collapsed in Lith's arms as the light of consciousness faded from his eyes. Lith shrunk the fire dragon to human size with body sculpting and checked on him with invigoration, discovering that Voltac was in perfect physical health. Between the life maelstrom still empowering the fire dragon and the healing effect of the golden flames, most of his wounds were already gone. Yet Voltac was still dying. The elder worm had consumed most of his remaining life force to conjure the immortal flames, and what was left wasn't enough to keep his heart beating. Not with the strain that suffering so many injuries had inflicted upon his old body. Not with the exhaustion from withstanding the effects of Valoran's abilities. Not with the blue flames consuming more of the Father of Fire's life force every time they hit. "Solus, where is the tower?" Lith used his best healing spells, invigoration, and also gave Voltac some of his vitality, but the condition of the fire dragon kept deteriorating. "On the geyser," she pointed in the direction they had come from and opened a warp steps. She and Lith alternated opening dimensional doors, entering the range of the warp mirror in seconds. "Aren't you worried about what Voltac is going to say when he wakes up in the tower?" Solus asked. "I'll worry about that if he wakes up," Lith replied. "Voltac almost died for me and Elijah when he could have just turned around and left. I'm not letting him die without a fight." Lith called upon the enchantments of the tower, activating the immortal body array and adding Voltac to the list of apprentices. The magical formation would fix every imperfection in his body, while the mana geyser nurtured the elder worm by infusing him with world energy. Lith dripped highly concentrated nutrient potions in Voltac's mouth, ensuring that his body wouldn't weaken further due to the healing process. While they waited for the treatments to take effect, Lith used a mind fusion to share what had just happened with Solus, and she used a mind link to share it with Camilla to not distract Lith. With his bright violet core, he was the best healer of the two. Tista was doing her best to calm the babies, but they could read the tension in the room and kept crying. "It's not working. Plan S." Lith used the energy accumulated in the tower to warp inside Salark's palace in the desert where the Guardian was waiting for them. "Grandma." "Yes, I know what's happened." She cut him short and took the Father of Fire from Lith's arms. "Also, my promise still stands. I won't let one of your friends die under my roof." Salark activated her breathing technique, Mother-Son, to study Voltac's condition while she stabilized him with rebirth magic. It took her a few seconds to perform a full diagnostic checkup. It was the longest time Lith had ever seen her need, with the least visible effects. "I'm really sorry, Featherling," Salark said while never letting go of the Father of Fire. "There's nothing I can do for him. Your immortal body array fixed him almost as well as I could. You have nothing to blame yourself for." "Voltac is just spent. He used the last embers of his life force to save you, and what's left is not enough to sustain his fire. The best I can do is let him regain consciousness long enough to say his goodbyes." "Is there anything that anyone can do?" Lith clenched his fists until they bled while the babies kept crying. "Maybe Tyrus Life Maelstrom," I know you are here. It was Lith's turn to cut her short. It's your turn to look after Elijah. Please, Tyrus, show yourself. The Great Mother appeared out of nowhere, her head down and her eyes misted with tears. Can you help, Grandma? Can the two of you save him? I can boost Salark, but healing a single dragon is hardly a feat for her even away from her turf and after she suffers grievous injuries. She's like a god here, Tyrus replied. I can give Voltac more power, but the moment it runs out, he'll die. His body can't take any more strain. Even the effort of making a sneeze would end him. That's not my question. Lith refused to give up and shoved the crying Valoran in front of her face. The baby boy felt guilty, thinking that his lightning and fire had hurt the nice dragon. Valoran II had known the father of fire briefly, but the elder worm had fought for him and saved his father. It was more than enough to earn a special place in the baby boy's heart. There might be something, Tyrus sighed, incapable of saying no to her bloodline. Bring us to the moon. Do you really expect me to wait for Magur to align? A snap of Salark fingers and they all moved to Lith's lab on the moon, tower included. With the moon. She was talking to me, Featherling, Salark sighed. What's next? Tyrus guided them outside, having care to never let go of Voltac to keep his fire burning. A wave of her hand opened a hole the size of a bathtub for dragons in the ground. The two guardians lay the elder worm gently, and then Tyrus had him revert to his full size. She buried Voltac, leaving only the final part of his neck and his head exposed. The rest was covered by soft soil and a sea of silvery plants that grew from it. The fire dragon's head looked like a giant fiery tree, standing tall amid a silver grassland. Now we wait, Tyrus replied. What's the difference between Magur and here? Solus sat near the father of fire to check his pulse, noticing that without the immortal body array his breath was becoming shallower and faster. Magur's power is spread evenly, mostly, the Guardian said. Here it is focused to the extreme, with a flow of world energy beyond what any mana geyser or even mystical mine on Magur can have. On top of that, this land is imbued with life maelstrom. Not the violent and temporary kind I conjure, but a gentle, permanent stream of energy that nurtures all life. Dragons are incredibly sturdy. Their life force is so tenacious that even permanent injuries can recover with time. Voltac's problem is that he has no time left. That's why I've brought him here. Maybe he can draw upon the energy of the moon just like this grass can. Shouldn't you keep him alive with your breathing technique? Lith asked. Buy him some time until he adapts to the new environment. No, that would be useless, Salark shook her head. As I told you, we can't save him. Only Voltac can save himself. If we help him, he will just fall asleep. Voltac needs to feel his death and fight it if he wants to stand a chance. Lith clenched his fists, not knowing what to do. His instinct as a healer screamed at him to help the Father of Fire, but Lith knew he had already done everything he could. Yet his conscience gave him no respite, and so did the babies. Chapter 3110 End of the Wick Part 2 3110 End of the Wick Part 2 I know that it was Voltac's choice to help me unlock the blue flames, but this happened because of me. Lith thought. He could have put me down like a rabid dog and get out of the fight unscathed. Instead, Voltac chose to save my life at the cost of his own. As for Valoran and Elijah, they weren't familiar with the concept of death, but they could feel the warm essence of the old dragon growing colder and more distant. Solus, Camilla, and the two guardians did everything they could to soothe the babies, but they kept crying, begging the sleeping worm to wake up. Not far from there in his lab, Ligoin felt Voltac's light dim. The father of all dragons perceived the death of all those who carried his blood, and when he could afford it, he mourned for them in the privacy of his lab. Space. Somewhere very distant, yet very close at the same time. Voltac sat up abruptly, like a dragon waking from a nightmare. Where am I and what's this noise? He could hear the familiar racket of hatchlings wailing in the distance, yet there was no one in sight. The place around him was completely white, making it impossible to tell left from right and up from down. Voltac would have thought the place empty, but his senses perceived the presence of many things and countless people. They were all around him, just at one hair breadth of distance, yet he couldn't see them. It was as though the intense light filling the place blinded him to some things and allowed him to see everything else perfectly. Like the dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him. Valky, it was a female dragon, a bit smaller than the Father of Fire, with brownish-red scales of the same hue of the color of Alina's hair. She waved at him her clawed hand, smiling with joy. Mom, the elder worm froze for a second, his voice cracking with emotion. Is it really you? 4,000 years had passed since Tharma, mother of Voltac, had died, but he still missed her. He still dreamed about her as it had often happened during his millennium-long slumber. Valky, he hadn't heard that moniker for almost 10,000 years, and that voice for a very long time, but he could recognize them both among millions. Mom, he charged forward on all fours, tensing the muscles of his legs like springs before jumping in her arms. Voltac had been strong ever since he had left his ancestral home. He had been strong for his brothers, for his wife, and for his children. Once he had taken the mantle of Father of Fire, he had been even stronger for Dragonkind and Magur. Valky, I missed you so much. In the warmth of Tharma's arms, in the embrace of her wings, Voltac could finally allow himself to be weak. As their scales touched, his form shrunk to that of a young dragon less than 1/3 her size, so that Tharma could easily lift and hold him to her chest. I missed you too, Mom. Every day since you. The words died in his mouth as he realized that the reality in front of him didn't make sense. Me too, Valky. Yet as Tharma spoke, as her soothing voice filled the gaping hole that her demise had left, Voltac simply didn't care. I'm so proud of you. You were a good hatchling who grew into a great dragon, and later you became an amazing father. I want you to know that none of your children who turned bad was because of you. They took wrong paths in life not because you failed them as a father, but because they failed themselves. Of all your achievements, this is the one I'm the most proud of. Thank you, Mom. The Father of Fire felt his eyelids grow heavy. He felt at peace and wanted to sleep. Somehow Voltac knew that when he woke up there would be no responsibility waiting for him. No one to whom he would have to teach or take care of. He would be finally free. Yet there was a nagging feeling in the back of his head that stopped him, and the distant sound of cries made it hard for him to relax. Mom, what is this place? This is the mindscape, hatchling, Tharma replied, and I have a confession to make. I'm your mother, but I'm not Tharma. Voltac opened his eyes wide, noticing that even though the form of the dragoness was the same, now her scales bore the 6 colors of the elements plus one he couldn't put to focus, no matter how hard he tried. The real Tharma had no such affinity for magic. She had been a powerful mage and a wise worm. Voltac's mother had been a candidate for the title of Father of Fire, but she had stepped down, because she was wise enough to recognize her shortcomings compared to the dragon who had been appointed as Father of Fire before Voltac. I share all of her memories and thoughts, though, Magur said. Everything I've told you is true. Your mother is waiting for you on the other side, and I'm relaying her words. The other side? Voltac was still small, but from Magur's arms he could see far. There was something black on the horizon, like thunderclouds but lower and with no flashes of lightning. It was as though a dark mist was slowly devouring the light. Yes, hatchling, Magur nodded. Do you remember what happened before you came here? At those words, the elder worm's life flashed in front of his eyes. Not just the lessons with Lith and the fight with the void demon dragon. He relived over 11,000 years in a single instant. The souls, the blue flames, my injuries. He patted down his body, expecting to feel pain yet experiencing none. Correct, Magur/Tharma said. You should be dead by now, but you keep clinging to life. Your stubbornness brought you to the mindscape and me to you. What do you mean? Voltac asked. This shouldn't be happening, hatchling, she replied. This isn't natural. You are refusing death. You are fighting it with your willpower and mana beyond what any normal person can do. Do you know what that means? That I'm turning into an abomination. Correct again, Magur/Tharma nodded. I've come to warn you since saving you is not up to me. Only you can decide what to do. You can stay here and turn your back to me. Once you do, the darkness will engulf you. Or you can embrace me and pierce through the light, joining your mother. The choice is yours, Voltac, son of Tharma and Dashak, Father of Fire. The elder worm heard once again the crying noise and turned toward its source. This time, his dragon eyes peered through the veil of Magur's embrace and the mindscape. He bore witness to the events unfolding on the moon's surface, but not like any species of dragon would. He saw everything like Nana had done on her deathbed, and like a guardian did every moment of their lives. Chapter 30-111 Final Spark, Part 1. 3111 Final Spark, Part 1. No, 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 no. Voltac struggled to escape from the bigger dragon's embrace, but she stopped him with ease. I can't let that happen. I won't let that happen. They need me. For the Great Mother's sake, your sake, they are just hatchlings. Just like the 1,000 others who live with me, Magur/Tharma replied. The only difference is that you are not looking at them right now. Those hatchlings on the moon are not special. They are not even yours. As you told those disgusting, rotten souls, Life is for the living, Voltac, and your time is up. You don't belong in my world anymore, and whatever happens next is none of your business. How can you say that? He retorted in outrage. How can you say otherwise? She asked back. Do you know the damage an abomination with your power and knowledge could cause? Do you think you are better than everyone else who came here before you? Do you believe that you can conquer the hunger that will plague you the moment you wake up and not kill those who are trying to save your life? Even if you do, you'd never master your hunger and abomination powers in time to be of help. Hundreds would die to prolong your existence, and for what? To prove a point. That's not true. One man succeeded. One puny human man conquered the abomination's hunger. While in the mindscape, Voltac was part of Magus' consciousness just like Nana before him. He knew everything the planet knew, including the circumstances of Thrain's death. Indeed, but not for long. Magus/Tharma replayed those events for the Elder Worm. The father of Elfin Menadian knew he couldn't win, so he let himself go. His love for his daughter was so strong that it allowed Thrain to resist, but only until he made sure she was all right. Then he returned to me of his own will. You can fight Father of Fire, but you can't win. That's all I ask. Voltac jumped off her arms, and this time she let him. His body quickly reverted to its original size and age, but the height gap remained. If you really are in contact with my mother, tell her that I'm sorry, but she'll have to wait for me just a bit longer. Tell her I can't still pass the mantle of Father of Fire. The Elder Worm took in the moon's landscape, the life maelstrom coursing through the ground, and everything that his newfound vision could grasp. If I turn my back to those who need me just because it's hard, I won't find peace. I will lose everything that defines me and spend eternity in regret. Voltac saw the immense power hidden inside Magus' moon and every form of life it nurtured. He saw the smoldering embers of a golden light faintly shining under one of his scales. I'm the god's damned Father of Fire, and there's no flame I can't conquer. He turned his back to Magus and charged against the black mist of death. Space. Magus' moon, outside Lith's secret lab, 1 second after Lith clenched his fists. Voltac's breathing turned into wheezing as his lungs fought to get one last bit of fresh air. Then, his head fell back and his neck became still. Lith knelt down, putting his hand on the red scales and finding no pulse or sign of life with invigoration. He's gone. Voltac's core had yet to crack, but it was quickly degrading from violet into blue, and cyan streaks were already appearing. What's that? Tista hiccuped, trying her best not to cry and upset the babies further. A firefly? Lith looked at the small insect, his enhanced ears hearing it buzz as the firefly landed on a blade of grass. Guess they have them on the moon as well. Not that. Tista pointed out at the mass of small lights that was converging toward the Elder Worm's body. Some of them were indeed fireflies. Others were insects that had no reason to glow, yet they did. Most of them, however, were empty spheres of light. I'm not done, Voltac's neck gasped as his neck snapped straight, and I'm not going down without a fight. He bridled what was left of Valoran's life maelstrom and used it to access the silver lightning that coursed through the moon's soil. The Father of Fire let it seep inside his body, filling every one of his cells without energizing them. He knew that he was too weak to bear such strain, that even the smallest boost to his powers would overload his mana core and shatter it beyond saving. What he did, instead, was use the ability exclusive of fire dragons, Primal Spark. It flooded everything for hundreds of meters around him, extracting mana from plants, insects, worms, and all life forms, and splitting it into its basic components. Voltac let go of the elemental energies and kept only the life force. Then he consumed the final spark of his own life force, betting everything on the mastery over flames he had gained by conjuring them millions of times during his life. Voltac called upon the dying life flames and brought them inside his lungs. The final spark fused with the golden flames, which found the world energy drawn upon by the Elder Worm's breath and the life maelstrom that filled him. His body was set ablaze as the Father of Fire proved worthy of his title by igniting more life flames on his own. The golden fire captured the life forces hanging around his body without burning them. The life flames preserved the small bits of life force, altering their energy signatures until they matched Voltac's. He who had given life was now receiving it. The combined effect of primal spark and life flames brought droplets of wax to the dying wick of the Father of Fire's life. Bit by bit, his molten essence became solid again, allowing the wick to stand tall and not burn what was left of the Elder Worm's lifespan all at once. The droplets were small, almost insignificant. yet more than enough for a dragon to fight death standing. The life flames collected all the small lights and absorbed them at astounding speed. Lith tried to put his hands in the golden fire, but Salark stopped him. "Don't be stupid. You are too strong. Your life force would be like feeding a steak to a man who starved for weeks or cold water to a desert survivor. It would kill Voltac on the spot, and that's without taking your abomination side into account." "What about me?" Tista said, quickly followed by Solus and Camilla. "Too strong and too different," Tyrus shook her head. "Even a hatchling of fire dragon would be too much." The life flames went off as soon as the last spark of light disappeared inside the Father of Fire's body. The elder worm panted, the strength leaving his body along with the life maelstrom. Then the pants turned into a raspy wheezing. Voltac's eyes rolled back and his neck fell slack, his open mouth producing no sound. Lith checked the pulse again, just to feel it come to a halt, as the mana core degraded further. Chapter 31:12 Final Spark, Part 2. 31:12 Final Spark, Part 2. Voltac hawked to clear his airways and cut Lith short. Then the Father of Fire started to snore with the grace of a jet turbine. The farm, Lith checked again. Voltac's heartbeat was indeed weak but stable. The Elder Worm's mana core had degraded to cyan, but after that its mana flow steadied. Demon Grasp perceived that even though it was a very slow process, the world energy was nurturing the fire dragon's body. It would take time, but Voltac's physical and magical strength would return. "How is this possible?" Lith asked. "If you are asking me what just happened, I have no clue," Salark shrugged. "If you are asking me how Voltac could survive instead, I can answer that." "Anything is better than nothing," he replied. "Origin flames, all kinds of flames, don't actually burn your life force, featherling, or every time you breathe them. They would shorten your lifespan. If that were true, dragons and phoenixes would never sell their origin flames and use them only for themselves. To give you a better idea, imagine that your life force is like a candle, and its length represents your lifespan," she said, and Lith nodded for her to continue. "As you age, the wax evaporates and it's lost forever. When you use origin flames instead, the wick burns stronger for a second. Part of the wax melts and drips down the candle, but it's not lost. With time and rest, the wax turns solid again at the bottom of the candle and raises it to its previous height. It's the reason you suffer no permanent damage from using origin flames, but if you melt too much wax at the same time, you can still die. Your lifespan is temporarily cut short, and your flame easier to snuff out." "I see," Lith nodded. "That's why invigoration can't help me recover my strength after I use origin flames too much, because it has nothing to do with mana and physical strength." "Exactly," Salark continued. "Earlier Voltac reached the point all the wax was melted. There was nothing left to burn while the liquid wax turns solid again, and once the flame goes out is out. It doesn't matter if it's because of an illness, a sword, or origin flames. Death is always the final destination. Voltac avoided it by turning those sparks of life force into wax and using them to hasten the solidification process." "Can we afford to move him?" Tista asked. "We better not." Tyrus shook her head while checking on the Father of Fire. "Here there is more world energy than on any part of Magur, and the life maelstrom in the soil is helping Voltac assimilate the nutrients at a steady pace. I would keep him here until he wakes up on his own, just to be safe. Also, you two need to rest, child." She took a chair out of her pocket dimension, and the moment Lith sat down, all the stress and fatigue that the adrenaline rush had neutralized until that moment hit him like a sack of bricks. It took Salark a few minutes to reassure Camilla and Solus that Lith too was all right. They knew of the matter of the void demon dragon from the mind link, and now that Voltac was fine, their worries about Lith moved to the front burner. "Thank the gods, which is you guys, Voltac will make it," Camilla said, referring to the 6 original guardians. "Because once he's back on his feet, I'll make him shrink enough to kick his alps. He made me almost die of fright twice in a single day." She put the babies on the fire dragon's long neck. It was big enough to carry dozens of people, and Elijah and Valoran were finally reassured of Voltac's well-being via their dragon scales. They could feel that he was very tired but happy. There was a bright memory of a brownish-red scaled dragon on the surface of his mind that brought him great peace and made the babies cry for their mother. "I don't get it," Solus said while trying to pacify Valoran. "1 second ago, Valoran fought like a dragon to go to Voltac, and now he's glued to me like he hasn't seen me for days." "Same here." Camilla had no idea why Elijah used air magic to wrap herself in Camilla's black hair, but let the baby girl do it. So this is the moon, Dawn cleared her throat once the situation was resolved, and everyone seemed to have completely forgotten about her. This place is amazing. Do you mind if I share this experience with Akala? Lith looked at her and groaned in frustration. Her assumption wasn't off the mark. Lith had actually forgotten about her in the rush to save Voltac's life. I'm too tired to think or even get angry, he said. Someone makes this decision for me, please. Depends. Solus felt responsible and embarrassed for her blunder. Does Baba Yaga's seal apply to him as well, or can he speak about me freely? No, it doesn't, Dawn shook her head. I would never take his free will away, not again. Then no, I'm sorry. No problem, Miss Menadian. The horseman was annoyed, but if there was something she had learned from her relationship with Akala was that trust had to be earned, not demanded. Can we at least bring my mother here? She would love it. That I can do. Be back in a jiffy. Solus entered the tower, which disappeared and reappeared in the time to find 2 suitable alignments with Mager's mana geysers. By the Great Mother, is this really Mager's moon? Baba Yaga walked through the tower's door in her maiden form, looking like a girl 1.653 meters tall with waist-long golden hair and clear blue eyes. Respectively, you are welcome, and yes, Yaga. Tyrus nodded to the Red Mother, who didn't know where to turn. She stood on the surface of the moon, staring into the starry vault of space, while Mager spread its blue light everywhere. On top of that, standing in the presence of 3 guardians, and realizing the gap between Menadian's tower and her own didn't help. Thanks for saving my child, Lith. Ligon had rushed there right after composing himself. For a moment I thought I had lost him. Voltac did everything by himself, Lith panted. I just brought him here. If you want to thank someone, thank Grandma and Valoran. She kept Voltac alive, and Valoran showed him whatever the golden flames are. To me, they are just a problem for another day. The father of all dragons thanked them both profusely, making Valoran happy and Salark blush. It's no big deal, she said while playing with the necklace he had gifted her during her first visit to his moon lab. I know that it sounds stupid, but is there something I can do for you guys? Anything. Baba Yaga wanted to repay Solus and Lith for the marvelous gift, but she knew that compared to the Guardians and away from her tower, she wasn't much. Depends, do you know how to make them stop cry? Camilla asked while rocking a desperate Elijah. Chapter 31:13 Rest and Recover, Part 1. 31:13 Rest and Recover, Part 1. It's not that hard. The maiden took the babies off Solus and Camilla's arms and put them on Lith's chest. Dragon scales reassured Alicia and Valoran that their father was also fine, and the 3 of them fell asleep like one. Thank the gods, Solus sighed in relief. You are welcome, the guardians said in unison. Now, unless anyone minds, my daughter and I would like to take a stroll. Is there anything I should know before picking a direction? Baba Yaga asked. That way is my turf, Ligon pointed north. East you find Feniger, and west a crazy lick who lives with an eldritch. The south belongs to Lith. North it is, then? Baba Yaga nodded and walked toward the lake near Lith's lab. Space. It took Voltac over 8 hours to wake up, and when he did, he believed to be dead. The afterlife sucks. Why does my body hurt so much, and why am I starving? He had lost consciousness in the Valley of Life, and when he opened his eyes, he was staring at Mager from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Being dead made much more sense than the truth. You are not dead, and this will take a while. Lith sighed, offering the Father of Fire a chair and lots of food straight off Ligon's kitchens. The Guardian loved eating well, and everyone could use a hearty meal after enduring so many emotions. I knew it, there was something weird between you two, the Elder Worm said while pointing at Lith and Solus. You smell too much of each other, and the whole "she's my lost cousin" story was just too convenient. I suspected she was Alina's illegitimate child, but I would have never thought you were the daughter of the legendary Rappa Menadian, Solus. Voltac, Lith said in outrage. My mother would never do something like that. How could you even think that? Solus smells like dragon, and Alina carries my blood, not Ra's. The Father of Fire shrugged. If your parents' bloodlines were reversed, I would have questioned your father's faithfulness. This doesn't make it any better, Lith grumbled. And my mother's name is Rifa, not Rappa, Solus said. What's wrong with you dragons and remembering names? What are you, a bunch of liches? No, hatchling, Voltac shook his head. I can't speak for Lith or any other dragon you have met, but I'm old. I've lived for over 10,000 years and met so many people I can't remember all their names. Especially those I've just heard of or read about, like your mother. I meant no offense, Solus. I'm sure Rifa was a great woman and I would have loved to meet her, but sadly fate chose differently. Between his sad smile, the dull color of his scales, and his brush with death, Solus felt like a jerk. No, I'm sorry, she gave him a deep bow. I overreacted because I'm still worked up about what almost happened to Lith. I guess you badmouthing one of my mothers and calling the other with the wrong name was the final straw on my nerves. It's fine, you don't have to apologize, the elder worm laughed. Another bad habit you pick up while growing old is that you don't care much about other people's feelings. I should have worded my suspicions more politely. Back in the day, if someone said something like that about my mother, I would have decked him without a second thought. He thought about Tharma for a second, and then moved on. Everything that had happened in the mindscape was akin to a dream. It had already blurred into a jumbled mess by the time Voltac had woken up, and with every second that passed, his memory of those events became vaguer and vaguer. "What's my condition, grandfather?" the fire dragon asked. "The good news is that your body and mana core will recover. You just need time and rest," Ligain replied. "The bad news is that your life force reached the point your core started to fade. Your lifespan has been reduced, not by much but—" "There wasn't much left anyway, I know." Voltac finished the phrase for Ligain, seeing the pain on his forefather's face. "Do I need to stay on the moon to recover?" "No," Ligain replied. "Unless you spend the rest of your life buried in the ground like a worm, it won't do you any good. Quite the contrary, it's better not to put your body under any more strain than necessary until you make a full recovery. No lessons, no origin flames, and no magic until your mana core shines bright violet again. And until that moment, you'll be my honored guest," Lith said. "The mansion has a geyser, and with the tower, I can treat you with the immortal body array or bring you to Grandma in a second if your health worsens." "Thank you, but—" "Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba," Elijah rebuked him. After seeing Lith and Voltac almost die, and after sharing the fire dragon's sense of loss for Tharma, the babies were on a strict rotation schedule. From Lith to Camilla, then to Solus, and lastly to Voltac. I'm deeply offended, young lady. That's a rude thing to say," the elder worm gasped in playful outrage. "Farm you?" Valoran pouted. "What?" everyone said in unison. "Who taught him to say that?" The Father of Fire could feel through the dragon scales that even though the word was harmless, the feelings behind it were not. The baby boy was angry and was expressing it like the adults. "Fine, I'll stay at your home, but don't say that to me ever again. Hatchling, okay." Valoran offered his hand to Voltac, flabbergasting everyone again. "You are in for some real trouble," Voltac laughed heartily while shaking it. "These hatchlings are as smart as dragon whelps. Your house won't be baby-proofed for long." Once he was done laughing and the babies needed to check on Lith, the elder worm said, "Thank you for your offer, Lith. I gladly accept your hospitality and hope that you'll enjoy the small present I gave you." "What do you mean?" Lith had noticed that since he had woken up he felt stronger and more relaxed, but had no idea why. "Check on your life force, hatchling," Voltac replied. Lith did as instructed, noticing that the cracks on his life force were still cauterized. There was nothing oozing out of them, their edges so close that the wounds were almost invisible. "Almost. Did you fix my life force?" Lith asked. "I wish," the fire dragon sighed. "I consumed part of my life force to plug yours and make sure that nothing would hinder your recovery. Until it lasts, death vision won't bother you and you can use your full strength. Yet it comes at a price. Most of the abilities that derive from your abomination side might be weakened if not completely sealed. Give it a go, but without pushing yourself too much." Lith tried and failed to conjure new demons of the darkness. Only those in his void sigils answered his call. The black chains instead came out, but they were sluggish and moved awkwardly. Chapter 31:14 Rest and Recover, Part 2. 31:14 Rest and Recover, Part 2. "Should I point out that not many people died on the moon?" Ligain said. "There's no soul here, believe me." "I do," Lith nodded, attempting the call of the void that failed as well. "Oh, well, I can live with this. I need to make the best of this and reforge everything while it lasts." The hair on the back of his neck stood up, as a cold gaze seemed to drill a hole in his skull with its sheer intensity. "What did you say?" Camilla took the babies from him, her eyes squinted and her nostrils dilated in annoyance as she tapped her foot. "That I need to take my time and rest until I make a full recovery," Lith replied as he dodged a hail of verbal bullets. "I've given you and the kids a big scare, so it's only right if we spend some quality time together." "Nice save," she grunted. "Always remember that no one is allowed to hurt you, not even yourself." Should we go back home? The maiden proposed. She and Dawn had toured enough of the moon to appreciate its beauty and find a way to return there on her own. Yes, please, Lith sighed. My mother is worried sick and keeps calling me every 10 minutes. She's not going to stop until she sees me in person. Alina had been informed of their absence and the reason for it. Useless to say, she hadn't taken it well. Ever since Lith had called her to reassure her of his well-being, she demanded regular updates. Once back to Garland, Alina patted Lith's arms, chest, and shoulders for injuries before taking his face in her hands to look for signs of malnutrition. Mom, we had breakfast together this morning. He whined while she examined him with the thoroughness of an artist, checking the finest details of her masterpiece. That was before you risked your life. Again, she countered pointedly. Healing takes a lot of energy, and I need to make sure you are well fed. She then turned toward Voltac. As for you, big worm, I'd give you a piece of my mind and shove my shoe up your scaly alps if not for the babies, she snarled. Valoran and Elijah were never in direct dang. I mean Lith and Tista, Alina growled, cutting him short. If anything happened to them, I would have killed you myself, but since you've already paid your price for your stupidity, I'll let this slide. This time. She forced them all to sit and have another meal worthy of a dragon. Mom, Lith whined. What, don't you like it? She sniffled, her eyes turning watery. I worked so hard to prepare you a good meal while I waited for your return. No, it's delicious. Lith wolfed down his food. Thank you, Mom. You are welcome, dear. She had stopped crying, but she kept staring at Lith until his plates were clean. All 20 of them. Space. During the following days, Voltac was a guest at the Verhin mansion. He spent most of his time with the babies and Sharjin, teaching them the story of the dragon race in dragon tongue until they got bored of it. At that point, he would play with them, let them play with his beard, and once they were tuckered out, he put them to sleep. I thought I was good with children, but you are in a league of your own, Alina said while the elder worm helped her to prepare bottles for the rest of the day. Don't worry, you are good, he nodded. I just have much more experience. His mana core had already recovered to blue, and it wouldn't take long for the Father of Fire to return to his full strength. Rest, the geyser, and the lively life in the mansion did wonders for his health. As for Lith, he still planned to upgrade his equipment to his temporarily restored strength, but only after receiving green light from his many healers. He left the research about human evolution to Tista, Morok, and Ryla, who had suffered no injury, while Solus used the pause from the engine to have extra lessons with Dawn. Are you really bringing me out on a date tonight? Camilla brimmed with joy, giving him a radiant smile. Not tonight, today. Someone recently pointed out that I'm doing well as a husband and father, but I'm a lacking boyfriend, he replied before giving her a sweet kiss. I think this is the perfect opportunity to make up for the lost time. Voltac and Mom have volunteered to take care of the children. On top of that, with Dawn here and the fire dragons, if Meln shows up, he's in for a fiery death. The news of the Elder Worm's condition had spread like wildfire. Voltac had made countless enemies during his life, but even more friends and children. The Fire Dragon clan took its patriarch's health very seriously and had dispatched many worms for his protection. Some of those Voltac had mentored in the use of origin flames had come on their own, eager to return the Father of Fire's blessings. Among them, there was Gentor, the Golden Dragon, Quashal, the Father of Ice Dragons, and more. Each one of them had their honor guard, painting the sky over the Verhin mansion with huge, vividly colored living clouds that often covered the sun. Some had mistaken the event for a second dragon dance, and anyone with a shred of self-preservation instinct kept themselves at large. True that, Camilla chuckled. The kids are overjoyed to meet so many shiny aunties and uncles. Aaron, Lyria, Lilia, Laren, and Garrick had a new teacher every day. They had also been allowed to learn Dragon Tongue to better communicate with Elijah and Valoran. Falco, Tyrion, and Lenart spent lots of time with the worms as well, learning their history, tradition, and tongue faster than their older nibblings, since they couldn't practice any form of magic. Senton had at least one dragon in his smithy when he taught the basics of blacksmithing to the children, and would receive their help to purify materials. Tryon would tutor the children while performing light physical exercises and receive his own homework from a worm. After all, in his demon form he could breathe fire like a dragon, and his ignorance about his own kind was considered socially awkward. Where are we going today? Camilla asked. It's a surprise. You go get ready. I'll be back in a minute. Lith entered the tower and warped away while Camilla applied her makeup. Thanks to the Featherwalker armor, getting dressed required her a second since her favorite outfits were stored in its dimensional space. She picked her lucky clothes for the occasion, modifying them thanks to the enchantments that Salark had applied on them the day of Camilla's wedding with Lith. The light blue shirt now was softer and smoother than silk, and it could now expand and assimilate the black pencil skirt. The fabric on the arms rolled back into cap sleeves, while the collar became puffier and wider. Once the transformation was over, she was wearing a light blue evening dress that left exposed her neck, shoulders, and arms. Chapter 31:15 Moon and Sun, Part 1. 31:15 Moon and Sun, Part 1. The evening dress form of Camilla's lucky clothes wrapped around her soft curves, leaving a sweetheart neckline and slits for her legs on the sides open. Damn, you look stunning. Lith had been true to his word and returned after 1 minute. And you look just the same as before, she pouted. Aren't you tired of always wearing your supreme Magus suit and robe? His shirt, robe, and pants were made of the finest materials. They were of pristine white color with golden embroideries and buttons. Only the shoes were black. It's not my fault if I dictate fashion in the kingdom, he said with mock exasperation, making her chuckle. Besides, they won't let us in without these clothes, so suck it up and follow me. Who's they and how can they be so dumb? Lith took Camilla by the hand and brought her to the warp gate of the mansion, setting the coordinates for Zonks. From there, he opened a warp steps that opened in front of the crystal cauldron. As you see, Vonam, I've kept my word, Lith said to the concierge, a tall man who became pale from shock and then bright red from excitement in quick succession. This is my lovely wife, Camilla Verhin. It's an honor to have you in our humble establishment. The concierge gave her a bow so deep that she expected to hear a thud on the ground. Your table is ready and has been set up according to your instructions, Magus Verhin. Please follow me. Camilla had already been in high-end hotels like the Flying Griffin, but the crystal cauldron managed to surprise her anyway. The floor was made of a smooth, dull gray marble that gave the place a refined look. It also kept stains from standing out too much until they were cleaned. The tables and chairs were made of solid cherry wood, painted the same white as the napkins and tablecloths. Large crystal chandeliers hung to the ceiling, lighting even the innermost corner of the restaurant as day, no matter how far from a window. Each table had on its centerpiece a short but large vase filled with different kinds of fresh flowers to give color to the place. While Lith and Camilla walked through the dining area, she noticed how the place was divided by wooden fences into 3 different sections. To keep the railings from looking like prison bars, they had been adorned with garlands and climbing plants that produced delicate flowers. Together with the lights, the final impression was to be dining in an open garden while also enjoying some privacy. The Crystal Cauldron's restaurant was divided into a public section, another reserved for the hotel's clients, and the VIP section where Vonam was bringing them. The fences blocked sight of those in the public section that, although spacious, was cramped if compared to the other 2. The VIP area occupied as much space as the public section, but hosted half the tables to give the guests plenty of room and an intimate allure to every meal. The ample windows facing the garden provided the VIP area with plenty of sunlight and fresh air. The garden had a fountain depicting the first queen making a toast, and an open aviary hosting local songbirds that were fed and lured there as part of the entertainment. The breeze, the splashing of water, and the chirping provided the atmosphere of a picnic, while retaining the luxury of the indoor restaurant. By the gods, this place is beautiful, Camilla was stunned. While the public area hosted a refined and classy establishment, the VIP area looked like a place straight out of a fairy tale or the royal palace. I'm glad everything is of your liking, but we are not done yet. Vonam gave her a deep bow. Please follow me to your table. Her eyes went wide, and her pupils dilated in excitement when she recognized the floral pattern of the tablecloth in front of their seats. Is this our camellia table, milady? The concierge bowed again. It was realized specifically for you, Lady Verhin. Both tables and napkins were decorated with embroideries that formed countless bright red camellias of different sizes. My only regret is that such flowers don't exist, so you'll have to make do with our available selection. He sighed in disappointment, bowing like it was his fault camellias didn't grow on Magur. No need for that. I've brought my own. Lith pulled a huge bouquet out of his pocket dimension and put it in the vase at the center of the table. Vonam was as surprised as Camilla, although for different reasons. Neither of them had ever seen that kind of flowers before, but while Camilla considered it a romantic gesture, The concierge felt a sting at his professional pride. "They are beautiful. How are they called?" she said while sniffing at one of the unusual snow-white roses, which had large and flat petals arranged in an almost perfect circle. "Moon roses, they grow in Verendi," Lith replied while pointing at her necklace. "I chose them for you because even though they are not camellias, they still match your pendant." "That's a Magus for you. No one else could cross continents for a bunch of flowers," Vonam thought, inwardly throwing in the towel. "At least the reputation of the hotel is saved." "Thank you, it's a thoughtful gift." Camilla blushed a little, giggling like a little girl. "Can you please send a waiter with a menu, Mr. Vonam?" "A waiter for a Magus and his lady?" the concierge said like she had just stabbed him. "Nonsense. I'll be at your service. Please take your time and signal me when you are ready to order." At a snap of his fingers, 2 small booklets made of paper appeared in front of Lith and Camilla. "Doesn't he mean call?" "Shush, or you'll offend him." Lith put his finger on her lips. "Magus or not, it's never wise to mess with the people handling your food." Just as he had predicted, the concierge remained in the VIP area. He was out of earshot but in line of sight and ready to serve. "Is that the reason you are always so kind with me before a meal?" she said in mock suspicion. "Yes, I'm terrified of what kind of spices you might add. Considering the size of my servings, I would never notice," he replied with an overly serious face that made her laugh. "Jokes aside, why moonroses instead of sunbirds?" She showed the picture of the flower on her amulet. "And why did you shape my necklace after the moon instead of the sun? I mean, the moon has no light of its own. Without the sun, it's just a rock in the sky." "That's very cold and rational of you, but that's not my point." Lith shook his head. "You see, I gifted Elijah the sun because under the light of day, everything is bright and colorful, like the happiness we have built together when we had our baby girl. The moon instead lights even the darkest nights when everything looks lost and hopeless, like you have done for me time and time again." He took her hand, kissing it. Chapter 31:16 Moon and Sun, Part 2. 31:16 Moon and Sun, Part 2. The moon is the constant reminder that even if you can't see it, the sun it's still there and you just have to endure the darkness for a while. I chose the moon for you because it gives hope and it's beautiful," Lith said. Camilla looked at the pendant, then at the moonroses, and then squealed so loudly that it alarmed Vonam. "Sorry, everything is fine." She wanted to feel embarrassed for her blunder, but she couldn't stop smiling. "I stand corrected. The moon is the perfect choice and I love my pendant." The lunch tasted great and was served with impeccable timing. Vonam relayed the orders to the kitchen, having the various dishes prepared all at the same time, but stored in dimensional amulets to be served fresh from the oven pan. The concierge delivered a new delicacy only once the guests were done with the previous dish, so as to not clutter the table with plates and not let the different aromas be mixed. Once they were done with the meal, Lith revealed to have booked a horse-drawn carriage to offer Camilla a tour of Zonks. "I usually don't enjoy staring at a horse's ass, but I've received complaints that I always fly too fast or warp around, keeping my wife from enjoying the scenery. Well, enjoy." He pointed at the rear end of the stallions who snorted in annoyance at his rude remark. "Thank you," Camilla couldn't stop laughing. "Do I need to change clothes?" "Up to you, I'm not changing mine," he shrugged. Since it was a noble and quite expensive-looking carriage, Camilla kept the evening dress. The coachman guided them through the most picturesque locations of the city, telling them anecdotes and historical events that had made those places famous. Camilla dismounted the carriage twice, once to take a long walk in a beautiful park with Lith and another for a shopping spree in the commercial district. "What, no faces? No looking at the price tags?" she mockingly asked, having already taken care to turn her lucky clothes into their original appearance. No, it was a single word, but it managed to break his poker face and make the discomfort of his wallet be heard. Also, it made her laugh. "Not today. I want this to be a pleasant date. I'll nag you about this tomorrow." "I can't wait." Camilla laughed harder and gave him a kiss before picking a couple more outfits. They returned at the Crystal Cauldron for dinner, which was as pleasant and as delicious as the lunch. Camilla tried various seafood and vegetable dishes and truffles that were part of the local cuisine. Lith had several cuts of meat, meatballs, meat skewers, plenty of roasted potatoes, and salad leaves that he ate in between servings to clean his mouth. "At least try something new. This is a restaurant, not a tavern," Camilla said. "No offense to Hog." "I did," Lith countered. "I've never had this particular cut of meat, and I asked Vonam to never bring me 2 leaves of lettuce of the same kind. If that's not variety, I don't know what it is." "Fine," she chuckled. As a wise man told me today, I want this to be a pleasant date. I'll nag you about this tomorrow. I can't wait. Lith repeated her words, but with the tone of a death row inmate. I was joking, she blushed in embarrassment. Me too, he laughed to her face. If you find this so funny, I'll nag you for real, she blushed harder. No nagging, please. It's just that I knew you would say that, and I couldn't resist pulling your leg. Oh, so I'm a ball buster and predictable, she pouted. I forgive you because this is our first date in a long while, but mark my words, I'm not forgetting about this. She stabbed at one of Lith's meatballs with so much fury that it made him swallow in nervousness. When dessert arrived, it was a delight for the eyes and the nose. It was a cake so big that it occupied the entire upper tray of the food cart. One slice had already been cut and was ready to be served, revealing the cakes inside. 12 layers of different kinds of cream formed an expanded rainbow that wafted a mouth-watering smell. No offense to the chefs, Mr. Vonam, but even though every dish of our meal looked and tasted delicious, I can tell this cake is on a league of its own even before tasting it, Camilla said. None taken. The concierge would have cried out of joy for being called Mr. by such an esteemed guest, but his professional pride held his heart still. How is it called? She asked. Hell cake, Lith replied. Please go easy on it. It's as hard to digest as it's delicious. We've already had a hearty meal and I wouldn't want you to fall asleep before our night is over. Also, we are taking the whole cake back home with us, so you can have as much as you want later. All right, color me intrigued. Camilla took the slice Vonam offered to her but cut it in half, keeping one part for herself and giving the other to Lith. I meant no seconds not to starve you, he replied. Nonsense, you have your plans, I have mine, she tutted. Camilla regretted not having eaten more of the cake, but only until dinner had the time to settle in her stomach. Then, she felt so full that she was afraid her dress would burst open. Let's take a digestive walk, shall we? Lith offered his hand to her and she took it. They took a second tour of Zonks, this time by night and flight. Without the sun and seen from above, the city looked like a magical place. Moonlight painted the scenery silver, and the lights coming from inside the homes looked like golden sparkles. Come on, Slowpoke, let's burn some of that dinner. Catch me if you can. Lith bolted forward, forcing Camilla to do her best to keep up with him. The use of magic required little physical energy but great focus, especially when a bright yellow core tried to fly as fast as a bright violet. It was akin to a child chasing an adult, and just as playful. Lith never strayed far from Camilla, giving her tips and praising her small improvements. The chase would come to a halt every time they reached a scenic high point of Zonks. Being mages, they could fly on top of the tallest buildings and sit there. Did you really come here at night to look for spots like this one? Camilla asked as her legs dangled from the roof of a bell tower on the outskirts of the city. From there, it was possible to see all the way to the cultivated fields and the nearby lake. The wind ruffled the wheat, forming ripples in their silvery surface while the moon and stars reflected on the lake. Yeah, but it's not a big deal. When you have eyes like mine, it takes but a few glances to find them. Lith sat beside her, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. Chapter 3117, Building Up Part 1. 3117, Building Up Part 1. It is a big deal to me. Camilla nuzzled her face on his shoulder. Thank you. Do you have any other surprise up your sleeve? Just one. Lith took the tuner he had given her as a betrothal gift out of his pocket dimension. Unlike the other tuners he had crafted, the betrothal gift had several empty slots for songs that he would add as their relationship progressed. I know this isn't a romantic song, but this is how you make me feel. Lith conjured a hush zone to not bother people and activated it. The notes of Unbeatable by Skillset broke the silence of the night, making Camilla's eyes go wide in stunned surprise. It was clearly a rock song, and she found it hard to believe Lith would play something like that on a date. It doesn't matter. As he always says, when you're happy you enjoy the music, but when you are sad, you understand the lyrics. She thought, taking his hand and using a mind link to make up for her limited grasp on the nuances of the English language. Once the song was over and she understood its meaning, she went from confused to flattered. Really, this is how I make you feel, she giggled. Yes, when I'm facing a tough opponent or some shit happens because of my undead nature, just reminding myself about you gives me strength. Lith was referring to the accident with the blue flames and the attack he had suffered from the wandering souls. I know that I can still die like anyone else, but you do make me feel invincible. Camilla said nothing, just hugging him tight and emitting a purring sound. Sure, Unbeatable wasn't a love song, but it was his love song to her. It made even noisy music a priceless gift, and the highlight of their date to her. "I'm a bit tired," she said after cuddling for a while. "If we don't get back to the hotel now, I'm afraid you'll have to carry me in my sleep." "Steps or flight?" "Steps, please. I don't want the wind to dispel this warmth." She buried her face in his chest to emphasize the concept. Lith brought them straight in front of the crystal cauldron, and from there they walked arm in arm to the 4th floor. The only sour note was that Vanam accompanied them. "I'm sorry for the intrusion, but I wanted to show you your room personally." He brought them in front of a large hardwood double door tagged with the words, "Magus Honeymoon Suite." It was supposed to be royal, but since you visited our establishment first, we have renamed it after you. Please enjoy your stay. The concierge handed them a key with a green mana crystal, gave them a deep bow, and left as fast as decorum allowed him to. "Good gods," Camilla said upon opening the doors. "This place is much more romantic than the Flying Griffin Resort." The suite was as big as an apartment, with a spacious living room, 2 bathrooms, and a huge bedroom. Every centimeter of the floor and furniture was covered in red rose petals. Trays of different kinds of chocolates arranged in a heart shape were placed at the 4 corners of every room and in the middle of the bed. A bottle of red wine was kept fresh by a container enchanted with water magic, and 2 crystal glasses sat nearby, their top covered by silk heart-folded napkins to keep the dust out. "I'm glad you like it." Lith poured 2 glasses of wine, but Camilla turned them down. "Not now. I'm beat from the long day and tired from flying so much. Give me a few minutes for a quick shower." Lith nodded, groaning in disappointment as soon as she closed the bathroom door. "She didn't invite me in and is about to take the makeup off. Can she really still be so upset from the joke I made during dinner that she wants to end the date early?" he thought. Lith wasn't proud of it, but he had searched her drawers before leaving the mansion. He knew Camilla had left her cat lingerie at home, along with his favorite cosplay sets. "My only hope was whatever she was wearing under the dress, but if she's going to change, I'm royally screwed. And not in a fun way." Just as he feared, when Camilla came out of the bathroom, she had changed in plain clothes. "Well, boss, what are we going to Forgemaster today?" Her long black hair was held up in a ponytail, leaving her slender neck exposed. She wore thick leather working gloves and boots, shortalls, and nothing under it. Camilla had applied makeup on her nose, left cheek, right shoulder, and bosom, making it look like soot. She held one of Lith's old orichalcum hammer as a prop. "Well, who's predictable now, Mr. Smarty Pants?" she said with a giggle while noticing his shocked, surprised, and absolutely aroused expression. Lith's knees started to wobble, and he needed to sit down, holding the sides of his nose with his hands to keep his bottled emotions from ruining the mood. "What's wrong, babe?" She held his face, forcing him to look her in the eyes. "Don't you like my costume? I thought the sexy Forgemaster was." "Thank you, Kami." Lith hugged her close, forcing her to sit on his lap. "For what?" she asked in confusion. "For building me up every day instead of tearing me down, even when we fight," he replied. "For caring so much about what I like, and for making even the silly dreams I've forgotten about come true. I wish I could talk with my teenage self and tell him that it was worth it. Enduring all that shit was worth it." "It's okay, baby," she sniffled, feeling him quiver under her touch. "You can cry if you want." "Crying?" Now it was Lith's turn to be confused. "I'm not going to cry. I'm just having a really hard time not tearing your clothes off and ruining your hard work. Also, I can't find a way to go on with the role play without talking to your breasts the whole time." The well-placed makeup, the lack of a shirt, and her bountiful chest that seemed to be about to pop out of the shortalls at any second, glued his eyes to her cleavage. "That was the plan, boss," she chuckled, getting back into character. "Don't worry about the details. Just focus on teaching me how to handle and wield your hammer." Space. Free country of Lamarth. Beyond the eastern borders of the Gorgon Empire, in the headquarters of the Master, that same day. Bitra sighed in relief as the red lights on the madness turned green one after the other. Zorith's vitals were stronger than ever, and the system revealed no anomalies in her physiology, yet that just meant the experiment hadn't worsened her condition. Only when the final red light turned green and the nutrient liquid started to be flushed out of the gene tank did half of the Reiju's worries disappear. The other half would have to wait for Vaster's examination. Chapter 3118, Building Up Part 2. 3118, Building Up Part 2. He was the only awakened in the organization, and the only person who knew the life forces of the hybrids in general and Zorith's, in particular, like the back of his hand. Vaster had met the shadow dragon back when she still called herself Xenogrosh, the Final Smile. She was the co-founder of the organization and the first eldritch to have successfully merged with her clone. The Master had helped her during that fight, and at every step of the way that had brought Xenogrosh closer to resurrecting, giving her back her identity as Zorath. Even though she was much older and powerful than him, it had been Vaster taking care of Zorath like a child since she had regained her human body. Their relationship ran deeper than those he had with the other members of the organization. Even more after the Master had used Zorath's tissues to craft his abomination core, and then implanted his tissues inside her body to help her life forces to fuse. Zorath was a troll-eldritch hybrid, while Vaster had unlocked decay and chaos wings and eyes, making the Master and the shadow dragon almost a perfect match. Once the final drop of the precious liquid was drained, the white crystal lid of the madness opened up. The members of the organization called it nutrients fluid, but it was the condensed essence of the life forces of hundreds of people. The liquid fed the body, while the mana crystals fueled Zorath's fallen cores, ensuring that hunger wouldn't compromise any step of the procedure. The human form of the shadow dragon walked out of the madness, her appearance no different from when she had entered it, yet she felt like a different person. "Are you all right, Zor? Any pain or discomfort?" Bitra asked as she summoned Vaster via the communication amulet. "Pain, no. Discomfort, yes, bite." Xenogrosh performed a light stretching to get a feel of her invigorated muscles and test the flexibility of her renewed body. "But don't worry, it's not a bad feeling." With each movement she performed, she let her mana flood every fiber of her being and sensed the subtle changes in her physiology. "How can it not be a bad sign?" the Reiju asked. "I don't feel like there's something wrong with me, Bite. More like that something is off." The shadow dragon pondered how to express it with words for a bit. "Like I'm standing on the threshold of something. That I need just one more step to get in, but I can't lift my feet for the life of me. Heck, I can't even let myself fall forward, if you know what I mean." "I'm sorry, I don't." Bitra shook her head and crossed her fingers for good luck. "There you are, Master. Please check on Zor. She says she feels off." "First, don't call me Master. It's just the three of us here." Zagar Vaster was a short man in his mid-60s, barely over 1.55 meters, 51, tall. His once bald head was now covered in thick and well-groomed hair, arranged in the latest fashion for men of his social stature. The Master's waxed handlebar mustaches had turned black as well, giving him a younger look. After becoming interim headmaster and then turning himself into a human abomination hybrid, he had slimmed down quite a bit. Vaster still looked more like a loving grandpa than a warrior, but his renewed vitality and hair gave him a fierce look despite his well-fed appearance. Under his bitter countenance lay the only High Master of Vaster's generation and the unsung god of the battlefield of the Griffin Kingdom. "Second, put on some clothes, damn it. I'm a healer, not a doctor. I do not need to see you naked." The Master turned around and threw Zorath her bookworm armor. "Gods, isn't he cute?" she chuckled, while the enchanted metal turned into a silvery liquid and flowed into place. "After all this time, Father still thinks I give a damn about modesty. I'm over a millennium old, and he probably knows my body better than you, Bite." "Zorath Emerith Legineborn, don't you dare say that ever again," Bitra said, her body overflowing with silvery bolts of outrage. "That sounds dirty." "Wait, what?" Vaster raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "Who's Emerith Legineborn? Don't tell me." Bite, the shadow dragon turned red from head to toe. "Yes, Emerith is her middle name." The Reiju ignored the warning with a defiant look on her face. "On top of that, since Ligon has no last name, his firstborns use his name to make it clear that not any dragon sired them, but the dragon." "Why did you never tell me about this?" the Master asked. "Because you've never asked and because it's damn embarrassing," the shadow dragon replied. "Bite, you had promised me to never tell anyone." "And I warned you about testing my patience in public," the Reiju snarled. "You know that when I'm calling you by your full name, I'm dead serious." "I'm sorry," Zorath slouched her shoulders. "My joke wasn't funny and made Father feel awkward." "It's a start, but not enough," the fourth ruler of the flames nodded. "We'll continue this conversation later. Your health comes first." "Oh good, I can't wait." The shadow dragon rolled her eyes. "Don't roll your eyes on me, you shadow jerk." "Girls, please let me do my job." Vaster put himself between them and took Zorath's hands, activating his breathing technique, Bay Under's Eye. A huge smile appeared on his face as he discovered that the eldritch and troll life forces had completely fused. There were no boundaries between them anymore. The chaos energy was perfectly contained by the troll flesh which had become immune to it. Decay neutralized chaos and vice versa, restoring the elemental balance and making the cursed elements undetectable from the outside, even with life vision. Once the master had examined every nook and cranny of her organs, skin, and bones, and found no anomalies, he moved to her mana cores. Or rather, her mana core. The troll and black cores were still visible, but half of them was now fused with the other. On the left side, there was the white hemisphere remaining of the troll core, while on the right there was a black one from the black core. What lay in the middle was nothing like Vaster had ever seen, and needed closer examination. Unlike a non-awakened core, the mana wasn't still, but unlike an awakened core, there was no mana flow to the rest of Zorith's body. Where the two cores touched, there was a perfect sphere inside which the two cursed elements swirled together in a vortex. The white part shone with endless light that strived to expand while the black part collapsed on itself, sucking everything in a bottomless void. One wrapped the other, creating an almost perfect symmetry, turning chaos into darkness and decay into light. Almost. Yet it was in the imperfection that Vaster found the shocking proof of his success. In the empty sacs that formed from time to time in the vortex, the other four elements mixed with light and darkness, forming gray sparks. Once those sparks reached the eye of the cyclone, they became one with Zorith's life force and turned into small, emerald bursts of spirit magic. Chapter 3119, Not a Genius, Part 1. 3119, Not a Genius, Part 1. The presence of the seventh element, the element of life, could only mean one thing. The shadow dragon, or at least part of her, was dead no longer. Her troll and abomination side weren't just coexisting anymore. They had somehow worked together to undo each other's fall. Even as the master looked at the phenomenon, he could see the six elemental forces and the newly formed life force fighting to combine into more than emerald sparks. Great Mother, help me! Look at this! Vaster altered the rhythm of his breathing technique slightly, using a trick that Nelia had taught him to make the readings of Beyonder's eye visible to non-awakened. Zorith gasped while looking at her own abdomen, realizing that she hadn't been feeling off. What she had experienced since coming out of the madness were the physical sensations of a living being, something she had long forgotten to cope with her endless hunger. Baitra burst into tears, holding her partner and the master in a heartfelt embrace. "You did it, Father. You cured death and reversed the fall of the troll race in a single swoop," she said amid sobs. "I did nothing as such." Vaster shook his head, feeling unworthy of such praise. "I simply improved on the design of Arthun and Thrud. Without the help and the knowledge of the members of the organization, none of this would have been possible." "Sure, Mr. Grumpy." Zorith rolled her eyes, and this time Baitra let it slide. "When you put it like this, it's 2 + 2 kind of easy. Now, what do you think happened to me?" "Off the top of my head, adding my living tissues to the remains of your human side created a bridge between your troll and abomination life forces. It allowed them to merge, which in turn brought your cores together. Yet we are still far from success," he replied. "What's next?" Zorith asked. "More experiments, another run in the madness." "Didn't you listen to me?" Vaster furrowed his brows in an annoyed look. "Your life forces have merged. There's nothing past perfection except maybe for evolution. There's no problem with your body, only with your cores. I believe that you need to harmonize the flow of your mana just like an awakened does to reach the violet core. In your case, you don't have to create more auxiliary cores so much as strengthening the middle core until it swallows the other two. See what I mean?" The shadow dragon puffed her chest out with pride. "Not only has our father cured death and reversed the fall of my troll core, but he also has figured out the missing piece of the puzzle at first glance." "I know," Baitra swelled with pride as well. "He's brilliant, isn't he?" "No, he's not." Zorith shook her head, receiving Baitra's frown and Vaster's approval. "He's the most brilliant man I've ever met, like I've always said." In less than a split second, the master and the Reiju switched their expressions. "Please, I'm no genius," he scoffed. "So what? Do you have any idea how many progress you made even before meeting me? Of the kind of talent it takes to gather a bunch of unique individuals, study them, and come up with a solution that works for all of them. Eldritches are like white cores, the only members of their own race, forever alone and each forced to face a unique problem only they have. At least the members of the same tribe of a fallen race can share their struggles, whereas eldritches can't afford the luxury of companionship. That was before you found us, before you found me. I made this breakthrough, but the success is yours. You studied your life force and found a way to apply it to me. You've modified the madness times and times again in ways that not even the Mad King could conceive. He was undoubtedly a genius. Despite his crimes, Arthur is recognized as the father of body sculpting, and you have surpassed him. What does this make you? The shadow dragon asked to a speechless Vaster. I don't care what you tell yourself or if you are not a genius. To me, you'll always be a brilliant man whose determination allowed him to surpass even geniuses. More importantly, you are my beloved savior. You took me in after even my own blood turned its back on me. Magur itself had abandoned me, considering me a lost cause, yet you accepted me in your home. You gave me food and developed arrays to contain my hunger. You were the first person to listen to me when I talked instead of running away or trying to kill me. Sure, our relationship was born out of common interests, but like me, it has grown a lot during these past years. With each eldritch we took in, you gave me a community first, a family later, and then a wife. You might not be my father, but you are the best dad I could ask for. Hear to that, Baitra kissed the master on the forehead. I couldn't have said it better. Me neither, hear. Kigan walked out of the shadows, carrying with him the rest of the hybrids. That short son of an egg did it. Tezca's laugh was a low growl of hilarity. I always knew you had it in you, Grandpa. Grandpa, Theseus laughed hard. Maybe for those as young as me, but you are old enough to be everyone's forefather, old fox. First, I'm ancient, not old. Tezca gripped his own chest in mock pain. Second, I look like a dashing rogue, whereas Zagar looks the part of a grandpa. After a bit of laughter and playful mockery at the master's expense, the Filgja turned serious. Jokes aside, I agree with Xenagrosh, he said. You have collected Magur's trash and treated us like your treasure, sparing no effort and resources on us. And now you have turned us into some of the most powerful creatures this judgmental planet has ever seen. Even if your research didn't pan out, you'd still have my eternal gratitude. Yet it did, and the word gratitude fails to convey how deep I feel indebted to you, Father. Tezca took a pause, letting his words sink in and giving the others the opportunity to chime in agreement. I feel the same as Tezca, Father, Nandi the Minotaur said. You gave me back my body, my life, and my freedom. To all us clones, you really are our father. Without you, we wouldn't have been born. Original or not, I'm still myself, Theseus the Bastard said. Scratch that, I'm better. My former self was deranged beyond what even a guardian could remedy, yet you did. Before I go back to my life, you have my word that I'll do anything for you. Your enemies are my enemies, and I'll fight until my last breath to protect you. And Zin, Nelia the Griffin, nodded. And your adoptive children, Sierra the Fenrir said. And the biological ones you are going to have. Ikos the Garuda patted the master's back while giving him a sly look that made the old professor awkward. Chapter 3120 Not a Genius, Part 2. 3120 Not a Genius, Part 2. There's still a lot of vigor in you and Zin. We must just fix your staff. Don't you talk about me like TH. To your future children, to our siblings-to-be. The eldritches chanted in unison, cutting Vaster short and forcing a chalice of wine in his hand for the toast. Space. Urna's region, Urna's country house in the countryside of the city of Anama. After Orion's awakening, he and Gianni had moved to one of the many mansions the Urna's family owned throughout the region they ruled. They had chosen Anama because it had a warp gate, allowing them to run away or call for reinforcements with ease. Orion had spent the past few weeks training body casting, spirit magic, adjusting his blade spell, elemental sonata, for the seventh element and growing a beard. The rejuvenating effects of his awakening had yet to fade, and he could only hide his face for so long before people started to suspect he was a body double, and that something had happened to the real Orion Urnas. The chaos that the disappearance of the Lord of the region would cause, and the necessary explanations quelling it would ruin Gianni's work to build their strength in secret. So they had moved to the country house where they had spent many summers with their children back when they were still young. The place was small, enough to not require many servants, allowing Gianni to bring along only her most trusted helpers like Dita. The official cover story was that they were celebrating the anniversary of Floria's death in her beloved summer house. The place was filled with good memories of the late Lady Urna's going for horse rides, training with her father, and playing in the mud with her dog, Lucky. It gave everyone bittersweet emotions and pushed them to train relentlessly, even the small Rai. Gone was his flabby belly and V attitude. Now Lucky was fit and muscular enough to vent his rage and grief on anyone stupid enough to cross him. He still slept on Floria's clothes, rotating them and keeping them sealed in dimensional amulets to save her smell for as long as he could. Due to her advanced pregnancy, Gianni could only perform light exercises, focusing her training on magic. The magical boost she received from the baby allowed her to wield much more mana than natural and even to dabble in dimensional magic. The strain such powerful spells put on her body made up for the lack of physical training and helped her to build muscles while also tempering every fiber of her being. Just like Orion, she spent the time when she was forced to rest practicing accumulation non-stop. He had a long way to go before reaching the bright violet core again, and with her deep yellow core, she had many years of practice ahead of her. Unlike Orion, however, Gianni was often forced to take breaks to give her body the time to adapt to the changes without endangering the baby. Orion, instead, worked relentlessly, resting only once sleep deprivation and mana abuse compromised his focus. Invigoration would keep him up and running for days until it lost too much effectiveness to support his training regime. The Eldritches fought, not sparred with him, pushing Orion's technique, body, and equipment to the limit. They were careful not to kill him, but that was all the mercy they granted him. More than once one of his limbs flew off, his body was pierced from side to side, and his weapon and armor broke almost to the point of non-recovery. Grimlock, his blade, raged after every defeat. Its crystals shed tears of mana, and the hums of its pseudo-cores sounded like wails, sending chills down Orion's spine. In the gods' names, what have I done? The weapons born from the war series all scared him. Skywarp is also growing, violent for lack of a better term. It feels the baby and Gianni's desire to protect her, becoming aggressive for it. More than once, Gianni's needles assembled themselves into Skywarp without her command. The needles react to her stress, as if Skywarp understands what people say and feel. Orion feared to have somehow created cursed objects. That it was only a matter of time before the weapons of the war series turned against their owners. Yet until he was sure they posed a threat, he couldn't afford to lose their help. Grimlock grew more attuned to Orion's mana with time, making the blade tear spell more powerful and faster to cast. The curved blade seemed to learn the spell, casting it on its own and drawing the power cores from the rest of the equipment. It took part of Orion's burden on itself, and supported him in weaving elemental sonatas runes, instead of opposing resistance like inanimated metal was supposed to. The constant fights to the death tempered Orion's body and helped him master his new physical prowess. Vaster would come only when he could, and spent the whole time teaching Gianni and Orion about spirit magic. He was the only awakened in the organization capable of using the seventh element, hence, he could give practical demonstrations, and not just theoretical lessons like the Eldritches. Make me one of those, and I might consider fighting the Myrock by your side. The master pointed at Grimlock and Skywarp. Do you really need my help? Orion furrowed his brows and pointed at Grimbark and the Dominator armor. I've never seen anything like that, and I doubt I could do better even 10 years from now. Make it 100 years. Vaster grinned with fatherly pride at Bytra's work. But it doesn't change the fact that I can't use blade spells with them. Meln is coming back, and the bastard can. He has a goddamn tower at that. Even if you survive the Myrock, we all know that sooner or later Meln is going to come after us. Vaster threw his past card in front of his accomplices. He has tried to kill Zin and Gianni once. He'll do it again. Orion opened his mouth to reply, but Gianni clenched his hand to stop him. We'll think about your offer, she said. Let's take things one step at a time, though. Please continue the lesson. Quilla and Freya often received calls from their mother, respectively, to have news about the twins and the preparations for her marriage. The two women missed their parents, but with the whirlwind of activities in which they were involved, they barely had the time to notice Gianni's and Orion's disappearance. It was the reason when Freya and Quilla were invited to visit their parents at the summer house, they didn't suspect a thing. Can you believe it has been more than a month since the last time we've seen Mom and Dad in person? Quilla sighed. Yeah, and now that I think about it, it feels off. Freya bit her lower lip in deep focus. I would have expected Dad to hover around you like a vulture, spoiling the babies while they are still in your womb. As for Mom, not having her bossing me around, and trying to teach me the right way to organize my own wedding feels weird. Chapter 3121 Family Schemes, Part 1. 3121 Family Schemes, Part 1. You call that weird? What about inviting me to come along without even a single passive-aggressive remark? Morok pointed out. I'm not Mr. Golden Boy here. He jabbed his thumb at Nalrond. Your parents can't stand me. Yet when Quilla told them she was coming alone, they insisted I should accompany her. That's indeed weird, the Agni nodded. What did you do, recently? I did nothing, wrong I mean. Morak rushed to add once he noticed a mean glare. I'm helping Quilla manage the household in your parents' absence, taking administration classes, and working with Lith, Ryla, and Tista to study our eyes. He's telling the truth, Quilla nodded. Sure, he made a few social blunders here and there, but nothing worth a scolding in person. Morak has come a long way since he was a haggard, unkempt, foul-mouthed ranger who only wanted to laze around. Hey, he said in outrage. What, I was giving you credit where credit is due, Quilla chuckled. Then why did it sound like an insult? He asked with a snort. Morak didn't feel disrespected because she would always defend him in public and point out his mistakes only behind closed doors. Or, like in this case, in the presence of their family. Guilty conscience? She straightened the lapels of his shirt while looking for food stains, failing to find them only due to the self-cleaning properties of the enchanted clothes. It's not funny. But it's true, Quilla shrugged. You have to clean your act better, if not for me, do it for the babies, or when they grow up they'll be the laughing stock of their peers. Over my dead body, the tyrant snarled in fury at the hypothetical bullying. Damn, being a noble is no way as fun as I dreamed. I hear you, brother, Nalrun groaned, fist-bumping the tyrant. The two men took most of the lessons about nobility together, including geography, history, etiquette, and law. The only silver lining was that as men they weren't expected to play an instrument, but to be able to fight, something they both needed no basic training about. Mom, Dad, Quilla said, waving her hand. The four of them had traveled from Anama to the country house with warp steps, reaching their destination just in time to finish their conversation. Hi, sweetie, Gianni waved back and smiled at her guests, creeping everyone out. It smiles, it must be a trap. Run for your lives. Morak tried to bolt, but Quilla nailed him to the ground. Don't be an idiot, she grunted. My mother would never make a trap so obvious. Are you sure, he asked. Damn sure, she nodded. Hide behind me and keep a spirit steps at the ready, just in case. Right, the old hag would never endanger her grandchildren. Yeah, but don't call her an old hag, she's my M. Dear, the kids have arrived. Come to meet them. Gianni waddled to them, hugging them one at a time and freezing Quilla in horror. Is everything all right, Mom? You look and act different, Freya asked. Gianni wore no makeup, making her newfound, youthful appearance stand out as much as her unusual cheery mood. Because I am silly, but let's continue this conversation after your father arrives. Gianni replied, happy of her findings with invigoration. Orion stepped through a dimensional door, covered in sweat. His armor and blade were full of cracks, his hair caked with dirt and blood. Dad, Quilla rushed to him, but he kept her hands away. Are you all right? Talk to me. I'm fine. He took a deep breath and activated a healing spell to heal his wounds and a darkness spell to clean himself. Healing magic would hasten his body recovery and build muscles, whereas invigoration would restore his energy, but also throw the results of his training in the gutter. I was just sparring with a friend and we got carried away. Please follow us inside the house. Orion opened another steps that led to the dining room. Once everyone was in, the dimensional opening faded and countless arrays sealed the room and compressed space, ensuring their privacy even against spirit spells. What's going on? Freya looked at Gianni with life vision to make sure it was really her. Standard security protocols, as you should know. Lady Erna's voice lost its cheerfulness as she sat on the nearest couch. Before I explain you why I've called you here, there's something you should see. Orion leaned to her and she shaved him air magic, demonstrating great skill and tenderness. Where's Dad, and why did you keep the existence of our younger brother a secret from us until now? Freya said in shock. Orion now looked just a bit older than Freya and Quilla, and the resemblance with their father was undeniable, just like the idea that one of their parents had cheated on the other was preposterous. Thanks, little Rainbow, but it's really me. I am your father, Orion said with a somber expression and tone that would have made Lith regret missing the scene were he to know about it. Use life vision if you don't believe me. Everyone followed his advice, confirming Orion's identity and more. Wait a second, the old man has a bright violet core whereas this guy is barely above violet, Morak said while unsheathing his twin battle hammers. And that's not all. Gianni took off her cloaking ring and released a deep yellow aura, quickly followed by Orion. You are not my parents, Quilla snarled, conjuring hard light constructs whose destructive power exceeded the bright violet core. They are not awakened, you are imposters. Really? The non-Gianni rolled her eyes in a very Gianni-like way. And pray tell, why would imposters be dumb enough to reveal themselves without springing their trap and neutralizing you first? Quilla replied. We are both pregnant, and that's undeniable as well, Gianni continued. Take my hands and use invigoration, unless you think I've eaten a baby for this fa-a-day. Quilla could see her little sister's energy signature and core from a distance with life vision. On top of that, the two mana flows from mother and daughter were too intertwined for the baby to be just carried in a secret pouch. Fine, she nodded. Guys, stay on your toes. I resent that, little one. Orion threw away his equipment, revealing that he was shirtless and a physique that made the two younger men feel like couch potatoes in comparison. There, happy now. Please keep your pants on. Please keep your pants on. Please keep your pants on. Morak begged, incapable of averting his eyes from the raw, savage splendor of Orion's body. What the heck are you rambling on, moron? Orion snarled. That's Orion, Nalrun said. I'd recognize the pulsing vein on his forehead among thousands. And this is Mom, Quilla said before moving in front of Orion and examining him as well. What's happened to you, Dad? How can you be awakened, younger, and have lost part of your powers? Please sit down. A wave of Gianni's hand moved the chairs and conjured sweets and hot tea. This is going to be a long story. Then she told them everything that had happened behind the scenes after Floria's death. Chapter 3122 Family Schemes, Part 2. 3122 Family Schemes, Part 2. Gianni told them about her vow to never leave one of her children facing danger alone, and her quest for awakening. Of how the Myrock had turned her down, forcing her to look for an alternative solution. How one of her allies had awakened her first, and Giza Jernov had come to threaten Gianni's life, forcing Orion to awaken as well. She didn't hide anything from them. Not the secret training, or the fact that they had stolen Quilla's notes about awakening and Nalron's teachings about light mastery. The only thing Gianni never mentioned was the identity of her benefactor, and the means Vaster had used to awaken Orion. I'm fucking going to kill him, Freya yelled, taking Gianni by surprise. We trusted that fat bastard, and that's how he repays us. Her intelligence goes beyond my expectations. Gianni furrowed her brows in a mix of annoyance and motherly pride. This complicates things a bit. I need to keep Vaster. I'm going to give Lith a piece of my mind, and then the beating of a lifetime. Freya's rant derailed Gianni's train of thought. All that Tiamat's mass must have squashed his brain into paste to go behind our backs like this. Or not, Gianni inwardly sighed in relief. How could he lie to our face for so long? Quilla joined her sister in her fury. I thought that he had finally changed. Respectively, he didn't lie to you, and he did change. Orion sighed. Lith did nothing to help us and is unaware of what we've done. We contacted him right after the Myrock turned your mother down, and he did the same. He wasn't sure I would survive my awakening, and refused to help us until we shared our intentions with you. Lith said that he wouldn't be responsible for the death of one of your parents, unless you had the opportunity to discuss our decision with us. He did, Freya and Quilla said in unison, taking a mental note to apologize to Lith later. If Lith didn't help you, how did you survive, Dad? Quilla asked after calming down a bit. I had just a deep violet core, and I would have died if Lith hadn't been there. Gianni noticed the lie by omission, and that something big lay under the pile of crap, but she didn't pry further. I won't share the identity of our associate for their own safety, Gianni replied. I can only tell you that your father made up his mind and accepted the risks before undergoing the awakening procedure, even going against my wishes. It's true, Orion nodded at the girls, anticipating their questions. No, your mother didn't manipulate me into doing it. It was my choice, just like she started all this damned thing against my better judgment. What thing? Freya asked. Let me finish. Gianni told them about the Myrock's threat on her life last, so that they could understand why their parents had gone to such lengths, and the reason Freya and Quilla had been kept in the dark about the crisis at hand. You were so happy about your marriage, Quilla, and I didn't want to ruin everything for you and keep Floria's death hanging over your head, Gianni said. As for you, Freya, you already had that blockhead of Nalron to worry about. Yes, Morak said, clenching his fist and drawing everyone's gaze upon himself. What are you staring at? Can't a guy celebrate the first time no one blames him for anything in a long-ass family speech? Morak, Quilla wanted to give him a piece of her mind, but decided otherwise. Please continue, Mom. As I was saying, everything happened because of my choice, hence facing its consequences was my responsibility. I've tried to keep you out of it for as long as I could, but at the moment, I don't see a way out. That's why I'm asking for your help and that of your husbands. Quilla and Freya pondered the issue for a while, looking for a peaceful resolution. Mom and Dad are rogue awakened. Unless their friend is a big shot in the council, no one will meddle in the beef between two humans and an entire awakened household. If that was an option, however, we wouldn't be here, Quilla thought. I could ask for Falul's help, but to what end? Freya thought. It would be just the two of us. The Hydra bloodline isn't going to care about this. Our help with what? Freya asked. To face the Myrock and win, Gianni replied. Your father and I can't do this alone, but with your help, Falul's, Lith's, and our associates' help, things would be very different. Just to be clear, I'm being honest and straightforward with you. I'm not hiding anything from you nor attempting to manipulate you like I'm planning to do with everyone else. Even Lith? Quilla asked, receiving a nod in reply. What about us? Morok asked. You have already given us everything we needed from the tyrant bloodline, Gianni shrugged. We can use Nalron's light mastery lessons, but we don't need to ask his help. If Freya comes, he'll follow. Let me get this straight. Freya pinched her nose in frustration. You asked us to come here to guilt-trip us into helping you. No guilt-tripping, Gianni shook her head. I just wanted to ask for your help and explain to you why I might die in a while. Okay, fine. Freya's voice quivered at the thought of Gianni's violent passing. To ask for our help manipulating everyone around us, including our husbands. Technically, Quilla's husband and your fiancé, but yes, Gianni nodded. I don't think I can convince Lith to come to my side without your cooperation. Well, this is great, Quilla yelled in outrage. I have to choose between putting at risk the lives of everyone I care about or letting my mother die. This is exactly what I had in mind for the family reunion. Dad, how could you get along with this crazy plan? Freya asked, while her sister paced around the room like a death row inmate before her execution. I didn't. Orion crossed his arms over his chest. I didn't want to awaken, but with your mother's life on the line, what was I supposed to do? Would you have helped me to awaken if I asked you? No, Freya hated to admit it, but it was the truth. Quilla had survived only thanks to Menadian's tower, and revealing its existence to Gianni and Orion was just too dangerous. One would have exploited it for her schemes, and the other would have been conflicted between his loyalty to his daughters and his kingdom. Was I supposed to spend weeks arguing with you too, to have you constantly beg me not to do it, to stand there and do nothing while the clock kept ticking? Orion continued. I had to do something, and I did the only thing that made sense. I trusted my own judgment and Gianni's plan. Now, if you don't want to help us, it's fine. Just please don't tell anyone about this. I don't like your mother's scheming, but if the alternative is her death, I choose her schemes. Chapter 3123 Manipulation Attempt, Part 1. 3123 Manipulation Attempt, Part 1. Nice to know that you are so morally flexible, Dad, Quilla grunted, stopping her pacing. Aren't you the same? Gianni raised an eyebrow. You've covered for Lith's secrets for years, even when you knew that what he was doing was a crime and an act of treason to the kingdom. I'm only asking you to cover for our private matters for a few months. I need air. Quilla walked out of the room and the space ceiling arrays, disappearing through a warp steps before Morok could recover from the shock of the revelations and run after her. That was a low blow, Mom, Freya said in anger. Maybe, but it was also the truth, Gianni sighed. I swear, I don't understand how you can have such blatant double standards and get offended when called out on them. How is what I did even remotely comparable with Lith's secrets? It's not, but Freya hated arguing with her mother because there rarely was a chance of victory. I mean, after faking Quilla's death, you promised not to lie to us again. Also, we are still recovering from losing our sister. How did you expect we would react to the news that we might soon end up attending our mother's funeral as well? First, I promised not to lie to your father ever again, not to you girls, and he knew everything from the beginning. Gianni dismantled Freya's arguments, making her bite her tongue in frustration. Second, I didn't expect any of this to happen. I wanted your father and me to awaken in order to have a healthy baby and be capable of protecting you and Quilla the next time something crazy happens. And don't say that it won't because you know it's a lie. Sooner or later you'll become Falul's harbinger, and when that happens, you'll be involved in the power plays of the Hydra bloodline. When Meln Narchet returns, he'll target me, your father, and Lith. Do you really expect me to believe that you'll sit tight and not fight that madman? Gianni pointed an accusatory finger at Freya, nailing her. Do you really expect your father and me to be hostage of our weakness again? To be a liability to your safety and watch our little girls fight for their lives when all we can do is pray? My plan was just to gain the means to help you and your sister and keep us from attending another funeral, not to set off a conflict with the Jernoff. I've underestimated their obsession with Ogram and the lengths they are willing to go to uphold his law, but so what? I'm human, damn it. I can make mistakes, and I'd rather die fighting against my enemies than watch you risk your lives from the sidelines again. Gianni's eyes misted with tears that she quickly wiped off. The hormones must be crazy even for an awakened, Freya thought. I've never seen Mom cry except for one of her ploys and at Floria's funeral. Also, if this was a manipulation attempt, she would play it much better. I understand, she actually said. All you've said is true, but it doesn't change the fact that knowing you lied to me again hurts. I'm sorry, but I need a bit of time to process everything. Do you want company? Nalrund asked. Yes, but not for me, Freya replied. Please stay here and protect my parents. Really? Morak pointed at Orion's violet aura. We are still at the deep violet, you know. Fine, protect my mother then, smartass, she snarled. I want to be sure that nothing happens to them until I make up my mind about this whole mess. She turned around and walked away slowly, stopping abruptly and adding. And also, keep them from doing anything stupid they would cover up with more lies. Freya would have loved to bring Nalrond with her, but he didn't know Gianni well enough to be objective. The Agni would consider the matter from the perspective of a regular parent, while Lady Erna's was anything but. As soon as Freya was out of the area of effect of the arrays, she called Falul and went to meet her. Well, that was awkward, Morak shrugged, and that's rich coming from me. For once, we agree, Gianni nodded. Do you want to order something in particular for lunch, or do you want to start discussing baby names right away? Why should I take advice in naming my children from you? The tyrant sipped his tea, a hint of coldness in his voice. I'm probably going to die before they are born, Gianni sniffled, bringing a handkerchief to her mouth. It's my only opportunity to be involved in the life of my grandchildren. Please do me the honor of naming one of them after me, so that even if I'll never meet your babies, they'll always have something to remind them of me. Morak spat out his tea, feeling embarrassed and not knowing how to refuse her request without feeling like a monster. Wow, was that an attempt of manipulation? Nalrund asked. Yes, Gianni replied, her tears disappearing and her grimace of anguish replaced by a soft smile. As I told my baby girls earlier, I won't attempt to manipulate them, but you two are fair game. Morak spat out more of his tea, drawing Orion's reproachful gaze. I've guessed as much, the Agni nodded. Congratulations, mission accomplished. Please, Mother, order a hearty lunch for everyone. We're going to need a lot of strength after your first lesson about light mastery. Morak spat out at Mother, and then again at the offer to teach them light mastery. Okay, I'd better put this down. The tyrant put the teacup on the saucer. Are you sure? Gianni tilted her head in disbelief. I know how possessive you are of your legacy, and there's no guarantee Freya will help me. What if she decides to stay out of this and gets angry at you for taking our side? I don't know you, Mother, but I know Freya, Nalrond said, making Morak happy to have no tea in his mouth. That friend of hers, Uriel, died over 7 years ago, and she still blames herself for failing to save him. Do not get me started about how guilty Freya feels for being still alive while Floria is dead. He lowered his eyes, thinking at the nights spent consoling her while she sobbed in his arms. As I said, I don't know you, Mother, Father, but I know how much Freya cares about you. You gave her a home, a family, and everything she had given up on since the death of her biological father. No matter how angry she is at you right now, I know that if something were to happen to you, no matter the reason, she'd never forgive herself. Even in the unlikely case she leaves you on your own, I won't. I'd be damned before I let her shed one more tear knowing that I could have prevented it. Also, I've always planned to share my legacy with the Ernas. I'm just doing it sooner than later. So clench your teeth, my dear in-laws, because I'm going to spoon-feed light mastery to you like you are dumb toddlers. Just like you expected me to, Mother. Chapter 3124 Manipulation Attempt, Part 2. 3124 Manipulation Attempt, Part 2. Nice speech. Gianni was mildly amused, whereas Orion was moved. Did you call me Mother time and time again to manipulate me? I mean, you are an orphan and I'm pregnant. You know that only a monster would be unfazed by such a declaration of filial love. Yes, Nalrund nodded, making Orion spit out his tea. Did it work? No, but I like you even more now, Gianni chuckled. I knew you were a smart cookie. Thanks, the Agni nodded. Before we start, there's something you should know. Holograms are something that anyone can do even with a weak mana core. Constructs instead require great strength, or at least so I thought. Nalrund looked straight at Gianni while telling her about how he had seen Aaron and Lyria shape hard light constructs with their bright yellow cores, keeping Dawn out of the story. I don't know how they did it, only that it's possible. Keep it in mind during our lessons, and if any of you comes up with a plausible answer, please share it. It takes a good man to set his pride aside and admit to having been bested by children. Orion patted Nalrund's shoulder. I too like you even more now, son. What about me? Morok asked, feeling left out of the conversation and a bit offended. Excellent question. I've been asking that myself for months now, Gianni replied. If any of you comes up with a plausible answer, please share it. Space. Distar Marquisate, White Griffin Academy a few minutes later. Headmaster Duke Marth was surprised to hear that Quilla Erna's required access to the warp gate in his office, but he was always glad to meet an alumnus. Quilla, it's so good to see you. Congratulations on your pregnancy again. He held her hand with both his own. Have you thought about our offer to resume your position as assistant professor? Now that you are the royal healer and a light master, you are this close to being a second Manohar, he said. Thanks, headmaster, but what about Manohar II? She chuckled, referring to Marth's son. Won't he be jealous if I steal his name? Durrell, please, his name is Durrell, the headmaster sighed. Thanks for the offer, headmaster, but I'm not here on an official visit. She gave him a polite bow. I came for personal matters. I need to speak with Professor Vaster. Quilla couldn't talk about the matter with Lith. Freya was likely to be equally confused, and Morok was bound to say something insensitive that would piss Quilla off even more. Her best shot at clarity was talking with her old mentor. Vaster had helped Quilla since she was a fourth-year student. He had given her a tonic to fix her stunted growth, taught her everything she knew about light and darkness magic, and after her graduation he had taken her in as his assistant. Quilla was unaware of Vaster's identity as the Master, but she knew that his position in the kingdom and his participation in the War of the Griffins gave him clearance to access the dealings between the Council and the Royals. The old professor was the only person Quilla could think of who would understand her situation, even without knowing all the details, since he also was a friend of her parents and had helped them reconcile. He's currently lecturing the fifth-year students, Marth replied. Is this an emergency or can it wait until the end of the lesson? No emergency, thank you, she replied. I just need advice on personal affairs. Then be my guest. He gave her the assistant professor ring back. Feel free to take a tour of the academy, use our facilities, whatever you want. I'd love to keep you company, but I'm swamped in paperwork. Thanks, Quilla shuddered at the vision of the piles of documents encumbering the headmaster's desk. It was one of the things she didn't miss of her academy life. She warped to the empty canteen, glad to have the place all for herself. All that inner turmoil had worked her up quite an appetite, and she needed time to come up with a story that covered all the key points of her issue without mentioning the Jernoff and her parents' awakening. When the gong signaling the end of the lessons resounded, she had emptied many plates and found her answer. Gods, if I missed this, she burped with satisfaction. The cooks of the White Griffin were worthy of a first-class restaurant, and the food was delivered via small warp steps, avoiding her embarrassing interactions with waiters. The kitchen staff had no idea a single person had eaten everything. She warped outside the healing magic lecture hall of the fifth year and waited for the doors to open. Professors would rarely come out first because they would either answer the students' questions or reprimand those who had misbehaved during the lesson. Once the youth started leaving the classroom, many of them looked at Quilla's deep green robes with admiration. She was just a great mage, but such a position was hard to accomplish, especially at a young age. To them, she was akin to a demigod. Quilla, my girl, to what do I owe this pleasure? Vaster trotted out of the room, the sea of white uniforms parting in front of him. I need to speak with you, Professor Vaster. Do you have a few minutes to spare? The next lesson is after the lunch break. You can be my guest in my living quarters if you haven't already eaten and need privacy. That sounds delicious, I mean perfect. Thanks, Professor. Vaster warped them both to his rooms and ordered a meal for two. What's bothering you? Vaster took off his robe and offered to hang Quilla's as well. Sit down, please. This will take a while and might be hard for you to hear, she replied while eating her food with grace since she was already almost full. Almost. In her version of the story, Gianni and Orion just wanted to awaken and had yet to succeed. Their attempts had aroused the wrath of a nondescript awakened faction who wanted to protect the secret of awakening from greedy fake mages. This way, Quilla hid her parents' success, keeping Vaster from becoming envious of them and demanding to be awakened as well. Also, the story explained the feeling of betrayal tormenting Quilla and the danger Gianni and Orion had put themselves into. All of her precautions were pointless, since not only was Vaster already an awakened, but he also already knew everything since he was the one who had awakened the Urnas. The only shocking part of her story was that her parents were so desperate that they had come clean with their daughters and asked their help. By the gods, Vaster jumped up in outrage. How could they be so stupid? Didn't they realize the risks of getting you involved in their own mess? His anger was genuine. He didn't care much about Orion and Gianni. They were good people and decent business partners, but that was it. Freya and Quilla, however, were another story entirely. They were the kind of talents with whom the Master wanted to share the fruits of his research about human evolution, once he completed it. Chapter 3125, A Job Well Done, Part 1. 3125, A Job Well Done, Part 1. Freya and Quilla were the kind of people the Master was sick, and tired of seeing die while the mediocre thrived. I know, right? Quilla inwardly clenched her fists, thinking that Vaster had bought her lie and complimenting herself for a job well done. I just want to be clear, I haven't come here to ask your help, Professor, only your advice. Unlike me, you are not an awakened, and this is a family matter. I don't want you to risk your life or involve the kingdom in the affairs of the Urnas. Do I have your word? You do, he nodded, moved by her thoughtfulness. She came to me instead of Lith, and despite her predicament, Quilla is trying to protect me. If only she knew, he thought. Here is my question. Should I forgive my parents and help them, or let them lie in the bed of their own making? I love my parents, but this is the second time they have betrayed my trust and gone behind my back. They made an egotistical choice despite knowing the risks. I feel angry, deceived, and I'm pregnant for the gods' sake. On the one hand, they are my parents and I don't want to abandon them. On the other hand, this is not only about me. It's also about my children. I don't want to put them into danger, and I'm not only talking about the possibility of a fight. I'm also asking you, how can I trust such unreliable parents to be good grandparents? What if my twins get involved in their schemes as well? Should I walk away or what? Quilla burst into tears, the hormones ravaging her nerves no less than the fear of losing a single member of her beloved family. There, dear. Vaster gave her a side hug and a handkerchief to blow her nose. He waited for her to calm down a bit, offering her a relaxing chamomile tea before answering her questions. Remaining detached wasn't as easy as it seemed because he was actually involved in that mess. Even worse, Quilla's situation was no different from what Zinnia would go through, were Vaster to come clean with her and reveal the scope of his actions as the Master. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise, he thought. I can use this conversation as a mock-up for Zin's. I can be completely honest since this doesn't involve me, and I can get a glimpse of how Zin might react through Quilla. It was a good idea. Also, it was exactly what Gianni had planned. She had promised to make no attempt to manipulate Quilla, but Gianni had no qualms about using her daughter to manipulate Vaster. She knew that with Lith off the table, Quilla would seek the advice of the closest mentor figure she had. She might have gone to Falul, but Gianni deemed it unlikely. The Hydra held Freya's fate in her hands and had a deal with Quilla that granted Falul access to Quilla's magical research. As far as Quilla knew, Vaster had nothing at stake and would give her an unbiased opinion, whereas Falul might not want to put two of her assets at risk. On top of that, while Freya was trying to get used to the idea of becoming a harbinger, Quilla was still looking for a loophole in the awakened laws that would allow her sister to rescind the pact with the Hydra safely. Look, Quilla, I admit that seen from your point of view, the situation is bad and your parents' actions are questionable at best. I'm not going to change your mind about that or find excuses for their poor behavior. Yet as a flawed parent, allow me to ask you a few questions, Vaster said after pondering for a while. Your mother lied to you by omission, that's a fact, but did she do it to gain something at your expense? No, she replied. Did Gianni go behind your back to hurt you, or because she didn't trust your judgment? The Master asked. Again, no. She took personal choices that she knew I would disapprove, but that would affect me in a positive way. Quilla lowered her gaze, sighing. I was supposed to get a healthy baby sister and have more time with my parents. Gods damn it, awakening wasn't supposed to cause problems to anyone. This mess is just bad luck born out of the bullheadedness of some awakened pricks. Exactly as I did as the Master, Vaster inwardly nodded. I've done many wrong things, but for the right reasons. I've never meant to hurt Zin. It's just that you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Using your own words, Gianni made a personal choice, and she's got in trouble for it only because someone thinks they know better. He actually said, and Quilla nodded for him to continue. How would you feel if you were to abandon your parents in their moment of need, and they ended up getting hurt, or worse, dead? Quilla was about to answer in anger, but she stopped to picture the scene in her head. Gianni was dead, and Orion lay lifeless by her side. Quilla could easily imagine his wrath at Gianni's murder. Even if the Jernoff didn't want to kill Orion, even if none of them let themselves be blinded by greed, and decided that getting their hands on Grimlock was worth killing one more person, Quilla knew that her father wouldn't leave them a choice. Orion would fight until they put him down. An awakened could heal just by breathing, and the moment the Jernoff witnessed him use blade magic, there was no way they would risk turning their back on him. Orion was bound to die. Tears had already started to form at the corners of Quilla's eyes when images of a dead Lucky and an empty crib flashed in her mind. The Rye would never abandon Orion, not after what had happened to Floria. Lucky wasn't just a magical beast. He was Floria's best friend and one of the few living links left with her. Yet the idea of losing Driffa was even worse than that. Quilla had yet to even meet her little sister, but she couldn't stand the thought that the same people who would murder her family would also use the innocent baby for their power plays with the new head of the Erna's household. Maybe even raise Driffa the same way the Myrock had made Gianni into who she was. I would never forgive myself. Quilla clenched her fists so hard that her nails pierced her skin. My parents may be jackasses, but they are my jackasses. As much as it pains me to admit it, I'm still alive because my mother is the biggest jackass of them all. If not for her mean streak, Freya and I would still be orphans. If not for her ruthless ploys, Darius would have killed me the gods know how many times. Just like I did for Zin. Vaster hated keeping scores, but he couldn't help but inwardly smile. For the first time, he allowed himself to hope that maybe, just maybe, the good things he had done might outweigh the bad ones. Chapter 3126, A Job Well Done, Part 2. 3126, A Job Well Done, Part 2. The master didn't care if the rest of Mogger judged him a monster. He only needed the absolution of one person. Philia and Frey were too young to understand the gravity of such matters, and Vaster was certain that with time and the help of their mother, they would forgive him as well. Now that I think about it, this is actually the most harmless scheme my mother has ever concocted. Quilla stood up. People awaken every day. Why do those bastards have to make a fuss just because of the words of a ruthless killer who died over 700 years ago? Thanks, Professor. I think I've made up my mind. She offered him her hand, and Vaster shook it with a smile. There's nothing you have to thank me for. I've just been a sounding board for your thoughts. You've been much more than that. Quilla gave him a deep bow. You've been a friend, and you've managed to put yourself in my shoes for my sake. However this goes, I'll have no regrets. Goodbye, Professor Vaster. Those final 3 words struck him like a punch in the gut. How could I be so stupid? He cursed as soon as Quilla warped out of his room. I was so focused on myself that I didn't think of the consequences of my words. Now Quilla is going to fight alongside Gianni and maybe die with her. The kingdom would lose another Manohar, and I another friend. She's going to die because of me. The parting words that the god of healing had left Vaster were still recorded in the master's communication amulet. Manohar had offered him forgiveness in exchange for abandoning forbidden magic, giving Zinyo a good life, and protecting the kingdom. I'm not as good as you were, old friend, Vaster thought. When we meet on the other side, you'll have to make do with 2 out of 3. He sat down again, pondering how far he could go and how much destruction he could wring before the actions of the organization threatened its position in the awakened council. He forgot about his duty as Professor Zogger Vaster and focused on what he could do as the master. If Gianni had been there to witness the scene, she would have complimented herself for a job well done. Space. After reaching an agreement with Thrud's former generals, Fallow the Hydra had taken them for a tour of the kingdom. The newly evolved divine beasts needed to witness the consequences of the War of the Griffins to lift the wool of the Mad Queen's lies from their eyes. Do you mind if we come with you? Protheus and the rest of the doppelgangers who had decided to risk leaving Ligon's lair asked the Hydra. I don't, but there's quite a lot of you. It could be a problem, Fallow replied. Only 8 of Thrud's former generals had survived the war, and the number included Uffil and Protheus. The doppelgangers that he had spawned upon request of the Mad Queen, however, were many more. You would be right if we moved like a group, but that's not my intention. Protheus shook his head. My children and I just want to be in the same city as you guys. This way, if something bad happens, we can be protected without resorting to violence, just like per our deal. Also, we lack common sense and manners. If we encounter something or someone that confuses us, instead of digging ourselves a deeper hole, we can come to you and ask. Then, after noticing the Hydra's hesitation, he rushed to add. We are not planning on coming to you every 5 minutes. We just want to cover all our bases. Please, consider that what you consider normal is new and scary to us. Our beast siblings already know Magus from their time as awakened apprentices. Us doppelgangers, instead, have spent our entire existence inside the Golden Griffin or performing missions. We know nothing outside what we needed to learn in order to fulfill our missions as spies. Fine, Fallow sighed. But I'll bring you in multiple groups since there's no way so many of you go unnoticed. Also, don't worry about how many times you need help. You can ask me, Uffil, or any of your siblings for help all you want. What? The seven-headed dragon and the other divine beasts said in unison, but for different reasons. I'm coming along, Uffil asked. I have 7 heads, but I'm just one Hydra, Fallow shrugged. I can use some help just like you can benefit from some rest out of your test tube. You can act tough all you want, but I bet you are tired of being poked and prodded without a single please or thank you. You can say that, he lowered his gaze in sadness. Even though Fearwell the Hydra had accepted Uffil's surrender and offered him a full pardon in exchange for his collaboration, everyone treated him like a murderous traitor of his bloodline. And the worst part is that I can't blame them because that's who I am. Saying sorry doesn't change what I've done, and the people I've killed are still dead. Yet there are days I feel like there's no point being my brethren's test subject. If redemption is impossible, if they are bent on treating me like this all my life, I'd prefer they kill me and get over with this, he thought. We'll start from the half of the kingdom that you tried to free from the tyranny of the royals, Fallow said, snapping Uffil out of his reverie. You guys have failed and the war is lost. I want you to check with your own eyes if things turned as badly as Thrud made you believe. How can we be sure everything isn't staged for our convenience? Leary the Thunderbird asked. That this isn't just a ruse. Easy, Ligon chimed in. Pick a city, any city, and I will send you there right now. The council is powerful, but they don't have the resources to improvise something of this magnitude without preparation. Only a guardian can, but we just don't care about you. I'm fine with keeping you prisoners for the rest of your lives. I can always have better luck with your children. What I'm interested in is your abnormal bloodlines, not you guys as individuals. The divine beasts shuddered at the thought of spending 10,000 years locked inside Ligoan's biomes. It was the reason they quarreled and argued a lot before agreeing on their destination. Nesra, they pointed at the capital of the soon-to-be-renamed Darus region. It's a place we all have been to, and that has been destroyed during the war. It's too big a city to be filled with actors. Okay, Ligon opened a mind link with Tyrus for permission to access to her turf. 1 second, please, Fallow raised her hands. She gave everyone a communicator amulet already carrying her rune and capable of showing her position, and that of its owner at any moment, so that getting lost was impossible. Guys shapeshift in human form and we are ready to leave, the Hydra said. Divine beasts and doppelgangers followed her command, and the Hydra found herself surrounded by gym-wear models. Chapter 3127 Paid by Others, Part 1. 3127 Paid by Others, Part 1. That's exactly what I was afraid of, Fallow sighed. The bodies you have chosen follow awakened beauty standards. If you go around looking like that, you are going to draw a lot of attention. Tone it down like me. Fallow's human form was very cute, but she was no head-turner, at least until one interacted with her. There was so much grace and elegance in her poise that a human would find it hard to take their eyes off her. After everyone became average-looking, Ligon snapped his fingers and warped them away. Grandpa, wait, before the Hydra could finish the phrase, everyone was already in Nesra. At first, she cursed the Guardian's name, but then realized that he had chosen a place where the group would go unnoticed as their destination. It was the city plaza, and on top of a raised dais, a bard was singing one of the most famous songs of his repertoire, while dancers and performers acted according to the scene described in the lyrics. All eyes were on stage, so no one witnessed the small groups appearing in the empty alleys. On top of that, Thrud's former followers were all awakened, and there was a mind link already established between them. Thank the gods Grandpa is as smart as he looks, Fallow sighed in relief. Doppelgangers, spread out and do whatever you want. If you encounter trouble, ask a guard, call me, or run to the closest divine beast. Everyone else with me, her words fell on deaf minds. Everyone was mesmerized by the play, especially the doppelgangers. They had no notion of arts or entertainment. They were akin to a child who had never seen a toy and suddenly found himself in a toy shop. The music, the dancing, the colorful costumes, everything was new and beautiful to them. The divine beasts, instead, were outraged. According to the pamphlets on the walls, the play was called A Magus Tale. The actors had already gone past the part where the supreme Magus had slain the evil minions of the Mad Queen and had moved to more recent events. A white-clad actor wielding a prop Ragnar, Kay was fighting against a group of acrobats. Multiple people dressed in stone gray stood on each other's shoulders to reproduce the height gap between Lith's Tiamat form and Thamos. Chore magic conjured colorful but harmless spells and the various special effects the play required. The Lith actor lost, but then a blonde woman emerged from behind the scenes and pushed one of the acrobats' chest, making the lost city crumble under her touch. The spectators cheered as the Tyrosactress repeated the speech the Guardian had addressed to the people of Giera, adding a few artistic liberties and corny lines, of course. Seeing Lith being celebrated even in defeat, and the various stuffed dolls shaped as divine beasts' heads hung to the actor's belt, enraged Falul's guests. "What did you expect?" she said via the mind link, drawing their gazes on her. "This is enemy territory. Here you are the monsters and Lith is the hero." "Then why did you want to start our journey from your side of the kingdom?" Ophius asked. "To humiliate us?" "No, to show you that Maugr didn't end with Thrud's defeat, that the people of our country are free and happy. Look around." Only then did the divine beasts notice that Nesra still bore the scars from the War of the Griffins. Many houses had yet to be fully rebuilt, and huge craters in the streets had been filled with dirt and covered with cobblestones, waiting to be paved again. Yet the people crowding the plaza smiled. There were a few guards here and there, but just enough to ensure the safety of the citizens, not to police them all. There were beggars and homeless people, but not as many as the divine beasts would expect from the rule of tyrants. Most of all, what struck them was the enthusiasm of those too far away from the stage to follow the play. They didn't talk about the past, but about the future. "I can't believe we are about to receive the first batch of materials from the colonies," said a man. "And I can't wait for a tablet of my own," a woman said. "Jongleurs are fun for a while, but they take whole songs to get to the point. If you want information, you have to either find a reliable source or read boring edicts at the city hall until you find what you are looking for. With the web, I'll have everything in the palm of my hand. I will be capable of speaking with my relatives without wasting days of travel." "Yeah, that's nice, but I'm more interested in the trains," a merchant said. "I can't wait to sell my goods to multiple stores and expand my market without spending a fortune on bodyguards." "Any news about our position in the rankings? The construction of Nesra's station is already in progress, but I've heard that loyal cities will get priority, and we are traitors." Many mumbled and sighed, cursing Velandaris' name in fear they would end up at the bottom of the line because of him. "Traitors, what are they talking about?" Uffel asked. "This city fought us tooth and nail. They are valiant soldiers. Is this how the royals reward their loyal citizens?" "Loyal my scaly ass." Falul quelled the outrage of the divine beasts by sharing with them the details of the former regional lord's betrayal and how the local authorities of Nesra had mistreated the Golden Knight. "What an insufferable bunch of assholes," Leary said in even greater outrage. "These people are worse than traitors, they are ungrateful." The Thunderbird had died at Sola's hands and respected her as a warrior. Leary's multiple deaths had made her appreciate life and admire those who, despite their mortality, dared to face Thrud's immortal army. "Yeah, and as you guys have learned the hard way, Lith isn't big on forgiveness. These people have every reason to be worried," the Hydra replied. The group spent the following days in Nesra. Some just toured the city and listened to the gossip. Aside from the rebuilding of the city, the colonies in Giera and the reorganization of the Daris region were the hottest topics. To think that just a few years ago we hosted 2 of the great academies, something only the Destar Marquisate ever achieved. A female mage sighed. After Velan's death, the Black Griffin had become an independent small region of its own. Controlling the finances of an academy gave the local lord great power and influence. The crown couldn't afford someone they didn't trust as much as Mirim to rule over 2 of the 6 great academies. Marquis Destar was also the headmaster of the Black Griffin, which in theory brought 3 academies under the control of the Destar household, but they had proven their loyalty in blood. "Yeah, that's sad, but we still have the fire griffin," a male mage said. "As soon as void magic becomes an official course, we can apply to take it as a specialization." The divine beasts had faced void magic and knew how powerful it was. They couldn't believe that Lith had shared it with the royals, and that they in turn had shared void magic with the whole kingdom. Chapter 3128 Paid by Others, Part 2. 3128 Paid by Others, Part 2. "You better believe it." Protheus patted Ophius back and pointed at a girl wearing the fire griffin uniform. She was holding a sphere in her hands. Half of it was fire and the other half was ice. One element flowed into the other, seamlessly switching without producing steam. The flabbergasted Quetzalcoatl used life vision, confirming that the girl wasn't using two elements at the same time. It was just one element. "Wow, Tyla, did you really learn it from the Supreme Magus?" "In the flesh," she puffed her chest out with pride. "But that's not much of a brag since he teaches to the fourth years of all academies. He complimented me, though." "He did," her friend squealed in enthusiasm. "Not really," she admitted. "Verhan just nodded at me, I think." The squealing didn't lessen, with the girls seeing it as a good sign for Tyla to become Lith's apprentice, and the boys asking her to be introduced to him. "Fuck," Ophius thought. Thrud's former vassals spent their time in Nesra helping with the repairs and working as healers. They wanted to make up for the destruction they had caused and have the opportunity to talk with as many people as possible. Two birds with one stone. Soon it was clear that Falul hadn't lied nor exaggerated her words. The divine beasts looked for hints of sedition, an oppressive regimen, or propaganda, but all they found were common people living common lives. After Nesra, Falul brought everyone to Dirios, the capital of the Distar Marquisate. The city was untouched by the war and squeaky clean. It offered them another perspective on life after the War of the Griffins and left them floored. There were tablets everywhere, with people taking photos, videos, and making calls at every corner of every street. Falul even bought one tablet for every one of her guests, to let them see with their eyes how the tablets worked and what kind of information they offered. "This is amazing," Protheus said as most of the doppelgangers were browsing the children's textbooks and learning what they had missed by fighting on the front line since birth. "If I were this ingenious and Mother was still alive, I'd ask her to craft something like this." "Can we keep them, please?" one of the doppelgangers asked. "You can, but they only work near a mainframe. Sorry," Falul shrugged. "Soon there will be one in every city of the kingdom, but until that moment, tablets have limited use." In Dirius, Falul's guests could only play tourists. There was nothing to do, so they spent their days visiting the city and browsing the web. "I hate to say this, but Verhan is a genius," Leary sighed. "People don't talk well about him because they are brainwashed, but because the bastard deserves it. I have no idea what a train is, but at this point, I bet my feathery ass it's something awesome." Falul replied by pointing them to the video about the maiden voyage of the Wayfinder, confirming the Thunderbird's words and making the rest of the divine beasts curse like sailors. "Are you telling me stuff like this will be everywhere?" Protheus and Ophius asked in unison, but one with enthusiasm and the other with frustration. "In time, yes, follow me." She brought them to the kingdom's very first train station. It was located in the commercial working-class district to give commoners easy access to it, since only rich people had the means to travel through half the city with ease. The station already had plenty of benches, luggage stores, and maps that depicted the itinerary of the future train. Huge banners announced that the Supreme Magus would take part in the maiden voyage that would connect Dirios with Lucia. "What do you mean, first train?" Leary asked. "Shouldn't the first one be inaugurated at Valoran, the capital of the kingdom?" "The royals consider to have already received such honor with the Wayfinder," Falul replied. "They have decreed that the first civilian train will be the one in the Distar Marquisate to honor Lith's birthplace." After a while, they left Dirios, and the Hydra brought Thrud's former vassals back home, to the territories they had once protected. The first city they visited was Zeska, in the heart of Thrud's domain. There was much more to rebuild than in the other half of the kingdom, but everyone noticed that people were still free, healthy, and well-fed. Too healthy and well-fed, to be precise. "What in the gods' names is going on here?" Protheus was the most V among them, yet even he could feel something was eerily wrong. What happened? There was little traffic, lots of green areas, and the city was even cleaner than Dirios. "Thrud happened," Falul's thoughts held great sadness. "You guys happened, that's what." She didn't blame or spite them, but the divine beasts could still feel the accusation in her words. "What do you mean?" Protheus asked. "We fought for these people, we protected them, we sacrificed our lives over and over to ensure their freedom." "That's almost true, but it's not the full truth. You didn't protect all of them," Falul replied. "Please follow me, it's easier to show than tell." She brought everyone to the local cemetery, including the doppelgangers. The west side of the kingdom had lost the civil war and reported a great number of casualties, so a procession of people visiting the local graveyard was far from an uncommon sight. Especially for fortresses like Zeska that had been stormed by Lithback when he was trying to rescue Floria. To its citizens, the supreme Magus was both a hero and a monster. After the end of the famine and the start of the distribution of the tablets, their anger had started to quell, but their fear stood unchanged. The people of Zeska had relied on the solid city walls for generations to protect them, and Lith had breached them. They had trusted the defensive arrays until the Tiamat had burned them. During the war, divine beasts had stood against the Tiamat, but the city had fallen anyway. Now that Thrud's generals were gone and only human soldiers remained, what chances did Zeska have to resist the supreme Magus were he to attack again? Such morbid thoughts were hard to dismiss, because the cemetery had almost doubled its extension after the war. Its gray walls were a constant reminder of what had happened and might happen again at any moment. Falul and her procession joined a bigger one, dozens of people moving together toward the same destination, the area dedicated to the victims of the War of the Griffins. Thrud's former vassals swallowed in nervousness several times at the size of the vast field of tombstones upon which was carved the same date. It was then that it hit them. The price of their actions, of their faith in the Mad Queen, had been paid by others. Thousands of people who, unlike Thrud's chosen, only had one life that had been betted on her army and lost. Yet Falul never slowed down. While a few members of the procession stopped at the tombs of their respective loved ones, most of the people walked toward what at first glance looked like a massive black wall. Chapter 3129 The Wall, Part 1 3129 The Wall, Part 1 The wall was over 2 meters, 7, high and 20 meters, 66, long, entirely made of obsidian. The stone formed a black frame around what seemed to be a uniform coat of silvery paint at the center of the wall. Once the divine beast got close enough, they realized the truth. There was no paint, just thousands of closely spaced names. Names engraved with enchanted silver to resist the passing of time with the same strength as the stone they rested upon. "Great Mother Almighty," Protheus spoke out loud in surprise. "Did Verhin really kill so many people?" "No, you did," Falul replied, and all eyes moved from the wall to her. "Look at the plaque." It read, "These are the names of some of those who have disappeared under the rule of Thrud Griffin. Most will remain lost because we've never bothered asking their names. We've never looked at their faces. We didn't consider them humans, so when Thrud took them away, we rejoiced. Their fate is unknown. No corpse has ever been retrieved, but we'll never stop looking. Their deaths are on our hands, and we'll never forget the price of our foolishness." Under the plaque, there was a small booklet, a quill, and an inkwell. The booklet carried the signature of those who visited the wall and took responsibility for the massacre of the less fortunate of Zeska. "How, when, why?" Protheus started to weep. The thought that the woman they considered as a mother could have done such a thing tore their gelatinous body apart. One more person crying in front of the wall was like one more drop of water in the ocean. No one bothered the doppelganger if not for patting their shoulder and offering their condolences. "I don't know, nobody does," Falul shrugged. "Most likely Thrud had the forgotten do the dirty work while you were busy fighting on the front lines. Even the why is a mystery. She might have used those people to fuel the Golden Griffin. Or maybe she harvested their life forces. Or maybe she turned them into food rations to feed her soldiers and gain the upper hand during the famine. Nobody knows." Those words made 7 bodies and dozens of gelatinous masses churn. "What I know for sure is that there is a wall like this in every city you occupied. That by getting rid of the poor, the homeless, and the destitute, Thrud got to save lots of her resources and funnel them into her war efforts. I'm not blaming you because she manipulated you like everyone else, but this is what would have happened if the Mad Queen won the war. We'd have walls like this in every city of the kingdom instead of just half of it." Knowing her, the plaque would have praised the sacrifice of Thrud's victims, and claimed it was all for the greater good instead of taking accountability for their deaths. Thrud's former vassals stood there in silence for a few minutes, not in respect for the fallen, but because it was hard for them to accept that so many people had died under their watch, yet they hadn't noticed. Divine beasts and doppelgangers all stared at the ground, frozen, while the revelation slowly sunk in. "Can we please go to another city?" Leary asked. "We can get back here and talk with the people of Zeska later. I need to know if you're telling the truth." "Pick a city, any city." Falul echoed Ligon's words with a wry smile on her face. Each one of the generals chose the fortress they had been administered the longest, while the doppelgangers the places they had infiltrated. They always found a wall. Their size differed, the names differed, the materials differed, but there was always a wall carrying too many names to read in a single day. The shock destroyed the morale to the point that they spent several days locked in hotels, leaving their respective rooms only to eat, and then warp back to Ligon's lair for the real meal. There was no way human servings could sate a divine beast, and the amount of food 7 of them consumed would have raised more flags than a royal parade. They had just emerged from the numbness caused by the revelation, and had started to work rebuilding Zeska when Falul received Freya's call. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to have a guest. I expect you to be on your best behavior," the Hydra said. "Mean words are bound to fly if not even fists thrown, and you are going to take it all without reacting. Freya Ernez is my friend, disciple, and more importantly, she's one of your victims. One wrong move and I'll banish you to Grandfather's lair until the day maggots feast on your corpses." Both divine beasts and doppelgangers didn't like being threatened, but they just nodded in silence. "So far we had it easy," all of them thought, each using slightly different words. "Anonymity protected us, but in the future, people are going to react badly the moment we show our true forms." Thrud's former generals and spies were all eager to learn if they truly felt remorseful for their actions or just regretted getting caught in the aftermath. Freya Ernez would be a good testing ground. All of them but one. Uffel had only one head in his human form, yet he managed to swallow as many times as if he still had 7. "Freya Ernez, Floria's sister. Gods, Floria told me a lot about her. What should I do? Can I offer Freya my condolences? To me, Floria was a friend, but to Freya, I'm just the bastard who carried her sister around after Thrud enslaved Floria." Falul brought everyone outside Zeska, far away enough from the city to not draw attention and speak with Freya privately. "Master Falul." Freya's eyes burned with life vision, and her violet aura flared in fury as she recognized the divine beasts from their energy signatures. "I knew you were educating this trash, but I hoped we could talk alone." "Has something happened to Lith or Solus?" the Hydra asked. Freya had told her nothing via the amulet, and as far as Falul knew, aside from the tower, there was nothing they couldn't discuss openly. "No, thank the gods," Freya shook her head. "This is about my parents." She looked around, her eyes lingering on the doppelgangers the longest. "I could kill them all myself, but I doubt Falul is going to let me," Freya thought. There was a nagging feeling in the back of her head, the awareness that she could exploit Thrud's vassals and convert them to her cause. Yet her rage made it impossible for her to think beyond ripping their traitorous hearts out of their chests. "I wish I was as cunning as Mom or as cold-hearted as Lith. How could he vouch for them without beating them an inch from death first?" She clenched her fists so hard that they turned white. "If your parents are having marital problems, I'm the wrong person for advice," the Hydra sighed. "You should ask Surtur or Rithia. How their marriage has lasted for so long is beyond me." "Not that," Freya snapped. "They have put themselves into danger and—" Chapter 3130 The Wall, Part 2 3130 The Wall, Part 2 Realizing that she was making no sense, Freya closed her eyes, pinched her nose, and took a few deep breaths. "Use your brain, not your fists. Falul is a friend, and there's no point making an enemy out of these fuckers," she thought. "I'm sorry, Master Falul, I'm a mess. I need to explain the situation from the beginning. Can these people be trusted?" she actually said. "If they swear an oath of secrecy, sure," the Hydra replied. "They have willingly died for Thrud many times and are still keeping her secrets. They are nothing but loyal. Also, stop calling me Master. It's making me worry. As for you guys, you heard her. If you want to stay here, give Freya your word, otherwise go back to Zelex." Divine beasts and doppelgangers looked at each other, briefly discussing via mind link. The unanimous consent was that they needed some real-life experience, especially Protheus children, so they swore on Valoran II's name. They considered him their king, and their loyalty went to him first. Freya nodded and told them about Gianni's awakening, and the Urna's current issue with the Jernoff. "That's it," Leary said with a scoff once Freya was done. This isn't even a problem, child. It's just a squabble between Rogue Awakened and a few boneheads. Even if we didn't swear secrecy, we wouldn't tell anyone because no one cares. I do care, Freya snarled at the Thunderbird. And this is a problem to me. One you bastards caused when you helped the Mad Queen kill my sister and laughed about it. No one laughed at Floria's death, Uffel said in outrage. She was our comrade, unwillingly but still our comrade. Really, does the name Zondar the Garuda ring any bell? She retorted. Lith told me Zondar had a good laugh while trying to kill Lith the same way as Floria died. I mean none of us present, Uffel lowered his eyes in shame. Zondar did laugh and he was a heartless bastard. Yeah, because you guys are any different, Freya scoffed. You all played a role in Floria's death. You've put my family in this situation, so unless you have something useful to say, shut the fuck up. I understand you are upset, but I agree with Leary. Fallow tilted her head in confusion. I don't see why you need secrecy or what you expect me to do about this. I'm not the beast lord of the Erna's region, and even if I was, this doesn't qualify as council business. The issue between your parents and the Jernoff is considered a private matter by awakened law. I have no grounds to intervene. Are you seeking advice on whether to help your parents or not? Not at all. I've made up my mind the moment I learned the truth, and I'm going to save my parents' lives. No matter the cost, Freya replied. I need privacy because Lith doesn't know about this yet. My mother has some ploy to get his help that would be ruined if he were to know. I know you'll keep my secrets because that's what you have always done for everyone, even Nalrond. Fallow nodded for her to continue. Also, I know this isn't council business, but you do have grounds to intervene. After all, I'm your disciple and future harbinger. At that word, several gasps resounded and all eyes went wide in surprise. You have every right to step in if your interests are threatened. Freya ignored them. I've come here to ask your help, and if my current status isn't enough to make you move, I'm offering myself to you. You can turn me into your harbinger right now. Freya stepped in front of Fallow and went down on one knee. She followed the ritual she had studied in the Hydra's lair to the letter, unsheathing her blade from its scabbard, and using it to cut her palms deeply before offering the bloody rapier to Fallow with both hands. Slow down, kid. This isn't something for you to decide. Fallow grabbed Freya's wrists and gently pushed them away while healing most of her wounds. The final decision is mine, and I think you are rushing into this because you are upset. I'm not rushing into anything, Freya replied, raising her gaze. I've been thinking about this a lot, and this moment is as good as any other. I'm going to live 3,000 years unless you plan to kill me. Nalrond has awakened as well, and even though we have no idea how long he has to live, he's probably going to last more than a human. He knows about our pact and is fine with it. What are a few decades compared with 3 millennia? I might as well get used to it from now on and exploit the benefits as your harbinger. You are insane, Leary said. Very few people accept becoming the harbinger of a divine beast despite the great powers they get because it turns them into dignified slaves. No one, and I mean no one, has ever become the harbinger of a lesser divine beast because the gains are much smaller, yet the price is the same. So said the Thunderbird who willingly served the Mad Queen and became her slave just for glory and loyalty. How hypocritical of you. Freya clicked her tongue in disgust, making Leary blush and lower her gaze in shame. Still, Leary is right, Fallow and Uffel said in unison. They exchanged a confused look for a second, and then, most to everyone's surprise, it was Uffel who spoke first. During my time with the Hydras, I've learned to respect and admire Fallow, but she has little to offer you, Lady Ernas. I recognize the truth behind your words, all of them. I owe you a great debt, and I offer myself as weregild for the death of your sister. First, I'm already engaged, lover boy. Freya dismissed the offer with a wave of her hand. Second, you're not even my type. I didn't mean it like that. The seven-headed dragon blushed in embarrassment at the flat-out rejection. The hilarity of his colleagues, even the Na-V doppelgangers, made his humiliation even worse than it already was. Even though Floria was enslaved by the unwavering loyalty array, I consider myself her friend and hope she shared my feelings. I offered Floria to become my harbinger and she accepted, but I have no idea how the ritual works. I'm now passing the offer on to you. You can acquire the full powers of a dragon, my help, and in turn that of the Hydra bloodline. They would never let me die, not until they finish studying my life force for the harmonizers. Just tell me what to do and I... Rejected, Freya cut the air with her hand and him short. Why? Uffel asked in bewilderment. I was a Hydra. I have all the powers of a Hydra plus those of my unique dragon bloodline. I can give you everything Fallow can and much more. Gods, now I see how Thrude managed to keep you guys under her thumb, she replied. Whatever she did to evolve you, it must have messed with your brains because no one can be this stupid. Chapter 3131 Binding Oath, Part 1. 3131 Binding Oath, Part 1. Sure, you can give me more bloodline abilities than Falul, but you can't give me the most precious of her gifts, trust and loyalty. Back when Lith hit a crapton of secrets, Falul could have blackmailed his ass into oblivion, but she never did. Falul did more than teach us magic. She protected us, our families, and our secrets, no matter how stupid they might seem to you. Freya couldn't mention Nalrond, since his knowledge of the fringes was still dangerous, but she thought of him no less than Lith. Falul might have forced the Rizar instead of bargaining with him to teach her light mastery. She could have extorted his bloodline legacy from him, and everything he knew about the fringe he came from, yet the Hydra had never abused her position of superiority. Even when it would have been most convenient for her. If I become Falul's harbinger to save my parents and she promises to help me, I know she'll keep her word. You or any of your friends, instead, might as well order me to forget about my parents once the ritual is complete, and I could do nothing about it. You could take everything Falul has taught me from my mind, my father's secrets, everything. The power you offer is no temptation to me because it's laced with the poison of betrayal. No matter how many pretty words you spout, to me, you will always be one of the bastards who killed my sister and thousands of innocents just to follow the orders of a madwoman. The 7 divine beasts lowered their heads and said nothing. The memory of the many walls they had visited was fresh in their minds. It destroyed any excuse or rationalization they could find to justify their actions. Uffil fell first on the ground and hugged his knees. The memories of him witnessing Floria's final moments while waiting for the inevitable haunted him. Her fight with Lith flashed in front of Uffil's eyes, forcing him to notice the many chances he had missed to step in and save her life. In Uffil's mind, Floria died every time he willingly ignored one of the many openings during the fight, hiding behind his duty to Thrude. In his mind, he was the cause of Floria's death no less than the Mad Queen. That was a nice speech, but it doesn't answer my question, Freya. Falul broke the prolonged silence. Are you sure this is what you want and not just a spur-of-the-moment decision? There is no turning back. I'm as sure as I can be. Freya fell back on her right knee and offered Dreadnought to the Hydra again. Slow down. Falul pushed the blade away gently. The books I gave you missed a lot of details on purpose. They were meant to scare the crap out of you and make you second-guess your decision until you either backed down or strengthened your resolve. Becoming a harbinger isn't like awakening. It takes time for your body to adapt to the blood of a divine beast, even a lesser one. In a way, you can consider it similar to the process by which a living being is turned into an undead. It happens gradually and over time. Do you still want to do it? With all my heart. Freya raised her eyes, staring into Falul's with determination. Okay, then. The Hydra clenched Dreadnought's blade, cutting her palm until a single drop of blood came out. Outside her body, the shape-shifting ended, and the blood drop expanded back to its real size, bigger than Freya's head. It slithered along the rapier, sucking Freya's blood before moving on to her still-open palms. The Hydra blood seeped slowly inside the human's body under Falul's strict supervision. She kept the spark of her life force intact and burning as it moved toward the center of Freya's being. There, the Hydra had the 2 life forces mix, the weaker one reshaping itself after the stronger. Freya felt every fiber of her body burn, her blood flowing in reverse as a part of her humanity was purged and replaced by dragon blood. She felt strength, she felt pain, she felt one single note of the song that all dragons heard at the beginning of a dragon dance. For that brief moment, her eyes turned bright yellow and her pupils into black slits wreathed in fire. Then the moment passed and Freya found herself on all fours, puking her guts out. Once she was done, she rolled on her side and gasped for fresh air, away from the stench of her own vomit. Are you feeling like crap? The Hydra asked while cleaning Freya and destroying the puke with darkness magic. Yes. That's a good sign, Falul nodded. It means the ritual is working. Take your time and get plenty of rest. You can get an infusion only when you are in top shape. Anything else would be too dangerous. What powers have I gained? Freya panted. None. The Hydra's answer made her groan. Hey, I told you it's similar to becoming an undead. A vampire's thrall doesn't get a full six-pack after the first sip. Also, Hydras have only their 7 heads as a strong point. Sure, we have our scales, acid, and all the shebang, but we don't get even close to a real dragon. You'll get your extra heads only after the process is completed. At that news, Freya groaned harder. "I've been honest with you, young lady," Falul said in annoyance. "If this disappoints you or a Hydra isn't enough for Her Majesty, there's always Uffil." "Fuck no," Freya sat up in outrage, soon falling back due to her malaise. The divine beasts and doppelgangers had another laugh at Uffil's expense, making him turn beet red. "I just meant that I didn't expect the process to be this unpleasant. How many more doses do I need?" "A few, the exact number depends on the subject," Falul replied. "What about our master-servant bond, the mind reading and everything else?" "Like the heads, that kind of thing will come last. Right now I can't even tell you if you are hungry due to your empty stomach or you are still nauseous." The Hydra shrugged. "Still nauseous," Freya smiled, inwardly sighing in relief. "What happens if we stop the process?" "The same as what would happen to a Thriel," Falul said. "Your body rejects my blood, your life force purges mine, and you go back to being a regular human." "That's interesting." Freya's smile widened as she exhaled a much bigger sigh of relief. "As a self-proclaimed loyal idiot, I can understand why this female human wants to become your harbinger, Falul," Leary said. "I have a name and it's Freya." She sat up abruptly, triggering more puking. "Her mother is a piece of work, but compared to the true queen, she's a saint. She deserves help in her time of need." The Thunderbird ignored the retching human. "What I don't understand is what you gain from this bargain. You'd be the first lesser divine beast to ever had a harbinger, but you don't strike me as someone who cares about pride and glory much." Chapter 3132 Binding Oath, Part 2 3132 Binding Oath, Part 2 On the other hand, involving yourself in a fight against an awakened household puts you in very concrete danger. I applaud your honor and sense of duty, but this seems far from a fair deal. Leary had been a disciple for decades before her master sold her to Zedros for his experiments. She knew that awakened politics were a dirty game, the rules of which changed according to the gap in power between the factions. Falul putting her life on the line for a couple of rogue awakened was suicidal at best. "That's because you look at Freya and see a mere female human," the Hydra replied. "I instead see one of my beloved apprentices I've nurtured for the past 3 years, someone who after being awakened by me managed to reach the violet core on her own. One of the few dimensional mages in the kingdom who is attuned with all the elements, and whose talent received praise from Tezca the Sun-Eater." That name was enough to make Thrud's former vassals look at Freya with new eyes. Most of them had faced and died to Tezca in a heartbeat. He had killed the Mad Queen's elite warriors with a single spell, and while protecting human children at that. Thrud had reached the white core of immortality, yet she had run away from the Sun-Eater, knowing she couldn't win. "The old fox?" Uffil asked. "In the fur," Falul nodded. "As I see it, getting access to Freya's dimensional awareness and dimensional spells would be enough for any ambitious creature to take the deal. In my case, however, I'm also helping a friend." "What about you?" Freya asked while staring at the 7-headed dragon. "I beg your pardon." "You owe me, you said it yourself." She felt dizzy, needing sheer willpower to keep another rush of bile down. "You contributed to killing my sister and pushing my mother into making a stupid decision. Also, if my mother's plan succeeds and Lith gets involved, are you really going to stand there and do nothing while Valoran risks to become an orphan again?" Freya hated herself for using an innocent baby as a pawn in her manipulation attempt, but that was it. She despised Uffil and the rest of his associates so much that she didn't feel one shred of guilt for exploiting their blind loyalty. "Count me in." Much to everyone's surprise, it was Protheus talking. "The last time I met my brother, I felt through the dragon scales how much he loves his new family. I'm not letting anyone threaten his happiness. My oath to him still stands, and neither Thrud's crimes nor her death erases my debt of gratitude to her. She may be the Mad Queen for the rest of Maugr, but she was my mother. Without her, I'd still be a slime-eating waste in a sewer. She saved my life more than once and always treated me like a member of her family. I owe her son, my brother, this much, but this only if Verhin gets involved. I owe you and your mother nothing, human." "Fine by me," Freya nodded. The doppelgangers followed their progenitor in their oath, and then the divine beasts did the same, one by one. Only Uffil offered his help no matter if Lith participated in the battle or not. "I did my best, Mom," Freya thought while her consciousness slipped away. "The rest is up to you." Space. Distar Marquisate, Verhin Mansion, the day after. Lith and Camilla returned home just in time for lunch, both wearing a huge grin on their faces. She carried with her the bouquet of moonroses, putting one flower in every common room of the mansion and explaining its meaning to anyone willing to listen to her. Whenever she repeated Lith's words, she would always play with her moon pendant, drawing attention to it. As for Lith, he added the shortalls among his favorite cosplay costumes and left the forgemastering hammer in Camilla's closet as a prop. "Where did you get so many moon roses and so big at that?" Solus asked in surprise during the meal. "The garden, where else?" Lith shrugged. "I took a few, planted them in the greenhouse, and Dad did the rest." "Guilty as charged." Roz raised his hands in surrender to the accusations he knew he was about to receive. "No, I didn't plant anything for anyone else. No, I didn't ask Lith to find more exotic flowers. I'm a farmer, not a gardener." "You are not romantic either," Elena pouted. "An entire garden of Magur filled with beautiful flowers, our son leading by example, and yet the thought of picking a flower for me, any flower, didn't cross your mind." "As I said, guilty as charged," Roz shrugged. "Besides, sons are supposed to surpass their fathers. I'm just helping the natural order of things." "What a cheeky, lazy man you are," Elena chuckled. "I forgive you only because you made me laugh and complimented our son." "Changing topic, I've kept my word. Behold!" A snap of Lith's fingers conjured an almost whole hell cake. Only the slices that he and Camilla ate during their stay at the crystal cauldron were missing. The dessert was a beast worthy of being a wedding cake, so large that it needed a special cart to be moved. Upon its appearance, the hell cake spread a delicious smell that made mouths water, especially those of the small kids. "Hey, how come I didn't sense its arrival in our pocket dimension?" Solus had already tasted the hell cake in the past, so she drooled the most. "Because I was afraid you would check on it while I was away, and that nothing would be left on my return," Lith said, making her blush in gluttony and embarrassment. "I've kept it in my personal dimensional amulet the whole time. I use that thing so rarely that I almost forgot I have it." Lith carried a few dimensional amulets on himself, but they were decoys and contained just a few essentials. Without them, people would wonder from where he pulled out things and discover his dimensional pocket. Awakened already knew about it, but everyone else didn't, and Lith wanted to keep things that way. The hell cake received a ravenous welcome from the whole family, to the point that Elena was tempted to take a second slice on the down low after forbidding everyone else to. "Store it away, dear, I don't trust myself with it," she said. After lunch, Camilla took Lith on a digestive walk through the park. The grass was perfectly cut and the bushes trimmed. Many colorful flowers were in full bloom along the cobblestone paths, making the experience as pleasant to the eyes as it was to the nose. "This is weird," Lith said. "I don't remember hiring gardeners, and keeping such a huge area so tidy would take too many of them for me to miss them." "Indeed," Camilla chuckled. "A lot of gardeners or a few plant folk." "And where did you find plant folk willing to do such scut work, and how are you paying them?" He raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I haven't done anything," she shook her head. Chapter 3133 Recruitment Speech, Part 1 3133 Recruitment Speech, Part 1 "You have to thank Renaa and Rissa for this. When our Dryad friend brings Manohar II here for playdates, and your sister her friends from Zelex, Rissa uses our park to teach the reverted ogres how to use their powers. She knows you are a cheapskate and the ogre kids love playing under the sun. With the excuse of developing finer control over their abilities, Rissa has them tending to the plants. They have test subjects and we have a well-kept garden. Everybody wins." "Indeed," Lith nodded. "Remind me to thank Renaa. I really appreciate her looking out for my wallet." "You bought that?" Camilla laughed. "They don't do it for you, silly, but for themselves. Having gardeners would mean the presence of strangers walking around the park and making our guests uncomfortable. By the way, is there any news from Strider?" "Yes, there is," Lith replied. "Urslan's information was accurate. Strider had no trouble finding the village of the Blabbermouth with Menadian's grimoire. His name is Vidun IV, a rogue awakened." "And?" Camilla asked. "And that's it," Lith shrugged. "He never attended an academy, never showed enough talent to draw the attention of a council elder, and he never joined the Mage Association. Aside from being a self-awakened, this Vidun is a nobody. Strider has already gone to Vidun's last known position, and is looking for something he used recently, so that I can sample his energy signature with the eyes of Menadian. I told Strider to take his time and perform a thorough investigation. There's no rush since he can store whatever he finds inside a dimensional amulet, and I'm not going to move until I fully recover." "Are the burns on your life force still hurting?" Camilla clenched his hand, scared that Voltac's experiments on the blue flames might have long-term consequences. No, I was talking about what you did to me yesterday. He managed to blush on cue, using a hushed voice and a mockingly maidenish demeanor. Idiot, she playfully slapped his shoulder while blushing in her case for real. You scared me to death and made me feel like a pervert. Feel like, tell me another, he snorted. Fine, I'll burn all the dresses in the kinky closet then, she retorted in kind. Don't you dare, Lith said with such a serious tone that it made her burst out laughing. Jokes aside, I'm mostly fine, but some of the cracks in my life force are still cauterized by Voltac's immortal flames. On the one hand, they spare me from death vision and allow me to use my full strength without any risk. In fact, I've gone to Grandma to have her dismantle my best artifacts, and then Solus, and I reforged everything. I feel like there's a but incoming. She hugged his arm tight as they walked. But at the same time, I can't use abilities like Call of the Void or the Black Chains. Or rather, I can, but it feels awkward, and their effects are weaker than normal. I could power my way through, but it would be like ripping stitches open or scratching away a scab. You want them to heal naturally, Camilla nodded. Excellent thinking, I agree. How long do you think you need for a full recovery? Not much longer, Lith shrugged. A week tops, why? Because for once I'm the one with a plan, she said with a dazzling smile. Space. Lith going back to Zonks had brought back pleasant memories to the Verhin family. Not about the city itself, but Mount Sartak, where 2 years ago Lith had brought the kids for their boot camp camping trip. I thought you said you wouldn't take us on a magical trip until we are older, Falco said, and his siblings nodded. And he's not, Camilla said while opening the door of the hot pot for the kids. This is going to be a simple camping trip, no magic except that for practical reasons. Are we clear? Crystal, Lith, Aaron, Lyria, and the triplets sighed in unison. Only Solus was as enthusiastic as Camilla and looked at everything with marvel. I can't believe we are back. Gods, if I missed this place. During their first visit, Solus had yet to regain her human body, and her existence was still a secret. She had spent the whole time hiding in her ring, and still regretted having no opportunity to spend some time with the children. I'm going to have my own bed, and this time I'm going to have fun too. The stable boy was still the same, and this time he was utterly terrified. Abominus and Onyx had both evolved into emperor beasts, increasing their size and appetite. They had almost given the young man a heart attack before they understood the issue and shapeshifted into their old forms. I take my meat medium rare, Abominus said, and the stable boy fainted on the spot. Nicely played. Now who is going to serve us lunch? Onyx said, giving a panic attack to the customers who had come to leave their horses. Good morning, we'll take your 3 best rooms, please, Camilla said. We are staying for a week. Since it was just a camping trip, Sentin, Renaa, Elena, and Roz had come along to take care of their respective children. Each couple needed their own space, and luckily, the Hot Pot's rooms were designed to accommodate large traveling groups. Yet the establishment didn't accept reservations. It was a first-come, first-served basis to avoid quarrels between customers and keep things fair. Of course, Gilad, the owner of the Hot Pot, said, will we have the pleasure of having you for lunch or just dinner like the last time? Unless, of course, someone who looked like the Supreme Magus, talked like the Supreme Magus, and wore a Supreme Magus robe walked through the door. Not only Lith's presence would do wonders for the Hot Pot's reputation, but it also gave Gilad the long-awaited chance to silence those who called him a shameless liar and a braggart. Back during his first stay, Lith was still an archmage, and he had quelled a drunken fight between mercenary groups. To apologize for the disturbance, he had left a wooden plaque reading, "My beer is mightier than the sword." During the fight, he had turned the spilled beer into ice swords with water magic, and used them to fight. The plaque was a testament to the quality of the establishment's ale, and gave its owner a story to tell. Yet after Lith had been declared a traitor, Gilad had to hide the plaque and pretend it never existed. Once Lith had been pardoned and bestowed the title of Supreme Magus, no one knew what to believe. Most people found the idea of Lith staying at a country road tavern preposterous, and believed the owner of the Hot Pot was just trying to ride the Magus coattails like many unscrupulous merchants did. Some claimed to be Lith's official supplier of metals, ingredients, and some even introduced themselves as Zekel Proudhammer. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the whole package, Camilla said. This is a family vacation. Marvelous. Gilad cleaned his hand with a rag and offered it to Lith, who promptly shook it. Chapter 3134, Recruitment Speech, Part 2. 3134, Recruitment Speech, Part 2. Magus Verhin, if it's not too much trouble, do you mind telling the story behind that plaque? The one I carved? Why? Lith furrowed his brows while the customers gasped in shock. Because no one believes me and calls me a fraud. Gilead's voice was sad, but his gaze was fiery as he glared at those who had relentlessly mocked him. Let's teach them a lesson then. Lith told the story in a cut-and-dry, family-friendly version due to the presence of the kids, but it still matched Gilead's words. He even turned a mug of ale into a weapon, and then back into beer to give a practical demonstration. Aren't you going to drink it? The owner said in a pleading tone. It's morning, mister. Camilla glared at him. What kind of example are you setting for young children? My apologies, Gilead backed down quickly. The hot pot wasn't a family restaurant, and its clients drank at every hour of the day. Gilead wasn't used to setting boundaries, but for the sake of his profits, he was willing to learn. Space. Continent of Giera, flying feather outpost at dawn. It was the second time in centuries that Salark walked another continent. She didn't like crossing into the turf of another guardian, but since she despised Feniger and her people needed her help, the Overlord made an exception. She was in her human form, wearing the same red desert robe that identified her as the ruler of the land. It was a custom with which Gierans were unfamiliar, but things were about to change. Salark carried the little Sharjin in her arms with ease, even though the wormling had already reached the size of a small horse. There was no need for your presence, my liege. Rasal, one of the members of the nest stationed in Giera, said, You shouldn't bother yourself with something as trivial as recruiting. It's beneath yourself. There's nothing trivial in getting to know my subjects, my featherling, she replied. First impressions matter, and since I'm going to demand the servitude of the Gierans, I want to make things clear from the start. Otherwise, we might take in people who are more trouble than they are worth, or who might defect at the first controversy, and reveal our plans to our competitors. I need loyal subjects, and despite all your powers, Featherling, you are no leader. None of your siblings is, and it's my fault, she sighed. I've taught you how to follow orders, not to impart them, yet I like things as they are and have no problem taking responsibility for my own decisions. Where are we going to start? The closest city to us is Zarka, and belongs to the Beast Empire, Rasal said after checking a map. I've already contacted the local authorities, and they have granted you full access to the human residential quarters. Like I'm going to need to speak more than once, Salark scoffed. Under normal circumstances, recruiting citizens from another country would have been considered an instigation of treason, but there was nothing normal in Giera's current situation. There were too many human survivors, and not enough awakened of their same race to take care of them. Beasts and plant folk had saved their human friends and their families from the plague, but the problem was that, unlike them, humans needed society to thrive. They didn't know how to make themselves clothes, shoes, craft tools, or even butchering game. All things that beasts and plant folk knew nothing about. They had begrudgingly taken responsibility for the humans they had saved, treating them like whiny, noisy, and dumb cubs. With time, the number of humans had increased, which was good because they were needed for the balance. On the other hand, the trouble they brought had grown with them, and the current crisis made the humans even more unpleasant guests. They were weak, couldn't fight against the monster tides without proper weapons, and they needed years to reach adulthood. Each city of the Beast Empire had its forces stretched thin from providing enough food for everyone, and dealing with both monster tides and lost cities. Sure, with the destruction of Thamos, the Black Tide, and Argener's capture, things had eased a bit, but beasts still couldn't wait to get rid of all those useless mouths to feed. Humans were prideful and headstrong, refusing to give up on their heritage and native language. While beasts and plant folk worked hard to learn and spread Tyrus' universal language, humans resisted the change and split their city blocks among themselves based on their countries of origin. It made communication hard and teamwork nigh impossible. The siren who ruled over Zarka had taken Salark's request to address a recruitment speech to the humans with the same sadness she would have felt for getting rid of an overdue infestation. People of Zarka, listen to me and listen well. I'm not going to repeat myself, and your very lives are on the line. The Overlord stood on a raised dais as high as an adult man, allowing her gaze to sweep far and wide over the crowd. Her voice resounded strong and full of charisma. Her words sent a cold shiver down the spines of her audience. What is it now, another lost city? A man asked in Greenian. Shut up, I want to hear what she has to say. Another man nudged him, speaking in Paklian. Great was their surprise when they realized they didn't speak the same language, yet they understood each other. Everyone in the crowd understood the Overlord, and those standing next to them for no apparent reason. I am Salark, overlord of the Blood Desert in Garland and of the Flying Feather outpost here in Giera. I won't mince words with you, nor will I lie. I come from a foreign land to make what once was yours mine. A low grumble of malcontent quickly rose in intensity, just to be silenced by her thundering voice. Yet I haven't come here as your enemy. Today I've come here to offer you a new life. Those who decide to follow me will have their own house on the surface. They won't have to live in caves like beasts and will enjoy the sun, the breeze, and the rain. They will live like humans, tending their fields and practicing their crafts, while my army will ensure their safety from any threat, and that they are fed proper food after it has been properly cooked. The anger of the Giarans disappeared like snow under the spring sun. Their mouths watered at the idea of tasting spices after years of plain food, eating bread, and not having to live in the underground dungeon that the beasts called a city. Truth be told, the caves were safe and easily defensible from external threats. They didn't fear wind or bad weather, and earth magic could repair any damage without the need of specialized workers. Beasts considered the caves beautiful because they loved simplicity and practicality, but for a human who had been uprooted from their homes, they looked like a dignified prison. Stone furniture, stone windows, stone everything. Getting new clothes was a miracle, let alone drapes or carpets. Chapter 3135 Invisible Trap, Part 1. 3135 Invisible Trap, Part 1. What I'm offering you sounds like your old life, Salark continued. It sounds nice and comfortable, but make no mistake, your old life is over and there's no place in my country for those who cling to the past. In the desert, I'm the law, and here in Giera it will be no different. If you decide to come with me, you'll do as I say when I say it and how I tell you to do it. There will be no elections. You'll have no representatives but those of my choosing. There will be no nobles. Power and authority will be granted to those who I deem worthy. I don't care what title your family carried before the plague. Your blood is red like anyone else's, and your last name means nothing to me. Your first assignment will be to learn Tyrus Universal Language. You are free to teach your native language to your children and preserve it, but that's it. You won't be allowed to use it in public or on your job. Your countries are dead, and if you want to become part of mine, you'll have to ensure everyone can understand you at all times or face charges of sedition. Your second assignment will be to share your craft with the apprentices. I will give you or learn a useful craft if you don't have one. I won't allow parasites to infest my garden. My healers will ensure you have perfect health and working bodies, so you'll have no excuse. Your third and final task, if you decide to remain, will be to always respect and uphold my laws. Defection is not allowed. Betrayal is not allowed. If you discover that your neighbor, your parent, or your child is a traitor or a criminal, you have to report them. If you don't, once they are captured, I'll inflict the same punishment on your entire family. Don't try to fool me because it doesn't work. Don't make false accusations because the sentence you'll receive is the same as the crime you report. If you are asking yourself what makes me so sure of my justice system, the answer is that I read minds. Plural, it is how I'm talking to you right now. It is how you understand each other even though you speak dozens of different languages. I am Salark, the desert's son, and in case you are still doubting my words, answer me this. Have you seen my lips move while I talked? It was then that the Giarans noticed that the Overlord hadn't moved a muscle since she had stepped over the dais. They had assumed she was talking because they could all hear her clearly and because they all heard the same things. Only then did they realize how absurd it was that even while discussing her terms with their compatriots, even though their neighbors kept mumbling, they could still hear the Guardian's every word like she was talking in their ear. Salark stood silent for a while, letting the revelation sink. Whether you decide to become my subjects or not, I've prepared gifts for you. Feel free to consider my offer over lunch, my treat. At a snap of her fingertips, the members of her honor guard walked to the assembled human citizens of Zarka, giving each one of them a set of clean clothes, a pair of shoes, and a utility knife. Meanwhile, her human mages set just a few large tables and chairs throughout the plaza. The Giarans sat wherever they could, afraid to lose their spot and miss their free meal. Little did they know that Salark had requested a census of the humans from the city lord. She knew exactly how many people would attend her speech, and had instructed her mages to add more tables over time to incite the rush, and have the Giarans split from their compatriots, and force them to mingle with their old enemies. Once everyone was seated and flabbergasted by the fact no one had been left standing, the meal was served. It was a simple soup served with oven-fresh white bread, followed by a steak with roasted potatoes and ice cream for dessert. Many were already crying at the soup, tasting refined salt for the first time in years and adding spices as needed. Bread, too, moved people to tears since if one wanted some, they had to cultivate the wheat, turn it into flour, and then make an oven. Bakeries weren't profitable because there was no money. No commodity could be bought, only earned through labor that beasts and plant folk deemed useful. At the stake, beer was served, replacing sadness with joy and laughter. People talked with those sitting beside and in front of them, commenting on the food and discussing Salark's terms. Beer was another victim of the plague, and its return was greatly appreciated. At the ice cream, the Giarans learned of the cook Magus, whose name was praised, until a phoenix clarified they knew him already as Lith Verhin. People grumbled, but licked their cups clean anyway. Once the meal was over, the magic ended and the chariot went back to being a pumpkin. Suddenly, no one understood anything the others said. The feelings of camaraderie and friendship born while breaking bread together were replaced by the coldness of frustration and isolation. You can be happy with me or you can be free here. If you want to be both, good luck fighting the monster tides on your own. Those were Salark's last words as she stepped down the dais. The Giarans understood what she had done, that everything they had experienced had been a trap and they had fallen for it. Yet most of them didn't care. The thought of eating bland food that night and spending the rest of their lives miserably was too much to bear after having literally tasted the alternative. Sure, they now had new clothes and shoes, but it was just a matter of time before they worn out and needed to be patched over and over. Just like the dinner, the clothes were a ticking clock. Salark had given the Giarans gifts, only to remind them how much they had lost and how helpless they were without a social structure. To add insult to injury, the Guardian gave them until dinner time to make up their minds. When the recruitment expedition returned to the Flying Feather outpost, about 3/4 of the human population of Zarka had followed Salark. They found small but comfortable houses waiting for them, fresh flowers, and real beds. That same evening, they begged the Overlord to bless them with mutual understanding again, and she granted it. The following day, they all attended the first lesson about Tyrus Universal Language with a smile on their faces. "This is unbelievable, Mother," Rasal said while checking the numbers. "At this rate, it will take us just the time to teach the Giarans the common language and basic training to make our magic metal, silver, and gold mines operational. While the Kingdom and the Empire have to import their workforce from Garland, we'll train the local mages and expand our territories with the help of your recruits. The Giarans will build their new country in your image. How did you do it?" Chapter 3136 Invisible Trap, Part 2 3136 Invisible Trap, Part 2 "I'm a married woman, my featherling. I know that the quickest way to a man's heart is through his stomach." Salark tutted while caressing Sharjin, who emitted an affectionate low growl. "No, you are not." Bound by his vow to protect his son, Ligoen heard everything through the wormling's ears and shuddered in fear. "That damn sparrow knows that I'm listening. This is a message for me." Ligoen remembered well Salark telling him that his compliance about the marriage was optional. But this is a story for another day. "The Blood Desert is too big and our population too small to afford a full-scale colonization," she continued, knowing that wherever he was, Ligoen was in a panic. "I came to conquer Giara, but not all kinds of wars are waged with violence. Were I to make threats, I would give these people a common enemy. They would unite against me driven by their pride and ideals. War would make them grow closer to each other and sympathize with the beasts and plant folk they ignored until now. This way, instead, I gave these broken people the means to shatter what was left of their roots of their own free will. I gave them a choice, and when presented with alternatives, idiots will only think of themselves. Food, clothes, and safety are all things the Giarans needed to justify their betrayal of their saviors. Soon they will realize how petty and ungrateful they are, and it will crush their pride. At that point, I only need to bend and shape what's left of the Giarans to turn them into the tools I need." Space. Mount Sardek 1 week later. Lith had completely recovered for a couple of days already, but the three couples had decided to extend their stay to the hot pot for the whole week, or until Strider found a lead. Lith knew that everything had gone back to normal. One morning when, upon waking up, he saw bird carcasses perched on his windowsill and trees rotting over and over. The return of death vision meant that the effect of Voltac's immortal flames was gone, and a quick check on his abomination powers confirmed it. He had informed the rest of the family during breakfast, which had made them push to prolong the family trip. The communication amulet remained silent, so Lith agreed. Well, what do you think of this family vacation? Camilla pointed at the kids split between the backs of two emperor beasts who ran through the woods, while their parents enjoyed the quiet of the lake. That it has been as weird for me as for anyone else. Lith pointed at Solus, who had conjured hard light constructs shaped like harnesses for Elysia and Valoran. The two babies could shapeshift and take flight at will, but thanks to the harness, they were like kites that couldn't go far from Solus. She extended and retracted the leash based on where they were going or what they were annoying. Meeting wormlings was a shocking experience even for wolves and bears. The poor animals plopped on the ground, offering their bellies in submission just for the children to take it as an invitation to play. Bad Elysia, that poor doggy is not playing, he's terrified. Can't you hear he's whimpering? Solus said. Bah, the small Tiamat growled. Whimper, the wolf trembled in fear at her life-sucking claws scratching his fur. Yes, Bad, come here. Sa, Elysia apologized to the wolf and flew back to Solus. As for Surin, Roz and Alina carried the baby girl in a floating stroller. She looked at everything in amazement, crying whenever an insect escaped her grasp. A cute light disappeared when she was hungry or sick of being outside. Come on, Camilla chuckled. You must admit that weird or not, the kids are adorable and that this was a pleasant experience. No doubt, Lith smiled watching Elysia and Valoran sniffing flowers like overgrown bees and climbing trees with their claws. What's your point? My point is that I wouldn't mind another baby. Camilla stopped to look him in the eyes. Wait, what? I mean, I won't turn down sex when you offer it to me. I had no doubt about it, she chuckled. But so soon? Are you sure? You have not gotten over the loss of your powers completely, and I'm afraid that another pregnancy might make things worse, Lith said. Maybe, but it's a risk I'm willing to take, she replied. Seeing Valoran get along so well with Elysia makes me want to give her a little brother. I want to keep the age gap between them small so that they can grow together and face the same problems at the same time, learning to have each other's back. Also, I'm not going to lie, I would love to get my dragon scales again to share everything with Elysia and Valoran like you do. Think about it. It would strengthen my bond with the children, and with Meln around, it would be a nice insurance. We keep the pregnancy under wraps, and when he tries to attack me while I'm alone, she slammed her fist on her open palm. Guardian smash. Sounds alluring. Lith's eyes narrowed at the idea, knowing that the scenario Camilla had just described was far from hypothetical. Orpal liked to attack the weak link, and before killing Lith, Orpal wanted to make him suffer. Pregnancy would be a source of joy and a contingency plan at the same time. Just a few questions, he said. What if it's another girl? I'd love her as much as I love Elysia, Camilla shrugged. We would just have to try again. Really? Really? She nodded. I mean, sure, my pregnancy with Elysia had a few up and downs, but compared to Alina's and Celia's, it was a walk in the park. No morning sickness, no mood swings, no cramps, swellings, or random pains. Gods if they hated me for it. They sure did, Lith chuckled. Why do you ask? Are you afraid that if we have a baby boy you wouldn't love him just the same? More like I'm afraid I could love him too much, Lith sighed. I still bear the scars from Carl's death. I go insane the moment something dangerous approaches Aaron, and every time I see two brothers I get flashbacks. I know, Camilla threaded her fingers into his. But you are not that man anymore. You've come to this world as Derek McCoy and pretended to be Lith, but now you are Lith Verhin, and Derek McCoy is just an echo of the past. I don't like Derek, but I respect him, whereas I love, respect, and trust Lith. I love the man you have become. I believe in him. What about you? Lith hesitated, looking her in the eyes to understand how much she believed her own words. He didn't trust himself much, especially after the incident with the blue flames, and found it hard that someone else would. Yet there she stood, without a single hint of deception, even to herself. Do you really trust me that much? He found himself asking. Well, duh, she snorted. I married you, gave you a daughter, and just offered to give you a son. Chapter 3137, Stalking the Prey, Part 1. 3137, Stalking the Prey, Part 1. Also, if I didn't trust you, do you think I would have let you do me those things during our stay at the Crystal Cauldron? Camilla blushed a little, her voice fading in a whisper. Point taken. Lith nodded and looked around to check that no one was close enough to listen to their conversation. He really didn't want anyone to ask him about the Crystal Cauldron. I'd say we should wait a bit, though, he said. My homing instinct toward Elijah is still quite strong, and if we make a baby, I might be locked in the house with you for 9 months. Gods no, Camilla said in horror, remembering how overprotective and overbearing Lith had been during the previous pregnancy. Fine, as soon as you. Hold that thought, I have to take this. Lith raised his hand to stop her and took his communication amulet out of his robe's pocket. Is everything all right, Strider? I'm fine, if that's what you're asking, the Zawu replied. If instead you were referring to the investigation, it's more than all right. I got ourselves a lead. It's a few days old, so I've set up the energy-preserving arrays to not lose anything while I wait for you. I'm in the Zeneca region. I've tracked our man to a small village along the coast called Zant. When can you be here? Give me 1 hour, Lith shrugged apologetically to Camilla. I have to tie up a few loose ends. Take your time, Strider showed him a messy room. The floor and walls bore signs of a struggle and several marks left by blades. Blood spats were everywhere, and judging from the shredded mattress, someone had tried to murder whoever was in the bed in their sleep and failed. If Vidun 4 is still alive, I doubt he can have gone far, and so his assailants. Also, they have no idea we are on their tail. Whoever got Menadian's grimoire is going to hide like a rat until the dust settles, making it easier for us to find them. Strider out. I'm sorry, Kami, I have to go, Lith said once the hologram of the Zawu disappeared. Why are you apologizing? She tilted her head in confusion. We've already prolonged our stay here, and I knew that you would leave the moment Strider called. Now go, be nice with him for once, and come back soon. I know that the baby is off the table for now, but does your offer for sex still stand? Lith had the pensive, serious expression she recognized as his perverted face. Yes, silly, Camilla chuckled, just be quick. Are you talking about the mission or the sex? Because both can be arranged. The mission, smartass, she playfully punched his shoulder. I demand my share of fun. So needy, Lith sighed in mock annoyance, making her chuckle again. Lith and Solus would have liked to leave everyone at the hot pot, but without their protection, the rest of the family would have been an easy target. It took them a warp to reach the tavern and pay the bill. The owner insisted on taking a photo of Lith near the plaque before he left, pleading for him to also sign it. Lith obliged both requests, and a few warps later they were back to Zonk's. From there, the local gate brought everyone to the safety of the Verhin mansion. Lith had asked Strider to wait 1 hour because he wanted to give Solus time to conjure the tower and regain her full strength before leaving. Once she was done, Lith and Solus moved to Zalma. The coast city was the closest gate to Zant, and from there they had to move by flight. Keep your eyes open for mana geysers, Solus said. We've never explored the Zeneca region, and this is an opportunity to get new tower warp points as good as any other. The flight was uneventful, and during their trip, they didn't find a single geyser. They followed Strider's signal to Zant, and the sight of the small village was a dive into the past for both Lith and Solus. The place reminded them of Lucia back when he was a small child. No paved roads, no traffic. Just a few dozen wooden houses surrounded by cultivated fields that extended as far as the eye could see. Not one building was made of stone, and Lith could tell at first glance that aside from the farmers, the village's population was barely in the hundreds. This is the kind of backwater place where I'd hide, Solus pondered as they landed at a safe distance from the village to not cause panic. It's just one dot among dozens on the map, and if not for Strider's signals, Zant would be easy to miss. Lith nodded, shape-shifting his Magus robe to something less flashy and asking Solus to do the same. They wore merchant clothes, shape-shifted into average-looking people, and Solus also erased every colored streak from her hair. They were still welcomed by suspicious glares on their arrival, but at least no one bothered them or threw them a second look. Their backpacks and muddy boots gave them the appearance of passing peddlers, something all villages experienced from time to time. Lith and Solus used the eyes of Menadian, scanning their surroundings for anything noteworthy. They only found human life forces, and none of them had a mana core stronger than bright orange. The eyes didn't find any artifacts or arrays, not even dormant. There was nothing magical in the village except for a bright light coming in the direction of Strider's amulet. They followed it to the outskirts of Zant and into the nearest farmer's house. Inside, there was an assistant constable wearing his badge on his breast pocket, allowing anyone to read his name, Strider Vaughn. Lith Solus, he nodded at them in greeting after using life vision to confirm their identity. This is a damn mess. Please tell me you can get something. By my Solus bitter tongue, great Mother Almighty. The house was similar to how Lith's looked near 20 years ago, but only after being used as a set for a slasher movie. There was blood, entrails, and the corpse of what Solus could assume had once been a couple of farmers and their children. Their bodies had been cleaved with a strength that no normal human could possess, and there were no bites or claws marks. It was the work of an awakened. "I'll see what I can do." Lith channeled mana and elemental energy into his eyes while also turning on and off the call of the void. It was his to-go cover for the eyes, using the multiple layers of energy to hide the presence of the artifact. "How did you find this place?" Solus asked after hushing them to pretend Lith needed focus. "To be honest, I didn't." The Zawu scratched his head. "The villagers found the scene as you see it. They puked." He pointed at a few stains near the entrance. "They fainted." She could see with mana sense the marks left by fallen but still living bodies on the ground outside. Chapter 3138, Stalking the Prey, Part 2. 3138, Stalking the Prey, Part 2. And as soon as they calmed down a bit, they went to the closest city to call for help. The report raised a flag in the council's system, and I came here to check. "Still great job," Solus nodded. "Not really," he replied. The report mentioned the wounds in detail, but while the human constables thought the villagers were exaggerating, I recognized the signs of a battle between awakened. "I'm done here." A snap of Lith's fingers dispelled the hush zone. "Do you have any idea what happened?" "Yes." Strider knelt near the corpse of the man, revealing 2 silver coins in his pockets. "The most likely scenario is that our mark ran to Zant and paid the farmer for hospitality and discretion. Either the farmer sold him or Vidun failed to keep his mouth shut as usual. His pursuers found him. You know the rest." "It makes sense," Lith nodded. "Based on my readings, someone slept alone in the master bedroom while the farmer and his wife slept in the children's rooms. Someone picked the door at night, 2 people to be precise. They wore cloaking devices but not made of Darwin. Their energy signature is weak, but I can still read it. They attacked our mark here." Lith pointed at the shredded king-size bed covered solely in blood. The noise woke the farmers up, and one of the awakened took them out with air magic. He highlighted the clean, massive cuts left by air blades. At that point, Vidun exploited the respite to blink away. Lith pointed outside the house and then further. "The assailants followed him. I suggest we do the same before the lingering energy signatures become too faint." He could actually spot the runaway awakened at a great distance, but Lith preferred to be underestimated. "Sure." The 3 of them walked out of the house and followed a series of blink marks to an isolated spot amid the tall grass. "This is what's left of one of the assailants." Lith pointed at a blackened area of the ground. The vegetation there was dead and withered like after a long summer drought, yet everywhere else life thrived. It was the sign of a recent and powerful darkness spell. "Agreed." Strider dipped his fingers in the dried ground, smelling ashes in it. "Now that I think about it, where's Rika?" Solus asked, looking for the Titania. "She's on a real job," the Zawu grunted. "We already know this has nothing to do with the helmet. Rika stayed behind to cover for my absence. We can't let the Hand of Fate know of our extracurricular activities." "Too bad," Solus sighed. "I'm going to miss her." "Me too." Strider sighed as well, giving her the impression that maybe the Titania's advances were breaching through his grumpy demeanor. 3 energy signatures arrived here and only 2 left. This way." Lith pointed nor-northeast. Away from prying eyes, they took flight and followed the trace from above. A few kilometers later, they found signs of a bigger and longer fight. Several spots were charred by fire, and the ground had been reshaped like only an earthquake or a powerful earth spell could. If air or water magic had been used, the water had already evaporated, and the smell of ozone was gone. "The second cloaked guy died here," Lith said. "From this point onward, only a bright blue energy signature remains, and it went that way." He pointed in the distance, where the eyes of Menadian had spotted Vidun's presence ever since Lith had completed scanning the farmer's house. "A single bright blue core? This is going to be easy," Strider scoffed, releasing his bright violet aura to highlight the difference in strength between him and Vidun, but also drawing Solus glare. "No offense, Solus." "Quite taken," she grunted, receiving all kinds of sweets in apology from the Zawu. "Okay, I forgive you. How long has passed since the slaughter, just to have an idea of what we can expect?" The corpses were found right after the murder. The neighbors became worried because no one had taken care of the animals, and they made a lot of noise. Then 1 full day of travel to reach the closest constable station, 4 hours for the report to be filed and flagged in the council's network, and 2 more for me getting here and investigating the scene. We are talking about a little more than 1.5 days, 2 tops, he replied. I agree with Strider, Lith said. This should be an open and shut case. The guy has no secret lab or powerful allies, otherwise he would have never sought shelter from farmers. Vidun is alone and can't have put up much of a defense in so little time. This is too easy, something is fishy. What did you expect? The Zawu shrugged. We are looking for a guy who is famous to be a blabbermouth moron. If he had any brains, no one would have ever known about the book. Strider is right, Solus said. We know about Vidun and so do the undead and whoever these assassins were. She pointed at the site of the fight. Vidun is clearly no evil mastermind, and there's no telling how many more people are chasing him for the grimoire. If they get to him first, we might end up chasing after someone who knows how to disappear. She grabbed Lith's arm for a covert mind link. Please, Lith, you know how important this is to me. Also, how many times did you say this very same line for nothing, back when we worked as a ranger? Solus was right. Lith's paranoia always projected huge shadows that most of the time were just shadows. Yet a few times, it had been his reluctance to dive into a case without thinking that had saved their lives. Let's compromise. We move on to Vidun's position now, but whatever happens, don't lower your guard, okay? Okay, Solus took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Follow me. Lith took point with Strider in the middle and Solus covering the back. The wide and non-magical area allowed him to perform wide sweeps with the eyes with little burden for their brains. Strider, Lith, and Solus were filtered out, so the only thing left for the eyes to scan was their mark. Lith advanced slowly, casting both life-sensing and array detection spells from time to time. If he's not moving, better safe than sorry, Strider nodded. Yet until they arrived a few hundred meters from Vidun, there was nothing and no one to find. The runaway awakened had found shelter inside what looked like an abandoned hunting cabin. It was even smaller than Lith's old house, but it was surrounded by several kinds of middle-tier arrays fueled by magic crystals. A few of them were invisible to life vision, requiring a spell or the eyes to be perceived, yet ready to trigger the moment someone entered their area of effect. This must be how he survived the ambush, Lith pointed out. The guy is a decent warden. The array-sensing spell confirmed the readings of the eyes about Vidun's defenses, but after the bad experience with the thieves of the ears, Lith was still on edge. Chapter 3139 Ensnared, Part 1 3139 Ensnared, Part 1 While Solus and Strider checked the perimeter from the ground, Lith took flight to observe the situation from above. He used his Tiamat eyes to look into every shadow and possible hiding spot for over half a kilometer, but found nothing. Lith even took a deep scan of Strider to appease his paranoia, making sure that he was the Zawu Lith knew and that there was nothing suspicious about him or his equipment. That does it, I need therapy, Lith thought while coming down to the ground after the eyes of Menadian confirmed everything he already knew about Strider. The quickest way to smoke Vidun out is using disarray, Strider proposed via a mind link. We'll tear his defenses down and force him to surrender. What about the grimoire? Solus had a hard time keeping anger out of her thoughts. What if you blow it up or the pages get burned? If the book belonged to the first ruler of the flames, it should have a few protections and self-repair spells. He shrugged. Emphasis on should here, she grunted. Calm down, you weren't joking when you said you are a big fan of Menadian. The poor Zawu had no idea why she worried so much about a grimoire outdated by 700 years. If you don't want to use disarray, what's the plan? Solus pondered the question for a while before answering. First, I'd like to talk to this guy. Maybe we can buy the book from him. Talk, both Lith and Strider were flabbergasted. Well, yeah, according to what we know, Vidun didn't steal the grimoire. He found it. If we take it by force, we become the bad guys, Solus replied. And what if he doesn't want to talk or sell it? Lith asked. We'd lose the element of surprise, and if he runs away, someone else will take the grimoire. The idiot burned his identity, and we are not the only ones chasing him. Then you two hide and be ready to intervene, Solus said. This way, if I can't reason with him, you can keep him from escaping. Cursing telepathically like two sailors, the Tiamat and the Zawu positioned themselves at either side of the cabin to assume a triangle formation with Solus. Excuse me, Mr. Vidun 4? Solus stood up, making herself visible from a safe distance. My name is Solus. I work with the Hand of Fate. I can show you my badge if you want. Of course, it was Strider's badge. The Council, a feverish voice filled with happiness came from inside the cabin just before its door was flung open. Thank the gods you are here. They are trying to kill me. They want my... As the word moved from Vidun's brain to his tongue, he managed to think before he spoke for once. Wait a second, I've never called the council. How did you know I was here? The death of the farmers triggered a flag in our system, and after investigating the scene, I've tracked you here. Solus had learned how to lie while telling the truth from Lith, and she didn't like discovering how natural it came to her. Tell me another, Vidun scoffed. Like those pompous asses of the council would care for the death of a few humans and 2 rogue awakened, let alone send one of their elite troops here just for me. I know you are lying. You are here for my book. I didn't lie, Solus replied. Not completely, she inwardly added. Everything I told you is true, but I have to admit that you were right when you said I'm here for the grimoire. Solus had no way to counter his reasoning, so she added a few more bits of truth. You shouldn't have babbled about it in public. The undead courts are looking for you, and so are bad people like the awakened you've killed. People like you, he spoke one word of power, bringing the array's output to the maximum. No, you idiot, Solus replied in outrage. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't waste my time talking. I would have cast disarray to blow you up and stolen the book already. What's disarray? The confusion on Vidun's face was as clear as the fact he had no idea what she was talking about. How can a warden not know the disarray spell? Solus was flabbergasted. It's the basic counter spell to all non-permanent arrays. Hey, cut me some slack, he flushed in shame. I failed to enroll in one of the great academies and had to work like a slave for a fake mage for years just to learn dimensional magic. How am I supposed to know warden magic? Are you kidding me? Solus grew more frustrated by the second while Lith and Strider were chuckling at her expense. If you're not a warden, where do the arrays come from? The grimoire? This time Vidun was the one who felt like he was talking to someone really stupid. I'm not a genius, but you know I can read. Good point, Solus sighed, baffled by the absurdity of that conversation. Now that we have been honest with each other, please come out and let's solve this amicably. Yeah, right, he scoffed. And what would stop you from killing me and taking the book by force? Nothing, Solus admitted. Just like nothing stops me right now but my own goodwill. Liar, you are scared of my arrays. Please, the mockery that Solus had fought hard to keep back broke the dam of her throat. This crap is tier 4, and you have just so candidly admitted you don't know anything aside from dimensional magic. I don't need spells to bust your arrays and ass open. Try it if you can. Vidun slammed the door closed and took control of the arrays. Now their activation and effects would answer his every command. Don't mind if I do. Solus took the fury out of her pocket dimension and slammed it against the ground with 1/10 of her strength. The impact caused a shockwave that nothing had of magical, so the earth-blocking array couldn't stop it. A spiderweb of cracks spread from the fury, dislodging the runes that kept the arrays together and displacing the mana crystals fueling them. The air pressure was more than an old, rotten shack could take. It tore apart the wooden walls and sent Vidun to fall flat on his butt. Now the grimoire, please. Solus blinked in front of him as the magical formation faded away into sparkles of light. If you want it, you'll have to kill me. Vidun turtled up, clenching what looked like an old book to his chest. Why is it imprinted? Solus stayed her hand. No, I mean yes, I mean. Vidun tried and failed to find an excuse to force the violent awakened not to kill him. Look, pal, I wasn't lying before. The undead courts are looking for you, and they are not the only ones. She offered him her hand to stand up while keeping life vision on him. Is this how you want to spend the rest of your life? Running and hiding. Based on your banter, I assumed you had a secret lab and were a powerful forger-master. Instead, you have no specialization, no safe place, nothing. Chapter 3140 Ensnared, Part 2. 3140 Ensnared, Part 2. I don't even have a dimensional amulet to store Menadian's grimoire. Vidun's voice cracked, tears streaming from his eyes. They cost too much and I'm a failure. Aside from awakening, I've achieved nothing in my life. What the fuck? Solus' disbelief trampled her usual kindness and compassion. Are you serious? Did you reveal the existence of your treasure despite not having the means to protect it? How can you be so stupid? Hey, I was drunk, he snapped back. Something good had finally happened to me and I loosened up a bit. Whatever. Solus pinched her nose in frustration. Here's the deal. I'm offering you 1,000 golden coins and a dimensional amulet to hide them in exchange for the book. Also, I'll publicly claim its ownership and my friends here will spread the information. On her cue, Lith and Strider came out of their hiding spots. Their faces were masks of stone. The slightest mistake and they would crack up in a smile and laugh their asses off. This way, no one will look after you anymore, and with that money, you can build something nice for yourself, Salus said, and Vidun pondered her words. Not only because she was right, but because the two guys with her were stronger than he had ever believed possible, and wore so many artifacts that they shone like suns under life vision. One word of advice: hide your money, lie low, and join the Mage Association, Solus said. They'll teach you Tier 4 and 5 magic, and once you master a couple of specializations, it will be easier for you to convince a council elder to take you in as an apprentice. Are you really going to give me 1,000 gold coins? Vidun asked. 1,000 gold coins? Lith echoed in horror. It's one of Menadian's grimoires. Solus looked at Lith with pleading eyes. And it's not even coded, it's worth every coin. It actually is coded. Vidun showed a random page that Solus could read like it was written in Tyrus universal language. Only the first chapters are readable. They contain the basics of Forge Mastery and are explained so well that even I could understand them. 1,000 coins it is. Lith whined, but he couldn't deny Solus's request. Half of what I have is hers, and she rarely spends a dime on herself. If she wants to spare this idiot's life, it's her choice, he thought. Wait, Vidun said, putting Lith's already strained patience to the test. You can keep the money, take me as your apprentice. No fucking way, Solus cut the air in front of her with her hand. You couldn't keep your only secret to save your life. How could I trust you with my secrets? Either you take the money or I'll take the book from the guy who kills you. I'll take the money. Vidun swallowed, admitting to himself that even he wouldn't take in an apprentice like him. Solus handed Vidun a bag filled with gold coins and a non-imprinted dimensional amulet. Imprint it and put the coins inside. This way you can check how many coins there are without counting them one by one. Really, he was flabbergasted, and so was everyone else, yet by his ignorance. Gods, yes, Solus said in frustration. Vidun cried with joy after imprinting his first real artifact, and realizing that he was still dirt poor as a mage, but was now filthy rich for a commoner. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He put the amulet in one of his pockets and handed the grimoire to Solus, who checked it out immediately. Gods, yes. She fell into a trance, the texture of the cover familiar to her touch. She had no memory of the grimoire, but its smell, weight, and even its design triggered short flashbacks from her past. All is well what it ends well, Strider laughed while looking at the poor Vidun fly away as fast as he could. The guy must be terrified we change our minds and take the gold back. Don't tempt me, Lith sighed. Gods, 1,000 gold coins is a huge hit to my finances. Are you kidding me? Strider furrowed his eyes in disbelief. I know you are loaded even by awakened standards. The silver mines, the forge-mastered pieces you sell, your annuities. That amount of money should be insignificant to you. It is, Lith raised his hands in surrender. By the way, is that normal? The Zawu pointed at Solus, whose eyes were out of focus, as she flipped through the pages of the grimoire. Sort of. Lith recognized the signs of Solus recovering bits of her past, and covered for her. She's such a fanatic that she falls into a trance whenever she gets her hands on one of Menadian's trinkets. Solus didn't remember those spells, but she could swear she knew them all. Reading them gave her an itch on the back of her skull, yet she didn't waste time rereading. She rushed to the first page, praying to the gods to have mercy on her. There in the inscription lay the following words. This book is for everyone and no one at the same time. If you can read these words, it means that you've found the cipher hidden in the initial chapters. Here is hidden another one. Use it with the first cipher to read the rest of the book and the second part of this inscription. Right under it, there was a shorter paragraph, written in a more complex code that Solus's mind deciphered with ease. Congratulations, whoever you are. You have just become an apprentice of Menadian, first ruler of the flames. In faith, your mentor, Rifa Menadian. Under her signature, there were two more. One childish that read Elfin Althena Menadian, while the second was elegant and precise and read Thrain Menadian. By my mom, Dad, Solus started to cry, her fingers tracing the names in descending order. Thank the gods for their mercy. When she reached Thrain's name, she discovered that the gods had nothing to do with the grimoire, and there was no mercy involved. A cloaked enchantment released a constant stream of the Tier 4 Forge-mastering spell, Clean Slate, that went from the book to her finger. It froze Solus in spasms of agony, while a second cloaked enchantment bound the book to her hand, making it impossible to remove without destroying either of them. Solus wasn't an artifact, her imprint with Lith couldn't be jammed, but it could still be hurt. Her pain spread to Lith like a disease, their minds getting numb as they fought the waves of spells paralyzing them. "What's wrong with you two, and who's that guy?" Strider tried his best healing spells on Lith, but nothing worked. Yet his words were enough to draw Lith's attention on the opening of a warp steps, and the black-clad figure that stepped through it. "Fuck me sideways, it's one of the thieves," Lith said after noticing the man was invisible to life vision, which made no sense. How could he locate us in the middle of nowhere, and why did he jump in front of us instead of ambushing us again? Even in his daze, Lith felt that something was wrong and activated the full guard enchantment of his Voidwalker armor. Then the answer came out of the Chronicler's pocket dimension, a removal unit of unknown design that the elf opened, triggering its spell and unleashing chains of blue energy aimed at Lith's stone ring. Chapter 3141 Gutted Prey, Part 1. 3141 Gutted Prey, Part 1. Whatever that thing is, we need to stop the thief. Strider activated his bloodline ability, Flash Steps, supercharging his body with electric current and increasing his speed by dozens of folds. The only silver lining in the situation was that, as the bond between Solus and Lith became weaker, the pain and confusion he experienced lessened enough for him to respond to the attack. Lith nodded and took Ragnar K out of its scabbard, focusing on cutting the blue chains while the Zawu bolted against the enemy. What he couldn't predict was the enemy's identity. The moment Lith turned his back, Strider altered his trajectory just so slightly to stab the Tiamat in the heart with his first blade, and in the right lung with the second. The Zawu was already close to Lith due to the healing attempts, and with flash step speed, full guard and Lith's reflexes weren't enough to react in time to the betrayal. "Rot in hell with your filthy living legacy, you fucking abomination," Strider snarled, his eyes filled with fury and his voice with the hurt from what he believed to be deception. The web of lies Lith had weaved to protect Solus, secret had been used by the World Tree to concoct the story that had brought the Zawu to their side. "You fucker." Only then did Lith notice the home stone Strider had activated back when Vidun bargained with Solus. The Tiamat felt his strength abandoning him as blood filled his lungs, so he called upon his abomination side, who had no vitals. It also had the ability to suck the life out of the traitorous Zawu and use it to mend Lith's wounds. "That's my line. Die!" Strider twisted the blades as he pulled them out, leaving two gaping holes in the Tiamat's chest that spurted a fountain of black blood. In his hunger and fury, Lith turned around to suck the Zawu dry and opened himself to the blue chains. The mystical constructs wrapped around the stone ring and slipped it off his finger, breaking the bond with Solus. The pain and shock from the separation made her faint and froze Lith for a split second. It was more than enough for Strider to shroud his twin blades in the Tier 5 spirit spell that the World Tree had taught him, Dragon Cutter. Lith's neck was thick and his bones dense. Even in his human form, he was still a divine beast. It was the reason the razor-sharp enchanted adamant needed several strikes to sever the Tiamat's neck, even with Dragon Cutter. At the speed Flash Steps bestowed a Zawu, however, 1 split second was enough. The abomination's head rolled on the ground, blood gushing from the wound flew up for over 10 meters, 33, as the heart pumped to keep the body alive. "Excellent work, Strider the Zawu," Gal Vihor said while putting the stone ring on his finger and imprinting it. "You made the right choice. Your actions have saved Magur, and your reward will be just as great." "Screw Magur," Strider spat on the abomination's corpse. "I would have never done something as despicable as this if Verhin wasn't an abomination and took me for a fool." The first and most important crack in the Zawu's loyalty had come from the revelation of the true nature of the helm. The World Tree had sent one of their emissaries to talk with Strider after the search for the missing Forgemasters. Gal Vihor had introduced himself and shown proof of his identity before revealing he was the one behind the theft of the ears. The Zawu had refused to believe the chronicler until he had been allowed to examine the artifact and discovered that it truly was the ears of Menadian. Suddenly everything made sense, and most importantly, it became clear that Lith didn't care about anyone but himself, and everything that came out of his mouth was a lie. No hard feelings about Solus being a living legacy. The chronicler smiled at the mention of the second master stroke of the World Tree. Telling Strider about Menadian's tower would create a competitor, whereas telling him that Solus was a cursed object strengthened the Zawu's resolve. It explained the mystery of her relationship with Lith, and made his lies seem much darker. To Strider, an abomination was already dangerous. An abomination allied with a living legacy was a living disaster that couldn't be allowed to prey on the legacy of the greatest Forgemaster in Maugre's history. That too, the Zawu spat again. Are you sure it's safe for you to bond with her? More than sure, Gal Vihor replied. I possess not only my master's knowledge but also his might. The stone ring rejected the elf's mana and imprint. Vihor tried over and over, failing every time. Master, the Tower of Menadian denies me, he said to the World Tree via their mind link. This is impossible, the Yggdrasil replied in outrage, yet they couldn't ignore the readings of their breathing technique, root cause. I'll send Emlak to collect her. You finish our business with the Zawu. The chronicler took the ears and put them in soulless hands. Even while unconscious, the information was retrieved by the tower via physical contact, and Vihor could see with soul vision that the stone ring had become more powerful. Once it stabilized, the elf sealed the ring inside the retrieval unit again and handed it to Emlak along with soulless body. Use gravity magic or her weight will crush you, he said, and the other elf nodded. What was that? Strider asked. The ears are mine, that was our deal. Relax, I was just checking her powers. I didn't let her imprint the ears. Another lie the Yggdrasil had fed Strider was passing the rumors Night had spread about Soulless as true. It had solidified the Zawu's resentment and his determination to get rid of Lith. With that information, his ability to take down lost cities finally had an explanation. According to the World Tree, Soulless had fed upon the Black Star and Kalga, using the energy of the victims of the lost cities to empower herself and Lith. The only thing not even the Yggdrasil could explain was the reason so many guardians orbited around Lith, yet did nothing to stop his nefarious plans. With all the other pieces of the puzzle falling into place, however, Strider didn't care about one single detail. To him, Lith was a certified abomination, and a liar, while Soulless was his accomplice if not even his puppeteer. Taking them out was the least he could do to protect Garland. The reward he was about to receive was just the icing on the cake. Here, check for yourself. Vihor threw the ears of Menadian to Strider in the same lob shot Lith had used to pass it to Soulless, making both the elf and the Zawu smile. Strider imprinted the artifact, feeling his senses expand until his physical ears started to hurt. With this, I'll become one of the greatest Forgemasters of Maugre and maybe even a ruler of the flames. Any idea how to unlock the true power of the ears like Mergron did? When he used it, there were cables and the crystals shone with a prismatic light. Chapter 3142 Gutted Prey, Part 2. 3142 Gutted Prey, Part 2. Not a clue, sorry. The chronicler bent down and picked up Ragnar K, appreciating its perfect balance. Marvelous, my master was right. When Verhin remade war into Ragnar K, he removed the self-destruction protocol. It would have been weird otherwise, the Zawu shrugged. Verhin was about to have a baby and probably wanted his spawn to inherit the blade. I'll take it as well. Don't push your luck, Zawu. Vihor used his mana to imprint the angry blade. Verhin may have been a monster, but he was also a great Forgemaster and received Salark's teachings. I'm taking his equipment with me. My master needs it to crack the secrets of creation magic. In response to the imprint, metal spikes erupted from the hilt, piercing the chronicler's skin and drawing his blood. Right, the blood imprint. The rumors were true, he said in excitement as the power of the blade flowed inside his body. What do you think you are doing? Strider had unsheathed his blades again, and a flash of light marked the activation of his prided bloodline ability. Whatever you think you are doing, stop it, the Zawu said, casting his best spells as fast as he could. I don't want to fight you. What do you mean? It was what Vihor tried to say. You at you, Amin, was what actually came out of his bloated lips and swollen throat. The elf's entire body looked like an overinflated balloon, and it kept expanding. Speak for yourself, Ragnar K replied, its voice flat yet filled with unbridled fury as Vihor exploded like a gory firework. More loot for me? Strider circled around the angry blade, being careful to avoid the corpses. You're not much without Verhin, and I can afford the time to find a way to tame Y. A clawed hand pierced through his back and came out of his chest, holding the Zawu's still beating heart. Hey pal, one question, who the fuck is Verhin? AN, the words between square brackets are in English. In their success, Vihor and Strider had failed to notice how the black blood formed a bridge between the neck and the severed head, instead of just spreading out. The Zawu had missed how the blood on his blades had fallen toward the abomination's corpse, not vertically. My name is Derek. Abominations can't die simply because they are already dead. Drilling more holes than Swiss cheese in their bodies or severing their limbs was pointless. They were made of energy, and to kill one, that energy had to be neutralized. What, how? Strider gurgled blood, but he was awakened. All he needed to recover was one breath. It was the reason Ragnar, K exploited his distraction to pierce his right lung. Now the Zawu and the abomination were pinned together, but while the angry blade wouldn't hurt its master, Ragnar, K hated Strider. Answering a question with another is rude, and I'm too hungry to give a fuck, kitten. The abomination's maw opened, revealing 2 rows of pristine white fangs that found the Zawu's jugular with ease. Derek drank the blood along with the life force until only ashes were left of Strider's body. Ragnar, K flew into his hand with joy, emitting a shrill sound of excitement as it felt his master's mana purge the elves. The angry blade took care to store the ears inside one of Lith's dimensional amulets. Ragnar, K remembered Lith and Solus often talking about the artifact, and the blade knew how important it was to them. Everything else, Ragnar, K left it behind in the hope it would serve as clues to find its master. The semi-consciousness of the blade wasn't enough to understand the situation, but Ragnar, K could feel in their blood bond that something was wrong with Lith. What the fuck is this? Where the fuck am I? Now that the hunger had subsided, Derek had finally the focus to look around. The last thing he remembered was blowing his own brains out in an empty warehouse, yet instead of waking up in a hospital, he found himself on the site of what looked like a meteor impact. Nothing to the north, east, west, and south. Ragnar, K purred in reply, drawing his gaze. It was then that Derek noticed the armor, the spell-holding rings, and his own reflection on the blade's surface. The face he knew was gone, replaced by a black slate twisted in a grimace of hatred. Well, Toto, I'm afraid this isn't Kansas. Space. Distar Reason, Lucia County, Verhin Mansion, less than 10 minutes later. The members of the Hand of Fate had several protocols in place in case something happened to one of them. For example, the moment a rune disappeared from one of their amulets, it triggered an alarm. If the rune belonged to a fellow member of the Hand of Fate, it triggered a red alert. Rika the Titania wasn't on any case at the moment. Strider had simply lied to explain her absence. As soon as his rune faded into nothingness, she checked his records, discovering that the Zawu had talked several times with Lith and that they had spoken earlier that same morning. Why didn't that fucker tell me anything? She wanted to cry, but the thirst for revenge overpowered her. Rika tried to call Lith, but his amulet was unavailable and so was Solus. Not knowing what to do, she went to the Verhin mansion to demand an explanation. What do you mean Strider is dead and Lith is unreachable? Camilla's shock was so pure that the Titania didn't doubt her honesty for 1 second. Yet it left all of Rika's questions open and posed a few more. Exactly what I just said, the Titania replied. Strider wasn't working on any case. I already went to his house and there's no corpse there. He must have been lured in an ambush, but how did they predict his movements? Okay, now I'm sure you're full of it. Camilla was getting angrier by the second, and the fact that Lith's and Solus amulets were always offline only added fuel to the fire. Strider did work on a case, the Menadian's grimoire case. And he didn't talk with Lith about the weather, but about a lead. I was there. I heard it with my own ears. What? Rika double-checked the council database, finding no trace of updates on the case. Are you sure? We were supposed to investigate it together for Lith, but the last time I spoke with Strider, he told me it was a dead end. A dead end? Camilla called and failed again. Both amulets were inside the pocket dimension, and with the bond broken, even if Lith was in a sane state of mind, he wouldn't have access to it. Varan no Vidun 4. As a royal constable, Camilla was used to memorize the most important details of every case. Rogue awakened about 30 years old, village of Zant. Does this sound like a dead end to you? Where did you hear that? Rika imputed the name in the database, obtaining an instant hit. Do you have moss in your ears? Camilla's bright yellow aura burst out with greenish streaks as her fury reached its peak. Strider spoke with Lith about this guy. I was there. Do you understand? Chapter 3143 True Air, Part 1. 3143 True Air, Part 1. Rika wanted to rebuke, but discovered that Strider had indeed accessed Vidun's data, and then erased his accesses logs without updating the case file. A second check proved that Camilla was right beyond even what the Titania's heart could deny. The Zawu had shut down his service amulet since the previous day and never updated his status or position. Something that he hadn't done once in the several years they had known each other. I understand. Rika nodded. I'm sorry for doubting you, but this is so absurd that it's hard to believe. Yet you are right. Something fishy is going on. Is there anything else you can tell me? Camilla massaged her temples, trying to shut down the impulse to punch the Titania to splinters and jog her own memory. Zeneca region. Zant is a village in the Zeneca region. Where exactly? The Titania asked. Who do you take me for? A cartographer. Camilla instinctively tried to call Solus to access Soluspedia and the tower warp, feeling a knot in her gut when she realized how powerless she was without Lith or Solus. I'm sorry, I was just hoping we could save some time. Rika raised her hands to calm Camilla down. Strider erased all the data. I can dig it back out, but it's going to take time. The Titania was still talking when Camilla stopped pressing Lith's rune and called every one of her friends on a conference call. Zoreth, the Erna's girls, Falul, Protector, all those who knew about the real relationship between Lith and Solus were informed of their disappearance. People like Vaster and the Royals would have to wait. I'm going all out, Zoreth said. I'll mobilize every informant I have and call you back as soon as I know something. Zoreth out. The others offered to search for Lith, but without a lead or tracking method. Exploring the Zeneca region would have taken weeks. Stay where you are, please, Camilla said. I'm too weak to do anything and need you to be ready to intervene the moment Rika retrieves the case files. Is there something I can do, Hatchling? Voltac listened to everything and shared her worries. You are still recovering, she shook her head. I'd rather you rest, yet if you can call a few fire dragons for help, I'd greatly appreciate it. I can do that. The Father of Fire nodded as something on the back of his mind made his heartbeat quicken. He had forgotten about the vision he had received in the mindscape, but those events sounded familiar, and he could feel something bad was about to happen. Space. Somewhere on the Garland continent, fringe of the world tree before Vihor's death. Emlak crossed the warp gate, bringing the unconscious Solus to an empty space inside the world tree. The air of the first awakened had created a room inside their own body to contain the powers of the tower, while the Yggdrasil studied the mystery of the failed imprint. I'm back, my lord. The chronicler laid Solus down on the ground and fell on his knees, offering the removal unit containing the stone ring with both hands. What are your orders? Take out the tower and imprint it. I need to observe the phenomenon from up close, the world tree replied. Emlak obeyed, slipping the ring on his finger and filling it with pure man. At the same time, the Yggdrasil used their breathing technique, root cause, to study the ring, the elf, and Solus down to the cellular level. The Yggdrasil witnessed Emlak's mana entering the ring, starting the imprint, and then being rejected due to the presence of the world tree's essence in his body. Maugur's rot, that's how. My bond with my chroniclers seems to be similar to that of a cursed object and its host. To the tower, people like you and Vihor are already bonded to someone, and it refuses your touch. This is going to make things a lot more complicated. The world tree pondered what to do, yet even with all the knowledge they possessed, there was no alternative. Only a non-chronicler can bond with Elfin Menadian, but that's risky. My elves are just blue cord awakened, which makes them physically and magically weaker than Elfin. On top of that, without my help, my chosen might lose the battle for control. If Elfin dominates them, I'd be giving her a host and the means to attempt her escape. What do you want me to do, my liege? Emlak asked. Wake her up and summon one of my librarians, the Yggdrasil replied. If Emrail managed to subdue Elfin with the little information I gave him, we still have a chance, but we have to move quickly. Between the trauma and the broken bond, Solus had lost lots of energy. The world tree didn't care about her, but they knew that any damage to Solus would be reflected on the tower. The Yggdrasil hadn't gone to such lengths to capture her just to ruin everything on a whim. Where am I? Emlak splashed Solus with cold water and she jumped up to her feet trying to punch him. The elf was faster, nimbler, and a much better fighter. He dodged the punch with ease and locked her arm in a submission hold. Before Solus could understand what was happening, she was forced to kneel with her face planted against the ground. Welcome to my fringe, Elfin Althena Menadian. The world tree's voice was filled with honest joy. You have no idea how much I've waited to meet you again. Solus recognized the tree, the Darwin suit, and her brain connected the dots despite her confusion. You fucker, you used the information I gave you while we fought Emrail together to stage everything. Your chroniclers stole the ears of Menadian. You framed Vidin by giving him my mother's grimoire. Yet something was off. How could the world tree plan so far ahead without her noticing a warning sign? Predicting the moves of someone as paranoid as Lith was impossible without an informant on the inside. Someone they trusted. Strider, somehow you convinced Strider to help you. When I get my hands on that bastard, I'm going to skin him alive and use his fur as my bathroom carpet. Brilliant, you are as smart as the chronicles of my predecessor say. The World Tree chuckled like a collector who had gotten his hands on a unique piece. And to think that I felt bad for you, that I considered you a victim of Emrail's cruelty like me? Solus struggled, but Emlac only had to adjust his grip to keep her pinned down. I was his victim, and unlike him, I don't want to hurt you or keep you prisoner forever. I just want your help to learn how to craft a tower as powerful as your mother's. I need it to protect Maugr. As proof of good faith, the Yggdrasil had Emlac let go of her and handed her the stone ring. I've already made you recover the power of the ears. If you don't believe me, summon the tower and see it for yourself. You need strength, no? They opened a hole in the wooden floor, giving her access to the ground below and the world energy of the fringe. Chapter 3144 True Air, Part 2. 3144 True Air, Part 2. Solus wanted to keep yelling, but she felt weak. She tried to spirit blink, but there was a space-compressing array stopping her. Solus needed but one glance with mana sense to know she had no chance of escaping from Emlac, let alone the World Tree. Both fight and flight would just delay the inevitable. Fine, Solus dropped the ring to the ground, and the tower of Menadian rose like a mighty tree. Her mana core stopped bleeding. The combined effect of the tower, the sage staff, and the fringe would even restore her mana over time, but without a host, her life force would not recover. Marvelous! The Yggdrasil studied the tower with root cause, and noticed it was nothing like the old blueprints in their possession. All the runes were modern, more powerful, more efficient. Even from the grave, the first ruler of the flames had managed to turn her greatest masterpiece into something even better. Now give Emlac a tour of the tower. For some reason I can't see inside. Not so fast, Solus said. What happened to Lith? You're a smart woman. You know he's a dangerous man and would chase me to the ends of Maugr for you. What do you think happened to him? The tree's voice was neutral, but Solus could swear that the creases on the bark were curling up in smug smiles. Are you telling me he's dead? She asked, her heart pounding in her chest. He left me no choice, the Yggdrasil sighed. Losing a Tiamat is regretful, but there's still Elysia. Also, I couldn't risk Verhin calling upon those gods-damned eldritches and... The ground shook as the entirety of the World Tree writhed in agony. The villages built on its colossal branches experienced the next best thing to an earthquake, and all chroniclers fell to their knees, holding their heads in pain. Let me guess, the jackass you sent to finish the job is dead, and you've experienced his pain through your bond. Solus felt her spirit surge as she conjured the hands, eyes, mouth, ears, and fury of Menadian. The hands shapeshifted into combat-clawed gloves that covered her arms up to the elbow. The eyes fit the mouth's eye sockets to perfection, docking to them. In the same way, the mouth docked in the empty space of the ears, forming a full helm with protective lenses. How do you know? The World Tree was still recovering from the shock of losing a part of themselves, and the agony from Ragnar, K's reverse imprint ability. As you said, I'm a smart woman. Solus threw the fury, hitting Emlac square in the chest. The result was the same as if he had been hit by a speeding train. The elf burst up in a gory firework, his flesh, blood, and bone splinters flying throughout the room. This is impossible, the World Tree said. The Zawu pierced Verhin's lungs, ruptured his heart, and severed his head. Those are steps 1 to 3. What about 4 to 10? Solus recalled the fury to her hand, throwing it at the tree's body while activating the fury's flight enchantment. Everyone knew about Lith's abomination side, but very few were aware of his real origin. Solus knew the void and how tenacious he could be. If George took completely over, then those wounds are meaningless, she thought. The only way to kill an abomination is by dispersing and neutralizing their energy. Lith is still alive. Solus tried to access her pocket dimension, only to find that the space-compressing array blocked that too. Even worse, without Lith, she had lost the dragon's ability to override such seals by expending a spark of life force. The 9 hammers hit the massive body of the tree, each opening a crater 1 meter, 33, deep and 4 meters, 13, wide. World Tree's wood was the second sturdiest material on Maugr, but still second to Davros. The impacts caused a smaller, more localized quake, but Solus could see that even such power had no consequence on the Yggdrasil's vitality. The Fae was big, bigger than any divine beast she had ever seen. Just the room she was locked into was so large that it could host dozens of towers and have plenty of space left. Every one of the walls was several meters thick and coursing with powerful magic. Tower warp it is, then. Solus accessed the warp mirror, finding its surface blank. By my mom, I had forgotten fringes are naturally isolated from the rest of Magur. The world tree's mana fills the fringe to the brim, creating a second insulating layer. To make matters worse, most of the world energy here is under the Yggdrasil's control. If they hadn't let me conjure the tower, I couldn't have done even that. Enough with this senseless struggling, the tree roared telepathically. You can't escape. I made sure of it. You have no host, no bloodline abilities. Be a good girl and submit, or I'll make you. Countless spear-shaped roots emerged from the wooden walls, bolting at Solus. At the same time, the chroniclers who had recovered from the shock of Vihor's death answered the tree's call and warped inside the room. They were still shaken from Emlak's loss as well, but death by hammer was much less traumatic than what Ragnar K did to its victims. Solus cursed and split the hammer again. 7 she sent flying and 2 she kept for herself, switching to a dual-wielding fighting style. The chroniclers rained spells on her from every side while the roots battered her body with their dull sides. Solus fought like a lion, but even with the tower's help, there wasn't much she could do. The many enchantments and artifacts in the room blinded the eyes and deafened the ears. The spells stored in the mouth required a stronger core than her own, since she had prepared them for Lith. The hands and the fury were all she had, and they weren't enough. And Rifa Manadian knew it. Even from the grave, the first ruler of the flames rose to correct the situation. Warning, a feminine voice resounded from the tower. Elfin's life is under attack, assessment. The hands lit up first, followed by the eyes, the mouth, and the ears. With the tower damaged and incomplete, some protocols were unavailable. Or rather, they had been until the Yggdrasil had given the ears to Solus, completing the rune's command strings. Then the light spread to the 5th piece of Manadian's set. The Fury. The hammer lit up as well, generating a mass of energy that spread over Solus' skin and connecting the Fury with the rest of the artifacts of Manadian. The power core of the hammer had been devised to be complementary to the towers, providing it with enchantments exclusive to Elfin as her final line of defense. Manadian's set confirmed. Elfin's energy signature and biometrics confirmed. Activating true air of Manadian protocol, all restrictions lifted. What restrictions? Solus blurted out loud like everyone else. In answer to their question, the external layer of the ear's protrusions started to spin at increasing speed. The white crystals they bore split into 3 and glowed with prismatic light as cables formed inside the helm, giving Solus synesthesia. Chapter 3145 The Bleed, Part 1. 3145 The Bleed, Part 1. The crystal teeth of the mouth opened, and elemental streams of energy formed war-paint-like patterns on its surface. The eyes glowed with power as the flow of information was rerouted from Solus' brain to the library and the grimoire floors. The former stored the acquired knowledge, while the second relieved her from the strain of processing too much data by herself. Stone blades emerged from the back of the hands, the 7 gemstones rearranging their position and forming a straight line on the fullers. You were the best and you always will, Mom. Solus, strength hadn't changed, but nothing managed to hit her anymore. The ears read the flow of mana of every attack, allowing her to predict their trajectory and avoid them with minimal movements. The eyes read the runes of the spells and the willpower imbued within them, letting Solus know what the spells were supposed to do and how. The mouth received the information from the eyes, weaving counterspells at a moment's notice without Solus spending one shred of focus on them. The hands conjured more and more world energy, using it instead of her mana to fuel the abilities of the set. The blades and claws cut through the chronicler's weapons, flesh, and spells alike. The flow of elements inside the hands countered the enemy runes and turned even Yggdrasil wood into kindling. The only problem was that the chronicler's weapons were made of live Yggdrasil wood and would get back together in a matter of seconds. While Solus was still getting the hang of her new equipment, the layer of light generated by Manadian's set grew thicker and merged with her Voidwalker armor. Protection insufficient, the feminine voice from the tower said, assembling the anvil. The what now? Not even the world tree knew about the ancient yet updated defensive protocols of the tower, since Manadian had lived a peaceful life. She had never needed them for herself, but had prepared them anyway, just in case. The matter of the hands, the ears, and the fury mixed with the Voidwalker armor and other materials conjured by the workshop, forming the anvil of Menadian. The suit of armor was designed to handle the constant energy flow of the tower, and further lighten the strain from the use of the complete Menadian set. Solus turned 2 more chroniclers into toothpaste before they could react. The white crystals on the anvil became blue and yellow, giving her the speed and flexibility to compensate for her weaker fusion magic partially. Strength wasn't an issue. Any attempt to block her attacks ended with a broken weapon and shattered bones. Enough with this madness. We both know you can't fight for long. My chroniclers are awakened and need 1 breath to heal. Without a host, every drop of blood you shed is lost forever. The Yggdrasil activated a powerful gravity array focused solely on Solus and the tower. They also conjured the Tier 5 spirit spell, Griffin Fetters, that exploited her sudden drop in speed to restrict her movements. Once paralyzed, the spells cast by the chroniclers hit her one after the other. The spells were not intended to kill, but they hurt just the same. With all the protections Solus wore, the elves didn't need to hold back much. Solus coughed out a mouthful of blood as she struggled to get free. The hands clawed at the emerald energy of the Griffin Fetters, but the Yggdrasil had an entire fringe to fuel their powers. The eyes and the ears showed her everything about the spell, but gave her no suggestion about how to get rid of it. Only the mouth helped Solus by making up for her lack of body casting and conjuring spells to help her weather the onslaught. "If you want to end this, then let me go." Solus roared as a display in the corner of her eye notified her that the tower was done charging up. She only had to think about it for the prime engine to come to life. The tower shapeshifted, its various parts rearranging themselves with clicks and whirs that made her smile. Those sounds were useless, but they reminded her of Lith and gave her an idea. "What is that? Why does it look different?" The World Tree had already witnessed the engine in action and was wary of it. Even more now that it had a massive cannon above its right arm and a much meaner look on its face. "We call that the Mechatron," Solus replied as the workshop and the factory loaded the first bullet inside the railgun. The materials conjured by the tower couldn't go far, but they could be reproduced endlessly, and the World Tree was as big as it was close. The first shot opened a tunnel leading straight outside, destroying everything in its wake until the bullet lost cohesion and faded into light sparkles. Fuck, the problem was that Solus was still weak, and so now was the tower. "I should have thought that charging a railgun that big so fast would drain the tower. It's down to less than 40%. As the Yggdrasil screamed in pain due to the grievous wound they had suffered, and for the death of more chronicles, the innocent elves on the outside fell to their knees, weeping for those who had been killed by the bullet. "On the other hand, I'm free." Solus coughed out more blood, but she managed to break the Griffin Fetters and escape the gravity array. "I can't waste a single second. I don't know how long I can hold O." A chronicler mad with rage for the loss of her friends and family shapeshifted her Yggdrasil staff into a spear and lunged at Solus. Between her weakness and wounds, Solus failed to react in time, and the spear found its way to her side. The blade pierced her stomach only because the World Tree had forbidden any kind of lethal damage, but it still cut all the way through her body, causing a massive internal hemorrhage. "Surrender now, bitch, or I swear to the tree that I'll make you suffer until the end of your days." The voice of the elf was a velvet snarl, her eyes feverish from the outrage of holding back. "Warning," the feminine voice coming from the tower resounded like a death knell. "Constant decline in elfin strength confirmed, no host confirmed, death of Menadian confirmed, engage predator protocol." "Get your fucking hands off my daughter, Bytra." 700 years after her death, Rifa spoke in anger. Fangs appeared on the engine mouth while its fingers turned into claws and its toes into talons. A gigantic fist grabbed the chronicler, but to everyone's surprise, it didn't squash her. The elf and her staff were sucked inside what looked like a long tube and carried inside the bleed. It was the final modification Menadian had applied to the tower, a hidden floor she had crafted in order to protect Elfin's life at all costs. It was her final masterpiece and her greatest shame. "No, please, I beg you, everything but this," the chronicler begged and screamed from inside a gene tank as it became filled with a purple liquid. Chapter 3146 The Bleed, Part 2 3146 The Bleed, Part 2 The World Tree looked at the bleed through her eyes and stared at it in horror. The room contained several hybrids between machine and forgemastery that showed clear similarities with the workings of the Odi, Arthan, and many more forefathers of forbidden magic. Just much worse after Menadian had given them her personal spin. The other chroniclers froze as well, while blinding pain invaded their colleague. The bleed sucked the elf's blood, her mana, her very life force, and converted them into a suitable nourishment capable of feeding Solus in the absence of a host. The bleed was careful in its calculations, draining just enough to temporarily restore Solus' body to that of a regular awakened. It was uncaring of the pain it caused and how long the agony would last. Menadian had designed it for manual control in case something happened to Elfin. She had been forced to write the specifics of the automated predator protocol before facing Bytra, so mercy was off the table. Also, she wanted to make sure that if the Reiju were to kill Rifa and then locate Solus, the fourth ruler of the flames would regret it for the rest of her life. Menadian was no healer, but she had studied forbidden magic since her husband's death to find inspiration for her quest to protect Elfin. Also, she had worked long enough with Baba Yaga to have a deep understanding of how undead and horsemen worked. The bleed was the forbidden love child born from everything Rifa had managed to get her hands on that could reverse death, no matter the price. The only thing she cared about was that Elfin wouldn't be the one to pay for it, and that she would be safe. "What have you done, Mom?" Solus looked at the corner of her visor, noticing that the power rate of the engine was slowly but steadily going up. Before retrieving the ears, the engine's maximum output had been stuck at 60%, and after assimilating the rune strings from the apprentice ears, the output had gone up to 80%, just like she and Lith had predicted. Yet after the activation of the Predator Protocol and the bleed, it had reached 81%, then 82%, and now 83%. "What in the nine hells have you done, Rifa Menadian?" The World Tree's canopy roared, mere thoughts incapable of conveying their fury. "How could you stoop so low to resort to forbidden magic?" "I know what you're thinking." A hologram of Rifa's face covered the engines, showing a mask of fury and madness. "I, the first ruler of the flames, shamelessly resorting to forbidden magic. Well, guess what? If you're watching this, you bitch, it means that I'm dead. I don't give a flying fuck about my reputation and even less about my legacy. The only thing I care about is bringing my daughter home safe." "Can this be true?" The world was shocked by the revelation. "Bytra killed Menadian. This explains how she turned into one of those eldritches, but why is she working with? If the rest of Magur considers me a monster, they can come to the afterlife with me and complain about it." The recording went on and cut the Yggdrasil short. The engine opened its arms as a burst of energy accumulated in its chest, just to produce a fizzle. Menadian's program assumed that she was dead, and the tower complete, so it had called upon floors that were still missing. The Predator Protocol interpreted the circumstances as Bytra having inflicted heavy damage upon the tower, and reacted accordingly. "You bitch!" The World Tree had no idea why the hologram had delved further into a frenzy, but recognized quite well the onslaught of Tier 5 tower spirit spells unleashed by the firing range. The inner chamber was blown to bits, and the Yggdrasil had to use their roots to protect their followers. The tree couldn't afford to lose more chroniclers and give the enemy another opening to feed more elves to the cursed floor. Only one of them had been captured, but the pain she experienced was shared with chroniclers and Yggdrasil both, crippling their focus. "Get in, sweetie, and use invigoration," the hologram said while it rescued Solus with a hand and carried her to its chest. With the other, the engine clawed at everyone and everything. The talons on its feet dug through the ground with every movement and sucked it dry of every form of life and nourishment. Wherever the engine stepped, the soil dried up and plant life withered as if in the presence of an abomination. Solus had no idea what good invigoration could do her without Lith, but she trusted Menadian, no matter how deranged she might have become. One breath was all it took her to replenish her mana and heal her wounds. Wait, what? Solus could feel that it was more than her body. The cracks in her life force and mana core had been stitched again. Their restoration process resumed. Solus was sucked inside the engine just like the elf before her, but instead of ending up in the bleed, she found herself on the control throne of the prime engine. Cables sprouted from the ears of Menadian and the stone throne, meeting halfway. The cables connected to every inch of her body, so that she could now move the engine like an extension of her being. The hands and the mouth connected to the throne as well, respectively to control the power output of the various enchantments and the enchantments themselves. Controlling the engine was now incredibly simple, and every one of its functions was easily accessible from the holographic interface in front of her eyes. "I'm sorry you had to see this, sweetheart," Menadian's voice said. "I hate myself for what I've done, but since you are still alive, it was worth it." Thank you, Mom. Solus had the engine run at top speed towards the exit while trying to conjure the tower blade tear spell, Extinction. Gods, we have always been afraid of what Vaster might do if anything were to happen to Zinnia and the children, and today I think I got a pretty good idea of the answer. She put such thoughts on the back burner and moved forward. Suddenly the output of the tower dropped to dangerous levels, and a splitting headache made Solus and the engine stumble. Damn it, even with the Predator protocol, a bright blue core is too weak for extinction. Even worse, without Ragnar, I felt like something was off. The number of runes I had to conjure was just too much to handle for the mouth alone. She cancelled Extinction and readied Silverwing's Annihilation and Bastion. At the same time, she had the engine conjure 2 Furies, 1 for each hand, and used them to swat everything out of her way. The Yggdrasil would healed at an astounding rate, and crossing through the open walls was dangerous. Vines and roots tried to block the engine, and even though they failed, they still managed to make it lose momentum. I've been patient, the World Tree screamed. I've tried to be polite. What comes next is on you, Elfin Menadian. Chapter 3147 Foreign Land, Part 1. 3147 Foreign Land, Part 1. Squads of 7 chroniclers warped at a safe distance from the engine and conjured the anti-guardian spell, Silverwing's Annihilation. Solus cursed, and in answer to her distress, long stone tubes erupted from the surface of the engine, bolting at the elves. They were forced to break formation and blink away, but it wasn't that simple. The ears followed the flow of mana to the exit point before the eyes could see it, and those who failed to blink again quickly were captured by the tubes. Just like the first chronicler, the engine had no reason to kill them. They were trapped inside the tower's space-compressing arrays, and then into one of the Bleed's gene tanks along with their weapons. Chronicler's standard equipment was made of living Yggdrasil wood, which meant more food for Solus. Even better, the World Tree suffered the pain they received as feedback from both the imprisoned elves and branches. Maugre Mercy, Rifa Menadian had lacked time to study and control the Yggdrasil like Emrail had done, but the agony her workings inflicted upon them was nothing to scoff at. Stop her! Bring her 1 inch from death if necessary. A 7-elf squad came out of a dimensional rift and unleashed the Annihilation. The engine conjured the Bastion, knowing there was no point dodging a spell that would chase its target. Solus had just raised her hand for a return Annihilation when a second squad appeared. Oh shit! She was forced to use her Annihilation to counter the enemies, but a third squad appeared. Then, as she tried to use footwork to buy the seconds, she needed to kill the first unit and focus on the new threat. The ground below the engine opened, and Rooted trapped its legs. Solus tried to blink, but even in the open the Yggdrasil's control over the fringe's space was too strong. She tried to tower warp one more time, but the warp mirror was still blank. She found no exit point, as if she was stranded on a different planet. Those precious moments of hesitation caused the third Annihilation to blast the engine's left arm, and allowed the anti-guardian spell from the first squad to blast a hole through the Colossus' chest. Solus screamed in pain as her own left arm crumbled, and a hole opened in her guts. You may have forgotten about this due to my kindness, but inside MY Fringe, with the support of MY Chroniclers, this humble bright violet core can go toe-to-toe with a guardian. The World Tree activated a powerful spirit array that amplified gravity around the engine by hundreds of folds. At the same time, the emerald energy seeped inside the ruined limbs, ravaging the floors of the tower. A second spirit array conjured a pillar of light that descended from the sky and hit the engine like a hammer. The first blow opened cracks all over the gold-veined white stone surface. The second blow spread them like spiderwebs that also appeared over Solus' skin. The third blow flattened the engine on the ground like a downed animal. I can go on like this all day, Elfin Menadian, the World Tree said as all the injuries she had inflicted upon them healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What about you? Do you want to keep fighting a losing battle and die, or do you want to surrender and live? On my terms, sure, to my whims indeed, but you'll live. Pain and fury ravaged Solus' heart as much as the wounds ravaged her body. Her first impulse was to go out with a literal bang by detonating the tower. Then the images of Lith came to her mind. Then Elijah and Valoran, quickly followed by the rest of her family. Yet it was the memory of the World Tree's words that stopped her hand. You know Verhin is a dangerous man, and he would chase me to the ends of Maugre for you. Solus quoted them one by one. Lith is still alive and he's coming for me. I just have to resist for a while, she thought. Until that moment I'll play ball, or rather hardball. Fine, I surrender. She took a deep breath, focusing the energy reserves of the engine on the repair protocols. Good, then release the chroniclers you have captured, come out of the tower and deactivate it. In this order, the Yggdrasil said, inwardly regretting having lost so many chroniclers to Menadian's cruelty. Your order is my command. Solus increased the output of the bleed to the maximum, sucking the elves and the living wood dry before spitting them out respectively as bones and splinters. Lots of life force was lost in the rushed process, but she was going to lose it anyway, so she might as well make the most of it. Well, with this, the bleed has enough energy to feed me for a couple of weeks if I don't suffer any more wounds. A cruel smile appeared on Solus' face as the entire fringe shook with the Yggdrasil's pain. Here I am. Solus came out of the tower wearing only a day dress, the rest of her equipment safely stored inside the pocket dimension, just as you ordered. The engine shrunk back to its ring form and flew on her right middle finger. It had lost full access to the mana geyser, but Solus had made sure the tower had enough energy to complete the repairs. On top of that, in its ring form, the tower required minimal power, and despite the Yggdrasil control over the fringe, there was more than enough world energy left to feed the tower, and in turn Solus. You killed them, the world tree roared. You killed my chroniclers and my saplings. And, Solus said with a lith-like smirk on her face, you told me to release them, and I did. You never said anything about how you wanted me to release them. You little, the ground shook as the colossal Yggdrasil shook in outrage. Now that she could afford the time to take a look around the fringe, the air of the first awakened was a majestic view. The world tree was at least 100 meters, 330, tall with branches thick and large enough to host entire villages populated by elves with golden and silver skin. Black and brown-skinned elves lived under the roots and above the ground instead. Pink-skinned elves similar to those Solus had met in the past lived farther from the tree, surrounded by cultivated fields and forest glades. Somehow a water spring gushed from the top of the Yggdrasil and fell down. Forming on each branch it traversed a lake that in turn generated a new waterfall. It gave the semblance of multiple waterfalls, each producing a perennial rainbow that covered the entire span of the tree. She was still gazing upon the cultivated fields, the temples, and the wondrous pieces of art of elven culture when a punch to Solus. Gut made the elf who had dealt it fall to her knees crying. Oopsie, did you forget that I have the constitution of a tower, dear? Solus said with the fakest compassion on Maugre. Chapter 3148 Foreign Land, Part 2 3148 Foreign Land, Part 2 You should rather hit yourself. It would be less painful but much more hilarious. Solus laughed to the elf's face and many chroniclers raised their weapons. Stop, we have suffered great losses today, but I need her alive. The Yggdrasil said, and the elves reluctantly obeyed. Do not fear, my chroniclers, justice is at hands. Soon our prisoner will be bonded to one of your brethren. She will be reduced to a slave and forced to obey every command. I'm certain we can find something to relieve your anger. At those words, the elves smiled, and it was Solus, turned to frown in anger. Dream on, psycho, she replied. Say what you want while you can, elfin Menadian, because soon the day will come when you'll regret rejecting kindness. We could have worked together to make Maugre a better place, but you chose violence. Remember, everything that comes next is on you. The world tree ignored her and conjured a gravity array that forced Solus on her knees, binding her hands and feet with their vines. Space. Zeneca region, outside the remnants of Vidun's hiding spot in the middle of nowhere. What was that? Derek turned in the exact direction of the fringe, feeling a spark of soulless pain as the annihilations blasted the engine open. Why do I feel so weird? Why do I feel the need to go in two completely different directions at the same time? Even in a quasi-abomination form, the Void-Feather Dragon's homing instinct was as strong as ever. Derek could feel the pull toward his treasures, no matter the distance. Solus was very far to the north, while Elysia was southwest. Derek remembered nothing about them. He knew nothing about Maugre, yet he knew that something was missing, that he was forgetting about something very important. The problem was that he had no idea what it was and no reason to care. He was Derek McCoy again, a broken man with nothing left to lose and nothing to live for. Master, Ragnar K flew into his hand, whining like a happy puppy. Daughter, father, light, wife. It roughly translated into, let's go back to your daughter. She must be missing her father already. We can look for your lost light with the help of your wife. Too bad that Derek had no familiarity with talking swords, and after seeing what had happened to Vihor, his paranoia was cranked up to 11. He tossed Ragnar, K again and again just for the blade to jump back in his hand or on his hip. Holy shit, an ego sword with a crush on me. Ego weapons were always bad news in dungeons and looting and hot babes in dumb comics. Can you turn into a hot babe? No, Ragnar, Kay's spite at the question was palpable. Can you tell me who I am? Derek asked. Master, I guessed as much since you've not killed me like the knife ears I meant my race. What's this thing? He tapped on his image reflected on the blade. My blade. Fine, where are we? Empty field, Ragnar K replied, confused by the silly question. I know that. I mean, is this still Earth or are we in a parallel dimension, another world? What? Derek felt his anger rise as his hunger amplified his violent impulses. Maugre, not Earth, a planet. Holy shit, I got reincarnated again. It seems that every time I die, I travel further away. The memory of his death on the alien ship made him shudder. The hunger and agony he had experienced back then weren't something he wanted to repeat. Do you have any idea if this is the same solar system as planet Earth? And if not, what is it called? Solar system? Ragnar. Kay had no concept of such things, and even with their now tenuous blood bond, Derek felt it. Never mind, let's take a low okay. He had used the same strength that on Earth would have made a human take a step. Maugre's gravity was just a bit stronger than Earth's, while Derek now had the body of a bright violet-cored divine beast. The step turned into a jump over 10 meters, 33, high that ended with him falling face first on the ground, opening a meters-deep crater. Holy shit, gravity here is much weaker than on Earth, heck, even inferior to Mars. He remained still, checking that he had no broken bones before realizing the truth. I've still got my body from Earth, so I'm a superhuman here. He tried to get up and ended up jumping again, crashing down a second later like a ton of bricks. Scratch that, I'm a cripple here, I can't even walk, he grumbled. Think, Derek, think, what would John Carter do? He rolled over, assuming a low stance on all fours to clamber out of the crater slowly. It was frustrating and embarrassing, but it allowed Derek to notice a detail he had missed in the days of his second reincarnation. His fingers dug through the ground like it was mud and crushed pebbles like they were sugar cubes. He stopped for a while and felt the soil deform under his touch until deep depressions formed around his hands and feet. Newton's virginity, gravity isn't the issue here. I'm heavy as fuck, and my body is more than sturdy enough to support my mass. I'm the smallest kaiju ever. Seeing plants and grass wither the moment he approached them, Derek pondered if he might also be radioactive as well. Wait a second. Pitch-black skin, long fangs, deadly touch. Either I'm a goth on steroids or I may be an undead. Son, Ragnar K said, up and bright. And since I neither have turned into dandruff or started to shine like a disco ball, I'm not a vampire, no matter how badly written. Derek nodded. The kaiju also sounds like bullshit. What am I? Tiamat, the annoyed blade replied. Now you remember, Derek grunted, resuming his ascension. At least I got a cool-sounding name instead of something cringy. Derek came out of the crater and started to move faster and faster as he regained control of his muscles. Or rather, his body got used to the transition to his abomination form, triggering the corresponding muscle memory. After a few dozen meters, his crawling speed was the same as a regular man sprinting. He got up slowly, keeping his center of gravity slow and taking small steps, yet he was so fast that he dug deep furrows in the ground with his boots. How can I learn this fast? I've never been dumb, but this is genius level, he said as he went from crawling to squatting, walking, and then running in the span of 1 minute. As his muscle memory kicked in, giving him more and more confidence and control, Derek started to accelerate, reaching 60 kmph, 37 mph, and speeding up the more he put strength into his striders. How fast can I move? Derek had no idea if his current body had adrenaline, but he could feel the rush as he went over 150 kmph, 94 mph. For a man dying of cancer whose only family had been killed by a drunken driver, excitement was the last thing he would have expected, yet there it was. Chapter 3149 Fractured Mind, Part 1. 3149 Fractured Mind, Part 1. Killing Carl's murderer had left Derek as empty as the void's name implied. Without his revenge, without his brother, Derek had nothing to live for. With each step he took, Derek discovered that life on Maugre was going to be different. There he was strong and fast. All the memories of Lith's painstaking training sessions and struggles to overcome the bottlenecks were gone, leaving behind only the results. To the void, he was a version of Derek McCoy who had just come from Earth and found himself in a body with the prowess of a divine beast. The feeling of power and freedom as the wind struck his face was intoxicating. Derek had no heart, but he experienced an adrenaline rush all the same. It wasn't just because of his newfound physical prowess, but because he had once again no care in the world. Living or dying made no difference to him, but knowing that this time he could do a lot of damage before kicking the bucket brought a smile to his face. Just like Lith during his early days, Derek / the Void was still pondering whether to stay on Maugr or not. Yet he knew that in this life, he wouldn't be a victim of the circumstances. Unless everyone on this planet is as strong as me, of course, he thought. But I doubt it. A society of demigods would have never built a flimsy shack like that or left so much land untouched. If I'm right, there is no law that can stop me. No imbecile with a badge can force me to lower my gaze and accept their idiotic rules. Here and now, I'm the law. I wield a power that can't be taken away and no written word can stop. I am a giant in a world of ants, and I won't hesitate to stomp anyone who dares stand in my path, no matter how many of them gather to fight me. Death means nothing to me. Derek had no way to measure his speed, but he noticed how it would take him mere seconds to reach something he saw on the horizon and quickly make it disappear behind him. Before he knew it, he was rushing forward at his current top running speed, 326 kmph, 203 mph. Every one of his steps left a deep scar in the ground and produced a boom of thunder. There was no one to see or hear it, but it reinforced Derek's feeling of power. Come on, New World, throw anything you want at me. This time I'm not just a man you can push around with your shit. This time I'm the storm. Trees, rivers, animals, everything was supposed to be a blur, yet he could see them clearly and react in time. Insects and dust particles slammed against his face with a sizzle as the abomination devoured them. I wonder if... He tensed the muscles of his legs and took a leap out of curiosity. Holy shit! Derek quickly reached hundreds of meters of altitude and then started falling even faster, yet he felt no fear, only excitement. The new world was still unknown, but he had become everything he had always dreamed about as a child. Powerful, unrestrained, fearless. He tensed his muscles, trying to brace for impact, when a snap sound drew his attention and broke his fall. 2 huge membranous wings had popped out of his back, turning his descent into a glide. Fuck me sideways, I have wings, he said in excitement. His attempts to flap his wings ended up in an awkward dive that made him lose altitude fast. Then, he stopped trying to understand what to do and let his body take the wheel again. Lith had learned to fly from Fila the Behemoth and spent countless hours practicing in all of his forms. The muscle memory took just a few tries to kick in again and show Derek how it was done. This makes less and less sense by the minute. How can something as heavy as I am fly, and this fast as that? The landscape below him changed constantly. Dragon speed wasn't just an expression. I'm not even a demigod. I'm a god who dominates the sky. It took Derek several minutes to overcome the high that flying at high speed gave him. While looking at Maugr from above, everything looked small and insignificant. Yet the sensation faded with time until he regained enough of his paranoia to wonder if he truly was unique or just one of many. I'd better not overestimate my abilities until I meet other people. Then, the Void noticed 2 things. The first thing was the presence of a constant updraft that filled his wings, while he flapped them up and supported part of his weight during the rest of the motion. The second thing was that he was quickly approaching a mountain range. In other words, if before he was in the middle of nowhere, now Derek was hopelessly lost. This is great, he scoffed. Let me guess, you don't know how I'm supposed to break, do you? No, Ragnar. Kay replied as the south side of Mount Maralla wrapped Derek in its rocky embrace. The impact produced the rumble of an avalanche, scaring the local fauna for kilometers. The actual avalanche started a while later, but that's a story for another day. The abomination found himself deep inside a crater of his own making, for one time too many that day. That's it, enough experimenting blindly like an idiot. I need to figure out what I am, the Void said, and the Void Feather Dragon couldn't agree more. Fuck me sideways, he thought. George is in full control of our body and has no memory of anything that happened in the last 20 years. Think, Lith, think. How can I communicate with that jackass before he does something we are going to regret for the rest of my life? How do I stop a homicidal psychopath with no empathy and a chip on his shoulder the size of a mountain? If I don't find an answer, George is going to ruin my reputation and everything I've built as Lith since the day I arrived on Maugr 2 decades ago. If someone were to look at Lith's life force at that moment, they would witness something unique. Both the human and dragon sides were mortal like everyone else, but luckily, Lith had turned into an abomination when faced with deadly injuries. The void had no vitals, no organs, nothing that could compromise his existence if damaged. He was just a mass of living darkness tainted by a small spark of chaos that constantly ate at everything else. The problem was that Strider's betrayal had been perfect, to the point of triggering something unpredictable. The trauma of losing Solus, followed by the decapitation, had left deep wounds on the human side that not even consuming the Zawu had healed. The damage had spread beyond the physical aspect, fracturing Lith's mind as well. He was currently in a coma, trying to fix his maimed body and soul. Solus' absence, the lack of his guiding star, had left him stranded in his own mind. To survive, his life forces had rearranged themselves in the opposite of what their configuration had been, while Lith was still a wormling. Chapter 3150 Fractured Mind, Part 2. 3150 Fractured Mind, Part 2. The black sphere of the abomination had swallowed the other two life forces to keep them alive. The divine beast side, in turn, had wrapped itself around what was left of the human body to shield it from the deathly touch of the abomination and hasten its recovery. Yet the fracturings of the Tiamat's life force had affected Lith's psyche so much that the human side had shut itself down to preserve what little strength it had left. Also, the void feather was almost cut off from the abomination. With the human life force in shambles, the void feather lacked the necessary strength to fully contain the abomination and needed to keep his distance. The problem was that doing that limited his ability to communicate with the void. The situation is not good. If I can't talk with him, I can't explain what has happened to George. If I do establish a full connection, however, there's the risk that our life forces will merge again before the wounds we have suffered have fully healed. If that happens, we'll die. We'd be back in our human form with an almost severed neck, 2 holes in the chest, and unconscious. Unless I find someone capable of using invigoration, I must keep the life forces split. At the moment, my only option is to buy time to let the psychic trauma ease, and let the physical damage of the human side heal enough so that fusing back into one body and mind won't kill us. At the same time, if I let George run rampant, he'll make a massacre. He has no idea where we are and how hard we've worked to build our life and reputation. Heck, even Mom would never forgive me for the most basic shit I would have done back on Earth if I ever had this kind of power. Heisenberg's beard, what can I do? While the Void Feather Dragon tried to figure out how to have his cake and eat it too, the abomination emerged from the crater in the mountain's side and stared at the landscape. I'm hungry like I've never been my whole life. I'm on an alien planet and my only companion is a talking sword. This day couldn't get any worse. He grunted, and his eyes went wide in surprise at the realization. Wait a second, I understood the tiger guy, but he didn't understand me. If this really is an alien planet, how can you speak English? Derek asked. I don't. Blood bond. Ragnar, Kay took in and out the metal spikes on its hilt, making them pass through the abomination harmlessly like when it had pinned Strider to the void. The contact with the spikes and the words, blood bond, triggered the memory of the time Orion had gifted war to Lith. The abomination fell to his knees while holding his head, feeling like it was seconds away from bursting open. He witnessed the secret chamber in the Urna's mansion, Roz and Orion talking about something he didn't understand, and then the unveiling of a bastard sword. It was similar to Ragnar, Kay, yet different. Amid the fits of pain and the flashes of light, Derek heard the following words echoing in his mind. Ragnar, Kay is a cursed blade that cannot be sheathed back without spilling blood. Yet its aim is always true, and its loyalty to me is unbreakable. Who's talking? Who's me? Derek felt his head explode as one memory after the other flooded his mind, bringing him closer and closer to reconnecting with the human side. Oh, no, you don't. The Void Feather stepped in before the sudden influx of Lith's thought forced the Void to shapeshift back into human form. The Void Feather Dragon couldn't deliver information to the Void directly, but he could control the flow of memories from the human side to the abomination and stop the merging process. With the Void Feather's intervention, the pain lessened, and the Void had no recollection of his life as Lith again, ensuring that the barrier between the life forces would hold. I can't let George focus too much on what he has just seen. I need to keep him busy, feed him enough information to protect himself, and maybe think twice before going on a murder spree. Here goes everything. The Void Feather contacted the angry blade and gave it a precise sequence of instructions. Even Ragnar, Kay's semi-consciousness, found those orders ridiculous, but it enforced them nonetheless. Derek was still holding his head, fighting back the pain he suffered while trying to make sense of what he had just witnessed when the silver gem on Ragnar, K's Fuller, projected a hologram with light mastery. It was a golden slate filled with black letters, forming what looked like the status window of one of his video games back on Earth. This is a cheap shot and the timing is awfully convenient, but I've always been nerd enough to buy this crap. What is this? Derek was flabbergasted. It looks like some sort of character sheet. The design is so cheap that it looks like something I would put together in a rush, and the timing of its appearance is awfully convenient. Shut the fuck up, the Voidfeather thought while he instructed Ragnar, K, to give the hologram more flair. This is already hard as it is. I can't deal with your whining right now. Oh well, Derek shrugged. I've died twice and reincarnated as many times. I'm in a world with elves, talking humanoid tigers, and even swords. I guess this is believable, kind of. The golden window mentioned nothing about a system or Derek's current predicament. It read, Derek McCoy, current race, abomination. Under the first line, there was what looked like a progress bar, but instead of experience requirements, it carried two names. On the far left side, where the minimum level was supposed to be, it just said Derek McCoy. On the far right side instead, there was the word Lith Verhin. Verhin, the Void said out loud. Why does this name sound familiar? I remember the knife ears and the tiger man mentioning it, but I have no idea what it means and what relation it has with me. Under the bar, there were lots of words. Some made sense, but most didn't. All of them were grayed out and surrounded by stylized chains. What's a kami? Derek asked, while reading the words several times to make sure his vision wasn't still blurred from the landing. Wife, Ragnar K replied. You have a wife? Derek was flabbergasted. No, Master's wife. Tell me another, the Void scoffed. I've just gotten here, how can I have a wife? Do you have any idea what an Elijah is, or a Solus? They must be as important as the kami because these three words are the biggest here. Ragnar K could feel that its master wasn't ready to accept the answer, so it remained silent. Derek tried to interact with the various names, but nothing happened until he touched Solus. A second hologram appeared reading. Main quest, find the missing pieces of your heart. My heart? Derek burst into a deranged laughter, forcing the Voidfeather dragon to apply a quick fix. The missing pieces of your soul. The text blurred and changed, making Derek rub his eyes in disbelief. They have been stolen after your reincarnation. Establish friendly relationships with the people of this world. Without their help, you'll be never whole again. Chapter 30, 151 Missing Pieces, Part 1. This should do. The Voidfeather dragon complimented himself for the job well done. There's no way Jaroj can find Solus on his own, but if I push him to interact with people without murdering them, our friends and family will find us. At that point, I can fuse our life forces and restore his memory. Even if George collapses in the process and the wounds reopen, even Kami can save our life with invigoration. Now for the final touch. Tutorial, learn the basic survival skills, sword and magic. I must be going crazy. This shit can't be real. Derek was stunned, but since he had nothing to lose, he followed the instructions and assumed the basic sword stance he had learned on Earth. Then the Voidfeather had Ragnar K project a hologram of a young Lith back at the White Griffin Academy right beside the Void. In front of both of them appeared a hologram of a young Freya, holding her old training rapier. Derek experienced a mild headache. The kids were familiar to him. Their clothes were familiar, but he was certain to have never met them his entire life. That was all part of the Voidfeather's plan. He needed to introduce his friends to the Void so that once he met them, he would recognize and hopefully trust them. Also, by giving the abomination side bits of memory at a time, the Voidfeather hoped to steer the Void to a more friendly disposition. What am I supposed to do? He asked, but no one answered. If only we could talk, the Voidfeather dragon griped. All I can do right now is keep the flow of memories to a minimum and nudge him in the right direction. Come on, idiot. You're too much of a nerd to not know what to do. After a bit of thinking, the Void assumed the same stance as Academy Lith. Ragnar K altered the appearance of its scabbard to give it an edge without releasing its real blade, and the hologram started to play. Academy Freya kicked the Void's ass in 2 moves. Her rapier pierced his right shoulder and then his heart, forcing the scenario to start over. Fuck me sideways. I'm faster and stronger than any human now. How can this girl keep up with me? The answer was that being everything a hologram, there was no such thing as physical limits. On the second attempt, Derek observed Academy Lith's movements first and then tried to replicate them. He could see where to put his feet, how to move his sword, and had short glimpses of what Freya was about to do. "Use those legs, Lith," Academy Freya said. "You can't stand still. Remember the 3 key points of swordsmanship. Always look at your opponent's dominant shoulder, make use of your wrist, and remember your footwork. Don't look the opponent in the eyes nor their sword. It just makes you easily distracted and doesn't help reading feints. Don't keep your arm rigid like a stick. Be flexible and ready to react. Last but not least, a fixed target is an easy target. Swordsmanship isn't a fist fight. Dodging doesn't work because the tip of my sword is faster than your legs. Keep your blade up and use defensive maneuvers while you move." Derek followed her instructions, but he kept getting his ass kicked. With every attempt, however, he got accustomed to Ragnar, Kay's weight and range. He also recovered his muscle memory, and in less than an hour he had cleared every exercise. Congratulations, basic swordsmanship mastered. Intermediate swordsmanship training is now available. The male kid was replaced by a serious-looking youth with a buzz cut, and dressed like a military cadet, while the female kid was replaced by a scruffy man with the most punchable face Derek had ever seen. Why do these people all look familiar, and how could I learn this quickly? It's the same thing that happened when I learned to run and fly. I went from noob to this is awesome before I could even realize it. His exercises against Morok's hologram progressed even faster, and before sundown, Derek had recovered the fighting skills up to his boot camp. The completion bar was now partially filled, and his head hurt like crazy. "I need a break," he threw Ragnar K away in frustration, but the angry blade returned to him immediately. "What are you, a boomerang? Leave me alone." "No, master. Chaos. Danger." The sword whimpered like a scared puppy, making Derek narrow his eyes, and not just because of the pain. "Wait, why is your scabbard filled with black dots now? I'm certain they weren't there back when I picked you up for the first time," he said, and he was right. With his life forces separated, keeping the abomination form for too long meant giving the chaos spark inside of him the opportunity to corrupt the rest of his energy body, until it reached his mana core. If that were to happen, Lith would have turned into a true abomination. Luckily for him, Ragnar, K was using the light and darkness crystals on its fuller, along with the life force stored in the scabbard to take the damage in his place. "Chaos danger," the sword replied. The Davros of Ragnar, K's blade could take a lot of punishment, but there was only so much cursed element it could neutralize in the long run without endangering its power core. Whatever. For some reason, Derek felt that he could trust the cursed blade, but at the same time his paranoia made him doubt Ragnar K. "Why am I stuck at intermediate swordsmanship? Where's advanced?" "Insufficient level," the window replied. "Go and have more experiences." "Don't you mean collect more experience?" Paranoia made Derek distrustful, and hunger made him cranky. As time passed, he only felt worse. "Go and have more experiences." The hologram remained unchanged. "Starting magic tutorial." "This world has magic." The void couldn't believe his eyes, but the opportunity was too good to turn down, so he shut up and followed the instructions. A 4-year-old version of Lith appeared, showing Derek the 6 starting elemental runes and teaching him their names. Ekidu Vinir, Infiro Joran Magna Breza. Derek found it all ridiculous, but he couldn't argue with the results. He learned the runes and conjured his first chore magic spells with an unsettling ease. The same happened with fusion magic. Basic fusion magic mastered, basic elemental magic mastered, spirit magic unlocked. "Do you want to practice it?" the hologram asked. "No, this stopped being funny a while ago." Derek shook his head. "Let's assume this is real. Who the hell would be so kind to set this up for someone they don't even know? What's the point of giving me this kind of power for free?" "No one is so generous. The only possible explanation is that you are trying to manipulate me, to make me do your bidding with the promise of tasty treats like I'm a trained dog." "Shit, I hoped it would take him longer to connect the dots." The Void-Feather Dragon stopped to consider his options, and the holograms fizzled out of existence. "Don't you dare run away. I demand answers," the Void roared in frustration. His headache kept getting worse as the completion bar filled. Chapter 30, 152 Missing Pieces, Part 2. Every time the Void remembered one of Lith's abilities, he became stronger, but he also felt something stirring inside of him. The flow of knowledge from the human side to the Void created a safe connection between them that the Void-Feather Dragon exploited to draw more energy from the abomination and heal the human side. The completion bar marked how close Lith was to making a full recovery. "Tell me why I'm so fucking hungry," Derek screamed as his rationality slipped away. As the sun went down on the horizon, the light and warmth that had fed the abomination side until that moment disappeared. Without them, the spark of chaos became stronger. I need food, any food. Driven by instinct and desperation, Derek's awakened senses allowed him to perceive all the life forms in his surroundings. By the end of the night, Mount Morala had become barren for kilometers, and very few animals managed to escape the fury of the abomination. Space. Zenica region, outskirts of Vidon's hiding spot a few hours earlier. Reaching the village of Zant had been relatively easy, but at that point, things had gotten complicated. Even with Zorath's help, locating the site of the ambush had taken a while. By the time Rika, Camilla, and the rest of Lith's friends reached the wreckage of the hunting cabin, the void was long gone. I don't get it. They assumed a battle formation right before fighting against each other. The shadow dragon took sharp sniffs circling around the remains of the hut, while the others kept themselves at a distance to not mess with her perceptions. Why did Lith kill Strider? Rika sobbed between Camilla's arms, finding no reasonable explanation for the murder. The equipment of the Zawu lay on the ground where the abomination had left it, the corpse reduced to a pile of ashes. He didn't, Zorath replied. There are traces of Lith's blood on Strider's blades, yet your friend was killed in one blow. Based on the pattern of their movements, Strider attacked first, most likely a betrayal. How can you say that? Rika said in outrage. You didn't know him, he was loyal and honest to a fault. You are just trying to defend Verhin because you've never liked Strider. I didn't like the guy, but this doesn't change the evidence. Zorath closed her eyes in an attempt to hide her annoyance. What evidence? Verhin and Strider must have argued about the grimoire. Verhin killed Strider and escaped to not answer for his crimes. It's the only plausible explanation, the Titania replied. Stop thinking like a little girl at her first crush and use your goddamn brain, the shadow dragon snarled. First, tell me in what world your dear friend could wound Lith as much as the blood spats suggest. The mass gap the size of their weapons, not to mention that Solus would have never just stood there and watched. You've seen them fight. What chances of victory do you think Strider had against them? None, Rika admitted with a sniff. Yet he spilled Lith's blood, lots of it. Strider even forced Lith to use his abomination powers. The shadow dragon pointed at the charred stains left by the corrosive black blood. Also, they weren't alone here. I found the smell of that Vidon guy here and the smell of 2 more people, and they were both elves. She knelt and picked up one of the pieces of the destroyed Darwin armor that lay on the ground. Rika recognized it as the equipment of the thieves, and a brief examination confirmed it. When whole, the armor sealed odors, aura, everything. Yet Ragnar, Kay had burst the Darwin armor open when the blade had made Vihor explode, covering the fragments in entrails and making them easy to find. An elf, everyone echoed, struggling to explain the presence of such an elusive creature. Yes, Zorath pointed at the footprints on the ground. One of them carried Solus away with a warp steps while the other stood right here, in front of Strider. He was still alive, and I can't find any sign he tried to stop them. Maybe he was outnumbered and outmatched. The Titania tried to rationalize the events. When they attacked us in the garden, there were many of them. Maybe they used the same strategy here and you can't smell the other assailants because of the armor. Really? The shadow dragon sneered at Rika's stubbornness. Then why there are traces of Lith's blood on Strider's blades and none of the elves? Why do you think Lith kept Kami updated about the mission, whereas Strider kept you in the dark? On top of that, we all know Lith. How many chances there are he would leave behind loot that he could claim after proving his innocence? Zorath jabbed with her thumb at the priceless adamant equipment that still lay on the ground. None. Rika had witnessed Lith's stinginess in person, and no matter how much she tried, every theory she came up with was paper-thin compared to the shadow dragon's reasoning. I have no idea what happened here, but there are a few things I'm certain, Zorath said. Lith would have never let someone take Solus away without a fight, yet there's no trace of a serious battle between awakened. The craters on the ground bear a single footprint, and the residual smell confirms it. Lith left them after jumping around like an idiot. Also, Solus must have been unconscious the whole time. Her smell doesn't move from this spot, and there is no sign of resistance as they dragged her to the gate. To make matters even more absurd, I'm certain Lith survived the encounter. I can pick up his smell all around here like he had some kind of seizure. Yet he didn't warp, he didn't fly, and he didn't call any of us for help. Whatever wound he suffered, it did more than affect just his body. I can confirm Zorath's analysis. Freya did her best to reopen the warp gate the chroniclers had used, but the dimensional energy had been collapsed first, and then relaxed in order to erase the coordinates inscribed in the spell. A very long-distance dimensional tunnel has been opened here, and whoever did it took great care covering their tracks. Also, look at this. She pointed at the now imprintless home stone. That thing carries Strider's smell and no one else's, Zorith nodded. Rika checked the artifact and noticed that it had been set to the hut's coordinates right before Strider's rune had disappeared. On top of that, it was the same kind of home stone that she had seen the Zawu use many times in the past. But why would he do it? He and Lith had gotten on much better terms after meeting with the undead. Strider told me himself. The Titania fell on her knees, sobbing. Not only had Rika lost the person she loved, but she also suddenly felt like that person had never existed in the first place. The Strider who had died there wasn't the kind and loyal Zawu she had fallen for. He was a traitor and coward. The two images were at odds as much as her heart and mind. Chapter 30, 153 Father, Part 1. We'll ask Lith about Strider's motives when and if we find him, Zorith replied. What do you mean if, can't you track him? Camilla asked. I can try, but it's not going to be easy. I can follow his trail on the ground from the craters he left while running away, but if he has taken the sky, I'll only have his smell to find him, and that doesn't last long. Abominations take, they don't leave. I'll give it a go anyway. Bite. I'll protect everyone until your return. The Reiju conjured the absolution and set a detection array field. Zorith nodded and ran along Lith's footprints. When they disappeared, she took flight, hoping that dragon speed would be enough to catch up with the lingering smell before high-altitude currents scattered it to the wind. What do you want us to do? Quilla asked Camilla. We wait until Zorith returns. She wrung her hands, trying to suppress the horrible feeling that something was wrong with Lith. If she can't find anything, we'll contact the Royals, the Council, Vaster, anyone who can help us. Just leave Solus out of your report. We can't risk exposing their bond, and I doubt that whoever worked so hard to kidnap her is going to make it easy to find her. Lith is our first priority and only clue to rescue Solus. Space. Somewhere on the Garland continent, fringe of the world tree, the morning after. Solus had been locked inside a cell made from living Yggdrasil wood. It was a small square room, barely 2 meters, 67 per side, and it was completely empty. The walls were over 5 meters, 17, thick, and there was no door or window. Whenever a chronicler entered or a meal was delivered, an opening would form in the wood and let light in. The rest of the time the cell was completely dark. It was supposed to wear on her nerves and undermine her willpower, but Solus didn't care. Her arm was still missing, and the wound on her stomach was still open. The moment the elves had left her alone, Solus had gone back into her ring to save her strength and heal faster. For something that small, the cell was spacious, and the darkness didn't bother her. The world fucker must be really into me if they didn't cut me off the world energy with a sealed space, she thought. The only things I don't understand is why they haven't sent someone to imprint me already, and why the fringe still bears the energy signature of the tower. In the tree's shoes, I'd have gotten rid of that immediately. Otherwise, the moment I get to touch the ground again, I can activate the Predator engine. Cursed be Rifamenadian. The World Tree's plan was exactly as Solus had predicted. They wanted to get their vines on the tower immediately and destroy its hold over the geyser, but wanting and doing had turned out to be two completely different things. I can't use my chroniclers to imprint the tower, and now I have to find a librarian trustworthy enough not to run away with it the moment they understand how powerful an artifact it is. Then, I have to teach them how to control Elfin. This is a disaster. My quest for guardianhood will be delayed for Magur knows how long. Even worse, the accursed ruler of the flames dared taint my fringe. When the tower engaged the Predator protocol, its energy signature infected the world energy of my home like cancer. The more I try to purify it, the more it spreads and multiply. Rifamenadian had worked until the day of her death to prepare for the moment when her legacy would be passed on to Elfin, and ensure she would not end up like Thrain. It was just 2 decades, a short time for awakened standards. Yet it was plenty of time for someone who already was at the peak of her profession, and had shamelessly asked the help of older awakened like Baba Yaga and Lakra Silverwing. The Predator Protocol and the Bleed were the culmination of Menadian's research about forbidden magic and undead, now made even worse by soulless modern magic and Lith's abomination half. The imprint left by the tower was hard to cleanse, because it fed on both the world energy and the mana of the spells used to destroy it, converting their strength into its own. Do you want us to give Elfin another beating to soften her up? A female chronicler asked. I can't risk damaging the tower further and wait years for it to repair. The Yggdrasil shook its foliage. Menadian made Elfin the priority. The tower is programmed to sacrifice itself for her. Besides, once the ring gets imprinted, she'll be under my leaf. No, Cupor, I haven't called you here to take care of Elfin, but of Verhin. Find him and kill him. Take whatever you need from the armory and as many chroniclers as you need. We must stop him from asking the help of the Eldritches. They are the only threat to my plan. Also, his head on a silver platter will be the best revenge you can exact on her. Excellent point, my liege. The elf smiled at the idea. She killed the people I love. It's only fair we return her the favor. Space. Hessar region, near the borders with the Gorgon Empire, Mount Marala. Derek returned to the place of his crash landing, the best next thing to what he could consider his base camp, by sunrise. He was covered in the blood of his prey. Bears, stags, eagles, it didn't matter if they were at the top or bottom of the food chain. As long as they lived, they were food to him. This was weird as fuck. He still talked out loud, a habit he had taken after quitting his job. With Carl dead, Derek had no one he wanted to talk to, and slow death by cancer was no easy ride. I could follow tracks. I recognized the footprints of animals I've only seen on TV, and others don't even exist on Earth. I moved like a ninja, always following the wind and without making a sound. And I have no clue why I'm dragging this with me. The void carried a deer carcass with wind magic, to keep his abomination touch from destroying it. As the sun rose above the horizon, spreading light and heat, Derek felt his restless hunger subside. It had tormented him the whole night, the only moments of respite when he sucked his latest prey dry. Yet the moment the corpse turned into ashes and slipped through his fingers, the hunger would return anew, barely abated. The void had kept hunting because, albeit short, those moments of relief allowed him to think. Ever since he had woken up near the Tiger Man, he had reacted to his surroundings by instinct and taken everything that came to his mind as a plausible explanation. The only good thing about the hunger was that it overpowered everything else. It had cleared his mind and forced him to focus on the task at hand, instead of rambling like a maniac. Chapter 30, 154 Father, Part 2. The hunger had forced him to hunt, and after every successful ambush, he had learned something new about his condition. I've practiced magic with the tutorial for just a few hours, yet I knew how to cancel my smell presence and even how to soften the ground upon my passage. Otherwise, with the heavy ass I got, the animals would have heard me coming from a mile away, Derek thought. I knew when and where to strike, yet I've never hunted my whole life. Heck, I'd never left the city. All this situation is off. It's like I've become a different person. He looked at his Voidwalker armor as it absorbed the blood instead of cleaning it, bringing it in contact with the Void's body to feed him. Once back at the camp, Derek sat down on the biggest rock he could find and kept mulling over the mystery at hand. I know who I am. I'm Derek McCoy from Earth. I killed my father and raised my brother Carl like my son. I lost him to a spoiled, rotten piece of shit called Chris Wainwright. His voice grew louder and angrier with every word he spoke until only a savage growl remained. I attended my brother's funeral. I got stage 4 lung cancer. I avenged my brother and killed even cancer. He laughed at his own joke, yet it was a wry and mirthless sound. Then the alien ship, the hunger, the madness, until an energy spear stabbed me into this. The void waved at his body. I'm definitely not an undead as they are described in dungeons and looting rulebooks or Earth's lore. My powers rise with the sun and go down with it. I'd say I've reincarnated into a fire dragon, but I'm too small and look nothing like a dragon. The real question, however, is not who I am, but if I care. I've died twice. I can do it again. This place so far is nothing much, and this hunger sure is a nice incentive to leave. Just like upon his original arrival on Maugr, Derek's first thought was about leaving. To take another spin at reincarnation and hope for better luck. Yet unlike 20 years ago, now there was no family or possible future in sight to steer his judgment. There was only his equipment. Also, where the fuck does this stuff come from? Who is the guy whose body I've overtaken? What? Derek heard a whimper and turned around with lightning-fast reflexes, calling Ragnar K to his aid. It was then that the whimper repeated, and Derek noticed it came from his right hand. Even with all the blood collected during the night hunt, the scabbard had turned almost entirely black. Only a few red dots remained, and the angry blade quivered in pain. What's wrong, buddy? For some reason, Derek felt bad for Ragnar K, which was weird. Not because ego weapons were supposed to be bad. Not because they had met for less than a day. It was weird because Derek wasn't used to feeling anything. After Carl's death, the fires of revenge had kept him alive, but after killing Chris, even that was gone. The void was true to his name, feeling nothing and wishing for nothing. Pain, Ragnar K. whined. So much pain. Are you in pain? Derek asked in surprise. Always, the agonizing blade actually meant. Always when you are in your abomination form, but Derek took it literally. I hear you, buddy. Ever since I woke up, I'm always hungry. Is there anything I can do for you? Yes, point me up, Ragnar K. said, and Derek complied. The stubborn blade activated the silver and black crystals on its fuller to contain the chaos long enough to activate its Gleipnir enchantment safely. Golden chains erupted from the scabbard, connecting Ragnar K. with the Voidwalker armor and the rest of the equipment bearing a power core. It also allowed the blade to take control of the Void's mana. Derek's paranoia warned him to cut the spell off, but his instinct told him there was nothing wrong, that he could trust Ragnar K. By combining all those forces, the angry blade managed to channel and focus the accumulated chaos into the Tier 4 chaos spell, Howling Void. A black spear the size of a small tree erupted from the blade's tip and bolted up to the sky. There was nothing on its path but a huge cloud that Howling Void pierced open, leaving a perfect circle, as if the condensed water had just disappeared. The bigger bits left after the blast rearranged themselves into small clouds, while the rest simply disappeared. The aftershock from using chaos magic reverberated through Ragnar K. and the Voidwalker armor, but the Davros of which they were made took the brunt of the impact, leaving Derek to withstand the rough equivalent of a strong gut punch. That was amazing. Can you do that whenever you want? He asked. Don't want to. Ragnar K. whimpered as its bloody scabbard still sizzled with wild energy. Derek noticed that the blackness was gone and the scabbard was back to being bright red. The process had required the equivalent energy of a lesser blade tier spell and time to channel the chaos away from Derek, but it was a success. The angry blade could go back suppressing the chaos spark in the Void's body with minimal effort until the corruption spread again. There was a lot of time until sundown, and Ragnar K. would use it to refill the various power cores of Lith's equipment. Where did I get you, buddy? Derek asked. Father, the blade replied, and the image of a tall, rough giant of a man flashed for a second in front of Lith's eyes. Who is this father? The Void's lips curled up in disgust, as the word also conjured the memory of his Earth father, Ezio McCoy. Then Ezio's face disappeared, replaced by a kind man dressed like a poor farmer. Roz was tired from a long day of work in that memory, but he talked to a young Lith with a calm and soothing voice as he taught the child how to whittle. Father, Derek echoed, and once again Ezio briefly came to his mind before being replaced by Roz holding his baby boy. Then the Void saw Lith as an adult, holding the newborn Elijah after becoming a father himself. He fell to his knees in agony, feeling like his skull was about to be split open from the inside. He struck at his temples and slammed his head against the ground, but the physical pain was nothing compared to the aching he felt in his very soul. Fuck me sideways, time to intervene again. The Voidfeather dragon saw the human life force stir, but it was still too damaged to allow it to awaken. The Voidfeather reinforced the barrier between the life forces, cutting himself further from the void in order to stop the flow of memories before it was too late. What was that? Derek found himself lying with his back on the ground. His body was unscathed, but he panted and wheezed like he had just fought for his life. One word echoed in his mind, answering his question. Elijah. Chapter 30, 155 Unsettling Answers, Part 1. 3155 Unsettling Answers, Part 1. Okay, and what's an Elijah? Heartache and longing were the only replies Derek received. Even with the life forces wounded and split, the Void could still feel Elijah's presence in the distance. He turned around until he could feel something calling unto him. Dia, Dia. Back at the Verhin mansion, the baby girl felt his call too, but no one understood why she started crying and flaying her small limbs in the direction her father was. Back on Mount Malana, Derek had now even more questions and one answer he didn't like one bit. Okay, I want to make another experiment. He tried to take the Voidwalker armor off, but before he could look for latches, the artifact turned into a silvery liquid and slipped off him. Fuck me sideways, is the armor a living symbiote? No, Ragnar K. answered, just metal. What about you? Derek asked. No, Ragnar K. repeated, this time with a hint of sadness in the sound produced by its straps. Just metal. The Void took his time studying the armor and its design, finding it familiar. Derek recognized many details that matched exactly how a long time ago he had imaged his custom armor in dungeons and looting. There were even a few etchings that came from other franchises he was a huge fan of. By the Emperor, only someone from Earth can have crafted something like this. Does it mean I'm not the only one? Have I possessed the body of another human or what? As he passed his hand over the breastplate, a silvery and sweet laughter echoed through his mind. He saw long flowing hair of a brown so light that it looked golden, a warm smile that never left him, and the playful banter between friendly rivals. Soulless, the word came to his mouth by itself, followed by another pang that he managed to repress. What's a soulless and how do I know this name? More longing, more emptiness. Derek had no way to know Soulless' position, but he felt her absence deeply. He felt that something was missing and he needed to take it back. This confirms my suspicions, he said once he managed to stand up again. I know what's happening, I know how I got here. About time, the Voidfeather clenched his fists in triumph. That jackass of George did it. He followed the trail of breadcrumbs I left him and understood that he has amnesia. Now he only has to go out and ask for help too. A powerful being, probably the Lith Verhin of the completion bar, died, and is now using me as a life vessel for his essence. The Void said, following the reasoning conjured by his wild paranoia and the too many fantasy novels he had read back on Earth. The fuck, the Voidfeather thought. The memories I'm experiencing since I woke up here belong to him. This is why I'm able to master so many unknown skills so quickly. I'm not actually learning so much as remembering Verhin's skills. The moment the completion bar is filled, my mind will disappear and he'll take over my body. Yes, but no, the dragon beat himself in exasperation. I mean, yes, he got most of it right since he's remembering, not learning, yet once our human life force heals, George won't disappear. He'll simply regain his memory and will be back to being Lith Verhin. How can he be so stupid? Use Occam's razor, damn it. The simplest explanation is usually the correct one. What's more likely? Amnesia, or being summoned to another world by an evil overlord? It explains everything, the Void said. I've been summoned to this world by an evil overlord. No, no, no. How can you only manage to listen to the wrong side of my thoughts? The Voidfeather wanted to cry, but in the mind space he had no tears. It's not great, but at least it beats reincarnating in the body of a deadbeat or profligate noble. The Void shrugged. I mean, it's not like I risk anything. The moment I feel my mind slipping away, I can always kill myself as a fuck you to the bastard. He'll have to start all over again while I get to spin the wheel of fate again. Derek laughed, thinking his imaginary enemy already beaten. Now, let's see what I can do. He donned the Voidwalker armor again, using its claws to field dress the deer. The Void managed to bleed, skin, and remove the entrails with ease. He fed the blood to Ragnar K, which gratefully accepted it to mend the scabbard. As he emptied the carcass guts, more memories flashed in front of his eyes. He saw a cute woman with sharp eyes and a mocking smile teaching a young kid how to butcher a bunny and a squirrel. Celia, he muttered as he followed her instructions to the letter. Derek consumed the organs with abomination touch right after removing them, and once he was done, he cooked the deer with a mix of fire and air magic. I knew it. These memories don't belong to me. The bastard is lulling me with the promise of easy power. He wants me to willingly accept his essence and take over, yet there's something I don't understand. I don't feel any external will, no compulsion to do or not do something. I just get better at stuff just by doing it. Because there is no external will, you dimwit. The Voidfeather Dragon cursed himself for having never prepared a contingency plan for such an eventuality. How could I have been so stupid? I knew I was suicidal. I should have left a note, a hologram, any kind of message to myself in case of amnesia. Then he realized how unlikely the eventuality was. For an awakened, losing their memory was nigh impossible since invigoration would restore their body and brain. For someone like Lith, with Soulless ready to treat any wound he suffered or perform a mind fusion to share her eidetic memory with him, leaving a note made no sense. Of course I didn't. I have Soulless, or rather I had Soulless. She was my contingency plan to my contingency plans. The Voidfeather Dragon sighed, wishing to see her again. To see her smile and hear her laugh. No time to brood like a George. He snapped himself out of his stupor. I have to find a way to communicate with him without compromising the life support system of my human life force. In the real world, the Void ripped a huge chunk of meat and brought it to his mouth. He felt no taste due to his fangs draining the nutrients from the flesh and sucking what vitality was left, making it rot. Before he could dig his fangs into the meat, it spoiled and turned into disgusting ashes that covered his tongue, making him cough. Seriously, he would have puked his guts out if they weren't always empty. How does this guy expect anyone to take his bait if this is the reward? I'm always hungry, eating gives me no pleasure, and I bet I can't even have sex. This isn't a dream life, this is a nightmare. He tried a couple more times, but after eating ashes, the void just drained the carcass and decided to move on. Chapter 30, 156 Unsettling Answers, Part 2. 156 Unsettling Answers, Part 2. I'm already tired of being alone on a mountain. He unfurled his wings and took flight. Time to explore this new world and see if it has anything worth living for. Space. Distar region, Verhin mansion at the same time. I'm sorry, Kami, Zorath said via to communication amulet. I followed Lith's trail on the ground until he took flight. After that, I noticed that he doesn't seem to know the first thing about flying. His pattern was irregular, like he was having multiple seizures through the air. I thought I would be able to catch up with him, but after a while he got better and I lost him. I think he has amnesia. How can you say that? Alina took the communicator from Camilla's hands and yelled like Zorath was a mile away. Think about it, Alina. We know from the traces on the ground that he crawled and jumped around. It makes no sense unless you consider that he might not know how to control his strength. The shadow dragon tried to be patient and understanding. She was worried about Lith and Solus as much as Alina, but after spending all her life fighting, she had learned that losing her cool would do her no good. Even though he now has the body of a divine beast, his instincts are those of a human. He trained for years to hide his awakened strength and later to adjust to his new body. If I'm right, he's like a newborn now. On top of that, I can find no other reasonable explanation for his disappearance. Why run and fly when he can warp? The Lith I know would have come back here, hugged Elysia, and unleashed whatever monstrosity he has planned for the eventuality Solus was kidnapped. Zorath turned to Camilla, and so did the rest of her family. Why are you all looking at me? I hope you know something about the monstrosity, the shadow dragon replied. I don't, I'm sorry, Camilla sighed. But I agree with Zorath, amnesia explains everything. That or he has been kidnapped too. What if the people who caught him wore those Darwin armor and Lith wasn't having a seizure but fighting back? It's unlikely, Zorath shrugged. There was no sign of magic. Freya perceived no residual traces of dimensional magic, and if someone like Lith throws a serious punch, you find more than a silly crater. Also, if they had the strength to capture him as well, we're screwed. We'll never find them again. Amnesia it is, then? Camilla pressed more buttons on her amulet, making a conference call worthy of that name. She contacted the royals, Vaster, Marth, her old commanding officer Burian, and every member of the council she knew. Aren't you going overboard with that? Raz asked. Not really, Camilla replied. If Lith really has lost his memory and is stuck in his abomination form, this should be just enough. Space. Hessa region, main road, a few hours later. The void flew until he spotted the first signs of civilization, and then landed to continue on foot. It was a matter of guessing the appearance of whatever weird creatures lived on that alien planet based on their infrastructures and practicing magic. If I can use magic, others can do it as well, and I'm still stuck at cantrips, he thought while he experimented with spirit magic. The good news was that everything Derek learned about spirit magic applied to all other elements. The bad news was that using pure mana was exhausting, and it made his hunger worse. When he reached the main road that connected the regional capital to the middle and small-sized cities, he stopped practicing magic. This thing is large enough for 3 carriages, frequently used and well-maintained. Wait a second, how do I know all this? I've never seen a carriage, let alone a road that wasn't covered in asphalt. Yet the weirdest part happened as he walked along the road. Somehow I can tell the time just by looking at the sun, and I can even orient myself like a Boy Scout. Derek was flabbergasted. Why would an evil overlord know this stuff? Shouldn't I have people who do that for me? For Maxwell's sake, when will you realize there is no evil overlord involved? What kind of rich, spoiled guy knows how to butcher meat? The Voidfeather sent such thoughts over and over, but Derek's paranoia always found an implausible but convenient answer. Maybe he was born poor and rose to power later, or maybe he learned these things to pass himself for an average Joe. Derek shrugged. It makes sense if at some point the bastard who summoned me here was a spy. No, it doesn't, the Voidfeather screamed in frustration. No, wait, I get it now. Derek narrowed his eyes. They must be abilities he stole from those who came before me. I can't be his first victim. He probably consumed people like candies to perfect the process. It was only an hour after the beginning of his walk, when the void was bored out of his skull and ready to take flight again, that he felt the noise of an approaching carriage. Finally, I was tired of practicing magic and I'm very hungry. Derek had recovered the memories of something called Tier 1 magic and his head was hurting really bad. I'd better steel myself. First impression matters and I don't want to pass for racist or judgmental. Who knows how ugly people look here? He looked at his own reflection, finding himself very handsome for a murderous monster out of a horror movie. The carriage was still far away, and without his Tiamat eyes, the abomination senses were no better than in human awakens. Good gods! Derek and a poor couple of elderly merchants said in unison upon spotting each other's visage. A monster, the merchant screamed, bringing his wife close to him to protect her and whipping the horses' butts to make them gallop. Truth to be told, the horses needed no encouragement. The abomination's aura and his watery maw were incentive enough to sprint until their hearts popped. Humans, Derek yelled in shock, pointing at the merchants like they were the weird-looking ones. And remember that Derek speaks in English. Fuck me sideways, what are the chances to meet humans on an alien planet? What if I'm still on Earth, maybe in the past, or the future, or after an apocalypse? Come back, I have so many questions. Derek ran after the carriage, catching up with the horses in a matter of a few steps despite their head start. Wait, I just want to talk. His voice sounded like the howling of the wind in an abyss. His words made no sense, and his fangs were utterly terrifying. Stay away from my wife. The merchant pulled out a piece of well-carved wood and pointed it at the abomination. Contrary to the void's expectations, there was no pseudo-Latin or flourish with the wand involved. Just the dear old point-and-shoot before a bolt of Tier 2 lightning struck him square in the chest. The Voidwalker armor nullified most of the spell, and the void's inhuman constitution did the rest, feeding off the mana and electricity of the spell. Chapter 30-157 Descent to Madness, Part 1. 30-157 Descent to Madness, Part 1. As an abomination, Derek had no muscles that could spasm, but he didn't know that. He fell on the ground only because the impact took him by surprise, and he waited for the seizure for a few seconds before realizing nothing was going to happen. What the fuck? They have wands instead of guns here. This is definitely not the Earth of the past. If I have traveled through time instead of space, this is some weird future where magic replaced technology. Derek said while watching the darkness of his body eating at the remnants of the spell. Interesting, my current form seems to be immune to electricity. Let's see what else it can do. The void shot chore magic bullets of all elements against his hand, but they all phased through the void feather armor. Damn it, he used a lightning bolt on himself to confirm his theory. I may be immune to some elements, but to all of them is out of the question. The only thing I know for sure is that I'm immune to my own magic. It's the only explanation for my lightning to behave differently from the carriage guys. Also, if this is anything like a video game, being immune to one thing means I'm vulnerable to another. The questions are, how can there be humans on this planet, and if the guy who summoned me here was so powerful, how come those people didn't recognize me? They just called me a monster. After saying it out loud, a new mystery arose. Wait a second, this is just like with the Tiger Man. I understand what they say, but they don't speak English. How is that possible? Derek thought about chasing the merchants and asking them a few questions, but he decided otherwise. Without gravity magic, every step he made while running left behind a crater and boomed like thunder, making his approach as discreet as an incoming thunderstorm on a clear sky. I'd better let them relax and think they've lost me. After all, I just need to follow the road to find them again. Now I'd rather focus on the language barrier. Derek replayed the conversation with Strider and the quick exchange with the merchants in his mind. He listened to their words and repeated them out loud, remembering their nuances and the differences with their English equivalent. Wife, he repeated in Tyrus universal language, and the image of a cute woman with long black hair came to his mind. A strong headache quickly followed, forcing him to hold his head while trying not to faint out of pain. Too many images to count flashed before his eyes where Camilla smiled, held Lith's hand, or kissed him. Every one of those moments made his non-existent heart tighten, filling him with sadness and longing. When the memories faded, Derek felt a void in his chest only matched by the suffering it caused. Kami, he said while finally another of the chained words made sense. This woman must have seduced the evil overlord before betraying him. She must have stolen one of the missing pieces of my soul. It was the only plausible explanation Derek could think of, since the idea of having friends was preposterous, let alone the thought of opening his heart to someone. No, you idiot, it was offered, not taken by force. The Voidfeather did his best to make the Void associate Camilla's name with the word wife instead of such a ridiculous story, but to no avail. Better than nothing, I guess. As Derek replayed the few words of Megarian he had heard, something clicked inside his mind. He still thought in English, but with a bit of focus and a few stutters, he managed to translate his words into Tyrus' universal language. Weird, he tried and failed to conjure the holographic panel. I didn't get any prompts, quests, or notifications even after unlocking a new language. The more he thought about it, the less his situation made sense. His train of thought came to a halt when the hunger returned. His stomach couldn't grumble, but his whole body ached more as the mana he consumed for his experiments depleted his energy reserves. Yet with the sun still high, he wasn't supposed to feel so bad after practicing mere Tier 1 spells and Ragnar. K's still bore no traces of black. It took him a few seconds to understand the source of his discomfort. There was a delicious smell wafting through the air that stimulated his never-ending appetite, the smell of freshly spilled blood. For a moment, the Void thought something might have happened to the couple of merchants, but the smell came from the opposite direction. Too hungry and curious to ask himself more questions, he followed the scent of blood for a few kilometers that he covered in quick strides. Man, if I'm dumb, he chuckled as he got close enough to understand what was happening. Middle Ages also means no CCTV or phones. A road like this is a thug's wet dream. There was a carriage to the side of the highway, and one of its wheels was damaged. Whether by accident or design, it was impossible to tell. The only thing Derek knew for certain was that 3 rough-looking men were harassing its occupants. One of them was searching the carriage for valuables, one was keeping an eye on the road for trouble, and the last one was messing with a young family. The man lay on the ground in fetal position and in a pool of his own blood. He was the source of the delicious smell that had lured the Void. The woman, a slightly attractive youth barely in her 20s, was being stripped down with deliberate slowness. A kid, maybe 4 years old, stood by his father, shaking him and sobbing hysterically. From so up close, the Void could ignore the blood and smell the ozone. His eyes caught the burnt marks on the man, woman, and child, drawing a clear picture that was confirmed a second later. As the woman tried to defend herself, the thug electrocuted her with a Tier 1 lightning. He must have played with them until the husband somehow resisted or dodged the spell and got stabbed for it. Derek said out loud, practicing Tyrus language. "Watch out, a monster is coming our way," the sentinel screamed, causing his associates to scoff and laugh rather than worry. At least until they turned around and the mere shockwave caused by the Void's charge coming to a halt sent tumbling. The thugs decided that the meager belongings of the travelers weren't worth their lives. They rolled back to their feet and ran for their horses, leaving their victims behind as monster chow. The bandits jumped on the saddles and kicked the beasts' sides for a full gallop. Yet no sound came from the hooves as the horses moved slowly and in the wrong direction toward the monster. Damn if this is cool. Derek wanted to feel excited at his telekinetic powers. He wanted to, yet he couldn't. Spirit magic is amazing, let's see what else it can do. For some reason, seeing the young couple angered him to the point that his eyes twitched, and Ragnar. Kay begged him to be released. Chapter 30, 158, Descent to Madness, Part 2. 3158, Descent to Madness, Part 2. The images of a young Roz and Elena overlapped with the couple. The kid's features shifted into Aaron's, making the darkness that flowed inside the abomination's body instead of blood boil. Then Aaron's face overlapped with Carl's, and every pretense of joy and indifference disappeared. "Can you understand me?" Derek asked with a snarl, fury mixing up his words. The thugs didn't waste time talking. They jumped off the horses and pulled out Tier 3 wands, raining fire, ice, and lightning on the monster. The Void took them all just to see how strong he was. The icicles shattered against the Voidwalker, the fire was consumed by his abomination touch, and the bolts of lightning barely stung before being devoured by the darkness. The Void released more tendrils of spirit magic, capturing the 3 men again and bringing them closer. "I asked you if you can understand me," he said while sucking the life out of a horse to show them what fate awaited them. "Yes or no?" "Take the horses, but let us go." The sentinel bandit emptied his wand from point-blank range, yet he didn't even hurt the animals. Ragnar, K defended its master's meal from the stray shots, cutting the spells asunder when needed. I'm not the monster you think. Derek waved his hand in front of the thugs and sent tendrils of spirit magic to their brains. I'm a human just like you. Help, someone saves us, the robber bandit yelled, not persuaded one bit. A monster is going to kill us all. I said I'm not the monster you think. The void performed the mind trick just as he remembered it from the movies. And I know a monster when I see one. The rapist bandit discharged his lightning wand as well, but this time something weird happened. The monster swatted the bolts of lightning away like flies, and bit the hand holding the wand off. Thanks for the answer, fucker. You do understand me, and I have no reason to keep you alive any longer. Derek crunched the hand and felt it turn into ashes. This time his meal was fresh and full of life force, giving it a pleasant taste. He grabbed the stump, withering the wound to stop the bleeding before grabbing the thug and biting his throat. An abomination drew no pleasure from drinking blood, but the void's fangs drained the prey more slowly than his hands, letting him savor its life force better. Feeding off the thug gave him almost as much pleasure as looking at the terror in the eyes of his accomplices. After a lifetime of being a victim, after being forced to hide in the shadow like a thief whenever he exacted his vengeance, Derek was drunk with power. He didn't need clever tricks anymore. He didn't need to fear that if his actions were to be exposed by the so-called law, he would be treated like he was the criminal. Derek found joy in the kill, something he had never experienced on Earth. Something to which Lith had never stooped so low. Fuck me sideways, the Voidfeather thought. This wasn't supposed to happen. George is losing himself and the family is next on the menu. Derek drained even the thug's clothes into dust, breathing in the fear of horses and humans both in excitement. It was the same thing that happened to most newborn abominations. Feeding was the only thing that gave them respite from their suffering, and soon it became their only source of pleasure. Murder wasn't the root cause of an abomination's madness, but who they killed and how they killed. It was the fun accompanying the feed that made an abomination lose grip on their past self, and turned them into monsters. Derek killed the remaining 2 thugs and horses with the same slow, deliberate cruelty, savoring their life essence and emotions like a selection of fine wines. Fear, desperation, wrath, hopelessness, and agony all had their own taste, and he enjoyed them all. It was with an excited click of his tongue that he approached his dessert. The travelers were still alive and ripe for the taking, mostly. The man was bleeding out, and in a while, his life force would become tasteless, or he would lose consciousness, robbing Derek of his fun. Thank you for saving us, Magus Verhin. The woman put herself between the abomination and the child, praying to the gods her eyes weren't deceiving her. Magus Verhin. The words rolled with difficulty off Derek's tongue, but not because he didn't know how to pronounce them. Quite the contrary. They felt familiar, painfully familiar, and they brought with them one of the worst headaches he had experienced since waking up. Each word struck him like a punch to the gut, making him stumble. Aren't you Magus Lith Verhin? The savage smile had disappeared from the abomination's face, replaced by a confused look in his empty white eyes. Isn't that the Voidwalker armor you wear? Lith was a Magus to the kingdom, but so much more to commoners. He was one of them who had made it only by working hard and relying on his hard work and sheer talent. He had ascended from farmer to a noble rank, second, only to the royals in less than 20 years. Agra read Lith's biography to her son, Luru, every night before bed instead of fairy tales. She and her husband, Borj, had named their son after Lith in the wake of the destruction of the lost city of Kajuria. Agra had watched the holograms of the Voidwalker armor countless times as she read out loud from her tablet. It was another of the gifts that Magus Verhin had bestowed upon her family and her most prized possession. Voidwalker, a sudden pang brought the memory of hammers, spells, and light brown hair to his mind. Solace. The void fell onto all fours, panting and quivering as his vision blurred. Please save my husband. Agra didn't know whether to feel relieved or worried. Every trace of aggression had disappeared from her savior, yet he now looked like he needed saving almost as much as her husband. Borj has been hurt while he protected me. You are the best healer of the kingdom. I beg you, please save him. She knelt in front of Derek, her hands and forehead on the ground. Agra was so desperate that she stopped holding the tatters of her shirt that covered her chest. I am, Derek said in utter shock. It was another piece of the puzzle that didn't match with the evil overlord persona who was supposed to have summoned him. Yes, you are, she spoke slowly, needing every bit of courage she could muster to use a respectful tone and keep the fear out of her voice. The greatest mage of your generation. I've named my Luru after you. May the gods bless him with a shred of your talent. Luru, Lyria, Lilia, Laren. One pang followed every word, forcing the abomination to punch his head to make it stop. No, Luru. The other names made no sense to Agra. Lith's biography covered mostly his achievements, and Lyria was too young to be more than a footnote. Please, my husband doesn't have much time. We don't possess much, but it's yours to take. Chapter 30, 159, No Mercy, Part 1. Derek snarled, not caring one bit about the travelers. For all I know, they are the cause of my pain. Those thugs were a measly meal, and I'm still hungry. He slowly raised to his feet, a mix of emotions still clouding his judgment. He glared at the woman with spite, smelling the stench of urine coming from her clothes and from those of the rest of her family. It was one of the most common effects of being electrocuted, but to Derek, it was a sign of weakness and cowardice. And he hated cowards because they were a bully's best friend, ready to cover up any injustice just to not be the next victim. He hated the weak, because they reminded him of his past, helpless self that Derek despised with every fiber of his being. Don't, Ragnar K. begged, feeling the anger of the abomination rising and a spell forming on his lips. Not you. Derek's eyes were ablaze with mana as she stared at Agra. Then, her crouching figure was replaced by a majestic red-furred wolf with kind emerald eyes. Don't do it, Scourge. This isn't you. The Void Feather tapped into Lith's memories to give sense to Ragnar K's words. Wisdom without power is hot air, but power without wisdom is the greatest madness. Protector. Another fit of pain blurred Derek's vision under the Rye's loving gaze. Remember what I taught you about abominations. They aren't defined by what they do, but by what they are. Sometimes you've acted like a monster, but you've never been one. Don't become one now. There was no judgment in the Rye's words, only worry. More memories flashed in front of the Void's eyes, but this time they belonged to Protector. Back when Lith had saved his friend's life, the exchange of life forces had allowed the Skull to learn everything about Lith and Solus, but it had also allowed Lith to learn everything about Protector. He watched the Rye giving a speech, always the same, to every new litter of cubs as soon as they reached adulthood. From today onward, you are not just a responsibility of the pack, but one of its members. One day, you might take my place as the king in the East. That won't happen just because you are the biggest or strongest of the pack. Those things make you a great warrior, not a leader. The king must know mercy and allow his pack to kill only when needed. Our prey are weak, but if we cull their numbers during spring, we'll starve during winter. Spare their lives today so that we'll prosper tomorrow. Someday they might evolve just like us. Someday they might fight by your side against a common enemy, as all kings do. The words were followed by the images of a foolish human child attacking the Rye to get his hands on a broken stone. Protector could have killed the kid, or even tracked his, sent back to the small boys home to exact revenge. Instead, the Rye had let the young Lith go, hoping the child would learn his lesson without the need for senseless violence. Then, Derek watched Protector gifting a magnificent stag to the same boy, just slightly older, after he had defeated the king in the west, Urdu. Once again, the wolf could have easily preyed on the weaker youth, but he chose to befriend the boy. Just like Derek could have feasted on the lives of the travelers, but under the worried gaze of his forgotten friend, he chose not to. Okay, how? Seeing Agra raise her head reminded the Void that the difference between thinking and talking was that, with the latter, others could hear you. Okay, how does healing magic even work? Derek had mastered Chore and Tier 1 magic, but he had never tried it out on a living subject before. His first instinct was to disinfect his hands, but he had no alcohol. Then to take a look at the wound, but he was no doctor. He had no idea what a living human's viscera looked like, let alone a Megarian's. Don't waste time with such insignificant details, little imp. An old woman appeared out of thin air, kneeling right beside the wounded Borge. We are healers, not doctors. Come here. Our patient hasn't much life left in him. Derek was certain he had never seen her before, yet she felt as familiar as an old grandmother, except that he had never had such a figure back on Earth, which made the feeling even more surreal. The old woman looked to be at least 80 years old. Her back was so hunched that Derek expected her to fall forward at any second. She had sharp gray eyes, a face full of wrinkles, and a big aquiline nose. She wore a shawl over her head that was filled with long white hair, and her worn-out gray gown remained pristine despite being drowned in Borge's blood. Derek obeyed her out of habit, and the blood sizzled upon contact with the Voidwalker armor. Eyes on the prize, little imp. Lunch break can wait. We are here for the money. The old woman scowled at the void who reeled in his hunger and stopped feeding. Now follow my lead, Vinher Rad 2. Vinher Rad 2. Derek weaved the runes with his hands and mouth, but as he spoke, something clicked in his mind. Before the Tier 1 light magic spell could fully form, he cast his own Tier 4 diagnostic spell, Full Scan. Lith had devised it years ago to hide his use of invigoration, and now Derek needed it because as an abomination he was incapable of using a breathing technique. The spell provided him the equivalent of a full total body CT scan, showing him Borg's injured organs and how deep the knife wound went. This is bad. The intestines and liver are damaged. We have to give it our all. Vinayar Lakhat. The old woman cast what Derek somehow recognized as a Tier 3 spell, something way beyond his current mastery. Vinayar Lakhat. His hands and mouth conjured the real spell without effort, staunching the blood and buying the wounded man a bit more time. This is wrong. Vinayar Lakhat isn't enough to save this man's life. The void's mind was still spinning in confusion when another spell rose from his memory, weaved into existence by the rhythmic pulses of his mana core. An emerald construct of Alina slowly emerged out of his body as the Tier 3 spirit spell, Mother's Embrace, took form. The ethereal figure held Borg in her arms while emerald tendrils emerged from her hands. They stitched together the edges of the wounds, both internal and external, while the light element repaired the damage at a speed visible to the naked eye. Forgotten by the void, Mother's Embrace used all the elements of creation, light, earth, and soft water to conjure the best healing spell Lith had in his arsenal. The tendrils also collected the blood surrounding the wounded man, cleaning and filtering it from impurities before injecting it back in his body. The spell also extracted nutrients from the ground and water from the air's humidity, adding them to the blood during the transfusion. Chapter 30, 160 No Mercy, Part 2. Borg's face instantly regained color, and his pained expression relaxed into a serene smile. His injuries were gone, and even though he was hungry and weak, he didn't feel his life slipping away anymore. I'm sorry, dude, the Void Feather thought. I can't allow George to share a bit of his deadly life force with you. Even if it doesn't kill you, it would make him hungry. You wouldn't like him when he's hungry. Derek stared at the emerald construct in utter confusion, experiencing an emotion that he was certain couldn't belong to him, filial love. After Borg was completely healed, Mother's Embrace still had more than enough mana left to cure Agra and Luru. The old woman pointed her gnarly finger at them, and so did Derek. The remaining energy fixed the travelers' burns, leaving them exhausted but with no scar from the assault. Good job, little imp. It's 10 copper coins total. The old woman ruffled hair that Derek was certain his new body didn't have yet. He felt it under her hand anyway. It's 10 copper coins total. He repeated her words just like he had done until that moment. That's it. Agra allowed herself to peek at her husband, noticing that he looked tired but otherwise fine. Mom, I'm hungry, the little boy whimpered, not knowing if it was okay not to be scared anymore. The monster had saved his dad, but Luru could still hear the death screams of the bad men and their poor horses. Agra had made sure to keep his eyes shut, but he had heard every scream and denied plea for mercy. The boy would have never dared speak if he wasn't so hungry that his gurgling stomach rumbled louder than his squeaky voice. Ho, 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 the old woman laughed her ass off at the void. I can't believe you fell for that, young spirit. I may be old and dead, but I still got it. Dead, Derek echoed, half confused and half grieving the loss of a friend he had never met. No, Magus Verhin, everyone is fine thanks to you. Agra checked her husband, son, and even herself, scared witless by the monster wearing her hero's clothes. Yet the void didn't hear a word she said, because he was too busy listening to Nana. Yes, young spirit, I'm dead, but not where it counts. She tapped on his breastplate where his heart was supposed to be. Now, even though it goes against everything I taught you, give these poor people a freebie. Can you do that for me? Yes, Derek nodded. He had no idea how much 10 copper coins were worth, nor did he care. He just wanted to speak with her, even if just for one more minute. Well, it's time for me to go then? Nana got to her feet, her hunched back straightening up like Lith had never seen her. Always remember my final words to you. The king of the spirits must be strong, wise, but also loving, otherwise he is just a monster. The old healer walked to the still kneeling abomination, giving him a motherly kiss on the forehead. By the way, my name is Naria, not old woman, you jackass. She slapped him on the forehead, making his head jerk for no apparent reason to Agra's eyes. I must admit I never used my real name much, but you called me Nana for years. How could you forget about that, too? Nana, Naria, Derek echoed, the surprise locking him into place. Those names sounded indeed familiar, but the most shocking thing to him was that he had seen the slap coming a mile away. Yet he had not recoiled from it, nor had he considered it a threat. Back on Earth, Derek McCoy knew only one kind of violence and only one way to reply to it, but the old woman was different. Her slap was different from all those he had suffered over the years. It wasn't meant to hurt or humiliate him. There was no strength behind it. It was the kind of thing a grumpy grandparent would do to scold their unruly grandchild. Gods, I'm too old for this crud. Nana took off her shawl, letting her long hair tousle in the wind. Don't come to see me again anytime soon, King of the Spirits, okay? As her figure faded away, Derek could swear that her hair had turned black with yellow streaks all over, that her skin had become smooth and youthful until the old woman was no older than he was. Yet everything happened so fast that it was hard to distinguish the various parts of his hallucination. Magus Verhin? That name and Agra's voice snapped him back to reality, but only because with Nana gone the hunger was back. Here's the money you asked. She had put on a loose shirt from their scattered baggage and was handing him 10 copper coins that she held in her cupped hands. Agna was kneeling at him at a safe distance to show the monster that she posed no threat to him. Keep your money, it was just a joke. Derek looked at the 3 humans, and they were no longer his playthings. The 2 adults were back to being fellow victims, and the boy reminded him of Carl again. The abomination swallowed hard, thinking about what he would have done to them with a smile on his face if not for the red wolf. Derek was now scared of himself, of what he might become. He had come this close to turning into Ezio, and he had enjoyed every moment of it. Haunted by the memory of the first human-faced monster he had killed, the void flew away as fast as he could in the attempt to escape from his shame. Space. Distar Marquisate, Lustria County, Verhin Mansion, a few hours later. We got him. Some travelers have spotted a creature resembling an abomination who wore the Voidwalker armor and carried a red sword to his hip. It must be Lith, Camilla said as the report popped up on her amulet. Agra's family had gotten back to the road as soon as Borge woke up. When they had reached their destination, the tablet had reconnected with the web and delivered to Agna the royal emergency broadcast about the missing Magus. The message mentioned Lith's possible amnesia and the risks that meeting him might pose. The broadcast also recommended the citizens of the kingdom to stay away from Lith and call for help immediately. Agna had pressed the emergency button on her amulet upon hearing the message, and a warp steps had instantly opened to her position. She had been brought to the local branch of the association, where Agna and her family had been treated and fed while interrogated. The assigned constable updated his report in real time, and once he was done, he handsomely compensated the family for their losses in exchange for their silence. The prospect of a rampaging Magus was already bad. A rampaging Magus abomination was the stuff nightmares were made of. Where? Elena asked, dropping the plates she was washing to run to Camilla's side. Near the borders with the Empire, in the Hessar region. The more Camilla read the report, the more she knew there was something wrong with her husband. Chapter 30-161 Monster Hunt, Part 1. 30-161 Monster Hunt, Part 1. That place is nowhere near Vidun's hiding spot. Lith must have traveled for thousands of kilometers aimlessly. Also, the report says he kept his abomination form the whole time and doesn't even remember his own name. Lith butchered a group of criminals in front of 3 innocent people, and according to the witnesses, he wanted to kill them as well. Camilla's voice dropped to a whisper at the last part, and her face went pale. The family gathered to read the report, but, much to the children's dismay, they were sent to their rooms and forbidden to come out until called. By the Great Mother, this is bad, Voltac said. I would love to help, but I'm still recovering. Without my bright violet core, facing an abomination like Lith is too dangerous. Even if you had made a full recovery already, I wouldn't have let you go. Camilla shook her head. First, we must capture Lith. Then, if nothing else works, we need you to treat his life force with your immortal flames again. You need to save your strength and focus on healing. You are our best shot at bringing Lith back. Can you send a few fire dragons? To help someone they don't know or care about, the Father of Fire replied. That's a bad idea, Camilla. They would kick Lith's ass mercilessly, and if one of my children gets hurt, the others would show him no mercy. What about your phoenixes, Grandma? Elena asked Salark, who was taking care of the newborns. I won't order them to intervene, but I won't stop them either, the Overlord replied. The Blood Desert has no reason to get involved in the kingdom's business, but any of my children is free to help you in their free time. Thank you, Grandma. Camilla knew that with the Guardian's no-intervention policy, Salark was doing the best she could. I'll call Sinmara then. Maybe she can call Surtur and they can help us. Space. Archduchy of Essager, capital city of Verlem, Vaster household at the same time. Thanks for coming here so quickly. Zagar Vaster had assembled his hybrids and the most powerful eldritches of his organization. All of you should know that Lith Verhin is more than a student to me. He's a brother to Xenagrosh, a friend to Bytra, and also an abomination hybrid just like you. Even if he doesn't know it, he's part of our organization. He's your sibling and my responsibility. Until he's found and brought back, all of our business will be on hold. I'll keep a skeleton crew of abominations and eldritches to supervise the active operations, but everything else can wait. The hunt to the undead courts is now of low priority, and so is restoring more minds on Giera. He walked back and forth in front of the lined-up eldritches. In case some of you were distracted, let me be clear. I want Lith Verhin taken alive and well. Killing is out of the question. You are allowed to hurt him, but only in order to restrain him. If you don't feel up to the task, call for help. There's no shame in it. Also, if you end up killing him, consider yourself expelled from the organization, with all that it implies. Which was a polite way to say sentenced to death. The eldritches couldn't risk a former associate to divulge their secrets or position. On top of that, escaping Xenagrosh's fury without the protection of the Master would have been hard back when she was just a hybrid. Now that the Shadow Dragon had partly recovered her mana core, it was nigh impossible. Just like escaping the bounty that Bytra would put on the killer's head. She just had to promise to put the Davros equipment of the winner on top of her list to unleash most of the organization against whoever she wanted. Have I made myself clear, Orolm? The Master stopped in front of the breaker, staring him in the eyes. Crystal, he nodded. Good, Upthought, go with him and make sure Orolm doesn't mess anything up. I understand you still don't trust me much, Master, but this is going overboard. The breaker clenched his hands so hard they turned white. I don't need a babysitter. Upthought should move alone to cover more ground. It's not a matter of trust, Vaster replied, and I'm not just worried about Lith, I'm also worried about you. Me, Orolm felt insulted, but he kept his cool so he noticed that no one was laughing at him or so much as smiling. In a way, your powers are very similar to Lith's, the Master nodded. You two excel at killing and destroying. I'm afraid that if you two meet, only one of you is going to walk away on his feet. Upthought's regenerative powers will ensure that you both make it. He handed her 2 vials containing highly compressed life force. A single injection was supposed to restore an abomination from the brink of death, but Vaster gave Upthought 2 in case the fight ended up in a draw. I'm sorry, but is Verhin this powerful? Orolm asked, his voice now calm and respectful. He's still a runt, whereas we all have the knowledge of millennia. Yes, he is. Vaster kept his voice level. Lith destroyed cursed cities and killed Thrud's minions while protecting his life. If what the report says is true, he's gone full abomination. It means hurting him is hard, and that he wields powers that could kill any of you. His body is now made of chaos, whereas you guys are now of flesh and blood. It made you more powerful, but it also means that now you can die. If you add that you fight to capture Lith and he to kill you, I wouldn't overestimate my odds if I were you. Space. Somewhere on the Garland continent, fringe of the World Tree, the following day. Solus had spent almost 3 days without seeing anyone or being allowed to conjure the tower. Under normal circumstances, without nourishment from Lith and the tower, her life force and mana would have started to bleed out slowly. As long as she remained in her ring form, however, the abundant world energy of the fringe stopped her mana loss, while the stolen life force stored in the bleed healed her wounds. Not only those she had suffered upon her capture, but also the cracks in her life force and mana core. Without the tower, Solus couldn't rest or fall asleep, so she had spent her time assessing her situation. She had calculated how long she had before the bleed's tanks would empty, and how much energy she could consume every day to experiment on her new powers without compromising her energy reserves. Also, she had managed to notice the taint left by the Predator Protocol in the world energy. Ever since that moment, Solus had used her willpower and the tower to foil every attempt of the World Tree to erase the foreign imprint that threatened their dominion over the fringe. Solus countered the Yggdrasil's every move, and when she failed to stop them, she sacrificed part of the corrupted energy to stall the tree and spread the infection to healthy areas, resetting the board. Chapter 30-162 Monster Hunt, Part 2. 30-162 Monster Hunt, Part 2. This should keep the world fucker busy, Solus thought. I don't know why no one tried to imprint me yet, but I'm even more surprised the Yggdrasil hasn't sent someone after Lith either. If they did and more chroniclers died, I would have noticed the tremors. If something happened to Lith, I bet everything I don't have that the tree would throw it in my face. As if in answer to her thoughts, a small energy dome nailed the stone ring to the wooden floor while the door of her cell opened. The bark of the world tree shifted into a rectangular opening, letting inside the first light in 2 days and a female elf. I see. Solus studied the newcomer's deep violet core and lithe figure. The Yggdrasil must have chosen her as my host if they revealed the secret of the violet core to her. The tree must have waited until she got accustomed to her new powers before making another attempt at imprinting me. Dawn had taught Solus that it was an ancient tradition of living legacies to always bond with someone of their same gender. This way, there was no risk of falling in love with their host as had happened to Dawn herself. The only question is, why a regular elf instead of a chronicler? The woman wielded a wand made of Yggdrasil wood, but there was no trace of the world tree's energy signature inside her body. The wand can help her with her focus, but no more than my sage staff. It is done, Elfin Menadian. The female elf's voice was cold yet melodious. Lith Verhin is dead. Ineshaya Lamar will be your next host. Tell me another, Solus laughed at her. If that's true, show me his corpse or at least his head. The wounds the Zawu inflicted upon him were so dire that Verhin turned into an abomination. There's no corpse left. The elf's left eye squinted lightly in annoyance. Really? Solus gasped, her voice oozing mockery and sarcasm. How awfully convenient for you. Do you really think I'm that stupid? At this point, why not tell me that you are Lith reincarnated in a woman's body? It's just as believable as your story. Read it for yourself if you don't believe me. Neshaya threw a communication amulet open on the page of the royal broadcast. Solus didn't miss how details like the date and the circumstances of the meeting with Aughra had been redacted. Nice try. Here says he has gone abomination, but not when it happened. For all I know, this message has just been released and you've spun your bullshit around it. It proves that I told you the truth, human, the librarian snarled. Don't expect to receive other news of Verhin's death because we've killed him in secret. We couldn't afford to leave witnesses that might lead back to us. I don't believe a word you say, Solus retorted. Our bond may be broken, but if anything happened to Lith, I'd know it. He's still alive, and I won't trust anything but my gut until you give me irrefutable proof I'm wrong. Fine, I hope that we might introduce ourselves in a more civilized manner, but you are forcing my hand. Neshaya waved the wooden wand, and the energy dome collapsed on the stone ring, trapping it in a vice. That's a sure way to gain my trust, blaming your cruelty on the victim. Solus grunted, using just enough energy to resist the pressure and boost the tower's density. I don't need your trust, the elf replied. I only need your compliance. Try anything funny, and the next time it will be much worse. She walked in front of the ring, making it levitate at her chest level without removing the barrier. Then, another flick of her wand removed the enchanted restraint, and Neshaya moved to grab the ring. Solus reacted by using gravity fusion to increase her already considerable mass and fall quickly, materializing only her right arm to punch at the elf in a cross counter. Neshaya had just gained the deep violet, but that along with the help of the world tree was enough to read the attack and sidestep it. She grabbed the ring and imprinted it before Solus could react. Stop resisting me. The order resounded through their mind link as her telepathic presence violated Solus' mind. The excess gravity disappeared, and Neshaya looked at the small ring resting on the palm of her right hand. That's better, she smiled, proud of the praises her master was showering her with. Now be still and quiet until I give you permission. The tree had worded the order so that there was no loophole Solus might exploit. A third wave of the wand opened the wood of the floor, giving the tower access to the ground below. Now summon the tower. Neshaya dropped the ring, and the moment it connected with the world energy, it grew in size and power. Come to me, Elfin Menadian. Solus walked through the tower's door wearing one of her favorite day dresses. Her hands were clenched and her face a mask of fury, but she wielded no weapon and remained still. Kneel, Solus ordered. The moment Neshaya approached, Solus grabbed her hand, using physical contact and violence to reinforce the mental command. The librarian and the tree were caught by surprise, even more because the tower solely boosted Solus' prowess. Neshaya felt her legs wobble, but her willpower coupled with the direct link with the Yggdrasil allowed her to resist. Her wrist, however, wasn't so lucky. Soulless grip was akin to a compactor, and she took her time returning the pressure Neshaya had inflicted on her. "Where's your arrogance now, bitch?" A single slap spread the elf's nose all over her face and her teeth on the ground. "Come one, order me around some more." "I forbid you to move," Neshaya yelled telepathically, her mouth too damaged and her throat too filled with blood to speak. "And I forbid myself to give a shit about what you want," Soulless replied, using the mental barricade technique that Dawn had taught her to disregard the orders of her master. Enough. The Yggdrasil was as confused as his loyal librarian, but unlike her, pain didn't cloud their judgment. The tree conjured a powerful array that restrained Soulless and forced her to collapse to the ground. "I decide when it's enough." Soulless struggled with all her strength, slowly standing up to the power of the Yggdrasil. The worst part was that the more the world tree increased the energy output of the array, the more Neshaya bled. The Yggdrasil could feel her agony through the wooden wand. "Let me guess you didn't know about this, did you?" Soulless stood defiant. "Prime engine, maximum overdrive." "No," the world tree froze in horror as the right side of the tower shapeshifted into a cannon-wielding arm. "No, no, no." "Fire in the tree." Soulless ran inside the tower to escape the blast and carried the librarian with her. "I'm going to suck you dry as long as I can, master." The moment the door was closed, the colossal rail gun fired upwards. Chapter 30-163 Corruption Spreads, Part 1. 30-163 Corruption Spreads, Part 1. Soulless knew there was no way she could escape, so she focused on dealing as much damage as she could until her freedom lasted. "I need information, bitch, and I'm going to crack you open like an egg if I have to." Soulless triggered a mind fusion with the librarian, but while she employed the telepathic defenses she had practiced with the horsemen, Neshaya was flooded with memories of Soulless life. Sure, only 16 years had passed since she had awoken from her slumber, but they had been quite intense. On top of that, Soulless also poured all of the memories from Lith's and Protector's lives she had inherited. "You have to do much worse than this," the elf said triumphant. Neshaya had learned the secrets of Verhin's powers, and everything Soulless knew about the current state of the tower from the mind fusion. "Once I share this knowledge with the tree, they will." Only once the librarian came out of the telepathic haze did she notice there was no wand in her hand anymore. She checked her newfound memories, discovering that during the fusion Soulless had sent the living piece of Yggdrasil wood to the bleed. "Do you want me to do worse? I'm happy to oblige." Soulless triggered a second mind fusion and then a third one. She kept protecting her own mind while flooding the elves with every beautiful and painful experience Soulless had endured. By the time reinforcements arrived, Neshaya was broken. "Where's Lith?" she sobbed through her now healed mouth. "I need to know that he's all right." Soulless couldn't make a female elf fall in love with her, but making Neshaya fall in love with Lith was child's play. Soulless bombarded Neshaya with all her memories of him. She replayed every one of his nice gestures, romantic dates, and achievements while replacing all the women in his life with the elf. By reliving Soulless memories multiple times, it was as if Lith had been kind, generous, and loving to the librarian for several centuries. Soulless feelings for him infected Neshaya's mind, and the mind fusion cranked everything up to 11. "You don't know." The mental barricade technique stopped the host's memories to protect Soulless, but it also prevented her from learning anything. "Nobody does." The elf knew they had only a few seconds before the cruel chroniclers broke through the door, so she used a mind link to share with Soulless everything Neshaya knew about the recent events in the Hesar region and the Yggdrasil's plans. In her mind, Neshaya was doing it to defend Soulless, and let the love of her life retrieve the priceless artifact that the traitorous elves had stolen from him. "Release my fragment and my librarian, now!" The bleed was already doing its job, and the world tree needed sheer willpower to not quiver in agony. "As you wish," Soulless said as the tower spat out the withered remains of the wand. The Yggdrasil was enraged, but they recovered part of their cool when Neshaya walked out of the tower. Her mind was filled to the brim with knowledge that the tree could smell from a mile away. One of the chroniclers approached her, offering Neshaya their Yggdrasil weapon to restore her connection with the tree. The librarian accepted the spear gracefully and used it to stab the chronicler in the heart. At the same time, she unleashed all the spells she kept at the ready. Neshaya weaved the most powerful spells with the largest area of effect she knew. She was aware that a mage wasn't immune to the secondary effect of her own spells, but that was the idea. The heat, the shockwaves, and the freezing cold killed her along with 2 more chroniclers. "Lith, I'm coming to you." was her final thought, glad that now the tree couldn't pry the knowledge from her and use it to hurt her beloved. "What did you do?" the Yggdrasil roared in outrage. "What did you do to Neshaya Elfin Menadian? Since everyone keeps treating me like a cursed object, it's only fair that I behave like one." She replied, turning back the tower in its ring form the moment its energy reserves were full again and the taint in the fringe had been spread further. "It should take the world fucker 2 days to prepare my next host," Solus thought. "When that happens, I'll use everything Neshaya taught me to escape. As long as the tree don't get their hands on my tower core, they can't afford to kill me, whereas there's nothing keeping me here." Space. Hessar region, in the middle of nowhere at the same time. Nighttime was the worst for Derek. With no sun and no light, his hunger rose to heights that threatened what was left of his shaking sanity. It was then that the spark of chaos inside his body spread like cancer, forcing Ragnar, K, to go all out to protect its master. The bloody scabbard slowly turned black as the agonizing blade consumed the blood and life force accumulated during the day. The life force was slowly fed to the void like a drip to help him resist the hunger by taking its edge off. The blood, instead, formed an insulation layer that Ragnar, K, used to fight the chaos from a safe distance. The silver gemstone produced light to neutralize the cursed element, while the black gemstone produced darkness to counter what escaped the silver gemstone. On top of that, the blade circulated different elements inside its Davros body to ensure its own survival. It was a restless and painful endeavor that would have destroyed a lesser artifact. Only the Davros' natural ability to draw in world energy, its regenerative properties, and the many crystals embossed on Ragnar, K's surface gave the blade the energy it needed. Ragnar, K knew it was a losing battle. The chaos was insatiable, forcing the blacking blade to pace itself in a controlled retreat and give up on 1 milliliter of blood at a time to resist chaos touch until the sun rose. Then Ragnar, K would have to purge the accumulated cursed element, replace the lost blood, and start it all over again. It was a hopeless struggle, but the agonizing blade could feel Lith's presence inside the void. Ragnar, K trusted its master to return. The blackening blade's duty was to protect Lith and his baby daughter, and Ragnar, K wouldn't give up until there was 1 drop of mana left inside its power core. Derek was oblivious to his companion's suffering, his mind already twisted by 2 conflicting feelings. On the one hand, he was still upset at the realization of how close he had come to be just like his Earth father. A cruel monster who had no qualms about hurting others just to feel better about his pathetic existence. A mindless brute who only cared about his own instant gratification. On the other hand, the hunger burned through his mind, making every other concern pale in comparison. The 3 thugs and their horses had sated his appetite, but only until the sun had provided Derek's sustenance. In the darkness of the night, there was nothing tempering the hunger of the abomination side. The lack of nourishment caused him a slithering pain that grew more intense with every second he spent without feeding. Chapter 3164 Corruption Spreads, Part 2. 3164 Corruption Spreads, Part 2. It wasn't the kind of pain that cripples the body. The void was comprised entirely of darkness element, and just like an abomination, Derek lacked pain receptors. What tormented him was an aching of the mind, caused by the constant corruption the spreading chaos inflicted upon him. The cursed element didn't just turn the darkness into more chaos, it also twisted Derek's personality. The lack of light element marred an abomination's life force until it affected their psyche. The effects produced by the alterations were completely random. Some abominations became geniuses. A few found enlightenment. The vast majority of the abominations, however, became raving mad. "I need to feed, but not on humans," Derek thought, his mind echoing with pangs of hunger and Ezio's laughter. The void could almost hear his Earth's father mocking Derek for his weakness from the grave. It was the reason the void avoided human settlements. "Life isn't a comic. The odds of finding more criminals are damn low. If I get too close to people, I'll kill whoever I meet." He would stop at a safe distance from the villages and sniff the air. If he saw wildfires or smelled lots of blood, it would have meant that something bad was happening and that there was someone bad he could feed upon. Unluckily, there was no such thing. Only warm lights came from the windows and the sounds of conversation between neighbors. The hunger blessed abominations with powerful senses. The void could now spot all kinds of life forms and sources of world energy without even looking. In a corner of his mind, he saw life forces like lights of varying intensity, while world energy was like a discordant song. It was all around him, but it was a weak cacophony that barely provided him any nourishment. The people in the various villages shone with lights so small that Derek knew they wouldn't last him 5 minutes. Even cows are stronger. I could feast on the cattle, but if I do that, the farmers will die of starvation. At that point, I might as well kill them too. It would be an act of mercy. The void drooled at the thought of feasting on the animals first and the humans later. A white bead of saliva slipped through his fangs and sizzled on contact with his black skin, snapping him out of his reverie. No, I can't do it. I don't know why, but I can't do it. The void resumed his flight while the voidfeather did his best to push the memories of Lith's family to the surface of the abomination's mind. Indeed, I can't, the dragon snorted. I didn't come so far, I didn't sacrifice so much just to ruin years of hard work for a measly meal. If I hurt someone like Roz, if I make a baby like Elijah an orphan, even if my family forgives me, I'd never forgive myself. The voidfeather dragon scanned the darkness of the night, hoping to find a mana geyser but to no avail. Lith had never been to the Hessar region, and mana geysers were rare. Finding one while moving in a random direction would have been nothing short of a miracle. It was the reason when the void felt several lights shining from a distance, he considered himself lucky. There were many of them, and all were stronger than a human. Magical bandits, he thought. Let them be fat and juicy magical bandits. After all, I can use magic. The old man and the highway robbers used wands. It's only natural that other people can use magic and taste much better. Derek was right, but also wrong. Magur was full of magic users, but they didn't camp outside in groups during the night. What he had perceived turned out to be a herd of wild buffaloes. They had chosen a river bank surrounded by tall grass as their resting place. Most of the animals were asleep, and only a few of them stood guard, sniffing the air and shaking their long ears to follow the weird noise. Derek still had no idea what gravity fusion was, and the flaps of his wings were as silent as a firework. He was still too far away to alarm the buffaloes, but his approach had put the sentinels on guard. Fuck me sideways, they are just wild cows, he thought, blinded by the darkness and his ignorance. Still better than nothing. The void had only one way not to make a ruckus. He conjured an updraft that made up for his poor control and brought him high enough to escape detection. From that distance, he was a black blot, making him invisible to the animal's poor eyesight. He approached his prey slowly, gliding through the hair to not make noise. Then, when he was above the herd, he let himself fall like a kinetic missile. He chose an empty area in the middle of the sleeping buffaloes as his landing spot, to make sure none of them would die. Between the void's weight and the gravitational acceleration, the impact produced a shockwave that sent the beasts flying and raised a dust cloud that hindered their senses. It's feeding time. Black tendrils sprouted from his body, wrapping themselves around the still-stunned animals and absorbing their vitality. The male buffaloes came to fight the unknown attacker and fell prey to the abomination. The cows and calves tried to run away, but chaos and dust made the frenzied animals either bump into each other or end up in front of the void. He wanted to drain them in an instant, to enjoy that blissful moment when his hunger would disappear. Yet he knew that it would only last one moment. After that, his hunger would return and he would suffer until he found more prey. I'm not that stupid. A partial but longer-lasting relief is better than short-term happiness, he said, feeling no guilt at the agonizing screams of the buffaloes as they writhed in the attempt to escape his grip. I couldn't agree more, brother, a male voice said from behind, making Derek turn around. Please let them go. If you kill the entire herd, we will have to abandon our home and starve until we find some food. In the moonlight, Derek could see a full pack of gray-furred wolves snarling and growling at him from a safe distance. At their head, there was a red-furred wolf, the size of a horse that Lith would have recognized as a rye. The vision stunned the void as the yellow eyes of the rye turned emerald, and his voice sounded exactly like Protector's. It was a trick played on his mind by his guilty conscience and the voidfeather dragon. Listen, pal, that's none of my business, Derek replied. The strong eats and the weak gets eaten. I don't see why I should be the one starving. For the same reason, I could have killed all the buffaloes by myself, but I limited to one of them at a time. The fake Protector replied. For balance. Just like you said, feeding my pack for a long time is better than giving them a huge feast followed by weeks of hunger. Please, I can smell it in you. Chapter 30, 165 Not Help, Part 1. 165 Not Help, Part 1. You can smell what in me? The void asked. That you are one of us, or rather you were, the rye replied. I wouldn't have dared come close to an abomination if not for your smell. You have yet to become a monster, brother. You are better than this. Fight it. Easy for you to say? Derek snarled. The word brother hurt him more than his hunger. I'm the one suffering. You are asking me to give up on my meal, on my prey for nothing but your sake. Give me one good reason. I'll do better. I'll give you a tasty one. The rye nodded to his pack and the wolves stepped back. Let the buffaloes go and you can eat me. I'm stronger than any animal. I'm a magical beast. You can feed on both my mana and life force. The void instinctively knew that the red-furred wolf was right. If the strongest buffalo was a torch, the rye shone like a raging fire to his senses. Even the whole herd was nothing compared to a single magical beast. If you really have magic, why don't you fight me? Derek didn't release his prey, but he stopped feeding upon them. To what end? The magical beast shook his head. My pack would die, I would die. The herd would be massacred during our fight. I would lose everything and you'd miss the best part of your meal. Neither of us would get what he wants. Violence isn't the only way to achieve victory. That's why I've come here with an offer. Take me and promise to leave these lands. This way the herd will survive and so will my pack. What about you? The void felt a pit in his stomach that almost made him forget about his hunger. Almost. I can afford to die. I already had cubs. My legacy will live on with them and my pack will have a leader better than me. I trust my children. The rye's words sent a violent pang through the abomination's body. He could hear a baby girl cry. He could feel her conscience calling upon him. Elijah, he muttered as he suddenly knew the direction one of the missing pieces of his soul was. At the same time, at the Verhin mansion, the baby girl was actually crying, flaying her small limbs in her father's direction. Daya, Daya! Elijah shapeshifted into her Tiamat form, hoping that the resonance would help Lith find him, but she felt no answer. Valoran shapeshifted as well, using the dragon scales to understand what was happening and adding his call to her own. He shared no blood with Lith, but he could make Elijah's voice louder. Valoran! The black tendrils disappeared and the buffaloes were free to escape. Free but too weak to stand up. Only a few stumbled away, the rest just wheezed while lying down on the ground. Their hearts drummed in their chests and their legs failed them as if they had just collapsed after running for their lives. Thank you, brother. The rye used air magic to splash the drained buffaloes with water from the nearby river, waking up the ones who had fainted and giving the rest something to drink. All those who had suffered the touch of the abomination were as gaunt and thin as after weeks of malnourishment. Even with the predator still among them, the buffaloes drank and ate avidly, knowing that their lives were hanging by a thread. The wolves herded the buffaloes and guided them away from the abomination, while the rye stood still. Derek was wheezing as well, but not out of fatigue. The headache was back, worse than ever. He felt like he was forgetting about something important, a duty above any hunger or pain. Yet he couldn't remember what it was. Thanks for what? By the time he came back to his senses, only he and the rye remained. For keeping the first part of your word, brother. The rye walked forward. I trust that you'll keep the second part as well. Leave these lands and let my pack live. The magical wolf knelt down and put his head on Derek's lap, like a convict on the chopping block. I'm sorry, I'm just so hungry. Derek didn't want to do it, but he had to. It's okay, we all have to eat. The rye closed his eyes so that the abomination didn't have to stand his gaze as Derek feasted upon him. Space. The void fed upon the magical wolf like he would have done with the buffaloes. Slowly, taking his time to stave off the hunger as long as he could, and saving the rye's blood for Ragnar, K. Once he was done, the scabbard had recovered part of its red, and the hunger was back to a bearable level. Just enough to let Derek realize what he had done and feel guilty for it. What have I done? The dead rye looked peaceful like he was sleeping. The long fur hid the dried-up skin and reminded the void of holding the dying protector in his arms. What have I done? Derek wanted to cry, but he had no tears left since the day of Carl's death. All that remained were pain and guilt, and they both came from the realization that he was still too weak to protect anything. Too weak even to spare someone he respected from a painful death. Too weak to fight his own hunger. What he asked, Ragnar K. replied, what you needed. Derek looked at the blade in anger, but then he felt its pain. The rye's death had given Ragnar K. relief, but it was still suffering. No, what we needed, little guy. Somehow the void knew that the blade's life was on the line as well, and it was fighting for him. Why does this word is so bittersweet? Another flash of light brown hair was followed by long raven black hair and a completely different smell. A hammer and a badge, a tower and a flower, Derek mumbled as he walked away from the Rise corpse and the wolves' turf. We. He used that word a mantra to suppress the hunger. It was just a word, but it caused him such joy, pain, and longing that it fought the abomination's endless appetite on equal terms. Sometimes we even kicked the hunger down a notch. The Void walked at awakened speed to save his strength. Talking wolves, magic, and talking swords. I bet I'm not the only powerful one here, little one. You're not, Ragnar K confirmed. Then maybe if I can find others like me, they can help me, he pondered. After all, either they do that or they become my next meal. They help themselves by helping me. It's a win-win situation. They spent several minutes in silence, while Derek pondered how easy it came to him taking the lives of 3 men, and yet killing a single Rye weighed heavily on his conscience. You know, little guy, if I was a religious man, I'd say that this is a punishment for my actions, that this place is some kind of hell and my hunger is my curse. Yet it takes 1 second to realize its steaming pile of bullshit. Chapter 30, 166, Not Hell, Part 2. 166, Not Hell, Part 2. My life on Earth was hell. I was weak, alone. I suffered for years and no one cared. I had to endure my father's beatings and watch him hit Carl, feeling like the useless coward I was. Derek growled in fury. I could just stand there and do nothing while my brother's murderer walked out of the courtroom a free man. I had to get terminal cancer to find the strength to get some justice. My second life on that fucking ship was hell too. I was a cripple who couldn't walk. I couldn't explain myself or understand others. I could only suffer from hunger and isolation, praying that whoever I met would have mercy on me. This life, however, is different, the Void said with a savage smile on his face. Here I suffer and I'm alone, but at least I'm strong, so strong that I can tear men apart like paper and lift cattle with one hand. I have incredible powers, magic, and even telekinesis. This is nothing like hell, yet since I've got this hunger that makes me hurt everyone around me, this isn't paradise either. I'll tell you what I think, little guy. This is an opportunity. If I understand how to master my powers and control my weakness, I'll be unstoppable. And you know what's the best part? Derek asked, and this time he took a pause to let Ragnar K reply. The angry blade listened to the rhythmic pulse of chaos in Derek's veins and remained silent. Ragnar K knew the answer, and it terrified the blade. That even if I fail, this time it's not going to be just my problem. The world won't keep spinning no matter how deep in shit I am. It's going to be everyone's problem. Space. Hessar region, Royal Main Road to the capital, a few hours earlier. All those involved in the search for Lith moved to the site of the brigands' attack on Borg's family as soon as they could. The first to arrive was Xenagrosh. Between her access to most gate networks and her dragon speed, there were few places on Garland she couldn't reach in a matter of minutes. I'm sorry for Lith's friends, but I'm not going to take any chance that the Royals find him first, and one of their goons screws things up. Lith might be a hero to people, but politics are shit. If the wrong person finds him, I bet my scaly ass they might try to murder him with the excuse he was violent, or frame him for a massacre too big for the Royals to pardon him. There are too many people that would pay Lith's weight in gold just to take him down a peg. She activated her eldritch ability, Stalking Predator, to draw in all the auras in the vicinities and assimilate them into her body. She picked out 1 abomination hybrid energy signature, 3 dead men's scents, and as many horse corpses. The other smells belonged to regular humans, 1 female and 2 males, and they all moved in the direction of the nearest city. There's no foul play yet. Everything is as stated in the report, Xenagrosh thought. The only thing out of place is Lith's smell and energy signature. Back near Vidun's cabin, I sensed only his abomination aura. Now I can smell his dragon side, so he's alive and healing. Yet there is no trace of his human side at all. What if it's damaged beyond repair? Can Lith survive without his human life force, and if yes, would he still be a Tiamat or become like me? The answer both scared and excited Zorath. It excited her because having a second member of her species would make her less alone. She would have someone who could truly understand her and with whom to share her burden. Also, it would have made it much easier for Lith to enter the organization. The answer also terrified her because losing his human side would mean becoming a different person. To lose his special connection with Elijah and maybe even his ability to love his family. I need to find Lith quickly. Whatever the wound he suffered, Father can heal him as long as I'm not too late. I'd rather be alone than let him endure all the shit I've gone through. She circled the area until she found his trail. Then she bolted forward while keeping the top speed that wouldn't hinder her sense of smell. She had left from a handful of minutes when the first chronicler arrived. The World Tree had many chroniclers, one for each area of Magur outside the range of their mystical senses. Great was the elf's dismay when all of his locator spells failed to pick up any trace of Lith. "I'm sorry, my liege. I came here as fast as I could, but someone beat me to it. They have cleaned up the area beyond what even the spells you taught us can recover," Basran said via their bond. "Eldritches," the Yggdrasil spat out the word like a curse. "No one else could have done it. It matters not. Plant your staff in the ground." The chronicler did as ordered, and the living wood of his polearm sprouted roots and tendrils. It allowed the World Tree to use their breathing technique, root cause, despite the distance from their physical body. Among its unique abilities, the Yggdrasil's version of invigoration allowed them to commune with the local flora and temporarily awaken it, giving plants the gift of consciousness. This way, the World Tree could read their memories of recent events and witness them, as if they had been there. "Did you find anything, my liege?" Basran asked. "Yes, Verhin went northwest from here and Zorith Legineborn is after him. You follow his path, I'll put together a squad. It's imperative that we find him first. We can't allow him to regain his memories. Many friends of Elfin Menadian are still alive, and I've no intention of discovering how far they are willing to go to help her." The chronicler left the area less than a minute after his arrival. Freya, Quilla, Falul, and Protector arrived less than 15 minutes later, but no matter what they tried, they found no evidence of Lith's presence except from the craters he left. They followed the footprints until the point where he took flight, and then they explored the area in every direction for kilometers before giving up. Space. Hessar region, near the borders with the Keller region, in the middle of nowhere right now. Less than 1 hour was left before sunrise. It was the moment when a young abomination like Derek was supposed to be at his weakest. After a whole night spent away from a geyser and any other form of nourishment, an abomination would be too hungry to think straight. Their whole focus would be devoted to finding their next meal, strutting around like the apex predator that Magur's natural undead were. In the Void's case, it was only a half-right assumption. He was indeed hungry, so hungry that his sense of guilt for murdering the Rye was just a slight annoyance in a corner of his mind. Chapter 3167 Kill Team, Part 1. 3167 Kill Team, Part 1. Yet the life energy of the magical beast still flowed through the void. The walk allowed the abomination to both preserve most of the life force and honor the sacrifice of the Rye. That, along with the guilt, was enough to keep Derek's mind keen as he scoured his surroundings for another prey. With every sip of life force he consumed, his shame grew. The void had killed the magical beast because possessed by the hunger, not because he wanted to. It was an unforgivable act of weakness, something that Derek wouldn't allow to happen a second time. On top of that, he no longer considered the endless appetite of the abomination like a biological need, but as an enemy. And like against all of his enemies, Derek McCoy kept his guard up and fought it with everything he had. As he walked through an empty clearing, he perceived everything around him with painful clarity. The worms digging through the soft soil below him, the feeble vitality of the grass blades, and even the thin world energy spread throughout the air. The whole Magur looked like a meal to him, but it was one made of scraps. Every bite reminded him of the pleasure of feeding, but there wasn't enough to slow down his growing hunger. It frustrated him to the point that, under normal circumstances, he would have fallen into a frenzy like back on Mount Morala. Not that night. The rage and the hunger only sharpened his senses as he used every iota of self-control he had to preserve what was left of the Rye's life force 1 second longer. It was the reason the Void perceived the shift in the world energy as the chroniclers approached him. The servants of the World Tree had found Lith with root cause and followed him, biding their time for the moment when he would be more vulnerable. They still had no idea how their colleague had failed to kill him, and the fact that Lith still carried his equipment worried the elves. He was one of the few people on Magur capable of using blade spells, so the chroniclers couldn't rush in. To make matters more confusing, Lith moved slowly while keeping high vigilance, which contradicted the information about him suffering from amnesia. The cloaking rings he wore blurred his figure under soul vision too much to be certain he really was in his abomination form. In the darkness of the night, and with most of his head covered by the helm, only his fangs were clearly visible. The chroniclers knew he wasn't in his human form, but that was it. Even without Solus, Lith was famous for his ability to plan complex schemes while leading his enemies to underestimate him. Now that the Yggdrasil was one of them, the tree second-guessed every one of their moves, afraid of ending up like those who had tried to kill Lith in the past. The chroniclers had followed him for hours to check he wasn't leading them into a trap of his own. They kept their distance, avoiding using spells that would have revealed their position to the abomination's hunger and relying on soul vision. Something is wrong, Derek thought, his paranoia shutting his mouth for the first time in a while. I can feel holes in the energy around me. I would think this is just another difference with Earth if these holes didn't move in formation and weren't surrounding me. The Darwin of the chronicler's armor made them invisible to mystical senses and spells. A darkness enchantment canceled their smell, while an air enchantment silenced their steps. The only sign of their presence was the lack of any presence. If one looked carefully, they would notice that the world energy was thinner where a chronicler hid. Or, in the Void's case, he felt it in the pit of his ever-hungry stomach. "Danger, Will Robinson, danger!" The Void-Feather Dragon screamed telepathically, hoping that either the Void or Ragnar K would receive his warning. The angry blade actually listened to the thoughts of both the abomination and the dragon. It conjured the Gleipnir enchantment to gain control over part of Derek's mana and the power cores of the rest of the equipment. "He discovered us." The chronicler closest to the Void spotted the golden chains with soul vision and warned the others. They had no use for a mind link, using their Yggdrasil wood equipment to relay the message. "We need to stop him before he casts his blade spell, or we'll die before we can conjure Silverwing's annihilation." The World Tree didn't take any risk. They wanted to kill Lith quickly, collect a piece of his equipment to convince Solus of his demise and break her will. The tree needed her to stop fighting back to move on to the next phase of their plan. The tree's scheme to gain the Zawu's trust and Menadian's tower had been a success, but everything after that had been an utter failure. Even worse, as long as Lith was alive, there was a chance the tree's involvement might be exposed and their fringe besieged by the Eldritches, something the Yggdrasil wanted to avoid at all costs. While 7 chroniclers assembled to conjure the anti-guardian spell, the final member of the kill team jumped out of his hiding spot to draw the abomination's attention. The elf had already prepared the Tier 5 spell, Frozen Wasteland, and shapeshifted his staff into a polearm with a Davros head. The sight of the black-clad figure stopped Derek on the spot way before Frozen Wasteland hit. His mind was flooded by the memory of the bloody wound blooming on Solus' chest back at Maugur's garden. Of the mysterious man who had taken the stone ring away from him back at the hunting cabin. Of the bastard who had robbed him of something, no, someone precious. "He's one of the bastards who took Solus," the Void-Feather screamed in outrage, and even though only the last word reached the Void's mind, it was enough. The boiling rage snapped Derek out of his shock, and he stared in anger at the thief. The Darwin armor made life vision useless, but he recognized the spell from memory. The blue luminescence on the elf's fingertips, the way he shifted his weight for the palm strike, everything triggered the memory of Emrail hitting Lith. The memory of Emrail stealing Solus. The palm strike connected with unexpected ease, releasing Frozen Wasteland upon contact. The spell drained the humidity in the Void's surroundings with air magic and unleashed a cold wave with water magic. The two effects synergized in a loop that instantly dropped the temperature of the abomination by over 100 degrees. It was a spell devised by one of the first world trees to get rid of any dragon, especially Ligon, who might get too much a fancy to their secrets. The Void's body exploded like an overinflated balloon, generating a thin mist of silvery droplets from the shattered Voidwalker armor and black ones from his darkness body. "Wait, what?" The chronicler was flabbergasted. "Verhin has the mass of a divine beast. I wasn't supposed to push him even 1 millimeter away. He can't die this easily, can he?" Chapter 3168 Kill Team, Part 2. 3168 Kill Team, Part 2. "No, he can't, you idiot. Blink!" The Yggdrasil barked as the droplets of both colors stopped in midair as if time was frozen. The tree could see through their chronicler's mystical senses that the armor and its master were actually unscathed. The Davros Adamant alloy could take much more than a single Tier 5 spell, and the chronicler was right about Derek's mass. The palm strike hadn't shattered Derek's body. He had scattered himself to avoid the brunt of the spell while also feeding on its mana. Abominations weren't dragons. Cold did nothing to them, and all elements but darkness were a meal to them. The elf understood what the Yggdrasil meant when he saw the droplets brimming with energy and charging at him. Oh shit! Luckily for him, centuries of experience and the tree's timely warning allowed the elf to blink away in time. Unluckily for him, it was completely useless. If not for his Darwin armor, the elf would have noticed that the palm of his right gauntlet was completely blackened by a chunk of the abomination's body that Derek had stuck to the elf. "Hello, dinner." The black goo took the form of the void's face and seeped through the joints of the armor for a feast. At the same time, the droplets followed the main conscience and rained upon the chroniclers like bullets of chaos and enchanted metal. They formed a layer surrounding the elf's whole body and exploited every centimeter of his exposed skin to drain his vitality faster. While Derek feasted upon the elf, Ragnar, K bolted on its own against the assembled chroniclers, disrupting their formation. "Immerzah, stop that blade," Cupor, the leader of the hunting mission, said while she rushed to complete her share of the annihilation. Immerzah shapeshifted her Yggdrasil staff into a tower shield and readied the Tier 4 clean slate she had prepared to jam Lith's equipment in case he came too close to complete his blade spell for comfort. On it, Immerzah planted her feet on the ground, imbued clean slate in her equipment, and braced for impact, all while conjuring her side of the annihilation with body casting. Yggdrasil wood wasn't as durable and powerful as Davros, but while the elf supported the shield with her body, Ragnar, K was alone. Without Lith's mass behind the blow, the Yggdrasil shield would just be chipped before clean slate stunned the semi-living weapon. The damage wouldn't hinder the shield's enchantments, and the spark of the world tree inhabiting the wood would instantly repair it. Immerzah's calculations were confirmed by the tree and on point. Except she had failed to take into account the raw mass of chaos plaguing the blade or the fact that just like its master, Ragnar, K was rarely alone. Double edge coated the angry blade, giving it the mass of a small building. The cursed element pierced through the Yggdrasil wood like paper, spreading its corruption, while Ragnar, K's sheer weight blasted the shield asunder and impaled Immerzah in the chest. "Solus, where?" The angry blade quivered in respite as it could pass the blight of chaos onto the dying elf and use her blood to recover part of its strength. In the blink of an eye, 2 chroniclers were dead, dropping their numbers from 8 to 6. In the blink of an eye, 2 Yggdrasil branches were tainted by chaos that fed upon the tree's spark and twisted their life force. Back in the fringe, the colossal body of the Yggdrasil quivered. Their life essence imbued inside the 2 chroniclers was gone, but that wasn't the worst. Derek had grabbed one of the Yggdrasil weapons and was enjoying its effects. The mystical wood heightened his focus, gave him superior mental clarity, and bolstered his control over the spark of chaos inside his body. "I knew it." Solus enjoyed the tree's screams and quakes in the ground like they were music. "Lith is alive and kicking ass." Interesting. New ideas and realizations popped up in Derek's mind as the wood inspired him to find a way to adapt what he knew about darkness magic to chaos. This thing is both a snack and a circuit breaker. The void fed off the world tree to stave his hunger, and used the tree's life force to shield his own from the consequences of his amateurish grasp on chaos magic. Die, Derek followed Ragnar, K's example, and cast the Tier 4 chaos spell, Howling Void, from the tip of the wooden weapon. He failed to control the spell, causing both the staff and the life spark of the world tree to crumble from the backlash. Yet he didn't care. There were 7 more pieces of wood like that, and the Howling Void was onto its prey. "Leave it to me." Cural, the strongest of the group, left the formation and his weapon behind. There was no time for anything but to bet on the Yggdrasil's skills as a forgemaster and the properties of the Darwin. The elf took the chaos spell square on his chest and was sent tumbling to the ground. The anti-magic properties of the Darwin scattered the blast with little consequences for Cural. His armor was cracked and his ribs broken, but he could still fight. Light fusion was already mending his wounds, and the armor would fix itself with time. Darwin was a brittle material, weak to physical attacks, and chaos magic packed quite a punch in the form of kinetic energy. Derek clicked his tongue in annoyance and splayed his fingers, releasing the 20 Tier 5 spells he kept stored in his rings. Final eclipses, Stormnados, Raging Suns, Mjolnirs, and Burial Grounds erupted in pairs all around the elven formation. "Don't let Verhin escape." Cupor and the rest of her team were blinded by the wall of mana, but otherwise unscathed. The Darwin of their armor had repelled the elemental barrage with ease, suffering solely minor damage from shockwaves and shrapnel. According to our data, Verhin's most likely move is to retreat and prepare his blade spell. He knows we can't cast Silverwing's annihilation at full force anymore. We need to press on. Derek knew no blade spell and recalled Ragnar, K to his hand while trying to understand the situation. The explosions blinded him as well, and he would never turn his back to an enemy before making sure they were really dead. Fuck me sideways, I've killed them all without leaving one to interrogate. Even worse, my rings don't seem to recharge on their own. Let's hope one of the knife ears survived. I need to understand why they are after M. Hural split the wall of flames with a wind blade, and the other 5 elves escaped from Derek's spells in a circular formation with no blind spots. They had expected a trap in the trap, yet nothing happened. No blink above their heads, no army of demons, no flames, nothing. Me and my big mouth. The Void could now perceive the elves thanks to the cracks in their armor, but he had no clue how to fight 1 against 6. The chroniclers scattered to not offer him an easy target and attack him from every side. If Varen really is struck in his abomination form, then use darkness magic and ignore the other elements. Cupor ordered, and the others obeyed. Chapter 30-169 Puppet Master, Part 1. 30-169 Puppet Master, Part 1. Derek swung his blade in a wide arc to keep the chroniclers away, making his mediocre swordsmanship evident. The elves dodged but didn't exploit the blatant opening, thinking it another trap. What if Verhin really is amnesiac? Terrell asked after no clever tactic followed the amateurish swing. What if it's just a ruse and you die? Cupor rebuked him. Verhin just used 20 Tier 5 spells. How could he do it if he had no memory? Her reasoning was correct. Regular spell-holding rings could only store 1 spell, so Lith wasn't supposed to have access to more than 10. Yet it was also wrong. By mixing the runes retrieved from the Odie and Golden Griffin, Lith and Solus had found a way to craft magic-holding rings capable of storing 2 spells each. It was something they hadn't shared with anyone but their closest friends, making even the World Tree oblivious about their innovation. Derek cursed his weakness and unleashed a barrage of Tier 1 spells, leaving the chroniclers aghast. Even a simple student uniform was more than enough to neutralize such weak spells. Even worse, there was no strategy or reason behind them. How could such a moron kill so many of our friends? Tamsville said in outrage. I say that our intel is correct. Stop overthinking and cover my back. Before Cupor could order him to stop, the chronicler lunged at Derek with the skill he had polished through the millennia. Everyone expected him to die in a gruesome and unexpected way, but that didn't happen. His spear slipped past Derek's awkward guard and impaled him through the chest. Elves had the bloodline ability to imbue their spells inside their equipment akin to an extra enchantment, so the blade carried more than the Davros it was made of. The Tier 4 darkness spell, Death Mist, was released straight inside the Void's body and the Voidwalker armor. Tamsville used the armor's gravity sheath as a containment field to focus his spell's destructive power. Derek screamed in pain, feeling the life force he had painstakingly collected dissipate, and tried to get a hold of the wooden haft to suck it dry. Tamsville, however, was quicker. He pulled the blade out and slashed diagonally as he retreated. He knew that abominations had no vitals, so there was no point sticking close to Lith. The polearm left a shallow gash that went from the right breastplate to the left pauldron, spreading more darkness inside Derek's body and weakening him further. That's it, Cupor couldn't believe her own eyes. This is no ruse. Verhin has lost his memory. We've played ourselves this whole time. Attack. The elves spread out, adjusting the grip on their weapons and leaving Derek the space of 1 breath before they jumped at him from every direction. In that breath, Ragnar, Kay forced the full guard enchantment of the Voidwalker armor active, spreading a violet light for over 30 meters, 100, around the abomination. The pain from the wounds awakened the memories of all the fights Lith had faced in his 20 years of life on Magur. The instincts carved in his body by the countless hours he had spent training and battles to the death rose to the surface. Derek may not know what to do, but Lith did. Full guard was a common spell, but it had been Lith's bread and butter since the academy, and it gave his body all the information it needed to fight. Ragnar, Kay's clumsy movements became sharp, intercepting the tip of one of the blades coming from the front and pushing it away. The elf's weapon had greater range, but Lith didn't need to reach Tamsville to hurt him. To hurt them all. Lith let the edge of the black blade slip past the Davros head and onto the haft, shaving the wood above and injecting chaos in that below. Lith pumped mana in his left hand, temporarily enhancing the durability of the combat glove, and intercepted a second polearm with his open palm. The Davros spear tip pierced through the armor's metal and the abomination's darkness, releasing part of the Tier 4 spell it was imbued with directly inside Lith's body. Pain was an old friend to Lith and Derek, so they clenched their fangs along with their left hand. There were no bones or nerves inside the void, so he could still move all his fingers and grab the Yggdrasil wood, stopping the weapon before the blade could deliver the full blow. Two membranous wings erupted from his back, flapping against the two elves striking from behind his back and wrapping themselves around their weapons. With the human side gone, the second set of wings was missing, so nothing stopped the final two weapons. The best Lith could do was to manipulate his body along with the Voidwalker armor, opening holes in the Davros blade's path as quickly as he could. The Chroniclers exploited the openings to shoot their spells right inside, past his armor's defensive enchantments. The Void lost big chunks of his body, his energy reserves and mass greatly reduced by the several Tier 5 darkness spells he had to endure. Yet he pressed on, closing the holes as quickly as they had appeared and trapping the wooden hafts of the two final weapons into his grasp as well. My turn now. The abomination touch infected the Yggdrasil component of the weapons, draining them of vitality and using it to recover the lost mass. Yggdrasil wood was almost as durable as Davros, but unlike the mystical metal, it was alive, weak to the corruption of chaos. Small tendrils sprouted from the abomination's body, forming black veins as they spread throughout the weapon's hafts. It dealt immense pain to the tree, which in turn was passed on to the elves due to the bond they shared. The attack was much worse than before. The infection of 6 branches at the same time amplified the pain that every chronicler endured, paralyzing them. The black veins grew fast, reaching the hands wielding the weapons and moving on to infect the living flesh as well. Unleash everything you have at the ready, or we're dead. Fighting the chaos invading her body was making Cupor lose her focus, and she knew that the other chroniclers were in her same boat. Losing the annihilation would force the kill team to change their strategy, but there was no coming back from losing their lives. The chroniclers activated every enchantment of their weapons, released every spell contained in their rings, and conjured all those they had completed. The resulting explosion blasted the abomination to pieces and sent the elves flying away to safety. Assemble to my position. Cupor doubted that Lith was dead, so she had the rest of her team blink to the same spot to cast the annihilation again. Use your breathing technique. We need to recover before. Her before was past and gone. In the time it had taken them to blink, the explosion had already stopped. Instead of expanding in every direction, the mass of fire and darkness was swirling in a black vortex, while the other elements faded into nothingness. Hassar, I thought you were dead. More than one elf asked via the mind link with the World Tree as they saw their colleague walk through the smoke and fire. Chapter 30, 170 Puppet Master, Part 2. 170 Puppet Master, Part 2. Because he is, you morons, Verhin's abomination side is a puppeteer. The Yggdrasil warned them after noticing that the dead elf's eyes burned respectively with red and black light. Knowing he couldn't survive the blast, Derek had sought refuge inside the body of the first elf he had slain. He had noticed that those weird, delicate armor were immune to magic, so he hoped it would work the same for him. Yet not even that would have been enough to survive the onslaught of so many spells if the power of Lith's eyes hadn't returned along with his battle memory. The abomination touch had broken the elves' focus, and without it, the willpower imbued in their spells was gone. The magic they held was powerful but vulnerable to domination. Darkness was the only thing that could seriously harm the void, while the blasts of fire were the biggest threat to the Darwin armor. Lith only had 2 eyes in that form, but with the elements of destruction bridled to his will, the rest wasn't a problem. The Darwin repelled the brunt of the spells, while the void fed upon their energy to recover from his wounds. Wait, since when Verhin can use domination? Tamsful asked. Who cares? We have to kill him before he absorbs Hassar's mass and recovers. Cupor moved forward, but a strong hand stopped her. How exactly? He wears our same armor now. Magic isn't going to work against him, and we have no chance in close blink. Derek raised Ragnar, K, the spell conjured by the golden chains finally ready. It was another Tier 4 howling void, but this time it was perfect. The chaos was focused and amplified on the black blade's tip, and the elf's corpse Lithwar took the backlash from the spell. A black spear the size of a small tree burst out of Ragnar, K, moving faster than a bullet. The elves managed to blink, but chaos was faster than any spell. It entered the dimensional door with Cural and came out of both the blink and the elf. His cracked armor caved in front of the violence of the black pillar, and his lean body fared no better. The howling void left a hole in his chest the size of a bowling ball. His heart and lungs were gone. It would have taken time and Tier 4 magic to save him, but the chroniclers had neither. Lith raised his closed fist, condensing the power of his black eye to the extreme, and then splayed his fingers. Domination infused what remained of the howling void with willpower and split the spell into small energy bullets. Guided by Lith's will, they turned around and chased after the elves. Each fragment of chaos was too weak to pierce through Darwin by itself, but with the cracks in their armor there was no need to. The chroniclers blinked, but life vision revealed Lith where they would appear, and the bullets resumed their chase. The chroniclers had no time to conjure a barrier strong enough to stop the onslaught, and their Darwin armor were crafted for cover ops, not for direct fight. Whenever a chaos shard hit the Darwin, it just caused a small bruise. When it found an opening, it left behind a gaping hole. Derek stared in amazement as the elves fought for their lives like rats trapped in a maze. They could run, but they couldn't hide, and the scientists supervising the experiment always knew which direction the rats would take. "You can do that?" the void asked to the familiar presence inside himself. "Can I do that? Also, how can you perform chaos control? I mean, I'm a shadow, but I'm no hedgehog." No talking during a fight. The belief was so rooted in Lith's mind that it silenced the void. Enemy, soulless. Those two words reminded Derek of the scene back when he had opened his eyes. The dying elf, the tiger man, and the feeling of emptiness that still ravaged his heart. He left Lith full control over the body, trying to learn from him everything the void could. How to block, perform defensive movements, and manipulate spells in ways Derek could only imagine. "This is weird," he thought. "How come I understand everything after watching it once? I've never been a genius. Also, why didn't I feel any invasion when this guy took the wheel, and why does he care about Soulless? It's a part of my soul, not of his own." His attention was suddenly drawn to the battlefield. The chaos spell was extinguished, and Ragnar, Kay had run out of cursed element. The chroniclers were badly hurt, but far from defeated. Their wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Derek saw via life vision their strength return. "Fuck," he bolted forward, feeling the mysterious presence in his mind becoming sluggish and lethargic as Lith's mind went back to its slumber. "Stay with me, jackass. I can't beat them by myself. If not for me, do it for Soulless." That last word stirred the smoldering embers of Lith's rage, bringing him back to the surface. The elves all blinked in different directions, and Derek blinked along, picking one of them at random. He appeared behind a particularly cute female elf, severing her arms with a V-shaped slash. Lith left behind enough darkness element to rot the extremities of the limbs, so that reattaching them wouldn't be easy. "I would love to kill them all, but I need someone alive to interrogate," Derek thought. "I need to know who they are, what they want from me, and if they know something about this Soulless." He blinked again, his knowledge of dimensional magic returning with every spell he cast. His next target was a bulky, for an elf male who unleashed a barrage of ice bullets and lunged with his glaive. The spell rolled off the Darwin like rain on a windshield, but that was Tamsfil's plan. The hail of ice bolts was meant to blind the abomination's life vision and impair full guard. It was one of the standard techniques the tree imparted to their chroniclers to defeat powerful opponents. The Yggdrasil had the knowledge and experience of countless millennia on their side, and even though by proxy, they had fought thousands of battles. Hidden amid hundreds of bullets, the Davros blade reached its target unimpeded. The glaive pierced Derek's side and released the spell with which Tamsfil had imbued it. The mass of darkness was guided by his willpower, and too close for Lith to dominate it. Lith took a deep breath to conjure his flames and burn the glaive while still stuck inside his body, but nothing happened. He tried to conjure his demons, but aside from his consciousness drifting away, he achieved nothing. The various parts of his life forces were split and compartmentalized, sealing both his memories and abilities. Derek snarled, taking control back from Lith. He let go of his body, relinquishing his physical form and turning into a black and silvery stream that forced his way into the elf's mouth, eating at him from the inside. Tamsfil, Cupor could see her comrade's life force still burning, but she knew he was already dead and replaced by the puppeteer. Chapter 30-171, Wrong Tower, Part 1. 30-171, Wrong Tower, Part 1. Tamsfil's pain was Cupor's pain, shared through their common bond with the world tree. She felt his agony peak and disappear, leaving only a void in her mind where Tamsfil light had been until a second ago. Cupor shed tears of sadness, but her hand held steady. She cleaved the possessed corpse asunder and released the Tier 4 darkness spell, Death Mist. It destroyed everything organic, leaving behind only the broken Darwin. Behind you, the warning resounded 1 second too late. Ragnar K cut Cupor in half at the waist, cauterizing the wound on both sides. The Void had exploited the cover of the Darwin armor to blink out of Tamsville's body unseen. Only 2 elves were left, too few to assume any of their most powerful battle formations, and too confused to fight back. They had come prepared to fight a ruthless tactician, but a tactician nonetheless. The Void, instead, was a berserker. He traded blows uncaring for the pain and mutilation he would suffer, knowing that he only needed to eat in order to heal. They had expected to fight an angry man who above all wanted to go back to his family, not a suicidal monster with nothing to lose. To make matters worse, Lith had collected the Yggdrasil branches of the fallen chroniclers. The wood amplified the feeble connection between the human side and the Void, and by draining the Yggdrasil weapons at the right time, Lith could trigger pangs that paralyzed the elves and interrupted their spells. Not even darkness fusion could stop a pain that originated from their minds. The second-last chronicler fell when Derek blinked again. Everyone turned toward the exit point, but nothing came out of it. The Void had shape-shifted his body to match the outline of the entry point and never crossed it, his energy signature hidden behind the blink. The Void stabbed the elf from the back, severing her spine and flooding her lungs with blood. From so up close, the final chronicler found himself trapped. The abomination's wings attacked him from the sides while Ragnar K came from the front. The elf couldn't block the hits of someone so much heavier than himself, and put everything he had into dodging while casting a powerful spell. He had just slipped past Derek's left wing when the membrane shapeshifted into a huge hand that clawed at the chronicler. The attack caught the elf by surprise and increased the wing's reach. One of the wing fingers barely grazed the chronicler, but it was enough to maim his right arm and send him to slam against the ground. Not only was he losing lots of blood, but the abomination touch had robbed him of mana and vitality. "I'm going to ask you only once. Where's Solus?" Lith and the Void spoke in unison, the voice of the man and the abomination overlapping in the rumble of an angry god. Tendrils of chaos and darkness restrained the crippled elves just like the buffaloes a few hours back. "Where is she?" Derek froze as the sweet smell and the light brown of the hair now had a face and a name. In his memories, he was happy when Solus smiled, sad when she cried, and mad with fury when anyone or anything threatened her. "Where is she?" Derek roared while lunging Ragnar K into Cupor's liver just like he had done with Chris 2 decades ago. "Far away from here, where you'll never find her," the chronicler gurgled, her mouth frothing blood. Cupor knew there was no way out. Verhan was already eating her alive, and her Yggdrasil weapon was in his hand. She stopped using light fusion to fight death and surrendered to its cold embrace. The Void consumed Cupor's spark before it went out and passed her blood onto Ragnar K to assemble a new scabbard. "That was a mistake on my side," Derek sighed. "I'm an idiot." He strengthened the grip on the remaining chroniclers and brought them back to full health. "Let's start this over." Lith was pleased as he pinned the elves to the ground with the tendrils. He flooded their bodies with the spark of chaos, corrupting their mana flow and making it impossible for them to weave runes with their mind and bodies. "Where is Solus?" The chronicler's loyalty was unbreakable, mostly because the fragment of world tree fused with their flesh prevented them from even thinking of betraying their master. On the other hand, the abomination's hunger was infinite, and there was still a lot of time before sunrise. Space. It was only after the third elf died, without saying anything, that Lith understood that interrogating them was a waste of time, and returned to his slumber. Derek, instead, kept playing with his prisoners and experimenting with his abilities. By the crack of dawn, all chroniclers were dead, and all Yggdrasil branches had become ashes. Derek used them to study chaos magic safely, discovering how dangerous it was. Ragnar K could use the cursed element only because its body was made of indestructible metal, and the blade had no life force that could be injured. Yet a single chaos spell drained a huge chunk of Ragnar K's energy reserves and blood scabbard. As for Derek, the slightest mistake would have grievously injured his life force, if not for the Yggdrasil paying the price for him. The World Tree had spent the night in agony, and their screams would have been a wonderful lullaby for Solus if only she could sleep. She remained in her ring form, hoping for Lith to be all right and humming their favorite songs. Unbeknownst to her, the Void found himself humming those same songs. Soulless' name gave him a head-splitting headache. There were too many memories associated with her to sort through them all. The Void-Feather Dragon was already exhausted from the previous night, and now he had to block another stream of consciousness. My human life force is still too weak. Waking it up even for a short while was a huge gamble, yet if I hadn't done it, I'd be dead by now, he thought. Who the fuck are you? The Void said while slashing with Ragnar, K at the ethereal figure and hitting only air. Who is this moron talking with now? The Void-Feather looked around, but there was no one. I'm talking with you, jackass. Derek could see his divine beast side floating in midair with the appearance of a translucent ghost. You can see me? The Void-Feather was flabbergasted. Our connection must have become stronger now that you've remembered about Soulless. You're not making any sense, Larry. Derek threw all kinds of spells, but they all phased through the hallucination. Call me that and I'll call you George, the Void-Feather snarled. Now shut up and listen. I don't know how long this will last, and there are a few things you must know. One, no one brought you here on Magur. You did. You are just amnesiac. Second, Soulless is a person, not a thing. If you die, she'll be lost forever, and there will be no resurrection for you. You've overcome that issue a while ago after Kami. As the life forces recovered from the damage inflicted by the elves, the connection with the Void-Feather Dragon broke, leaving Derek with more questions than answers. Chapter 30-172 Wrong Tower, Part 2. 30-172 Wrong Tower, Part 2. How am I supposed to believe someone I've never met? Derek's paranoia ran rampant, making him doubt everything. How can he expect me to believe such blatant lies? Someone entered my body last night just like Larry entered my mind now. I'm not amnesiac, I know who I am. I'm Derek McCoy. Wrong, Ragnar K said. You Lith, you master. Derek wanted to question the Blade's loyalty, but that name sounded awfully familiar. Lith, as he spoke it out loud, the Void could almost see his house back in Lucia, the smiling faces of his parents and siblings. Then more pressing thoughts drove those images away. What did he mean, no resurrection, and who's Kami? Space. The search for Lith and Soulless never stopped, but aside from Lith's encounter with the family of traveling farmers, there was no trace of him. Camilla always kept her communication amulet at hand, hoping for good news. Elijah and Valoran cried more and more often, not used to miss their father for so long. Is there any chance I can use Elijah to track Lith? She asked Ligon, who was on baby duty that day. I'm sorry, child, I can't help you. My vow is only about protecting Elijah's physical well-being, not her feelings, he replied. So you know where my husband is. You know what happened to him. You know how to rescue him, and yet you just sit on your scaly ass. She clenched her fists, suppressing the temptation to punch the Guardian in the face. And what do you want me to do? Fix all the bad things on Magur. Rescue all the people who are dying and suffering right now. Do you realize how privileged you are just for talking to me? Ligon replied. If you don't like my presence, I can always go back to the Empire. I'll protect your daughter from a distance and leave you alone. Forever. Please don't, I'm sorry, I'm under a lot of stress right now. Camilla wanted to cry, but it would do her no good. Gods, I wish Soulless was here. She's the smart one. She'd know what to do. She wouldn't. Ligon shook his head. Without their bond, Soulless would be panicking just like you, and she would be terrified at the idea of not finding him before the lack of a host compromises her memories. That's not true, Camilla replied. She can bond with anyone, and Grandma can undo it with creation magic the moment we find Lith. Yeah, right, because I'm sure that Soulless would be thrilled at the idea of having another person in her head and potentially exposing all of Lith's secrets. Would you share your body with her? Let her feel what you feel. Share with Soulless your most intimate thoughts and moments. Experience hers. When you put it that way, no? Camilla swallowed a lump of saliva. I doubt even Tista would. My point, answer that? Ligon pointed at her communication amulet 1 second before Zorith's rune lit up. Please tell me you found him, Camilla said. I wish, the shadow dragon sighed. I've lost Lith's traces the moment he took flight. He must really be amnesiac because his movements make no sense. He's going in random directions. Yet I found his trace back after meeting a pack of wolves. It took me a while and lots of meat to convince them to trust me, but I did it. They met Lith and brought me to the banks of the Osha River. I've picked his scent again, but after a while, I've lost him again. Lith travels by flight during the day when his hunger is at its lowest and on foot at night. Thanks, Zorith, Camilla sighed. This is not what I hoped for, but it's better than nothing. I wasn't done yet. Look at what I've found. The shadow dragon widened the hologram, sharing the view of the clearing where the Void had fought. We aren't the only ones looking for Lith. Someone tried very hard to kill him. Someone wearing these. Zorath showed multiple fragments of Darwin left from the broken armor. Any idea to who they might belong? Camilla looked at Ligon for a second, meeting a stone mask before replying. I'm a constable, I don't even know what that is. It's Darwin. It's a rare material considered very hard to craft. It matches the pieces we found near Vidun's cabin. It means that we aren't dealing with a single individual but with a well-equipped organization. I'm bringing it home to see if someone recognizes the design. Zorath out. Damn it. Camilla wanted to yell and cry, to crack the table with a punch and smash the chair with a kick. Instead, she kept her voice low and suppressed her emotions to not scare the children. Mama, Elijah asked from Ligon's arms. Don't worry, baby, everything is all right. Mommy is all right. Camilla lifted Elijah and hugged her tightly to find the strength to not fall apart. Daya, Daddy is all right too. He's busy with work, but he's always thinking of you. He'd do anything to be here with us, but he just can't. Camilla replied, fighting tooth and nail to keep her voice from cracking. Elijah was utterly confused. On the one hand, she perceived her mother's sincerity. On the other hand, she also felt Camilla's distress. The two things didn't make sense together. The baby girl focused really hard, trying to tap into the bond she shared with her father. No matter how much Elijah tried, her Tiamat blood remained still. Then she shapeshifted into a small void-feather dragon, garnering a response so faint that she could barely notice it. Elijah, Camilla pulled the baby away, feeling the baby becoming deathly cold. You gave me a heart attack and my hands are hurting. Why did you turn into a... The baby girl now had black ebony skin, long fangs, and empty white eyes, but Camilla couldn't call her an abomination. The word itself sounded like an insult that if it were to escape Camilla's lips even once would taint the love she felt for her daughter forever. This is weird. Elijah never turns into this unless Lith does it first. What does it mean? Elijah didn't care much for questions. After days of separation, she could finally perceive her father clearly. He was very distant, but the small abomination could see his blackness as clearly as she could see her mother. Daya, Daya. She flailed her small arms in Lith's direction, begging her mother to turn around and look. Camilla's heart clenched at the word, and she did turn around, hoping that somehow Elijah's transformation was a sign of Lith's return. No, baby girl, that's the wrong tower. Daddy isn't there. Camilla kissed Elijah's forehead, trying to reassure her. A medium-sized hunting cabin had just reached the Verhin mansion, running on giant chicken legs. It stopped at a safe distance from the arrays in order to let the lords of the house confirm the identity of the cabin's occupants and not trigger the automated defenses. What's this story about Lith's disappearance? The bright day stepped through the wooden door, wearing a sunflower yellow day dress that emphasized her albino white skin and pitch-black hair and matched her shining golden eyes without pupils. Chapter 30-173 Clear Motive, Part 1. 30-173 Clear Motive, Part 1. And what happened to Solus? We agreed on resuming her lessons once she returned from a smash-and-grab job, but it's been 3 days since I've heard from her. Dawn said. It wasn't a smash-and-grab. Baba Yaga in her maiden form came out of the hut right after the horsemen. That's something Lith would do, not Elfin. Anyway, where is she? Her rune is still active but hasn't been available for days now. Thank the gods you are here. Camilla kissed Elijah again, considering the baby a lucky charm for summoning her unexpected but most welcome guests. I wanted to ask your help from the day I lost contact with them, Malishka, but I don't have your contact rune. Mama, Elijah pouted while pointing behind Camilla. Daya, Daya. Her mother couldn't possibly miss the mystical blot of darkness, just because it was invisible to everyone else on Magur. Sorry, little one, I'm not your father. Dawn was coincidentally in front of Elijah's finger, angering her further. Don't worry, child. Noticing everyone's distress, Baba Yaga shapeshifted into her mother form, spreading a soothing aura. Now calm down and explain everything to me from the beginning. Daya, Elijah couldn't have been clearer. Daya, Daya. Shush, child, let the grown-ups talk. The mother put her forefinger on the baby's lips. I know you miss your father, and I promise you will do our best to find him. Elijah slouched her shoulders and shapeshifted back into her human form. Keeping the abomination form for too long made her hungry and altered her perceptions in a way she didn't like. After a while, everyone smelled like food. I think she's hungry, Baba Yaga said, garnering herself the dirtiest look a toddler could give. Baba, Elijah grumbled, angry at the nice woman for getting the hunger part right at first glance, and yet being clueless about everything else. "How cute, she has already learned my name," the mother said, drawing hilarious glances from Camilla and the guardian. "I guess it's too early for her to say Yaga." Sure, Camilla didn't have the heart to tell Malishka that Baba was the baby speak for very bad person, so she cut to the chase and told her everything that had been discovered up to that point. "This is the personnel file of Strider the Zawu, and these are the fragments of a Darwin armor found on both sites where Lith was attacked." Baba Yaga had just taken Camilla's amulet to examine the holographic documents when sunlight reflected on one of the fragments, highlighting a specific rune. "By the Great Mother, hold that thought for a second." The Red Mother tried and failed to study the armor shards with her breathing technique, sun and moon, just like everyone else before her. Then she cast her best forge-mastering spells, including creation magic, on the fragment to uncover its secrets, but the result was the same. Darwin was impervious to all forms of mana and world energy. It was one of the reasons the crafting techniques for Darwin artifacts were among the most closely guarded. An armor made from the dull black stone would make its wearer invisible to mystical senses, while a weapon would escape detection and ignore energy-based defenses. On top of that, Darwin artifacts required no cloaking runes. The material they were made of ensured they couldn't be studied with magical means. If even one rune was damaged or missing, the artifact would be no different from a piece of junk, making its secrets impossible to discover. "I got nothing," Baba Yaga said, making Camilla sigh deeply. "Nothing, I hope that at least creation magic." "No, you don't understand, I got nothing, literally," the mother cut Camilla short. "What do you mean?" "Darwin is impervious to magical energy, but depending on the amount of impurities it carries, it can still conduct mana and world energy. Artifacts like those your husband makes are in their raw state because Lith is still learning how to handle Darwin. The armor the Council uses has less than 5% impurities to ensure perfect cloaking. This one, however, has less than 1% impurities, just enough to be enchanted. There is only a handful of people on Magar who knows how to handle Darwin this pure, and only one of them uses this particular rune." Baba Yaga pointed at the word of power that only reflected light made visible. "This is the work of the World Tree." "Are you sure?" Camilla racked her brain, trying to make the new piece of information fit with everything she already knew. "I am," the mother nodded. "I'm familiar with this design because I've spotted the chroniclers multiple times while they studied my tower, and they all wore this exact same Darwin armor. They ran away as soon as I activated the defensive protocols of my tower, but little did the chroniclers know that as they scanned my tower scanned them. Also, don't forget that the Yggdrasil doesn't share their knowledge. At most, they would have bartered a single armor in exchange for information. Xenogrash finding fragments of multiple broken armor means that the World Tree is sending the chroniclers to either capture or kill Lith. The only question is, why would a being so powerful as the World Tree go this far to get their hands on Lith and Solus? Maybe I know the answer, just give me a second." Camilla called Zorath back and shared Malishka's findings with her. "As far as I remember, both the previous World Tree and the current one showed great interest in Lith's bloodline. After quitting her role as candidate chroniclers, Alaja told us never to accept the tree's invitation to their fringe. She said the tree would likely take Lith prisoner until they were done studying him." "Good theory, but it's not supported by evidence." The shadow dragon shook her head. "On the second scene there were all the signs of a huge fight. The chroniclers didn't try to capture Lith, but to kill him." "You didn't let me finish." Camilla glared at Zorath in annoyance. "Also, Lith and Solus interacted with the New World Tree during a visit to a fringe." "Lith found one?" The shadow dragon felt hurt for the umpteenth secret that Lith kept from her, showing he didn't trust her fully. "No, he was brought there as part of a deal. It's not his secret, so he couldn't share it with you, and neither can I." Camilla hated breaking Nalron's confidentiality, but if it meant bringing Lith back home, she would rather ask for forgiveness rather than permission. She never mentioned the Agni or hinted to knowing the position of the fringe. She only explained how once inside, an elf named Emrail had enslaved the tree and taken the stone ring from Lith. I have no clue what Emrail wanted to do with Solus, but that's the only time the World Tree had the opportunity to interact with her. Any idea? "I'm afraid so," Baba Yaga nodded. "The Yggdrasil love collecting knowledge. There's a strong chance he thinks that Solus holds the key to find Menadian's legacy." "What?" Zorath was flabbergasted. But she's amnesiac, and even if she wasn't, that's old junk. After all this time without an owner, even Menadian's tower is bound to have crumbled. Chapter 30, 174, Clear Motive, Part 2. 3174, Clear Motive, Part 2. With that single answer, the shadow dragon unwittingly told Baba Yaga how much Zorath knew about Solas's true nature. I knew it. Baitra might be a clone and Xenogrosh might have turned a new leaf, but letting them know about the tower would have been too dangerous, Baba Yaga thought. It was smart of Lith and Solas to keep the Eldritches in the dark, but I'm afraid the secret of the tower is going to be exposed if we need their help to rescue Solas. Maybe the tree only wants to retrieve Solas memories, or maybe they know who has taken the tower after Baitra killed Rifa, she actually said, glaring at the shadow dragon. We'll worry about these details later. Do you know the current Yggdrasil's location? No, Zorath shook her head. But one of my associates knew how to find the old one. I'll ask him, is there anything else I should know? Camilla and Malishka exchanged a quick glance before saying, no. As you wish. Zorath could feel many things were being left unsaid, but she didn't pry. Xenogrosh out. The whole truth, child, now, Baba Yaga said after sealing Camilla's amulet. She told the mother about Emrail's plan to use Solas and the tower to reclaim the old elven kingdom, and how the tree had witnessed the fusion between Lith and Solas. Order and chaos, the mother squinted her eyes and scowled as a shadow seemed to cross her face. This explains a lot. This explains what? Please, I hate riddles. Camilla forced Malishka to look at her. Fine. Until a second ago, I believed the Yggdrasil had no motive to do all this, so nothing coming to my mind made sense. Now, however, things have become pretty clear. The tree learned from their predecessor Solas is bound to Menadian's tower, but had no idea how powerful it has become. You see, one thing I didn't mention earlier because it seemed unrelated to our current predicament is that the chroniclers have stopped trying to study my tower for a while. Ever since Lith went to the Fringe, to be precise. Do you mean, Camilla gasped? Yes, Baba Yaga nodded. That day the tree learned that Menadian's tower, the most powerful artifact ever created on Magur, has become even more powerful. They have witnessed the fusion and its endless possibilities. If I'm right, everything since the accident with the ears of Menadian has been staged to lure Lith and Solas in a trap, and Strider was one of the tree's accomplices. There's one thing I don't understand. Camilla clenched and unclenched her hands in a failing attempt to keep her outrage under control. The tree has captured Solas already. Why are they still trying to kill Lith? Foolish child, it's to avoid a war, the mother sighed. You know Lith, what would he have done if not for his amnesia? He would have, Camilla's eyes went wide at the realization, raised hell. Exactly, Baba Yaga nodded. Rather than losing Solas, he would reveal the secret of Menadian's tower to the whole Magur, and the Yggdrasil would be doomed. Lith would call me and Silverwing. The tree knows we are alive and would fight to the death to rescue Elfin. Just like they know that if the Master's organization gets involved, things won't go well. Their Fringe might be sieged if not even stormed. While in their domain, the Yggdrasil is as strong as a guardian, but their precious chroniclers are not. A full-scale war, even if one, would mean having their strength crippled for a long while and their domain burned to the ground. The Yggdrasil can't let Lith unleash the dogs of war, that's why they are so desperate. She tapped at the armor fragment. The tree didn't even bother cleaning up because there was no time. Zorath got there too fast, and they couldn't risk their chroniclers being found on the scene. The tree betted everything on no one being capable of identifying the broken Darwin armor, because they didn't know about my counterscan arrays. What do we do now? Camilla asked. There's not much we can do, the mother pondered. We don't know the location of the current world tree, and we have yet to rescue Lith. He's the only one who can decide how much we can reveal to the rest of Magur about Solas. Without him, we can involve solely the people who already know the whole truth about her, and they are nowhere enough. Even with Silverwing's help, we don't have the means to find the tree's Fringe, let alone fight the Yggdrasil inside their domain. I'll inform Lakra and ask my firstborns for help, Camilla. You gather your forces as well. We have just jumped out of the frying pan into the volcano. Space. Somewhere on the Garland continent, Fringe of the world tree at the same time. Xenogrosh's conversation with Camilla was hushed so the Yggdrasil couldn't overhear it. Yet they witnessed Baba Yaga's hologram appearing on the Shadow Dragon's communicator through the eyes of the chronicler sent to clean up after the fight. There wasn't much left, but the various pieces of the Darwin armor were scattered throughout the battlefield. Darwin made them undetectable to mystical senses, and looking for black rocks in the middle of the night was harder than looking for a needle in a haystack. To make matters worse, the shadow dragon kept arriving first on the scenes of the fights, or so quickly that the chroniclers couldn't finish covering the tracks of their dead colleagues. Damn it, somehow Verhin's wife involved the Red Mother. This wasn't supposed to happen. If she joins the search for Verhin and finds him first, my chroniclers will never kill him before he reveals my involvement. Even worse, I now have to be on the lookout for Baba Yaga and Silverwing as well. They are both white cores and great friends of the late Menadian. They won't leave any stone unturned until they find Elfin. They don't know about me yet, but they can pose a threat to my ongoing operations. I have even less time than I hoped. Vamir. Yes, my liege, Vamir Firo was a happily married male elf. He was one of the oldest and wisest librarians of the tree. He had been chosen as Solus, next host, because his love for his wife and his long life would bolster his defenses against Solus psychic attacks. Have you gotten accustomed to the deep violet core, Vamir? Yes, my liege, the elf couldn't believe to have received such honor. Mostly because he had no idea what had happened to his predecessor, Neshaya. What about the telepathic defense techniques I've imparted you? The Yggdrasil asked. As you know, I have already studied most of them as a librarian. It didn't take me long to master the rest, but I've never put them into practice. His long experience in the theoretical field of telepathy was another of the reasons the tree had chosen Vamir for the role. Don't worry, I have full trust in your abilities, the Yggdrasil replied. Also, you won't fight this battle alone. With a rustle of their branches, a chronicler entered the room. Chapter 3175 Mind War, Part 1. 3175 Mind War, Part 1. Uldrayan will accompany you, the tree said. If Elfin Menadian tries anything funny, he'll deal with her physically. Remember, no matter how strong she is, her body is still that of an artifact. She is made to obey her master. We need to break her only once to gain control over the tower forever. If she's so dangerous, why not use more chroniclers? Seeing Uldrayan in full battle gear rattled Vamir's confidence. To what end? All you have to do is bring her down her telepathic defenses. I will be there to neutralize her magic and Uldrayan to keep her from attacking you physically. Remember that we want to bind her, not kill her, or I'd have done that myself already. I need her alive to study the tower, and bringing in more people means more chaos. More chaos means more variables, and more variables means an exponential increase in our chance of failure. Magur knows if I hadn't enough of that already. Those words raised many questions, but the Yggdrasil's tone brooked no discussion. The tree warped the two elves in front of Solus' cell, wrapping the stone ring in a dimensional barrier before opening the door. By my mom! Solus tried to blink out of the room, but the energy field stopped her even from flying. She was akin to a heavy fly trapped inside an unbreakable glass jar. The door closed, and her chance to escape was lost. Come out, Elfin. Don't force my vines. You know how this works. The tree applied enough gravity and pressure to cause small cracks to open in the stone ring before Solus could even reply. My name is Solus World Fucker. A cute, petite woman appeared amid sparkles of light. And that's my line. She glared at the elves, the ring on her finger to keep anyone from imprinting it. Uldrayan, on the tree's cue, the chronicler bolted forward. He was infused with all elements, and his Yggdrasil staff was shapeshifted into two one-handed battle maces. With no spells at the ready and dimensional magic sealed, Solus didn't stand a chance. It wasn't a fight, but a one-sided beating. She only wore a day dress to not let the world tree steal her artifacts, whereas the chronicler wore the best artifacts the tree had crafted. On top of that, the difference in speed between a bright blue cord awakened and a bright violet was the same between a kid and an adult. Uldrayan moved too fast for Solus to follow him, his strikes masterful and without a wasted movement. His weapons were hard enough to wound even a divine beast, and he infused them with spells that lowered Solus' defenses further. Water magic sapped her body heat, making her slower, while darkness magic ate at her ever-dwindling strength. She did her best to dodge, but every hit reached its mark. She punched and kicked as fast as she could, yet the chronicler avoided and countered every one of her attacks. First, he hit her on the head to cloud her vision. Then he mercilessly struck her right kneecap to cripple her footwork. In less than a minute, Uldrayan had broken her arms, legs, and ribs, making every breath a necessary pulse of agony. Solus whimpered in pain, but she didn't cry or beg. She just glared at the elves, biting her lips. Excellent job. Imprint her, Vamir. The tree ordered while checking with life vision that her condition was as bad as it appeared and wasn't just a trick. "Why not knock her out, my liege?" The librarian had witnessed the beating, but he also knew that even an awakened would have died 100 times over under those hits. If anything, the fact that Solus was still alive and conscious sent a cold shiver of fear down his spine. "I wish. Based on my information, the host takes part of the damage Elfin suffers. If we beat her too hard, there's a chance you'd faint once you bond with her. If she wakes up first, you'd have no chance of resisting her psychic assault. You have to trust me. This is the best course of action." Vamir gulped harder. After spending over 5 millennia behind his desk, he wasn't accustomed to pain, and Solus' current wounds looked more than he could already endure. "Do not try to resist, Elfin. I find no pleasure in hurting you. All of this could have been avoided if you surrendered peacefully." The tree refused to call Solus with her current name. They ignored her needs and crossed her boundaries to show Solus how helpless she was. Inside the fringe, the Yggdrasil defined her reality. Even her name was under their control. The tree wanted her to submit willingly, so that once the librarian bonded with her, he would encounter no resistance. Solus didn't reply or move, at least until Vamir bent down to touch her. Guided by spirit magic, her long, multicolored hair wrapped around his arm like a bunch of snakes, too fast for the elf to react. Uldrayan bolted forward, but Solus was still on the ground, and the librarian's body was on top of her. She was small compared to him, leaving the chronicler no opening to attack while her hair choked Vanir to death. "I warned you." Roots emerged from the wooden floor, squeezing Solus' broken limbs and making her eyes tear up with pain. "Let him go now." "Damn it, I can't imprint people. I'm really like a cursed object. My host must be willing to bond with me." The attack had just been a cover for her experiment. Had I succeeded, I would have started the fight on my terms. Instead, I'm forced on the defensive again. She released her hold on the terrified librarian, who needed a few seconds to regain his cool. "Don't be scared," the Yggdrasil warned him. "We'll be by your side just like now. Gather your willpower and imprint her as soon as you are ready." "Yes, my liege. I didn't mean to freak out, my liege. She took me by surprise." Vamir waited until his breathing steadied and then touched Solus. As soon as his mana invaded her body, her mind went to the attack, and the librarian writhed in pain. "My arms, my legs," he moaned as his limbs became purple and swollen. "What are you doing?" the tree roared. "Nothing," Solus lied through her teeth. "You should have known this would happen. Have you learned nothing from Neshaya's death?" "Neshaya is dead." Vamir froze in horror as he understood why his fellow librarian had disappeared, and that the tree wasn't telling him everything. "She blew up like a firework," Solus said, weakening his mind further, "and you are next." "Silence!" Uldrayan moved like the wind, hitting Solus' head with one of his maces, and making Vamir curl up in pain a split second after her. "Don't listen to her, Vamir," the Yggdrasil said via the piece of their bark that ensured a constant mind link with the librarian. "She's just trying to delay the inevitable. Think of all the amazing things you'll be able to do as the master of Menadian's tower, the glory and honors with which your entire race will shower you." Chapter 30-176 Mind War, Part 2. 30-176 Mind War, Part 2. Once we uncover the secrets of tower crafting, I can make more than one tower. If you want, we can gift them to the elves, and they will use them to reconquer Magur from the hands of the humans. Your people will be free from their golden cages and hail you as their liberator. The World Tree had no intention of doing any of this. For the Yggdrasil to be a truly invincible being, there could be only one perfect tower, their tower. Also, altering the path of Magur's races with their knowledge, went against what the heir of the First Awakened stood for. If Elfin likes to play the manipulation game, I can do that too, they actually thought. Gods, yes, Vamir felt an adrenaline rush at the idea. We would no longer be prisoners of the fringes. We would walk Magur free once again like during the Golden Age. He fought Solus' mental attacks back, quickly moving on to the offensive thanks to the Yggdrasil's teachings and the advice he received through the bark in his hand. What good is power if you don't live long enough to enjoy it? Solus gritted her teeth. Have you said goodbye to the poor Alila, because the next time she sees you will be at your funeral? Hearing the name of his wife sent the librarian back to square one. Gods, how could I be so stupid? She knows what I know. It means that if I fail, she's going to kill my family next. I said silence. The World Tree roared and Uldrayan hit Solus' head again. Just like she wanted. After the previous blow, she had noticed that while her pain came from the physical injury and could be sedated with darkness fusion, Vamir's came from the tower. It was physical and mental agony, something darkness fusion could do nothing about. It was the reason she spoke out loud instead of using the mind link. She wanted the tree to listen. So when the mace struck, Solus had already blocked her pain receptors, whereas Vamir lost his focus. She exploited that moment to launch another telepathic attack, this time laced with poison. On the surface of her next stream of thoughts, there was the memory of what had happened to Neshaya. Vamir still doubted the world tree despite their pep talk, and curiosity got the better of him. He let Solus' memories in through a small gap in his telepathic defenses that she kept open and widened without mercy. Solus triggered a mind fusion, this time focusing on her own life and forcing the librarian to experience her worst and best memories over and over again. "What are you waiting for?" The Yggdrasil realized the battle was going downhill the moment Vamir stopped answering him. "Knock her unconscious, Uldrian. Vamir's safety is irrelevant compared to the damage Elfin will cause if she takes over again." The chronicler hit her mercilessly, forcing Solus to adjust her strategy. She forced the librarian to relieve her recent memories first, so that Vamir experienced her same wounds once through their bond and again through her memories. Time had no meaning in the mind space, so for Vamir it was as if Uldrian had beaten him non-stop for days instead of 1 second. "The tree doesn't care about your pain," Solus said via the mind link. "Nobody does except for me because this is our pain. I know you. I know your dreams and ambitions. I can help you. I can make the pain stop. All you have to do is to let me in." She reinforced her plea with another streak of mind fusions, replaying the beating from start to finish. After the 10th time Vamir experienced having his limbs broken, he surrendered. His mental defenses crumbled while Solus solidified. A sudden pang shook the tree and stopped Uldrian. "Good boy," Solus said to Vamir while he flooded the piece of Yggdrasil bark with darkness magic. Then she threw her stone ring at the chronicler in a small but deadly projectile. "I have no idea what it does, but I'm not going to find out." Despite his stunned state, Uldrian dodged the ring with ease while sidestepping Solus' barrage of punches. At least until the ring expanded into the ground floor of the tower, hitting the chronicler like a truck. Solus didn't need a mana geyser to conjure the tower. She needed one to do it without affecting her energy reserves. It still required a lot of mana. Too much for her bright blue core, but now that she had a host, Solus could do it with Vamir's help. It would have been a colossal waste of time if not for 2 factors. 1, the prison was shaped out of the tree's body, which was infused with the world energy of the Frin that the Yggdrasil kept away from Solus. 2, the predator protocol. The tower sprouted stone tendrils, which drained the tree of their mana and life force to sustain its existence, attacking the Yggdrasil from the inside. The wood prison rot, and the world tree quaked in pain, as the tower grew like a cancer at the expense of their body. "And I'm not done yet." The door of the tower opened, releasing the complete Menadian set and thundercrash. Solus pointed the gun at the head of the chronicler. He was dizzy from the major brain concussion, but he was still alive. "Hasta la vista, baby." The bullet blew Uldrian's head and the wall open, letting Solus out. "Prime engine, go." The stone tendrils dug through the rotten wood, reaching the ground that the Yggdrasil kept close and heavily guarded. "Don't you dare." Despite their agony, the tree had summoned his chroniclers to stop the prisoner. "Or what?" Solus replied while dodging the elves' spells and weapons like they were in slow motion. "Will you trap me against my will and beat me up? Been there, done that." She was empowered by the set while the elves were hindered by the constant waves of pain they received through their Yggdrasil equipment. As the tower reached the ground, it connected with the tainted energy it had left behind and bypassed the tree's control over the fringe. The tower regained its floors at a speed visible to the naked eye, expanding in every direction as it sprouted limbs, claws, and a massive arm cannon. "No, not that thing again." The Yggdrasil could see Thundercrash's massive replica charge up, but luckily it would take it time. The tower had yet to form fully, and the prime engine prioritized Solus' defense over the offense. All the extra energy it could spare was channeled in the set of Menadian, which included the anvil. Stone tendrils emerged from the engine, seeping inside the golden Voidwalker armor and changing it into Menadian's final gift for her daughter. Unluckily, the clock was ticking, and the rail cannon wouldn't take long to finish charging. Wherever the engine touched the Yggdrasil, the Predator Protocol had the claws on its hands and feet pierce through the wood and suck it dry. The tower was absorbing the power of the fringe and the world tree both, increasing its maximum output beyond the usual limits. Chapter 30-177 Expendable Pawn, Part 1 30-177 Expendable Pawn, Part 1 Get in and help me, my friend? Solus hated pretending to care about Vamir, but as her life support system, he was vital to her plan. She threw him in the safety of the engine, while she kept fighting with the combined prowess of the full Menadian set. I will. Vamir was moved by her kindness and willingness to sacrifice herself for him. Together we will break this tyrant's back. After dozens of mind fusions, the librarian believed that the world tree had taken him prisoner with a trap and tortured him for days until Solus had come to his rescue. Due to his millennia of age and deep love for his wife, Elilla, Solus had failed to make him fall in love with her, yet she had no need for that. Vamir still remembered how awkward her first encounter with Solus had been. He was deeply ashamed for having tried to crush her under his fangs, of doubting her goodwill and leaving her alone while he went to call for Celia. Despite his poor treatment, Solus had always had a warm smile for him. She had always been there for him while Vamir treated Tista's illness. Solus had become Celia's first true friend after years of isolation to protect his baby. Also, even though I'm a married man, I have to admit that her breasts look and feel amazing. The librarian thought, his own memories indistinguishable from Lith's and Protector's after being hammered in his head over and over again. Damn it, Lith! Solus blushed in embarrassment, knowing that she actually had no one to blame but herself. She had highlighted her feminine charms during the mind fusion, and used her most embarrassing interactions with Lith and his dirty mind to paint a few lewd scenarios as true. The only silver lining in that mess was that she didn't plan on letting Vamir live long enough to tell the tale, nor did she have the time to worry about it. The chroniclers unleashed one Tier 5 spirit spell each that the eyes analyzed and the mouth countered. Solus lacked the mana necessary to beat them with raw power, but the ears read the flow of the runes and together with the eyes. The artifact allowed her to find the critical focal points of the incoming spells and disrupt them. By then, the mouth had already finished conjuring the most suitable counterspells and aimed them with pinpoint precision. Whatever was left of the enemy attacks was quickly neutralized by the hands. The blades emerging from its combat gauntlet form channeled all 7 elements, using them to stop incoming attacks, spells, and even enchantments. Their length made up for the stumpy range of the Fury and turned every block into a counter. The Chronicler's Yggdrasil weapons were harder than the hands yet, but Solus' mass made up for it. On top of that, with every clash, the hands would temporarily short-circuit the power cores of the elven equipment. Solus fought as hard and dirty as Lith would, using the full Menadian set to threaten the world tree's domain over the fringe. I don't think I can hold out much longer, damn it. At a wave of Solus' hand, the firing range released a volley of final eclipses that was instantly overpowered by 7 pillars of elemental energy. The tree had managed to cut off the infected parts of his body and regain their focus. The Yggdrasil had a bright violet core like the Chroniclers, but their colossal size and expertise made a huge difference. Especially because Solus and the tower were inside the tree. The phase spells and those of their Chroniclers wouldn't hurt each other so they could go all out, like they had just done by firing a full-powered Silverwing's annihilation at her. Solus escaped the destruction of her physical body thanks to the heart surrounding her with a Silverwing's bastion. The heart of the tower stored fewer spells than the mouth yet, but they could be instantly cast as if they were enchantments. Shit, that was close, she thought. I'm not stupid, Elfin. I've researched cursed objects before this meeting. I know people like you and Dawn can sacrifice your host to survive any attack. You were foolish to think that overpowering Vamir would play in your favor, the tree said. He's expendable, and as long as he's alive, I have no reason to hold back. Did you hear that, Vamir? Solus used a mind fusion to both reinforce her hold on the librarian and share the tree's latest threat. I knew I couldn't trust her. Solus, we must escape and go back to Elilla. You bet, Solus nodded, sighing in relief as the elf's mental defenses crumbled for good, turning Vamir into her puppet. He started to chant the best spells he had learned throughout the centuries in the World Tree's archives, and sent them to Solus after amplifying them through the master mirror of the tower. I'm neither a man nor a woman, you damn mammals. I'm a tree, the Yggdrasil roared. Correction, you are a whiny bitch. The combined power of Solus and Vamir reached the violet core, and she now had the equivalent of tetracasting even while she fought. Vamir used true and fake magic plus body casting, while Solus had the mouth to help her. In its unlocked form, the mouth of Menadian wasn't restricted to memorizing 3 spells and holding 1 extra enchantment anymore. The artifact had access to every single spell stored inside the library, and could change its enchantment at will, thanks to the workshop in the factory. As long as Solus was within the range of the tower, the mouth was its own mage, and with the hands fueling it, the spells cost Solus no mana. Mom was a damn genius. Solus dodged, attacked, and counterattacked in an endless stream of seamless movements. Now I understand the meaning of every piece of the set. They are powerful on their own and unstoppable when combined. The ears read the flow of mana of spells and attacks, while the anvil interpreted that information and moved Solus' body to avoid them. Solus' mind was filled with Lith's battle tactic and experience, but her body lacked the reflexes necessary to put them into practice. The anvil, however, had no such problem. It used the data stored in the eyes, Solus' memories, and the input from the ears to execute the most efficient defensive maneuvers. The fury was akin to an infinite stream of Tier 5 spells. Every time Solus threw the hammer, it split into 9 copies of identical power. The magical gemstones on its head allowed her to change the effect of each hammer based on the circumstances, while the Davros made them indestructible. She only had to wait until the fury came back to her hand to unleash 9 more attacks, and during that couple of seconds, she still had the hands. The blades allowed her to safely block any attack, while the clawed gauntlets gave her an edge whenever an enemy came too close. Without the synergy of the pieces of Menadian set, Solus would have never lasted long enough for the prime engine to charge up the arm cannon. Chapter 30-178 Expendable Pawn, Part 2. 30-178 Expendable Pawn, Part 2. The tree had done their homework, and the chroniclers this time coordinated their attacks against Solus instead of fighting as individuals. They covered each other's back, exploiting the openings that Solus' attacks created and forcing her to turtle up. Until that moment, she had failed to kill anyone after Uldrayan. "It's done," Vamir alerted Solus the moment the engine was fully formed, and the link with the mana geyser established beyond what the world tree could cut off once they stepped off the exposed ground. "Fire in the hole," she replied while pointing at the still-open blast mark left by Thunder Crash. The librarian nodded and fired the electromagnetic cannon. The shockwave alone sent the chroniclers slamming against the wall while the noise burst their eardrums. It wasn't enough to kill them, but that was Solus' job. As the bullet opened a gaping wound in the tree's massive body, the agony they suffered spread to the chroniclers on top of their own wounds, paralyzing them. Solus unleashed her spells, threw her hammers, and cut down those closest to her with the hand's blades at the same time. To add salt to the open injury in the tree, she collected the Yggdrasil weapons of the dead chroniclers with spirit magic and sent them to the bleed for life force extraction. "I'm sorry." Vamir lowered his eyes in shame as he had the engine pick Solus up and charged forward. "About what?" she asked, triggering another mind fusion to reinforce her hold over the elf. "I slightly adjusted the targeting system of the Mechatron. It was aimed at one of our villages, and Elilla might have been there. I couldn't risk harming her." "Don't apologize, you have my thanks for that," Solus replied. "Really?" "Yeah, I'm not Lith. I won't kill innocent elves unless it's absolutely necessary." Solus activated the tower's flight enchantment and escaped the Yggdrasil's clutches before the opening could heal. "By my mom." Even though she was on the run, the sight of the tree's fringe was still breathtaking. The air of the first awakened was so big that the engine was as tall as a toddler, standing in front of a centuries-old oak tree. A single branch was big enough to host an entire village of elves, and most of them actually did. Before she got too far from the tree, Solus had the time to notice that there also were villages built in between the roots and several tunnels led under the tree. "Sun elves emit a golden radiance while moon elves a silvery one," Vamir explained. "What about you?" Solus pointed at his soothing blue aura and light brown skin. "I'm a wood elf, while Elilla with her red glow is a shadow elf, silly. Mighty tree if you are an airhead." The librarian chuckled. Elves were forbidden to invoke the gods' names, afraid that the guardians might listen to them and discover the secrets of their master. "I'm sorry, I must have taken one blow to the head too many." Solus had no idea what he was talking about or what Elilla looked like. The telepathic defenses she had learned from Dawn required her to keep as much information as she could about her host out while she performed a mind fusion. Vamir knew the most intimate detail of Solus' life, whereas she didn't know even what color his eyes were. "How far does the fringe extend?" she asked, eager to change the topic. "Kilometers. We should." A solid punch to the face cut the librarian short and sent the engine tumbling on the ground. "Surrender now." The world tree completed the phrase for him. "I'm sick and tired of this game. I won't tolerate any further disrespect." Colossal wooden golems surrounded the tower, each one of them over 40 meters, 130, tall and made of solid Yggdrasil wood. Elemental and white crystals the size of an adult man were studded at the joints, on the chest and face. To make matters worse, their power core contained solely offensive and defensive spells, without wasting a single rune with attack protocols or artificial intelligence. Each golem was controlled by a chronicler, giving them a mind of their own. A mind focused by the power of the Yggdrasil wood, and empowered by a titan almost as sturdy as Davros. The golem's fist had caved the engine's face. Menadian's masterpiece was far from recovering the gold-veined marble of which it had originally been comprised. At the moment, it was just a bunch of gray rocks with a few white streaks. Alas, even if it did, Menadian had chosen the gold-veined white marble because it was the best available compromise between physical and magical resistance. Davros was too rare to build a tower out of it, and so was Yggdrasil wood. But not for the world tree itself. By dedicating small parts of themselves to the golems, the heir of the First Awakened had crafted invincible war machines that the elves used to deal with divine beasts. Thanks to the bond with the tree, the wooden golems had access to the infinite energy of the fringe, and since their wood was still alive, it also shared the regenerative properties of a fae. Guided by the minds of the chroniclers, and supported by the knowledge collected by the past world trees, the golems made the Yggdrasil as powerful as a guardian. "Surrender now, I won't repeat myself a third time," the tree said. "Gods, if you are a whiny bitch." Soulless. Reply came in the form of the engine dealing a palm strike to the nearest golem and activating Silverwing's annihilation from that same hand. Albeit powerful, the golems were still limited by the trees and the chronicler's bright violet cores, requiring at least 3 constructs to cast Silverwing's spells. The tower, instead, was a white core on its own and also had Soulless bright blue and Vamir's deep violet cores. The anti-guardian spell pierced a hole through the construct, allowing Soulless to see past it. The problem was that with so much mana and so many enchantments, she had no way to spot the chroniclers controlling the golem with mana sense. Roots and vines sprouted from the wound and closed the hole as fast as the annihilation opened it. Soulless was cutting the golem in random directions when a second wooden construct charged at her in a blaze of emerald light. Vidun raised his left hand, and the engine did the same, stopping the golem on its tracks and dispelling its magic. "What, how?" The Yggdrasil was more surprised than scared. The tree had deployed more than 2 golems, and even though it was the least of Soulless' problems with each of her escape attempts, she was showing the tree how powerful Menadian's tower was. "Surprise, motherfucker," Soulless said as a white barrier flickered in and out of existence, taking the golem's spells with it. While the engine's right hand released a stream of annihilation, the left conjured a bastion right upon impact to save as much power as possible. "Remarkable, truly remarkable, yet defense alone wins no battle. You are still trapped in my grasp," the tree said. "For now," Soulless raised her hands in surrender, breathing heavily. Chapter 30-179 My Name is Soulless, Part 1. 30-179 My Name is Soulless, Part 1. Even with the full Menadian set, even with a compliant host, Soulless had run out of fuel. Conjuring 2 Silverwing spells at the same time had nearly depleted the tower's energy reserves. She had learned many things from her bond with Neshaya, but the wooden golem's existence wasn't among them. They had screwed her calculations and foiled her plans. Yet just like the tree, she too was learning from her escape attempts. "Next time I will be more careful," she panted. "I've come farther than the last time, and the next I'll go even farther." 2 key factors limited her current strength. The first factor was that Menadian had built the set according to Elfin's abilities, back when Soulless was a bright violet cord awakened with perfect body refinement. For a bright blue core like her, fighting while wearing the set put a huge strain on her body. She moved faster and hit harder than she could, draining her stamina and covering her in bruises even after dodging every blow. The second factor was her host. Even with Dawn's technique to ensure Soulless, absolute dominance, the repeated mind fusions drained her focus and mental abilities. She couldn't take her time to break her host's will like Dawn would. Solus had to go from servant to master before the tree could split her from her current partner and make sure to keep them on a tight leash even during the fight. Working with Vamir, even after enslaving him, was nothing like her bond with Lith. For all those years, she had never ordered him to do anything, and he had done the same for her. Their communion was effortless and flawless because they shared a single mind. She didn't have to worry Lith would have her back because she knew he did. They trusted each other to the point they could improvise any plan and implement it as if they had trained for it their whole lives. There won't be a next time. The tree trembled at the humiliation they had suffered in front of the assembled elven tribes. This is the last time you see sunlight until we complete my tower, Elfin Menadian. I'm done playing nice with you. I'm done trying to do this the easy and painless way. If you want to fight, I'll make you fight. Solus had thwarted the tree's plans and undermined their authority in the eyes of the elven tribes every step of the way. First after her arrival, by tainting the Fringe's world energy with the Predator Protocol. Then, by killing Neshaya. Her disappearance had raised many questions that the tree had left unanswered, shaking the trust of the librarians in their master. Now the entire elven populace was about to find out the truth, and it would be much worse than any mystery. Last but not least, during her third escape attempt, Solus had demonstrated how dangerous she was. How not even the Yggdrasil could contain the engine, nor could their golems stop it. Too many chroniclers had died in a short span of time. The loyalty of the elves bonded with the tree was unshakable, but the same couldn't be said about everyone else. Many aspirant chroniclers were rethinking their choice, and many youths were starting to wonder if the madness of the late world tree had somehow been passed on to the new one. There was no other possible explanation for the Yggdrasil's stubbornness in pursuing a plan that had cost the lives of many elves already. My name is Solus, bitch, she fused with the engine, having two furies appear in its hands. I was willing to surrender peacefully, but if you want me to bury a few more elves, come and get me. Many people had gathered to witness the unthinkable, a fight under the shade of the all-seeing Yggdrasil. The tree's will was supposed to be absolute, and so was their power, yet that small human woman dared talk back. Her words carried no respect, only spite. On top of that, the mention of the dead chroniclers hit the elves hard, considering the long time it would take an elf woman to conceive a single child. If you want to surrender peacefully, I'll allow it, if you show me proof of your goodwill, that is. Like what? Solus watched at the internal energy counter of the engine rising. Your name is Elfin Menadian, say it. My name is S. A right hook to the engine's head cut her short and down the tower. The golem had struck with all its strength, after charging up several Tier 5 spells that had been released on impact. Your name is Elfin Menadian, the tree repeated, say it. My name is S. Two wood golems attacked her, and both received an annihilation from point-blank range. The problem was that neither hit a chronicler, and two more golems attacked at the same time from the engine's front and back. The engine's face caved, and so did its right leg, crippling its mobility. The other two golems recovered quickly and joined the beatdown, crushing all the engine's limbs to bits but the head. That was trapped under one heavy wooden foot, ready to be crushed like a nut. What's your name? The Yggdrasil asked. Solus' arms and legs were gone as well. The heavy damage the tower had suffered was immediately reflected on her human body. Vamir's life force was being sacrificed to protect her, but it didn't make the process any less painful. Just like for the librarian a few minutes ago, the damage inflicted on the tower caused her an agony that couldn't be countered with darkness fusion. Saw the golems crushed the engine's head, and Solus suffered the same fate. She would have died there, and then if not for the safety protocols, killing Vamir and restoring her body. The tower couldn't take any more damage, and the engine collapsed back into the small form of the stone ring. Solus now lied down on the ground, her arms and legs splayed at unnatural angles. The golems kept the encirclement, and more chroniclers approached the wounded woman, each wielding a blunt Yggdrasil weapon. What's your name? So the beating resumed on a smaller scale, but with equal cruelty, until Solus was forced to let go of her human body and retreat inside the stone ring, defeated. Your name is Elfin Menadian, the World Tree said. You are who I want you to be. You do what I want you to do. The sooner you accept it, the sooner your pain will end. A powerful gravity array squeezed the stone ring until small cracks appeared on its surface. Only when the cracks spread to the whole ring, threatening its integrity, did the World Tree transport the ring back to the cell by floating. They wanted Solus to realize that the Yggdrasil was in no rush. That she could stall for time, but she couldn't win. The stone ring was thrown back in the darkness, but this time the walls collapsed until there was only enough space for Solas's human form to come out of the ring in a crawling position. I'm curious to see how long the energy you have stolen will last. Chapter 30-180 My name is Solas, Part 2. 30-180 My name is Solas, Part 2. Maybe once it runs out you'll be more reasonable, the tree said before sealing the room shut. Solas, she sobbed from the prison of her broken body. My name is Solas. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Nestra region in the middle of nowhere. Sunlight relieved Derek of most of his hunger, yet it also brought him to the brink of madness. Most of the knowledge and power he had gained when Lith had reemerged to fight the Chroniclers was gone. Who the fuck were those guys and what did they want from me? Why do I feel so empty? The void had failed to answer Elijah's call, but he had perceived it nonetheless. His homing instinct craved to reach the small, distant shadow that brightened his heart, yet his paranoia didn't allow him to. Derek was afraid it was another trick of the entity that wanted to control his body or a trap set by someone who wanted to hurt him. Like those elves from the other night. Why do I feel so angry? The attempt on his life, the emptiness left by Lith's absence, and Elijah's call were already bad, but they got worse. Lith felt in his mind an echo of soulless pain. He had no way of knowing what the world tree was doing to her, but he knew what he would do in their shoes, and it terrified him. The human life force stirred with all the strength it had, demanding to be put back together, demanding to be fed, demanding its hunger to be sated. The void felt all those things, and even with the amnesia, the thought of anyone touching Solas was enough to drive him insane. Derek wanted to kill, but he didn't know who. He was filled with hatred, but didn't know why. And this damn sword doesn't do shit, he said at Ragnar, Kay making it whine like a scolded puppy. Aren't you supposed to help me? Why do I get no quests, skills, or titles? I'm tired of those splitting headaches and ridiculous memories. The hologram of his status floated right above the light crystal of the sword. The specifics hadn't changed much, except that the bar going from Derek to Lith was now filled at 40%, and all the remembered spells and techniques had been added to his skill list. The weirdest thing, even though there's nothing normal in this situation, is that I don't get to learn stuff via level ups or rewards. Everything just comes to my mind while I fight, and most of the time it stays there. On the one hand, I like not being forced to shout out the name of my abilities like a moron to activate them. On the other hand, I don't feel any external help. Without my focus, my mana, and my will, not even the simplest of spells takes form. The system is of no help at all. It's more like a character sheet for some twisted LARPing adventure. The answer came in the form of a holographic window from the Void Feather that read, Willpower and imagination are the foundations of magic. To achieve something, you need to picture a path to success and have the will to do what's necessary. Nothing worth having comes easy. Nice, now I even get fortune cookie-like words of wisdom, Derek said with a sneer. Well, I'm sorry if I'm not an omnipotent being who can dish out powers like candies. The Void Feather scoffed from the inner layer of Lith's life forces. Things aren't going badly down here, but they aren't going well either. He turned toward the human life force that was still mending itself. The physical damage was almost gone, but the psychological damage had not recovered much since Strider had decapitated Lith. The betrayal, the severing of the bond with Solas, and his life force splitting into three again in order to survive the decapitation have taken a huge toll on Lith's psyche. So far, I've managed to control the void by sheer luck. Meeting those farmers and the rye helped me to awaken important memories of Protector and Nana, but that wasn't enough. I hoped that by somehow making the void relive some of the milestones of this life, I could help the human side recover and reconnect with us. Some memories are back, but the effect is different from what I predicted. Instead of opening a channel with the human life force, the void is closing it. Without my parents' and Solas' influence, the void is too detached to learn something from those lessons. It's like he's watching a movie. He may be moved by the images on the moment, but he's quick to forget their message because it goes against everything he believes in. Even worse, George is becoming crueler than I have ever been. After my arrival on Magur, learning magic has been like learning martial arts. I've become stronger with practice and discipline, learning to control myself before controlling the mana. He, instead, is becoming too powerful too fast and with no effort. He considers magic like a toy he can use to get even with the world who hurt me. After Carl's death, I had no qualms about getting even with someone who crossed me, but I've never used violence for the sake of it. George, instead, is starting to find it funny. Between the resurfacing of my trauma and the abomination's hunger, he is cutting himself off from me. Talking with him is becoming more difficult as time passes. If it continues like this, there's the serious risk that by the time the human side is healed, the fracture between the abomination life force and the other two will become permanent. If that happens, I'll have a bigger problem than amnesia. Everything I've struggled so much to achieve and protect will be lost forever. I must find a way to send George to a populated area. If someone reports his presence, there's a chance my friends will find me before more chroniclers do. At that point, the rest should be easy. The Voidfeather inwardly cursed, fearing to have jinxed his plan, as if anything in my life has ever been easy. What do I do? The Void looked at the sword, waiting for guidance. If I want to discover something about this world, I need to do it now while the sun is up. Once the hunger returns, I don't know if I can control myself, or if I care doing that for that matter. I wish I could tell you. The Voidfeather saw everything through Derek's eyes, but he had no idea where he was. The maps of the kingdom were still inside Soluspedia, and due to the Void's habit to fly in random directions in search for food, the Voidfeather dragon failed to orient himself. At his flight speed, the Void could cover thousands of kilometers in a single night, assuming he didn't get lost and flew in circles. Find a populated area, ask of Lith Verhin. The Voidfeather sent the message to Ragnar K, who delivered it as a hologram. And what way is that? Derek asked, obtaining no reply. Fine, I was thinking about doing this for a while now anyway. Chapter 3181 Mage Towers, Part 1. 3181 Mage Towers, Part 1. Having this kind of power is fun, but if I have to spend the rest of my life alone like a rabid monster, it's going to get old very fast. Derek sighed. On top of that, I need to understand who this Verhin guy is. The Tiger Man called me like that, but back then I thought it was an insult, like monster or a title. Yet even the woman called Verhin and mentioned something like a supreme Magus. Verhin must be a name. Maxwell's beard, yes, the Voidfeather thought. Come on, you are a smart guy. Just take one small leap of imagination and realize it's your name. Otherwise, why would different people recognize you and call you like that? The name of the guy who inhabited this body before me, Derek said, making the Voidfeather groan. Or maybe even the name of the guy who wants to possess this body. This may as well be a trap, but I haven't many choices left. Lith's paranoia was alive and well, making him second-guess every decision he made and look for hidden enemies even when there were none. Derek took a leap, leaving behind a deep crater and reaching a great altitude before unfurling his wings. He looked in every direction, but without the Tiamat's eyesight, he wasn't better than an awakened human. He took a random direction again, hoping to meet a road or a river that he could follow to civilization. Soon his mind relaxed, and his thoughts about loneliness and conspiracies moved to the back burner. If there was one thing that Derek loved about his new life despite its many mysteries and painful limitations, it was flying. Soaring through the sky made him feel free and powerful. After spending his life on Earth being small, insignificant, and unheard, it was a pleasant change. While he flew, he could forget about his problems and miseries, both old and new. For the first time in his life, he could stop worrying and just enjoy the journey. What is that? After hours of flight, Derek had finally found what looked like a wide paved road, yet there was also something else. His abomination hunger felt a strong surge in the density of world energy, but it didn't come from either direction of the road. Following the delicious smell would lead him away from civilization and into the wilds again. The Void was torn between the desire to discover the identity of the man whose body he inhabited, and the constant nagging hunger that tormented him since he had opened his eyes on Mauger. Oh, screw it. The Void was an abomination, so the hunger came first. He just memorized as many landmarks as he could, and tried to fly in a straight line to find his way back to the road with ease. Hunger and instinct fueled the flaps of his wings, producing booms of thunder and making him cross dozens of kilometers in mere seconds. Usually, once he gained speed, Derek found it hard to stop. He didn't give a damn about landscapes and natural beauty. He only cared about the intoxicating feeling of power that being untouchable gave him. The rare times he did, like when he found a prey or something drew his attention, he would plunge like a sack of bricks. Due to the amnesia, he moved his body like a bike. Below a certain speed, he needed to touch the ground to stabilize himself, which was a problem when the ground was hundreds of meters below. This time, instead, he came to a halt with the grace of a raptor. His wings performed strong and rhythmical flaps, keeping him in midair while his mouth drooled. Food, the Void's maw snapped in excitement. A mana geyser, the Void Feather thought in joy. Finally, with this, I should be able to heal the rest of my wounds without George making a massacre and ruining my life as Lith Verhin. Worst-case scenario, I'll restore our life forces and remain unconscious for a while. If I have no idea where I am, I dare the chroniclers to find me. The Void was too fixated on the geyser to notice what he was doing, which was the reason he had yet to crash down. Without his interference, Lith's muscle memory could make him float indefinitely. Even from a distance, Derek felt the dense world energy drip on his body like gentle spring rain on a man suffering from dehydration. It gave him relief and hope. It relieved his mind from the pain and worries about his existence, making him feel normal. Despite his hunger, the Void was suspicious of the geyser and approached it slowly, afraid that taking in too much and too fast might actually hurt him. Every iota of darkness energy in his body demanded for him to throw himself in the violent stream of world energy, but Derek resisted with the stubbornness of a man used to not receive anything from life without strings attached. "Damn it," he screamed in frustration. The mass of world energy blinded life vision, and the closer he got to the geyser, the less Derek could see. Even worse, the harder it became to control his drive to feed. Hunger and paranoia battled to a standstill with the Void weaving his best spells while incapable of stopping his advance. He waited for 1 minute, but it felt like 1 hour. When another minute later nothing happened, and no one tried to kill him, Derek threw caution to the wind and himself in the middle of the geyser. To a casual observer, the clearing looked like nothing special. There was a fertile grassland with a gentle stream of water coming from underground, and that was it. No natural treasure grew amid the tall grass, and if mana crystals or magic metal veins existed, they had to be deep in the ground. Yet to an abomination, the clearing was the greatest of treasures. It was abundant not only in world energy but also in life force. Derek could feed on plants, insects, and the small animals hidden in their burrows. That would be stupid and inefficient. He refused to come down, knowing from experience that his touch would drain everything of life whether he wanted it or not. How was that spell? The Void focused on the memory of the traveler he had saved by following the instructions of the old woman. "Nana," he said, recalling the feeling of the mana flow necessary to cast the Tier 4 spirit spell, Mother's Embrace. Before he knew it, an emerald construct shaped as Alina emerged from the ground, opening her arms to Derek. "This is stupid. I have no reason to doubt my own powers." The Void knew the spell couldn't hurt him, but at the same time he felt a mix of revulsion and longing. Longing because Alina's features stirred his memories as a baby, filling his heart with the warm feeling of the love with which she had showered him since the day Derek had possessed the corpse of her baby. Revulsion because he knew from the name of the spell that Alina was a mother, and to Derek, that was a 4-letter word no better than father. Chapter 30, 182 Mage Towers, Part 2. 3182 Mage Towers, Part 2. Derek's Earth Mother had done nothing to protect him, and Carl from the abuse while Ezio was alive. After his death, she had cut her children out of her life, blaming them as the source of her misfortunes, and resenting them for taking 2/3 of the settlement that she considered entirely hers. It was the reason Derek had come to forget her name. She wasn't a person, and as such she didn't deserve one. On top of that, Derek considered those feelings of love and acceptance like weakness, and weakness was an unforgivable sin. If not for the hunger, the Void would have never entered Mother's Embrace, no matter how much he needed it. The construct closed its arms, bringing the smaller figure of the abomination to its bosom. The spell focused the world energy on Derek while also draining the ground from nutrients and taking fresh water from the stream. Mother's Embrace also sapped the nearby life forces, but did it slowly and gently to optimize their consumption without wasting a single drop of energy. "Mom," Derek couldn't even remember when the last time he had spoken that word was, but surrounded by that warmth, all his grievances disappeared. He didn't even question what the nutrients and water were, for since his body had no flesh or blood. He wasn't hungry anymore, and for the first time since he had awoken out of Vidun's hiding spot, he was at peace. The world energy stabilized his abomination form, leaving Mother's Embrace free to give the human side everything it needed to recover. After restless days of constant struggle, Derek fell into a slumber that lasted until the next morning. He woke up at sunrise, shocked by how long the spell had lasted, and by having avoided the torture of the hunger for the night. "This is amazing," he said while looking at his reflection in the water. His features were much more defined, closely resembling his human appearance back on Earth. The only differences were that his hair was made of flames, and his eyes now shone with pure white light of decay with no trace of red or black. "I don't know what happened, but I feel much stronger than before. Even the hunger has subsided significantly." With the human side finally healed and all the life forces restored, the abomination side was stable again. It didn't need to constantly feed the human life force anymore, greatly lessening its energy consumption. Even Ragnar, Kay felt reborn. After the whole day of rest, the scabbard was back to being fully red. The chaos had been purged, and the abundant world energy had brought the power cores of the angry blade and double edge back to their peak condition. "Okay, what do I have to do now? Any change of plans after the power-up?" He wielded Ragnar K, waiting for the hologram, but nothing happened. "Hello, is anyone there?" he asked while knocking on the scabbard. No, fuck no. The Void Feather had fallen asleep as well, but when he woke up, he had found himself much weaker than before. The influx of power from the Mana Geyser had restored his body, but it had come at a price. The three life forces were now crystallized in their current form. The Divine Beast side needed no effort to prevent the shapeshifting because it had become impossible. Only a small tether connecting the three aspects of Lith's life force remained. Now the Void was truly alone, and unless the Void Feather found a way to revert to the previous condition, that small tether was all that separated Lith from becoming a true abomination. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Eskar region, Myrna Plateau at the same time. After discovering the truth about Lith's and Soulless disappearance, Baba Yaga had excused herself and left the Verhin mansion. "I can't break the news to Lakra via the amulet. I'd better do it in person so that I can shut her up when needed and keep her from running after Elfin like a madwoman before I can finish talking." The Red Mother had contacted the first Magus and asked her to meet at Silverkeep, Silverwing's secret hideout, where she researched tower crafting. Much to Baba Yaga's dismay, reaching her friend had been quite difficult, and she had left plenty of messages before receiving an answer. It was the reason when she came out of her tower. The Red Mother was in her crone form and wore the most disgruntled expression a man would ever see. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but—" "Shut your trap and listen." Whatever Silverwing had been doing, Baba Yaga didn't care. She went over everything she had learned from Camilla, Rika, and from her own analysis of the remains of the chronicler's Darwin armor. She played the royal edict for Lith's search last just to make Lakra understand how dire the situation was. "I would love to cuss you out until your ears bleed, to put you on my knees here and now and spank your sorry ass red for isolating yourself like a damn lick, but that will have to wait." Lakra Silverwing stared at her own communicator as if it had betrayed her. She had long since learned how to tap into the frequencies of public announcements of the Awakened Council's network, but she would rarely listen to them. From the royals to the commoners, from the representatives of the 5 races to the last of the apprentices knew about Lith's disappearance. Everyone on Garland did, everyone but Silverwing. "Are you listening to me, or do I have to slap some sense into you?" the crone snarled. "I'm listening, but you told me to shut up. Make up your God's damned mind," Lakra replied. "I meant until I was done talking, not forever. God's damned children, always taking everything to the letter," Baba Yaga grumbled. "Well, what are you going to do about this?" "What I have to," Silverwing stood up. "I'm going to look for Elfin and then what?" The crone cut her short again. "You are just a bright white cord awakened. Inside the fringe, the world tree is as strong as a guardian, otherwise I bet my wrinkly-ass Soulless would have already escaped on her own." She put emphasis on Elfin's new name while glaring at Lakra. "I have a tower, 1 horseman, and all my firstborns are willing to follow me into battle, yet I don't stand a chance against the Yggdrasil. What makes you think you can do better?" "Maybe I can't, but I can at least try." Lakra slammed her fist on the table in fury. "I'm not leaving Elfin in the vines of that lunatic without a fight. We both know how the world trees think. They won't ever use Rifa's tower since they know it has been programmed to serve Soulless instead of the one who imprints it. On top of that, even if the tree manages to replicate Rifa's tower, they won't let Soulless go. If someone else captures her, they might make more towers of their own and maybe even discover the weak points of the Yggdrasil's tower. On top of that, the tree would have to always watch their back from Elfin. She isn't the forgiving type." Chapter 30-184 Mage Towers, Part 4. 30-184 Mage Towers, Part 4. "I'm sorry, but it's not my secret. Lith and Bite would hate me if I talked about it." Zorith wringed her hands like a baby girl scared of facing her father's disappointed gaze. "Don't apologize, you sound like me with Zin," he sighed. "If there's someone on Magur who can understand you, that's me. I'm many things but not a hypocrite." "Thanks, Dad." She stopped walking, hugging the old professor and spinning him in the air with ease. "You have no idea how much this means to me." While my father just sits there and watches us struggle, even his beloved Elijah, my dad is right by my side, Zorith thought. "Don't mention it and put me down. This is embarrassing. I look old enough to be your grandfather, not your child." "Appearances are deceiving," she chuckled. They took a deep breath before opening the door to the children's room. They had one shot at it and had to play it right, if not even dirty. "Daddy," Frey ran to Vaster, the word cracking the ice on the master's heart every time he heard it. "Frey, my boy, how was school today?" He lifted the child like Zorith had done with him a few seconds back, meeting a first-class pout. "I mean, how was school today, son?" The master called all his favorite students, my boy girl, making the moniker not endearing to Philia's and Frey's ears. "It was great, Dad." The boy stopped pouting, giving Vaster a big smile and hugging him back. "Is Uncle Lith all right?" "That's actually the reason we've come here." Zorith cleared her throat while her gaze moved from the blue wolf on the floor to the red wolf on the bed. Philia was brushing the red wolf's fur, while 4 house staff members stood at the corners of the room, leaving no blind spot. "Philia, Frey, we need your help." "How can we help Uncle Lith?" Philia asked in confusion. "By giving Tezca permission to leave your side and go looking for the bad guy who hurt my little brother," Zorith replied. Tezca was the most ancient and currently the most powerful eldritch monster hybrid in the organization. He predated the Guardians and was the only one who had not only fought them more than once, but also lived to tell the tale. He had infiltrated the previous world tree's fringe in the recent past, collecting the Yggdrasil wood that Baitra had used to craft Vaster's Grimbark staff. For someone with his dimensional abilities, finding the new tree's fringe was far from impossible. He had escaped the world tree's domains many times in his long life. There was no reason to think it would be any different now. "Can you really do it, Uncle?" Philia turned toward her red wolf. "Yes, I have my methods." Tezca suppressed a cruel smile, but Zorith saw it in his eyes as the Sun-Eater reminisced his past victories. "Are you going to help us?" The Shadow Dragon needed the kid's help, because there was nothing that could move the Sun-Eater unless he wanted to be moved. "Do you want me to?" The wolves and the servants looked at their guests. "Uncle Lith helped Mom and his Aunt Kami's husband. He's one of the good guys," Frey said. "And bad guys always come back unless you stop them." Philia shuddered at the thought of Falmug, her biological father. "Please, Tezca," Zinnia caressed the blue wolf's head. "I'll do it." The 4 people and the 2 wolves fused into the massive body of a 10-tailed Filgja. "But only if you put someone good to protect the children in my absence, Zager, and I mean it. Strong isn't enough. I want them nice too." "Nelia and Kigan," Vaster proposed. "We have a deal." Zorith gave Tezca Baitra's latest masterpiece to help him with his task. After that, it took the Sun-Eater's substitutes a matter of minutes to reach the Vaster household, and a split second for Tezca to bolt toward Giera. The Filgja flew at supersonic speed while also opening warp gates as far as he could see, crossing dozens of kilometers per second. Only an idiot would look straight for the fringe, he thought. The world tree can't move so they don't leave traces, but their lapdogs are different. The Yggdrasil is obsessed with knowledge, and right now, the destiny of an entire continent hangs on a thread. I bet that Giera is full of chroniclers, and that each lost city has at least one of them following its every move. If I make something interesting happen, a chronicler will crawl out of his hole to watch. At that point, the hunt begins. Space. Griffin Kingdom, Nestra region, on top of a Mana geyser a few hours later. Derek moved his eyes from the emerald construct conjured by Mother's embrace to Ragnar, Kay, and back, waiting for a revelation. How come that until yesterday every small thing gave me flashbacks like I suffer from world-class PTSD, and now nothing happens? He squinted at Alina's kind features, yet all those warm feelings were gone. "Who are you, lady?" The use of such a respectful word surprised Derek as much as the Voidfeather Dragon. It was spoken with curiosity and a tinge of affection instead of spite. Maybe there's still hope. The Voidfeather pushed at the now crystallized barrier between the life forces, trying to let in what he had desperately tried to keep out until the day before. The Void unwittingly helped him. Derek's need for knowledge drove him to scour the most remote corners of his mind. As the Void pulled, the Voidfeather pushed, forcing the door between the life forces slightly ajar. Mother, Derek fell to his knees while holding his head. Countless memories flooded the void's mind, and none of them made sense. Somehow, he remembered being a newborn. He could see the love in Alina's eyes as she looked at him and called him her miracle baby. Derek witnessed how a real mother took care of her son. She fed him even when it meant going on an empty stomach herself. She defended him against bullies like a mean-looking older boy, and from the mean words of the old woman, Nana, on the day of their first meeting. In none of those memories did she raise her hand on him. She never ignored him, and if he remained silent for too long, she would check on him to make sure he was all right. The only times Alina scolded him, it wasn't because she wanted to show him who knew better, but because the young Lith had put himself into danger, and she worried about him. This can't be. None of that ever happened to me. This must be the other guy's memories forcing their way into my brain. Yet those images didn't feel alien. Derek felt a pleasant warmth in his chest while pondering them. It wasn't like living another person's memories. He was almost certain that he had lived those events. Every detail and every word were on the tip of his mind. Almost. Lucky bastard, the void grumbled. Whoever the piece of shit I'm currently inhabiting is, he can't have become an evil overlord because of his mother. Chapter 3185 Death Returns, Part 1. 3185 Death Returns, Part 1. It must be his father's fault. Derek focused on the construct's gentle features while focusing hard on the word, father. At first, only flashbacks from Ezio's beating and abuse came to his mind, making Derek's stomach churn and his eyes twitch. After a while, as the void dug deeper and the void feather led the way, another face appeared. It was a poor-looking man who had skipped one meal too many and spent too much time under the sun. His skin was tanned brown and full of wrinkles. Hard work gave him solid muscles, but his face was gaunt, and there was dirt under his nails. The classic piece of shit who takes his anger out on his sons just because he made more children than he can afford. Derek snarled in disgust, just to eat his own prediction 1 second later. The man treated his wife and baby boy like treasures, making sure she had plenty of food and rest to feed the newborn properly. The void watched another mean-looking young boy, strangely similar to the first, stealing the baby's food. The man stepped in, punishing the youth and more than making up for the baby's lost food. Derek stood in a daze as Roz taught a young Lith how to read, write, count, and at a later age how to whittle. The man was a hard worker but not an absent father. Roz spent his free time carving simple toys for the young boy and built with him a wooden swing. He never raised his voice or hands and always led by example, teaching his youngest that a man's authority lies in the responsibilities he shoulders, not in how strong he is. The fuck? Derek was outraged. The owner of this body had wonderful parents, and yet he turned into an evil overlord. I mean, I can understand why he doesn't want to die and has summoned me to take my body, but how can he not think how his parents will react when they discover the truth? That he has killed countless innocents for his selfish Daisy. Wait a minute. If he needs another body, shouldn't his parents be dead of old age by now? This doesn't make sense. Of course it didn't, because there was no evil overlord. Only Lith. Screw it, I'm done obsessing over this bastard. If he wants my body, he can take it, or rather he can try. A cruel smile appeared on his face. I'm not done having fun yet. Little buddy, what am I supposed to do? Thanks to the chink in the barrier separating the life forces, the Void Feather Dragon managed to re-establish contact with Ragnar, K. The poor sword had no idea why its master kept asking it questions, and then ordering it to display the answers he already knew. Yet Ragnar, K's loyalty was unshakable, and its limited consciousness dismissed things like doubt and confusion as pointless details. The befuddled blade conjured a hologram without hesitation. Explanations could wait. All Ragnar, K wanted was for its master to go back to normal, save Solus, and return home, in this order. The holographic interface read, "Go to the closest city and ask for help." The progression bar was now past the 50% mark, and Derek noticed there were plenty of new spells available. This is really weird. In all the system stories I've read, the guy gets stats and skill points by completing bullshit missions. Instead, I gain mine by following the random memories that pop into my head or simply by following my instinct. All the spells listed here, I've remembered them while fighting the elves, healing the Trav. The words struck a chord in Derek's mind. Remembering, not learning, it would explain how I can master unknown disciplines so quickly. I'm done getting excited, the Void Feather Dragon grunted. I bet that now George will spout some paranoid crap to fail to realize that he is Lith Verhin. I think I understand now. This Verhin guy doesn't want to prepare my body for takeover. He's already inside my body. When the bar gets filled, either I'll turn into him or our minds will fuse into one. The system is probably not even real. Just something he has dug up from my memories to make me accept this absurd scenario without going crazy. Go on, the Void Feather waved his hand. Trip on your feet 1 centimeter away from the finishing line. We both know you want to do it. There's no need to hold back for my sake. Well, he has made one big mistake, Derek grinned. I don't care about life or death. What's a huge mess for him is nothing to me. Even if I turn into a corpse, I'll just be reborn somewhere else, maybe even in a more powerful body. No, by Oppenheimer's guilt, don't say it. I'll follow your instructions, Verhin, Derek said while staring at the hologram. But I promise you that the moment I feel my consciousness slipping away, I'll cripple you so badly and cause so much destruction that you'll die right after me. I knew it. I hate you, George. The Void Feather thought about changing the instructions on the hologram, but it was too late. I'd better move. I have only until sundown before I go crazy again. Derek grunted, flying back toward the main road. That's great. The Void Feather Dragon rolled his eyes. The connection is lost again until something triggers more memories, and even if I take back my last suggestion, George would never listen to me. He'd think I know that he knows, and I'm trying to stop him. He would go to the city just to piss me off. I can only hope that someone has come up with a very good plan, because I don't think George is going down without a fight. Lith didn't have soulless eidetic memory, but he had taken note of enough landmarks and flown in an almost straight line, so finding his way back wasn't hard. He only got lost a couple of times, and ended up 200 kilometers north of the point he remembered. Luckily for him, the main road to Zeska was large and extended for dozens of miles. As long as one moved in its general direction, it was impossible to miss. Man, I suck at this. I need a GPS, Derek sighed. At least he knew he was going in the right direction, because the road signs for Zeska were bigger than those for other cities, and written with larger letters. Also, the signs had a small crown carved next to Zeska's name. It must be the imperial capital, the Void said, wrong on all accounts. I can finally find out whose body I'm inhabiting. If he's filthy rich, I can spend his money and live like a Hollywood star. I can't wait to see Verhin's face when he finds out I've left him dirt poor. Why wait? Just look yourself in the mirror, George, the Void Feather grunted. And take a good picture, because if you squander the money, I bet the moment you regain your memories you won't be smiling for a long while. The flight to Zeska took way longer than Derek expected, but only because he stopped to study his surroundings often. Chapter 3186 Death Returns, Part 2. 3186 Death Returns, Part 2. Based on dungeons and looting, I should have met humans, dwarves, elves, demonoids, and celestials. Aside from the bastards who tried to kill me, there's no signs of elves, let alone other races, he thought. Derek was sorely disappointed by humans looking very human, people being mostly average-looking, and women being dressed in a very demure style appropriate to the Middle Ages, instead of the stripper cosplayer clothes he had seen in fantasy media. The good news is that if I'm the only one with powers, I'm basically a god. The bad news is that if I'm the only one with powers, people will pester me for favors and try to exploit me. Such thoughts went out of the window as he approached Zeska and saw mages flying in and out of the city walls. Only regular citizens needed to walk through the gates. Even more astonishing, many people had a holographic interface of their own. Fuck me sideways, I'm not the only one with a system. What if they have something better than this poor excuse of A? It didn't take him long to realize that he was making no sense. If they have a system, why are they walking? Also, how can I see their status window? As he approached, his enhanced senses could take a good look at the tablets Lith had crafted and distributed as a part of his legacy. What the heck, news, photos, video calls, that's not a system, just some kind of high-tech smartphone. How can they have such a complex machine on such a primitive planet? His questions found no answer and multiplied as he approached the line of commoners. At his sight, they all screamed at the top of their lungs. Some ran away in panic while others wet themselves. Only a few fainted and even less screamed, wetted themselves and then fainted. Those who retained their consciousness kneeled with their hands and forehead on the ground, not daring to meet his gaze. The citizens of Zeska were terrified of Lith ever since he had stormed the city during the War of the Griffins. Now he was there in his abomination form, and according to the royal edict, he was also amnesiac. It wasn't clear how much Lith remembered, so the citizens of Zeska assumed the worst. Verhin came here thinking we are still at war. He has come to finish the job. Most of those kneeling thought, using each small variations on the theme. Well, this is nice. It had taken Lith a long time to get used to people bowing to him and paying him respect, but for Derek, it was the first time. On Earth, he had been an unremarkable man, and out of the blue now everyone treated Derek like he was one of the most influential and powerful people in the kingdom. Which, of course, he was. The Void grinned, seeing commoners, merchants, and a few mercenaries cowering at his sight. He enjoyed the whimpers they desperately tried to muffle with their hands. Still, you guards are doing a shitty job here. He walked toward the soldiers who fell on their right knees while slamming their fists on their chests in salute. There's a monster threatening the people you've sworn to protect, and yet you do nothing. You are not a monster, sir. It took the captain of the city guards every ounce of his willpower and the discipline garnered in his years in the army to not make his voice squeaky. You are Lith Verhin, a hero to the Griffin Kingdom. Even in his human form, Lith exuded such a powerful aura and killing intent that if not for years of training and help, most people would have frozen in fear the moment he approached them. Now he was in his abomination form, something that every living being instinctively recognized like a predator. The Void's presence made the citizens of Zeska feel like mice trapped in a sealed room with a cat. To make matters worse, the cat had no idea how to control himself, and there was no solace to reel in his violent impulses. Derek tapped on his fangs, intrigued by the stellar reputation of the evil overlord Lith Verhin. Sir, yes, sir. All officials had been instructed to address Lith politely, reminding him of his contributions to the prosperity of the kingdom, and to not make any sudden movement. You are our supreme Magus, and you've sworn to protect every one of us. Why would I ever do something so stupid? Derek was flabbergasted. I mean, of course, at ease, sergeants. The two soldiers stood up and gave him the salute, holding it until he crossed the gate that they kept open for him. Neither of them was a sergeant. Derek had mistaken the insignia of the local militia for army rank and spouted the first thing that came to his mind. Neither of them felt the need to correct him. Damn, I must be pretty important if those suckers let me in even though I look like this, he said. Also, I must be careful, I keep thinking out loud. No one felt the need to point out that he was still doing it. Soldiers and civilians just waited in silence until Derek's ramblings were no longer audible. Did someone report Magus Verhin's arrival? The customs officers on the left, the soldier who had remained silent, said while his captain bled from his mouth. He had bitten his cheeks so hard in order to overcome his fear that he had inflicted himself with nasty wounds. Everyone raised their tablet in reply, their legs still too weak to stand up. The holographic interfaces showed the emergency button at the bottom of the royal edict. It was connected to a tip line to report sightings or interactions with the missing Supreme Magus. Your call is very important to us. All the constables are currently busy. Stay on the line to not lose priority. Thank you. An automated voice said as the nearest military base was flooded with hundreds of calls at the same time. May the gods help us. The soldiers pressed the emergency rune on their service amulets. It opened a direct line with their commanding officer, who sounded the alarm and warned the local garrison that death had returned to Zeska. As the city gates closed behind Derek, he could still hear the desperate whimpers of the people in the line and the frenzied beats of their hearts against their chests. He could taste their terror on his tongue. He could smell the pungent cold sweat drenching them and the ammonia of their spilled urine, and he loved it all. He simply pretended not to notice so that those stupid people would believe they had a chance against him. They would do whatever they wanted, and he would judge them based on their actions. He was in no rush to kill them. The first message I received after regaining my senses was to establish friendly relationships with the people of this planet. Maybe it's just an attempt to manipulate me, but maybe it's actually useful advice. The Void thought after finally managing to shut his mouth. Chapter 3187 Terrified Child, Part 1 3187 Terrified Child, Part 1 If I learn enough about this Lith Verhin and understand how his possession spell works, I can turn his powers against him. I might be the one swallowing him and gaining his memories. At that point, if I get rid of the hunger and my hands on his secret for immortality, I might end up enjoying this place. Speaking of hunger, the mana geyser below Zeska constantly provided the Void with energy, quelling his appetite and soothing his nerves. Maybe I should stay here for the night. I don't want to hurt my little buddy anymore. Ragnar, Kay emitted a purring sound of gratitude. Chaos was already accumulating inside the bloody scabbard, but with the mana geyser fueling the angry blade's power core and nurturing the abomination side, keeping the lith's spark of chaos under control was child's play. Ragnar, Kay split the cursed element into smaller bits and weaved it into spells, just to be safe. The black blade could feel the hostility in the people surrounding its master, and it didn't like that one bit. Protect, Ragnar, Kay thought. Not fail, not again, protect. Space. Back at the Verhin mansion, the entire extended family was in a frenzy. Camilla had forbidden anyone to act on their own, and had the rescue team assemble in front of the private warp gate of the mansion. Are you sure you don't want us to go to Zeska right now? Quilla asked. Are you kidding me? If Lith is amnesiac and attacks you, how many chances do you think you have to survive? Let alone taking him alive, Camilla replied. Slim to none, Freya sighed, but there's a lot of us and one of him. She pointed at herself, her sister Nalrund, Morok, Tista, and Voltac. And what if you fail? What if he runs away? Camilla dismissed the idea with a wave of her hand. I don't want this to drag on for one day longer. I want you to succeed on the first try. I want my husband back. I want my children to get their father back. So sit down, shut your mouth, and wait. I've already contacted Zorith and Yaga. Once they get here, you'll leave, not a second sooner. Camilla was grinding her teeth in frustration, feeling helpless. She was in charge of the logistics, but she would stay home. She was too weak to be anything but a liability to the rescue team, and she knew it. Even if Lith somehow recognizes me and refuses to attack me, I would still be in the crossfire. If spells fly around or buildings collapse, our friends would waste their focus and energy protecting me instead of capturing Lith. This is the best I can do, she thought. Speaking of children, why don't we just bring Elijah with us? Morok proposed. If Lith recognizes her, we win without a fight. If he doesn't and attacks her, the Guardians will knock him out. Easy peasy. I dare you do that. Tyrus was the one in charge of the baby for the day. Elijah is not a toy and I'm no one's pawn. My oath is to protect Elijah and that's what I'll do. If danger approaches her, I eliminate it. If you put her in danger, I eliminate you. Elijah is neither a shield nor a sword to be wielded for personal gain. Am I clear? Her silver eyes blazed with mana, making the tyrant feel small and insignificant. Crystal, he replied in between swallows. Space. Back in Zeska, Derek couldn't make heads or tails of life on Mager. The roads were paved but not asphalted. Some buildings looked out of a postcard from a medieval village while others were beautifully tall and complex. There were horse-drawn carriages, yet most people had what looked like a holographic smartphone. Adults and teens used magic for their chores like it was the most natural thing in Mager. A wave of their hands cleaned the street. Water flowed out of their open palms and into flower pots. He even noticed a few people heating their teacups by conjuring a small flame between their fingers. A flying car, Derek said in amazement. A high officer had been sent to Zeska with a due Lorien to appease Lith, and hopefully keep him calm until the Awaken's rescue team arrived. How can wooden carriages and flying machines coexist? Either someone from Earth like me mixed magic and technology, or the disparity between rich and poor people is even worse than on Earth. As he walked down the street, panic spread like wildfire. The citizens of Zeska ran, yelled, and cried at his appearance, something that made Derek smile at first but quickly started grating on his nerves. Okay, I get it. I'm big, bad, and fanged, but I've yet to hurt anybody. Also, the guard at the gate told me this Verhin guy is a hero. Was he lying to me, or is the definition of hero different on this planet? Even though the noise irked him, the Void had to admit that so far Mager was better than Earth. He had yet to see a homeless man or a beggar, and people looked well-dressed and fed. Zeska was cleaner than any city he had visited during his first life, and there were no skyscrapers blocking the sun or rage-inducing traffic. Move it, you idiot, a deep voice said, followed by a painfully familiar whimper. I'm not going to die because you are too stupid to know what's good for you. Derek's eyes followed the sound to a man dragging a maybe 8-year-old boy around like a sack of potatoes away. The man gripped the boy's arm with enough strength to make his little joints pop with every yank. There was a woman with them, running right behind the man, yet she did and said nothing to protect him. The woman looked at the man in fear and the boy in spite, as if it was the child's fault they were in that situation. A low growl rose from the Void's throat as his abomination hunger studied the unhappy family like a meal. The two adults were strong and healthy, their life forces vibrant with a wide emotional spectrum. The kid instead was weak and malnourished. His life force was pale from the lack of food and many unhealed bruises. Derek could feel only one emotion from him, fear, and it wasn't for the monster behind him but for the one in front of him. The years spent as a victim on Earth and a healer on Magus allowed Derek to understand the situation, as if he were using life vision. I said move it or I'll drop. The man turned back to give the boy a strong pull when he slammed against a wall, and the impact sent him butt first on the ground. Except there wasn't supposed to be a wall in the middle of the street. When he looked forward, he discovered he was right. There was no wall, just a towering brute over 2 meters, 67, tall, clad in an armor as black as his skin. Does he hit you? His voice sounded like the howling of the wind through an abyss. Chapter 30, 188, Terrified Child, Part 2. 188, Terrified Child, Part 2. The man tried to stand up, but his body refused to move. He tried to speak, but his teeth were glued together. He tried to breathe, but his lungs remained still. Boy, I asked if he hits you. Even from up close, even with his black aura flooding the 3 humans, the void felt that the child was still more afraid of his father than of the stranger. You don't have to be afraid. Just be honest with, and I promise you this nightmare will end, he said as the fangs in his mouth formed a grin that nothing had of reassuring. Boy, this is your moment, the occasion you've dreamed about every day of your miserable life. If you don't stand up for yourself, no one will. No one is going to come and save you, so I'll ask you one more time. Does he hit you? The boy looked in his father's eyes, and for the first time in his life he saw no threat or rage in them, only fear. The same fear that plagued the boy's heart. Yes, he said amid swallows. What about her? Derek's smile widened up to where the ears were supposed to be, his voice still the mockery of a person trying to sound kind. Mother never touched me. The more he spoke without consequences, the more the boy found his courage. She never does anything for me, good or bad. The boy lowered his gaze in shame, thinking there had to be something wrong with him if no one loved him. He had tried his best to change, to be good, but it was never enough. He never got anything right, and his father was always angry at him. I see. Derek's eyes twitched in ill-contained fury as flashes of his past turned him back into a child terrified of his parents. A child who now possessed more power than he had ever thought possible, and a twisted imagination. Derek looked at the woman's stupid face, and her eyes told him everything he needed. Even confronted by the words of her child, she wasn't ashamed of what she had done, only worried about the consequences of being caught. She had used the shift of the abomination's focus to take a few steps back, giving no thought to protect the boy. I know you're kind, woman. You are as disgusting as your man. You picked him to not have to use your brain and didn't care about anything as long as it wasn't your own problem, correct? The woman said nothing, ugly crying to get away with her actions like she had always done in the past. Don't worry, I won't hurt you either, the void said, and the tears stopped as quickly as they had begun. I'll just teach you a lesson about motherhood. A flick of Derek's wrist, a tendril of spirit magic, and the woman threw herself at the still-down man, slapping him with more strength than she had. A mother should always defend her child. The void bent his forefinger, and she dished an even stronger backhand slap. No matter the cost, no matter how scared you are. The man stared at his wife in utter confusion and disbelief that were soon replaced by anger. I'm sorry he's making me do it, it's not me, she said. Now you talk. Derek closed his fist, and so did she, a huge smile forming on his face. See, it's not that hard. The woman punched her husband on the nose, breaking it. Blood poured out of his nostrils, and his eyes misted with tears. He wanted to yell. He wanted to stand up and defend himself, but his body remained frozen like a statue. Again, a flick of Derek's hand, and the woman hit the broken nose, almost making the man faint from the pain. Almost. Again, her right foot moved on its own, stomping his crotch. Again, she performed a left hook that cut his lips over his teeth and broke her fingers. Again, the broken hand punched the man's right ear, making them both cry in pain. I'm so sorry. The void oozed sarcasm and venom as he laughed at them. Does it hurt? The woman's fist struck the man's cheekbones, eyes, and temples like hammers, cracking his skull and breaking her fingers. They cried in pain and begged for mercy, but the void had none to spare. How does it feel to be the victim? How does it feel to take a beating from the people who are supposed to protect you? How does it feel to know there's nothing you can do to stop me? Derek opened his palm, and a piece of stone flew into the woman's hand. There you go. You can use your broken hand to hit your man or the rock. If you use your hands, he won't suffer much, but you will suffer with him. If you keep the rock, he might die, but your pain will end here. The choice is yours. He's lying. I can't open my fingers, I swear. The woman lied, refusing to let go of the stone so that when the next pulse of spirit magic came, her broken fingers were spared from the impact. The blow to the head made a dull sound and caused blood to spurt from a deep cut in the man's forehead, snapping the boy out of his reverie. Stop it! Stop hurting my parents! He moved in front of the void, hoping to put an end to that violence. What parents? They treat you like an animal. Wake up, boy. They don't deserve your loyalty. Derek's voice was a low snarl as he emitted another pulse of spirit magic, and the rock struck again. Please, Magus Verhen, stop, a feminine voice said, making him turn around. They may be bad people, but they are still people. Leave them to us. Let justice take its course. The void looked at the constable, and for a moment his vision blurred. The person in the uniform suddenly became identical to Camilla. He saw her long black hair held up in a ponytail, her lively brown eyes, and her dazzling smile. His stomach churned in shame for his actions until the illusion broke. The constable in front of him was a woman, but she looked nothing like Camilla. She was accompanied by a 5-man unit of the Knight's Guard who protected her without interfering with the beating. The law, Derek snarled, outraged at his own weakness. Where was the law while this boy was beaten like a dog? Why do people like you care more about protecting the criminals than the victims? That's not true, Not true. The void unfurled his wings, releasing a wave of darkness mixed with killing intent that sent everyone but the boy and the constable crashing against a wall. Are you telling me the boy's wounds are not real? They are real. The constable licked her lips, trying not to pout more oil on the raging fire in front of her. But that doesn't justify your actions. He's right, the boy nodded. Please, Mr. Verhen, you are a good guy. You have always been my hero. Chapter 3183 Mage Towers, Part 3. 3183 Mage Towers, Part 3. Rifa learned how stubborn Solus is the hard way, Baba Yaga sighed. She would tell the whole Magar what the tree has done to her and how to defeat them, even if it costs Elfin her life. Silverwing ignored the remark. If you expect me to sit here and do nothing while a demented fae steals Rifa's life work and kills my goddaughter, you are out of your mind, Yaga. I don't even know why you bothered coming here. You could have told me everything via the amulet, and my reaction would have been the same. That's why I'm here, you stupid child. Sit down and shut up now. In her crone form, Baba Yaga was shorter than Silverwing. She had also left her tower outside Silverkeep in respect for her host, giving Lokra the home advantage. Yet those were acts of courtesy, not submission. Despite having a bright white monocore just like the Red Mother, the first Magus lowered her gaze and obeyed. Good girl, now use that brain of yours that made you famous. Do you really think I'm going to sit this out? Baba Yaga asked. No matter if she calls herself Solus or Elfin, she's still my friend. She's still the baby I held in my arms over 700 years ago. I want to find the tree and strangle them with their own roots as much as you do, but this isn't a bard's tale. Righteous fury earns you a righteous epitaph on your tombstone and nothing more. We have to play this smart. That's why I wanted to meet you here, to stop you from rushing into action without a proper plan. We can save Elfin only if we work together. I appreciate the thought, but what can I do? As Silverwing calmed down, she realized how crazy her gut reaction had been and thanked the gods for Baba Yaga's foresight. My core is the same as yours, but I'm much less knowledgeable and I don't have allies or a tower. Correction, the crone lifted her forefinger. You do have a tower, it's just disassembled. Yeah, right, because I'm supposed to finish in a few days what I've failed to do in years. Lokra's voice died on her lips as Baba Yaga crossed her arms and nailed the first Magus with a steel gaze. Are you really willing to help me finish my tower? Depends. Are you willing to follow me in battle and swear upon Elfin's name that you won't share my secrets? The crone replied. If it means saving Elfin, I'd follow you through the 9 hells and back, Silverwing said. Also, no offense, Yaga, but everyone knows Rifa did a much better job than you at tower crafting. Once Elfin is safe and sound, I'd like you to use creation magic to reset Silverspire and give me my ingredients back. I'll keep working on my own forgemastering technique and build on the foundations I've learned by working with Rifa. I can't promise you I won't incorporate the decent bits of your tower into mine, but you have my word that my Silverspire tower will be built according to Lokra Silverwing's unique forgemastering magic. I've improved on Rifa's work, and I'm confident I'll be able to improve yours too. I won't stop researching until Magar sees a new generation of mage towers built from the results of Silverwing's legacy. Lakra offered her hand to Baba Yaga, who was too flabbergasted to move. You have already given a name to your tower and talk about yourself in the third person, the Red Mother said. Silverspire, your unique forge-mastering magic. Silverwing had yet to turn beet red fully when Baba Yaga started to laugh. It started small, like a stifled snort, but soon it grew in intensity until the crone was laughing her ass off, rolling on the floor and hugging her chest for air. Stop that, Lakra stood up, her voice quivering in embarrassment. I've learned my lesson. I won't isolate myself for so long that my ego goes to my head ever again. I now realize I sounded ridiculous, but there are gentler ways to point it out. And that, child, is the reason you never hole yourself up in your lab like a lick. Baba Yaga wiped off her tears of hilarity. It's not the phylactery that makes them mad. The crone extended her hand, and Silverwing shook it in haste, eager to change the topic. Now, Lakra, keep your communicator out and always at hand. Baba Yaga showed her own amulet to the first Magus before putting it back inside one of the pockets of her dress. If anything new happens or someone finds Lith, we must be ready to intervene. He's our best shot at finding Solus. We need to take him alive and in one piece. Are we clear? Crystal, Silverwing nodded. Just a couple of questions. If he's amnesiac, how is he supposed to help us? Also, what can he do that not even two white cores like us can't? You forget his divine beast side, child, the crone replied. A dragon can feel his treasures no matter the distance, while a phoenix can do the same for his blood. Lith is both a dragon and a phoenix, and Solus is both his treasure and his blood. Even if no one finds the fringe of the world tree, Lith might do it simply because his homing instinct has been attuned to Solus thanks to the years they spent together. It makes sense, Silverwing nodded. But why do you consider it a last resort? The new world tree has gotten their fringe less than 3 years ago. It doesn't matter where the world sapling was. The moment they were appointed as the Yggdrasil, the entrances to the fringe became fixed at any point of their choice. The tree might be on Garland, and the entrances be in Giera, Verendi, or maybe even Zima. Even if we recover Lith and his homing instinct is reliable, it might take us weeks, if not months, to bring him close enough to Elf Solus to sense her. You'd be right if it wasn't for his friends, Baba Yaga nodded. Who, the Erna's girls, the silly Razar, the crazy tyrant, the pathetic wolf, Silverwing sneered. Point taken, the crone pursed her lips. Let me rephrase, the friends of his friends. Why do you think I've kept the identity of the master a secret even to you? The answer is that he is no threat to me, and only a fool makes herself an enemy of Tezca. 0253. The Sun-Eater, Silverwing shivered at the name. In the fur, Baba Yaga replied. Now let's get to work. Space. Archduchy of Essager, Vaster household at the same time. Zagar Vaster had been alerted of both Lith's disappearance and amnesia long enough before the royals not to make him feel left out, but still late compared to Zorith. Yet at the moment the Shadow Dragon had more important things to worry about than his wounded ego. Please, Dad, back me up on this. I promise that I'll explain everything to you. Then she quickly added, sooner or later. Sooner or later. There was bitterness and annoyance in the short strides of the master's short legs. Chapter 30, 189, Perfect Opportunity, Part 1. Your hero, Derek burst into a mocking laughter and poked at the boy's forehead, healing all his wounds. I'm not your hero, boy. I'm no one's hero. If you want a hero, you have to become your own. That's what I did. Despite the void's cruel tone, the boy felt sadness and compassion in his voice. Even amid all that chaos and mayhem, the boy noticed his dislocated shoulder didn't hurt anymore. Please. It's nice hearing you finally admit it, brother. A pillar of darkness, the size of a car, descended from the sky, hitting both the void and the boy. I've always known you were just pretending to be good. Now finally everyone will know I was right all along. As the horseman of night descended from the sky on top of his steed, fear reached a new height, and the citizens of Zeska screamed like Maugr was going to end. Unlike Silverwing, Orpal had nothing to do while Night worked on merging the crystals except screaming in pain and gritting his teeth. Luckily for him, the Darmok outpost on Giera had extended the range of the kingdom's interlink, giving him something to read. After weeks of reading through pain, Night had finally done it. Dusk's red crystal and her own black crystal had started to merge. The process was far from complete, but at least Orpal's suffering was mostly over. While Night worked on synergizing the two crystals and bringing them closer to merging into one, Orpal used accumulation to refine his mana core. He used his breathing technique day and night, sleeping only when invigoration didn't work anymore. Discipline and the doubled flow from the crystals had brought his core to the bright blue, one step away from the deep violet and the potential awakening of his Voltac bloodline. Yet it also brought some bad news. No pillar had manifested to support Orpal's breakthrough, and if not for Knight's regenerative abilities boosted by Dusk's crystal, the Voltac would have died on the spot. Whatever I am, whatever I'll become, Magus doesn't want me more than my own parents, he thought. This entire planet has turned its back on me. While waiting for Knight to finish the fusion and his body to be ready for the deep violet, the royal edict about Lith's disappearance had popped out on Orpal's communication amulet. Considering it a sign of destiny, Orpal had traveled back to Garland, always keeping the amulet at hand and checking for any news, no matter if they were rumors or an actual sighting. After waiting for days, his patience had been rewarded. The alarm had resounded in Zeska, a city he knew well from the War of the Griffins. Thanks to Moonlight, each steps covered hundreds of kilometers, bringing him to his destination in less than a minute. Now, after months of humiliation and weeks of suffering, the perfect opportunity for retribution was at hand. "Who the hell are you?" Derek swatted the pillar away with Ragnar, revealing that both he and the boy were unscathed. "Are you really amnesiac? Are you telling me this isn't just another of your schemes to do whatever the almighty Lith Verhen wants with impunity?" Orpal and Knight were flabbergasted. "Amnesiac?" Derek blinked the boy to safety and was about to crush the pompous jackass like a fly, but then the word hit him like a sledgehammer. It broke through the complex scenario drawn by his paranoia, offering him a much simpler answer to the weirdness of his condition. "Do we know each other?" he asked in honest confusion. "If we know each other." Orpal couldn't have been more offended if Lith had just pissed on his head and broadcasted the event throughout Magus. "How dare you forget about me? You've destroyed my life. You've taken everything that was supposed to be mine away from me. My family, my fame, my power, everything." "Is he telling the truth?" Derek asked the constable. "No, that man is a criminal and a murderer. Between a crazy supreme Magus and a sane dead king, not a single person in Zeska hesitated choosing which one of them was the lesser evil. The Knight's guard stood by Lith's side, and the citizens sought shelter in the buildings behind him, hoping for his protection. "Don't believe a word he says. Meln Narchet is one of the kingdom's most wanted," the constable said. "Believe the amnesiac part. Believe the amnesiac part," the Voidfeather screamed from the sealed corners of Lith's life force. Orpal's new name alone sent a jolt down Derek's spine, making his fist clench and his eyes narrow. "One of the most wanted," the dead king sounded offended as he kept casting his blade tier spell, Shattered Moon. "Tell me, mortal, who's above me?" "Anyone who can commit crimes without wearing a diaper, Pupai," the constable replied, making Derek laugh even though he had no idea why. "That does it?" Orpal screamed in outrage. "I was going to kill only Leech and let the rest of you live to pass on the story of my triumph, but I've changed my mind." He used his steed, Moonlight, to draw as much world energy from the mana geyser below as he could while also infusing himself with 4 bolts of life maelstrom. One for himself, one for Knight, one for his equipment, and the last one for his mage tower. "Careful with that, you idiot," Knight said via their mind link. "I'm not finished merging my and Dusk's crystal, and we didn't have the time to study our newfound bloodline abilities. We don't even know if the fusion is stable enough for a proper fight. If you go overboard, you might send us back to square one." The seal on Knight's willpower was gone so she could help Orpal plan and fight against Lith. Yet the seal on Dusk's abilities was still in place. Just like her brother, Knight needed the help of her host to undo it permanently, and they had no idea how. Dusk's observations about the seal were gone along with the rest of his knowledge, leaving them with nothing. To activate Dusk's bloodline abilities, they had to overflow the seal with mana, wasting a considerable amount of energy. Moonlight more than made up for it, but Knight knew that every time Orpal tapped into Dusk's powers, their strength plummeted for a while. To activate Dusk's bloodline abilities, they had to overflow the seal with mana, wasting a considerable amount of energy. Moonlight more than made up for it, but Knight knew that every time Orpal tapped into Dusk's powers, their strength plummeted for a while. "Please, Leech's amnesiac," Orpal replied with a sneer. "He didn't even react to my blade tier spell, and he's not using life vision. This is going." Before he could complete his thought, Derek kicked the ground with all his strength and bolted toward Orpal. "Careful, with or without his memories, your brother is still a divine beast and a cunning bastard at that," Knight said. "This is a feint." As if she could read the Void's mind, life vision showed them a blink whose exit point opened behind Orpal. Night was like Solus. Her senses weren't limited to her physical eyes, while Orpal was in control. She could see in every direction at the same time, spotting the exit point of the dimensional door the moment it opened. The dead king roared in triumph, turning around and stabbing at the blink multiple times in less than a second. Chapter 30, 190 Perfect Opportunity, Part 2. Thorn was imbued with silver lightning that amplified its prowess tenfold, and with it the energy bursts that the Davros spear produced simply by moving. The problem was that both the spear tip and the dozens of darkness pillars hit empty air. "Where has Leech gone?" Orpal asked. "You said he blinked." Below, Night could see in every direction but one, under moonlight. Between the accumulated world energy and the silver bolt of lightning, the steed was a blinding sun to life vision. Derek had followed his instinct, using the first blink as a cover as he changed his trajectory. "You talk too much." Orpal was turning his steed around again when the void grabbed Orpal's face and dragged him off his high horse. Away from moonlight, the dead king felt his strength leaving his body and then entering his brother's. The abomination touch was sucking the life maelstrom along with Orpal's life force. The dead king lunged his spear through Derek's chest, meeting no resistance. The darkness of his body and the Voidwalker armor opened in front of Thorn so quickly that the spear and the energy blast in its wake simply passed through. To an external observer, the void looked like a doll that had been torn in half at the midriff, the two pieces connected solely through thin threads of darkness. Yet neither of the monsters had a foothold in midair, so their strength was unchanged. "I don't know who you are, Pupai, but you are delicious." Derek grabbed Thorn with his free hand, draining it as well while his body closed around the haft like a vice. "Since when can your brother do that?" Night was flabbergasted. Shape-shifting was one thing, altering the density and shape of one's body was another. To make matters worse, only the army had been alerted of Lith's abomination form. The public feed only mentioned the amnesia to justify his strange behavior and avoid mass hysteria. After all, very few people knew what an abomination was, and the royals preferred to keep things that way. "I don't know." Orpal unleashed his anti-Tiamat spell Hailstorm. It generated a powerful cold wave that lowered the temperature by over 100 degrees in an instant, and condensed the power of a lightning spell in a single electrical discharge. Based on their studies of Lith's available videos, Orpal and Night assumed that the cold would sap Lith's strength while the electricity would bypass darkness fusion and send him into a seizure. Once weakened and paralyzed, he was supposed to be an easy target. Except for the fact that his body was that of an abomination now, and his touch was boosted tenfold by the stolen life maelstrom. Abominations didn't suffer from cold and electricity, was just another form of energy they could prey upon. Hailstorm achieved nothing but wasting Orpal's mana and strengthening Derek further. "Damn it!" Night tapped into her crystal to release a powerful darkness pulse that sent the void back screeching. "Verhin is not just amnesiac, he has become a true abomination. We need to adjust our strategy." "Copy that." Orpal opened his mouth, using part of the silver lightning he had left to overpower Dusk's seal again. A raging torrent of bright blue origin flames struck the still-stunned Derek, who tried to absorb them with predictable consequences. Orpal couldn't help but laugh at the sight of his brother screaming in pain and flailing his arms like a hysterical bird. "Maybe I have to wait until my mana core reaches the violet to awaken bloodline abilities like dragon eyes and origin flams of my own, or maybe I'll never get them." The thought that his Vertilac form might not be as powerful as a Tiamat made Orpal even more bitter than usual. "But now that I have Dusk's crystal with me, it doesn't matter. Now I'm finally better than Leech at everything. I have the combined power of dragons, griffins, and leviathans plus my own bloodline abilities. Compared to me, Leech is an insect that I can squash under the sole of my boots." "You mean compared to us, right? There's no I here, only we," Night corrected him. "Of course," Orpal replied, knowing that without the horseman's assistance, the fight would likely end like his previous encounters with his brother. Meln needed her help to weaken Dusk's seal enough to tap into the Guardian's bloodline abilities. On top of that, this time he had no chosen to assist him, and no way to make up for the gap in mass between him and Lith but skill. Skill that the dead king sorely lacked, and he knew it. Away from his mage tower, Orpal was scared stiff of Lith. His little brother was more than Orpal's nightmare. Lith was his nemesis. After being defeated by Gianni and tortured by Thrud for weeks, the dead king had lost most of his usual underserved confidence. To regain it, He needed a victory, and to win, he needed Night. All things she knew from their bond, and that she exploited to keep him on an emotional leash. There was no love lost between them. Orpal knew to be a sloppy third choice after Balker and Lith, just like Night knew that given the chance, Orpal would abuse her body and powers. Then stop gawking at yourself and finish Leech. The horseman weaved a few spells and channeled them into Thorn. In due time, after being weak for so long, after being humiliated in public, and turned into an object of ridicule, the dead king wanted to savor his victory. Being called Pupai had opened all kinds of emotional wounds, and Orpal wanted to give Lith a taste of what Orpal had endured for so long, of what Lith had so casually inflicted upon others, and even to his older brother. A second blast of origin flames erupted from Orpal's mouth, reinforcing the first, and making him regret he had no clue how to generate primordial flames. The abomination kept screeching in agony, trying to get rid of the impossible flames. What the fuck is this thing? For the first time since opening his eyes near Vidun's hunting cabin, Derek felt fear. I can't douse it with water, and I can't absorb it with my body. This fire is burning at everything, even this weird silver lightning. Before he could recover from the shock, the Vertilac emitted a blast of darkness element infused with spirit magic from Thorn's tip. It gave the usually slow darkness energy the speed of a bullet and the kinetic energy of a train. The energy blast sent the void crashing into the ground, opening a several-meter-deep crater. Orpal followed Night's instructions and played it safe. He released one pillar of darkness after the other, using them as a pestle to squash Lith in the mortar of the crater. Never let your guard down, the horseman coached Orpal every action. Abominations can't die unless the last shred of their energy hasn't been dissipated. Destroying their head or chest is like cutting your hair. It has no real consequence in a fight. We are lucky that Lith has also lost most of his powers along with his memory. If he had countered your flames with his own or domination, your current positions might have been reversed. Chapter 30, 191 Nightmarish Creature, Part 1. Leech, Orpal corrected her. There's no Lith here. Stop talking about him with respect. I'm your host now and forever. Of course, Night replied, having a hard time not having a good laugh at the forever part. She didn't like Orpal much, but he had his uses. When Moonlight finally reunited with its masters, the pillars of darkness became as big as the crater, filling its every nook and cranny. Each impact boomed like thunder, producing a localized quake and a shockwave that sent the bystanders flying like paper dolls. The members of the Night Guard kept their tower shields raised while slowly retreating from the scene of the fight. Together they generated a powerful barrier that allowed the boy, the constable, and anyone smart enough to stand behind the Night Guards to run away with their lives. This should be enough. Orpal ceased the attack but kept weaving more spells. I won't believe Leech is dead until I see his unimprinted equipment. As the dust cloud settled and the darkness element dissipated enough to see through it, life vision showed the dead king that somehow Ragnar, Kay, and the Voidwalker armor had escaped the onslaught. They were both at a safe distance from the crater, and they still bore Lith's energy signature. How is this possible? The horsemen of Night and her host wondered in unison. In answer to their stupor, a black liquid gushed from the cracks in the ground, growing and spreading into a humanoid form. The form of Derek McCoy. Are you done, Pupai? The Void said with a laugh. With Lith's cloaking rings still attached to the Voidwalker armor, Orpal could see with life vision that while Lith's equipment was unscathed, the abomination had suffered significant damage. Yet he was recovering faster than someone using a breathing technique. Leech is almost stronger than when we ambushed him. How is it possible? Orpal asked. With lots of nourishment, Night telepathically clicked her tongue, cursing her own arrogance. Zeska is above a mana geyser, remember. She pointed at the massive flow of world energy that fueled the city arrays and rejuvenated the abomination's body. Derek's talons were firmly planted in the ground, sucking the world energy along with all kinds of life forces. It's the reason we were so confident in our ambush. The mana geyser allows us to tap into Moonlight's true power, but it also feeds Leech. We had no idea he had turned into a full abomination, and that led to our second mistake. Night shared her mystical senses with Orpal, and what he saw left him appalled. The shockwaves from his relentless attacks had wounded the bystanders, if not killed them on the spot. It had left a city block full of ripe fruits that the Void was squeezing dry. A network of tendrils spread from the crater to the injured citizens, robbing them of what vitality they had left. How can you do that, Leech? You are supposed to risk your life to protect those people, just like you did for that kid. The dead king screamed in outrage for everyone to listen. The problem was that everyone was too busy running away to listen to his rants. Why? Derek asked as his maw curled up in a smile. Why should I care about a bunch of nobodies? Besides, without treatment, they are going to die anyway, and I don't see anyone coming to their rescue. There's no point wasting such a juicy meal, especially when everyone will blame you for their deaths, Mr. Most Wanted, he said while the armor covered him again and the bastard's sword flew to his hand. There was something unsettling in that scene. Orpal had never seen Lith smile except in official portraits and in the photos taken at public events. Back when they were kids, Lith was always frowning for something. Because he was starving, because he was worried for Tista, or simply because he was counting the money he earned and calculating how much he would still need to renovate the house. Orpal had seen Lith smile, but never at him, never like that. It was the savage smile of a nightmarish creature hiding under a human skin, of a hideous creature who only cared about himself. The same smile with which Orpal had always imagined Lith, and now that it was right in front of him, Orpal didn't feel vindicated so much as terrified. Stop spacing out. Knight snapped the dead king out of his reverie just in time to see Derek point Ragnar, Kay's tip at him, and unleash a Tier 4 chaos spell, Howling Void. We need to blink. Orpal conjured the dimensional spell, moving away from the deadly cursed element. No, we need to block, you moron, Knight scolded him. The void infused the angry blade with life maelstrom, and Ragnar, Kay used it to make the Howling Void 10 times more powerful. The boosted chaos spell crossed the blink before it could close, reaching the horseman as if he had never moved. The silver lightning increased Howling Void's speed, destructive power, and size, making it big enough to swallow Orpal whole. Knight used the life maelstrom in her crystal to instantly conjure a massive wave of darkness, and what was left in her equipment to enhance its durability. At the same time, she circulated water magic in the Davros to split the world energy from the void's mana and neutralize the spell. Her plan worked, but only in the sense that she survived. Her darkness was no match for so much chaos, and the Howling Void was too fast. The water element in the Davros couldn't get rid of the cursed element before it struck Orpal square in the chest. Orpal wrapped himself in his wings like a cocoon, using his arms and legs to shield the red and black crystals from the blast. Howling Void destroyed everything above the shoulder level and bent the Black Rose armor and thorn spear out of shape. Black crystals sprouted from the wounds, regenerating the missing limbs, while the Davros self-repair properties restored Orpal's equipment. Fuck me sideways, when I kill someone, he is supposed to stay dead, Derek blurted out in astonishment. Are you like me, Poupe? I am nothing like you. The dead king was both ashamed of his own performance and outraged at those words. I'm your big brother, Leech. I'm better than you. I've always been and I always will. He pushed Moonlight at full gallop, charging with the spear tip filled to the brim with darkness element, and aimed at Derek's center mass. Orpal shot Thorn's enchantment, Wailing Wind, from a distance, knowing that Lith would deform his body to dodge. The spear crackled with the mana its master had stored within. Every one of its movements generated harrowing wails along with a blast of darkness, as if Thorn trapped the mournful souls of its victims. Once again Derek shapeshifted to escape the brunt of the enchantment, but this time Orpal exploited the awkward position the void had put himself into to sever the thread of darkness connecting his lower and upper halves. Then he impaled Derek through the chest and pinned him to the ground while releasing another Wailing Wind. Chapter 30, 192 Nightmarish Creature, Part 2. Try to escape this, Orpal roared. With pleasure, Derek laughed as his chest and armor turned into a puddle of black metal. Before Orpal could react, the void merged back with his lower half and lunged at the dead king with Ragnar, K. It took Knight every ounce of her considerable skill to deflect the much heavier blade out of the line of impact and counterattack, but she succeeded. Knight aimed at the void's right arm wielding Ragnar, K, dispelling the darkness of which it was made, and sending the angry blade flying. Derek shrugged off the pain and answered with a solid left punch to the gut that pierced through Orpal's guts and knocked him off Moonlight's back. Cut me, smash me, blast me into smithereens, the void said while pulling Orpal close to look him in the eyes while Abomination touch sucked the dead king dry. It doesn't work, brother. The energy stolen from the mana geyser, Orpal's life force and his equipment had already restored Derek's missing arm and repaired his armor. Ragnar, K flew back into his hand, ready to strike. Yet what hurt the dead king the most was the word brother. Leech never called me like that, not even to mock me. He used my name only in the presence of our parents, otherwise he wouldn't talk to me at all, Orpal thought. So what? Knight asked while blocking the flurry of blade strikes in his stead. So Leech really has lost his memory, and this is not him. This fight is pointless. Orpal hurled a jet stream of bright blue origin flames, throwing the void off guard. I wanted to humiliate Leech, to make him beg for mercy, but this thing is not him. Ridden of his anger, inferiority complex, and desire to prove Lith's superiority, the dead king regained his focus. He turned back into the warrior into whom Knight had molded. The mage who had managed to kill Mirim Distar and even Krishna Manohar, the god of healing. Mel Narchet wasn't a 12-year-old boy throwing a tantrum anymore, but a ruthless killer. He relaxed his stance, focusing on defense and waiting for Derek's wild attacks to create an opening. Orpal didn't dare come close to the void, breathing more origin flames and conjuring darkness spells. Not bad, but not good enough. Derek dodged the bright blue flames with a blink that brought him right behind the dead king. Of course, Knight warned him in time, and Orpal reacted by activating Wailing Wail. Much to his surprise, this time the void made no attempt to lessen the blow, letting the Davros spear and the enchantment ravage his darkness body. I told you, brother, it doesn't work. With Thorn trapped inside of him, the void was free of draining the Davros of both mana and life maelstrom. He used them along with the energy from the mana geyser to mend his wounds and continue his attack as if nothing had happened. This guy may not be Leech, but he is just as hateful, Orpal cursed, forced to leave his prized spear behind to avoid being cut asunder. I've never fought against an enemy who can laugh deadly blows off. What should I do? Beats me, it's a first for me too. Knight had destroyed many abominations in the past, but had always steered clear of eldritches. Their respective interests would rarely collide, and there was no point risking her eternal existence. She had also fought against guardians and white cores, but that was back when Baba Yaga had Knight's back. They were enemies stronger than the horsemen that she couldn't kill. In Derek's case, she could sense that he was weaker than her. With her host and steed, killing something like that was supposed to be easy, yet everything she had tried so far hadn't worked. Get over here, Derek's first diagonal slash missed, but instead of chasing after his prey, he performed another in the opposite direction, forming a black X. The violence of his movements generated a strong gale that further amplified the effects of his Tier 4 spell, Void Cross. The air element created a vacuum, pulling Orpal toward the massive darkness element and compensating for its slow speed. The dead king blinked away, just for the void to follow him and punch him right into the Void Cross. He's right behind us. The moment the spell hits us in the front, he'll hit us in the back, Knight warned him. I know, Orpal joined hands with Knight and unlocked Dusk's crystal. Doomtide sucked all the surrounding world energy, compressing it to the extreme before releasing it in an expanding blue energy dome. The Void Cross faded, and Derek was caught in the blast from point-blank range. Even by activating all the elemental crystals on the Voidwalker armor, he still lacked the power to resist. His armor shattered, and his body was scattered in a thin black mist. Even Ragnar, Kay broke into countless pieces, but instead of resisting the tide, the cursed blade rode it to escape its area of effect as fast as possible. Freed from the abomination's body, Thorn returned to its master, who grimaced at the spear's pitiful condition. Leech know the abomination sucked all the life maelstrom out of Thorn, and its Davros is so worn out that it's not better than adamant. Orpal infused the spear with his mana to haste its recovery while also recalling Moonlight. This isn't an opponent I can defeat myself. Agreed. Knight stared at the form of the void reassembling itself like a monster from a nightmare. With the sun, the mana geyser, and so many people, we need to hit fast and strong. Doomtide was supposed to deplete the world energy in its surroundings for a while, but with the constant flow erupting from the geyser, the effect didn't last more than a few seconds. As I told you, destroying my body, it's not enough to kill me, brother. Derek laughed as he fed upon the victims of Orpal's latest attack. I can go on like this all day, can you? He can't. Orpal's muscular body shapeshifted into a supple feminine frame. But I can. What do we do now? Orpal asked. First, we put an end to the all-you-can-eat buffet. Knight galloped at the void as the Voidwalker armor and Ragnar, Kay repaired themselves at the cost of their durability. Davros could recover from any damage, but just like Thorn, the regeneration process temporarily weakened the mystical metal. Only time would restore Davros to its original might. Derek had a hard time fighting his conflicting instincts. On the one hand, the horseman was bursting with delicious mana, appearing to his abomination hunger like a prime rib. Also, there was something in the man called Pupai that brought the worst out of Derek. He was quite sure to have never met such an arrogant fool before, but he still wanted to see him cry and suffer. On the other hand, Derek still had the instincts of a normal man, and standing in the path of a charging horse sounded like a very bad idea. Dodge, Ragnar, K's advice broke the stalemate. Chapter 30, 193, Second Phase, Part 1. Now that I think about it, I should have a bigger mass than a toy horse, yet I'm still new to this world, and the little buddy knows more than me. The void rolled to a side while calling upon a spell that was slowly rising to the tip of his mana core. He was still moving when Night unleashed her Tier 5 spirit spell, World Crusher, from Thorn's tip. An emerald sphere that resembled Magus seen from space appeared in front of the galloping Moonlight, swallowing everything in its path and trapping it in the spell's core. The 6 elements produced a gravity 100 times stronger than normal that affected the space inside the sphere, and made it impossible to escape its boundaries once captured. To make matters worse, the fire element alternated with the water element, bringing World Crusher's temperature from 1,000 degrees to minus 200 degrees C, minus 328 degrees F, and back in a loop. The air element brought the internal pressure to 100 atmospheres, while the light and earth elements made the sphere diamond hard and darkness filled it with poison. Rubble, corpses, and even the upper part of the road were devoured upon Night's passage, leaving behind a perfectly smooth trench in the ground as if they had been erased from existence. Everything was compressed until it either collapsed under its own weight or was pulverized by the elemental onslaught. Fuck me sideways. Derek threw a few spells into the emerald globe, but they fared no better than the rubble. Thanks for the heads up, buddy. Keep running, Ragnar K replied. Derek was fast, but Moonlight was faster. Night charged at him in a straight line, crashing through buildings and debris like they were paper. Keeping a spell that powerful active would have drained the mana of a bright violet cord mage, but thanks to her tower, Night had no such problem. The steed provided her with a constant flow of world energy akin to a continuous use of invigoration, but with no side effects. Or rather, almost no side effects. We can't channel World Crusher for too long or Thorn's power core will explode, Meln said. I know, Night replied. It's the reason I can't channel it through my body either. I can't risk suffering mana abuse. My crystal has yet to fully heal and your core is not strong enough to handle the spell. We need to be quick. I can't outrun her on the ground. Derek cursed and flapped his wings, seeking refuge in the sky, just like Night wanted. Up in the air, World Crusher is a waste of mana, but unlike us, Leech has no tower. Abominations can't tap into the power of the mana geyser without making physical contact. She dispelled the emerald globe while chasing after her prey. The horseman lunged several times. Each strike released a wailing wind that chased after the void. Derek blocked the first with Ragnar K, but the impact almost made him lose his grip on the blade. The second one pushed him off balance, creating an opening that the third, fourth, and fifth wailing wind didn't miss. The darkness blasts cracked the Voidwalker armor and ate at the abomination, driving him mad with hunger. Night struck with Thorn. The side tips of the winged spear cut through the armor and injected more darkness element inside. Derek was still spinning through the air when Moonlight turned around for a second charge, heralded by another volley of wailing wind. Enough, the void was beaten and battered. His priority was to get back to the ground and the sweet balm of the geyser as quickly as possible. He unleashed the Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar, imbuing it with lots of mana and most of the stolen life maelstrom he had left. I would use it all, but if not for this weird lightning, I would be dead already. Better safe than sorry, he thought, and Ragnar K agreed. There were a lot of things the cursed blade could do with life maelstrom, and keeping the chaos at bay was one of them. The emerald shockwave of the primordial roar canceled the wailing winds and struck the horseman and her steed like a freight train, yet she didn't stop her charge. Too bad you are amnesiac. This has been a glorious battle. Night activated Orpal's bloodline ability, Frost Soul. The blue flame of his elemental crown lit up above her head, and all the mana in the air froze instantly. Primordial Roar collapsed on itself, while Frost Soul worked its way through the abomination's body and into his mana core. Frost Soul blocked all kinds of external manifestations of mana, and the more mana one emitted, the more their body would turn into ice. It had no effect on passive abilities like fusion magic, but Derek didn't know that. Lith did, but Derek didn't. Before the void could understand what was happening to him, his entire body froze over, leaving him exposed to Night's charge. She infused herself with all the elements, used gravity fusion, and circulated darkness magic in the Davros to amplify Thorn's destructive power. The abomination shattered into countless shards, and she destroyed them all by recalling Frost's soul and unleashing a powerful wave of darkness magic that she had stored inside her black crystal. Or rather, she destroyed most of the shards. The impact shot some of them away from the horsemen, and gravity acceleration allowed them to escape destruction. The crash landing freed the remaining shards from the ice, and the mana geyser did the rest. Fuck, your brother is still alive. Lith's equipment was unaffected by Frost's soul and still bore his imprint. It doesn't matter, it's over now. Meln shrugged while the knight followed Ragnar, Kay, and the Voidwalker armor to find her prey. What is that? The consecutive and powerful attacks had done more than just wound the void. They had managed to reach his life force and brought it on the verge of collapsing. I don't know, Knight replied as the fragments of the abomination fed upon the mana geyser and grew into the form of the void demon dragon. It looked similar to the void feather dragon, but its red scales had turned black. New horns grew on his head while the old ones became bigger. Both sets of wings on his back were membranous, and the ones that once had been feathered now burned with blue flames. The mystical fire ran from his wings to the feathers on his spine, lighting the bone spikes on his tail, and forming a flaming blue crown that floated above his head. Desperate for more power, the void had unwittingly opened the door and called upon the souls haunting the horsemen of night. They had brought him knowledge, but in his current state, Lith lacked the necessary protections to safeguard his sanity. The Void Feather Dragon had exploited the debilitated state of the life forces to break the stalemate and fuse with the void. Now that my human life force is fully healed, there's no risk the old wounds might kill me, but Night surely will, the Void Feather thought. Meln has his full equipment, his tower, Dusk's crystal, and Night's help, whereas I'm alone. Chapter 30, 194 Second Phase, Part 2. Awakening Lith would be a terrible move, since Night needs one hit to kill my Tiamat form. My best bet is to keep my human side on the back burner, and bet everything on George's recovery abilities. I don't need to win, only to buy time until my friends arrive. The guards saw Meln, and at least one of them is bound to have sounded the alarm. Here goes everything. The Void Feather Dragon left the void in charge, and transferred his consciousness in front of the door to limit the influx of lost souls invading his body. With the threat of Frost's soul negating his magic, and without Lith's military mind, there was only one possible path to survival. The Void Feather ignited a spark of his life force, and threw it at the black goo seeping through the cracks in Lith's life force. Blue flames erupted from his body, consuming the torrent of raging souls and burning the Void Demon Dragon's aura. Derek activated the Voidwalker armor's full guard enchantment, releasing a bright violet aura that expanded for 30 meters, 100 around him. It took the blue flames a split second to set it ablaze and turn full guard into a searing wave. The world energy coming from the geyser was next, followed by everything in the enchantment's area of effect. Full guard burned, the Voidwalker armor burned, everything burned. What's with that face, Pupai? Don't you know you can't kill a boss monster that easily? You just unlocked my second phase. Derek laughed, feeling the pain from the blue flames and embracing it with joy in exchange for its exhilarating power. What's a second phase? Knight asked while activating Frost's soul again. The bloodline ability was supposed to freeze the full guard and damage the Voidwalker armor, but the blue flames protected it. The violet aura wasn't just engulfed in fire, it was burning. The heat and cold of the conflicting bloodline abilities were at an impasse, canceling each other. How am I supposed to know? Orpal watched in anger at the crown on the Void Demon Dragon's head, enraged at Lith for copying him and completing his crown first. Let's fight fire with fire. Excellent idea. Night's beautiful face twisted into a feral smile as she activated Dusk's crystal and ignited a full breath of origin flames in her lungs. She hurled a jet stream of bright blue fire at Derek, who replied in kind. The two flames bore similar colors, but they couldn't have been more different. This is my first time using a dragon's powers, but I have to admit it's really exciting. I can understand now why you were so jealous of. Night's train of thought derailed, as the conflicting blue flames didn't explode as she expected. The torrent of fire coming from the Void Demon Dragon's maw swallowed her origin flames, setting them ablaze like gasoline. The blue flames followed the stream of origin flames back into Horseman's still-opened mouth and burned her inside out. Night cut the origin flames just in time before the blue flames reached the black and red crystals. She released a pulse of pure darkness energy to smother the flames, but it took fire as well. Her equipment burned, her flesh burned, everything burned. Fuck no. Meln saved Night and himself just in the nick of time by activating the Black Rose Armor's Blooming Shield enchantment. Blooming Shield took the blue flames off Night and detached the external petals as soon as they took fire to keep the blue flames from spreading. The Void Demon Dragon roared in fury and hurled a second blast of blue flames. It was akin to a spirit barrier, but instead of forming a sphere of spirit magic, Blooming Shield generated an emerald construct comprised of petals-like plates. This way, cracking one of the plates didn't destabilize the rest of the barrier. When a petal was destroyed, it would detach from the barrier, and another one would grow and replace it. By shedding the damaged plates, the damage wasn't carried over to the rest of the barrier, lessening the strain on the Black Rose Armor's power core. Blooming Shield took the blue flames off Night and detached the external petals as soon as they took fire to keep the blue flames from spreading. The Void Demon Dragon roared in fury and hurled a second blast of blue flames. This time Night blinked away. The power of moonlight brought her at a safe distance and fueled the Blooming Shield until the fire on her body was put out. Okay, Frost Soul and Origin Flames are useless against that thing. Let's see. Behind you, Orpal cut her short while pointing at a Blink's exit point that was about to appear. Is your brother insane? This is suicidal. Night activated Thorn's Wailing Wind enchantment while also readying another Doom Tide and preparing her best spirit spells. The answer caught her like a speeding train. The Void Demon Dragon emerged from the blink at a breakneck speed and engulfed in blue flames. He tried to block Thorn with Ragnar, K by exploiting his superior mass, but the skill gap with Night was too big. She twisted her wrist in a quick spiral, deflecting the bastard's sword and hitting her target in one fluid motion. The spear pierced through the dragon's chest and released the wailing wail inside his body, blowing his right shoulder and arm away. Yet it wasn't enough to alter the course of the Void Demon Dragon. The mass gap between the two allowed Derek to take the blow and return it with a left shoulder charge. The blue flames engulfed the Blooming Shield, while the impact threw the horseman off her saddle and broke every bone in her body. Black crystals immediately germinated in the fractures to mend the damage and allow the horseman to move. Get off me, you bastard! Night shortened Thorn's haft until it wasn't bigger than a short sword, stabbing at the Void Demon Dragon's alleged vitals. No, as Derek exhaled to speak, a new blast of blue flames erupted from his body. It burned the emerald petals faster than the Black Rose Armor could conjure new ones, setting the horseman ablaze. Night screamed as a pain she had never experienced before ravaged her body. She had been hurt countless times in the past and burned by more origin flames than a block of Davros, but none of that had prepared her for the blue flames. They didn't just burn like fire. They broke down her skin into carbon and hydrogen, taking her apart on a molecular level. Pressure and heat turned the carbon into coal, which burned as well as the hydrogen. The same was happening to her Black Rose Armor and Thorn's spear. The enchanted metal wasn't heated but vaporized. The atoms vibrated too strongly to establish a bond between them and started to drift apart. The enchantments of the horseman's equipment were losing cohesion as well, the single runes broken down in too many pieces to hold their power together. Night stabbed as fast and hard as she could while the Void Demon Dragon shielded himself with his wings and used his remaining arm to hold the horseman tight. They crashed on the ground like a meteor, turning an entire city block of Zeska into a glass crater. Night cushioned the dragon's fall with her body and spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. Chapter 30, 195 Hollow Victory, Part 1. Gods, no, Night said, noticing that the world energy from the mana geyser was flooding the Void Demon Dragon, and his missing arm was regrowing so quickly that it put the abomination's regenerative powers to shame. There are no gods, only death. A choir of dead voices came out of his mouth, followed by a burst of blue flames. I said get off. The Doom Tide extinguished the blue flames and blasted the dragon away. Night unleashed her Tier 5 spirit spell, Mana Storm, conjuring a hail of emerald bullets the size of a cannonball and with the kinetic energy of a missile. The constructs pushed the Void Demon Dragon further back and bought her the time to conjure her steed. Moonlight walked through a spirit blink and filled the horseman and her equipment with new strength. That was close, Meln panted. Even though he wasn't in control of their body, he experienced Knight's pain and fatigue. You can say that. If those flames reached our crystal, we would be dead. It's still too unstable to take that kind of damage, the horseman replied. Also, did you notice that thing has the regenerative abilities of an abomination? It was hard to miss, Meln groaned in frustration. How much has Leech changed during our stay in Giera? How many things have we missed? While they caught their breath, the Voidfeather Dragon struggled to contain the waves of parasitic souls flooding through the cracks in Lith's life force. Fuck me sideways, they arrive faster than I can purify them. I'd close the door, but without the death force there are no blue flames. Without the blue flames, I'd be dead in a minute. At the same time, the voices in Derek's head were chipping away at his sanity. Murderer, kill her, avenge us, watch out for when Night lunges with her spear, exploit Thorn's side tips to lock it in place, she never guards them. Seed of chaos. The voices of the helpful souls were drowned out in the cries of the mad spirits. This is going exactly as I expected, Derek panted, his body hurting as much as his mind. This Verhin bastard has finally come to collect his tithe. I'm losing myself in his power, but it's still better than rolling over and dying like a dog. The fusion with the Voidfeather Dragon had restored part of Derek's memories. Not enough to go back to being Lith Verhin, since the dragon kept that part sealed to keep the Void's life force dominant and retain his regenerative abilities. Yet it was enough for the Void to remember who Orpal was and what he had done. Enough for Derek to see his Earth Father's shadow in his mager brother and hate him from the bottom of his heart. The blue flames burned at his flesh, just like the myriads of souls ate at his mind, but he didn't care. Let's see who dies first, Pupai, Derek roared. The world energy healed his wounds almost as quickly as Manastorm opened them after piercing through the wall of blue flames. He bolted forward, only to stop midway when his prey blinked up in the sky, farther than his own dimensional spell could bring him. Moonlight didn't boost only Knight's physical and magical prowess. It also increased the range of her spells to the level of a white cord awakened. Filthy bastard, Derek thought. She wants to move the fight where I can't heal. This is a trap. He hurled a jet stream of blue flames, but they died long before reaching the horseman. Fuck me sideways. Live vision showed him an increasing number of runes belonging to something he knew was called Blade Spell. I don't know what it is, but I know in my gut that I have to stop her at all costs. Derek bolted up, his vision blurred as the souls slowly took over his body. I knew it was stupid hoping he would let us finish our spell, but it was worth the shot. Knight smiled, letting go of the shattered moon spell and channeling those Orpal was conjuring instead. Griffin fetters released thick emerald chains that whipped at the void demon dragon and trapped him in a vice capable of restricting the mightiest of the divine beasts. The blue flames burned the chains in a matter of seconds, but it was long enough for Phoenix Smash to engulf the dragon and burn past his defenses. He blinked away just for Frost Soul to detonate the exit point behind him and the mana in his body to freeze, sapping his strength. With most of the blue flames cut off by the blink, the heat produced by the mystical fire erupting from his body was overpowered by Orpal's bloodline ability. Excellent, the cold works now. Night rejoiced as the water element of her crown went off, replaced by the yellow flame of the air element. The world energy was now electrified, forming a spiderweb of lightning bolts centered around the horseman. Thunder Soul also seeped inside the Voidwalker armor and Ragnar, K, exploiting their enchantments to reach its target. Anything that drew world energy in also absorbed the lightning, allowing it to slip past the enchanted protections and strike at the void demon dragon. To not suffer the same fate, Night had to stop her equipment and Moonlight from feeding off the geyser. She kept Thunder Soul active long enough to create an opening, and then unleashed a flurry of wailing winds. Strike now, a voice said in Derek's mind before the maelstrom of souls clouded his judgment again. I see it, I see the opening. Lith's training and Derek's instinct allowed him to grasp the weakness in Night's seamless series of attacks. Frost Soul had blocked her active spells, so she had nothing at the ready. Thunder Soul had forced her to cut off her equipment from the world energy, limiting its energy reserves. Thorn was now weaker than normal, and the wailing winds it produced carried but a fraction of their previous destructive power. They pierced through the flaming barrier and opened gaping wounds in the void demon dragon's flesh, but they couldn't stop his advance. Derek shrouded himself in blue flames to cushion the blows while counterattacking with Ragnar, K. Knight intercepted the blow again, but this time, the void demon dragon followed the advice of one of the souls haunting the horseman. He locked the bastard's sword between the tips of the winged spear, making raw strength more important than technique. With Thorn trapped, the wailing winds went off target and Knight almost took the dragon's flaming fist in full. Almost. Fuck no. She couldn't blink because the void demon dragon was close enough to be carried with her by the spell. She couldn't block due to the mass gap, nor could she take the blow. Derek was aiming at the black and red crystals, and Knight didn't know if they would resist the punch, let alone the blue flames covering it. She activated Doom Tide again, blasting the void demon dragon away and freeing her spear. Yet since it was already the third tide in less than a minute, there wasn't much world energy in the air to empower it. Chapter 30, 196 Hollow Victory, Part 2. The more she used the Leviathan's bloodline ability, the less effective it became. "What's the matter, brother? Are you scared?" Derek laughed at Orpal as the geyser healed his wounds. "Stop running away like a coward and fight me like a man." A blazing pillar of blue flames rose for dozens of meters in the air, showing that the void demon dragon could still fight, just like the horseman. "I'm back at my full strength. We can win this," Knight said. "Define win." Orpal stopped her in her tracks. "Our odds of victory are 70%. With your bloodline abilities, Dusks, and our tower, he is no match for my martial prowess," she replied. "It also means there's a 30% chance we die here." Orpal shook his head. "No, the 30% is the chance we die with him. Our crystal is unstable, and those blue flames are one of the most dangerous things I've ever faced." Knight shrugged. "In our current state, he needs one hit to win, and as you've seen, Leech isn't afraid of death. He can only kill us by sacrificing his life for a lucky shot." "No," Orpal said in a flat voice. "What do you mean, no? You don't believe my estimates?" she asked. "I believe you. What I'm saying is that's not Leech." Meln stared in disgust at the void demon dragon. "That thing is a merciless monster who didn't hesitate to involve civilians just to use them as food. He has never stopped smiling since the beginning of this fight, no matter how badly we injured him. That thing is enjoying this senseless violence, getting some sort of sick pleasure from it. Like I do for my plans," he inwardly added in a corner of his mind where Knight wouldn't hear him. Looking at himself in the mirror hadn't been a pleasant experience for Orpal. Derek had acted exactly like Orpal had always accused him, with cruelty and no regard for anything but himself, ready to blame someone else for his actions. Yet even Orpal had to admit that such behavior matched more himself than his little brother as he knew him. It was a humbling experience worse than any blow he had ever suffered. The dead king had realized not to be the hero even in his own story, and no matter how many lies he told the rest of Magur, he couldn't deceive himself. On top of that, Leech has made no attempt to survive. Meln continued after 1 second of hesitation. "He wants to kill us at all costs. It's like he wants to die and I don't. The whole point of my revenge is to make Leech suffer. To hear him beg for his life and make him realize I've always been better than him. That thing will never do any of that. He will laugh in my face even if we win. Also, a 30% chance of mutual destruction is too much. I want to live long enough to savor my victory, to bask in the desperation of my family at the death of their precious golden child while they grovel at my feet. I want the whole kingdom to cry blood when they witness me defeating their beloved supreme Magus and regret casting me away like trash. If we die here, I won't get any of that. Leech would be praised as a hero for stopping me at the cost of his life and be venerated throughout history as a martyr. Fuck all that. This is not the fight I wanted all my life. Even in victory, I'd be the loser. Let's get out of here." Knight was a bit perplexed, but warped away nonetheless. "Fine by me?" She telepathically shrugged as Moonlight opened one steps after the other to cross the ocean separating them from their hideout in Giera. "We've learned a lot about your brother's new powers anyway, and I too want to kill a Lith who knows who I am." "That thing was no fun. It was just a psycho." Meanwhile, in Zeska, the Voidfeather Dragon tried to close the door. "I can't awaken my human life force in this condition. George and I form a perfect shield, but the moment we let our human side join us, it would be like serving an all-you-can-eat buffet to these parasites." His consciousness was slowly fading, diluted in the telepathic maelstrom surrounding him. As for the Void, he laughed in triumph. He didn't know why the enemy had chosen to abandon the fight, nor did he care. His joy, however, was short-lived. Without anything or anyone against which channel the blue flames, they consumed the most abundant source of energy available. Derek himself. "How do I turn this thing off?" Help me, little buddy. Derek lifted Ragnar, K in front of his face, trying to conjure the holographic interface, but nothing happened. The Voidfeather was too busy surviving to play God with the abomination. The angry blade activated the 7 mystical gemstones on its surface to conjure a barrier that would cut off the flames from its master, hoping that once their intensity dwindled, Derek would be able to control them. Instead, the void burned, the Voidwalker armor burned, Ragnar K burned, everything burned. The blue flames had already infected the mana geyser below, turning the area around the void demon dragon into a blazing pyre that was quickly expanding to the rest of Zeska. Derek kneeled in pain, unable to concentrate due to the noise in his head. With each passing second, the number of parasite souls increased, and without a common enemy, the struggle for his body began. "Let us out, just give us a body to inhabit and we will let you be," the choir of voices screamed in Derek's mind, drowning out his thoughts. "Find a source of life force. Anyone will do." "What about you guys fuck off instead?" Derek pushed the souls back, sensing their lies. He instinctively found the door and joined the Voidfeather dragon in his attempt to close it, but with just the 2 of them, they lacked the necessary strength. To make matters worse, the constant stream of souls also fed the blue flames. They formed a raging path from one side of the cracks to the other, keeping the door wide open despite their best efforts. With both the Void and the Voidfeather busy with the door, the souls had now full control of Lith's unattended body. Much better, their joy, however, was short-lived. Without the human life force, there was nothing the souls could feed upon. Crossing the black sphere of the abomination meant to go back to the other side, while entering the flaming star of the divine beast would turn them into fuel for the void demon dragon's powers. On top of that, the ever-expanding blue flames were killing every living being on their path, damning the souls to starve forever. "No, no, no," countless voices screamed in unison. "Make it stop, make it stop." A colossal black fist hit the void demon dragon from above, plunging him meters deep into the ground. "With pleasure," Xenagrosh snarled. The blue flames hurt her, but between her bookworm armor and her regenerative powers fueled by the mana geyser, she could take a lot of punishment without breaking a sweat. Chapter 3197, Friendly Fire, Part 1. "Where's that bitch of night?" Dawn cast her best life-sensing and array-detecting spells to make sure the rescue team wasn't falling into a trap. Life vision covered only her line of sight, whereas her spells covered kilometers. The horseman sat on top of Sunrise, and her tower blade spell, Rising Sun, shone on the tip of her twilight blade. "She's gone, damn it, we're too late," Baba Yaga cursed their bad luck. The fight hadn't lasted long, but more than it had taken Baba Yaga to go back to Lucia from Silverkeep, and from there reach Zeska with the rest of her allies. Not knowing how dangerous the amnesiac Lith would be, and after hearing about Knight's sighting, they had decided to move together. "Okay, how do we stop that?" Freya asked via the communication amulet while sharing the vision of the blue inferno surrounding them. "You must overpower them with raw strength." Voltac was in the safety of Baba Yaga's tower. "They are not like regular origin flames. They don't exhaust their strength as they burn something. Consider the blue flames like a living being you have to kill." The Father of Fire couldn't deal with the void demon dragon in his debilitated state, and with a bit of luck, he wouldn't need to. Many powerful individuals had joined the rescue team. Some of them eclipsed even the power he had during his prime. "A living being, then leave it to me." Xenagrosh took a step back to check on Lith's condition and unleashed a volley of the Tier 4 Chaos spell, Howling Void. Black spears the size of a small tree, and as fast as bullets erupted from each one of her fingers, piercing through the blue flames like a hot knife through butter. The destructive power and the chaos and its speed toppled over 10 walls of fire for one whole second. Then, the void demon dragon stood up with an angry roar, releasing more waves of blue fire. "Who are you, and why are you doing this to me?" The physical pain had snapped Derek out of it and summoned him away from the door. Without his help, the Voidfeather dragon had no chance of sealing the gate. All he could do was make sure that no soul would get past the blue star and the black sphere, reaching the defenseless human life force. With the void gone, there was no one left to stop the stream of parasitic souls. They flooded through the cracks in Lith's life force and fueled the blue flames, bringing them back to their full power. "Lith, it's me, Freya." She didn't recognize the voice, but according to life vision, the creature's energy signature matched Lith's. "Gods, I never thought the day would come when I'd miss your extra eyes. They are kind of creepy, no offense, sister." "Hey, no kink-shaming." Quilla released bloodline from her sleeves to restrain Derek. Yet not only did he not show any sign of recognizing the two women, ignoring their attempt at humor, but also the chains took fire like they were coated in oil. Bloodbind writhed and screeched in agony as the blue flames corrupted its runes. "What's happening?" Quilla recalled the chains. "Bloodbind is already so hot that it hurts, and I'm wearing a Featherwalker armor." "Since when does it screech?" Freya used a series of small dimensional doors to warp the flames away, while Quilla smothered them with multi-layered hard light constructs. "It never did, but this is the new model," Quilla replied. Eyes on the prize, Morak unleashed 6 pillars of elemental energy from his eyes. The knowledge he had garnered about light mastery was still shallow, but more than enough to understand how to use the light element for offense. The elemental pillars struck the void demon dragon, but between the blue flames weakening them and the mass of the divine beast, their effect was negligible. "Is that supposed to be funny?" Derek asked while releasing his Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar. It knocked the tyrant off the sky and pushed Zorith 1 step back. "Stop it, Lith!" She released a burst of origin flames from her body to counter the spell. "We don't want to hurt you, we are your friends, we want to help you." "What kind of friends smash a friend into the ground?" He breathed a river of blue flames at the shadow dragon. "Don't you remember?" Freya tried to warp the flames away, but they burned at the edges of the steps, making it collapse after only part of the flames had been redirected. "We didn't attack you. We stopped the souls possessing you from destroying Zeska." She waved at the flames, engulfing the entire city block. Baba Yaga was still in her tower, focusing her attention on cutting the blue flames off from the world energy and keeping them from spreading to the rest of the city. "Lies," Derek roared. "This is just the aftermath of my fight with Pupai. If even the kingdom's most wanted couldn't stop me, what makes you think you can?" A short burst of light and Dawn's rising sun blasted away Lith's right arm and shoulder, leaving a clean, cauterized wound like he had been hit by a laser. Because that was exactly what had just happened. "Does this answer your question?" The hot woman riding the white crystal horse reminded Derek of Night, but with one big difference. "I could have blown up your head. I could have blown up your entire body if I wanted." She shot a bigger burst of rising sun diagonally, cutting through the blue flames and the clouds alike to demonstrate her power. "But I didn't because I'm here to help." Unlike Night, Dawn exuded no killing intent, nor did she show signs of aggression. Derek had learned to recognize them since he was a child in order to pacify Ezio and avoid a beating when possible. "Or maybe you just know it wouldn't work, sweetie." There was a hint of lust in Derek's voice that caught everyone by surprise. Almost as much as his shoulder and arm growing back in 1 second. "Pupai didn't fail to kill me for a lack of trying, believe me." He flexed his new fingers, feeling them no different from the old ones. "Guys, the bad news is that he's half abomination," Xenagrosh said. "Since we are over a mana geyser, he can heal from any wound in the blink of an eye, and killing him is nigh impossible. The good news is that we have no reason to hold back." The shadow dragon extended the claws of Sky Piercer and slashed at Derek. The air pressure alone cut the flames wide open, while the clawed gauntlet left dozen meters deep trenches in the ground, where the void demon dragon had stood just a second ago. He blinked out of the way, but in doing so he also severed his connection with the rest of the blue flames for a split second. More than enough for Zorith to release a pulse of prismatic energy from Sky Piercer and snuff most of the flames out. "I'm sorry." Freya emerged from her blink right behind Derek, lunging at him with Dreadnought. Chapter 3198 Friendly Fire, Part 2. Orion had reworked the rapier. Allowing it to conjure more than one element at a time, it was imbued with a dense mass of darkness and fire, forming a Tier 5 final sunset that spun around the blade to protect it from the blue flames. "I'm not," Derek reacted too fast for her to see, aiming Ragnar, K at the gap between the breastplate and the helm of Freya's Featherwalker armor. "Protect!" Dreadnought transformed the final sunset into a jet flame and propelled itself against the angry blade. "Protect!" Bloodbind bolted forward in answer to Quilla's thoughts. The left chain wrapped itself around Ragnar, K, and the right one around Derek. "Murder!" Chaos painted the blade black, allowing it to push its siblings back and cut through their metal bodies. The 3 weapons of the war series screeched in fury, each unwilling to relent from their respective duties. None of them liked harming members of their kin, but the mission came first. Bloodbind retreated while hissing like an angry snake, while Dreadnought changed the direction of the jet flame to bring Freya out of Ragnar, K's deadly swing. The little one is cute, but you're hot, Derek said while looking at Freya. Are we just friends or more? A cold shiver ran down her spine as she felt his gaze exploring her body like Lith had never done before. His eyes were the same he had back at the academy, and his fangs were curled up in the cruel smile she had seen him extend to their enemies. Only this time it was addressed to her, the gaze of a predator looking for the weak points in his prey, grinning in anticipation for the kill. Hands off, she's almost married. Zorith punched at him with her other hand, but this time Lith was ready. He deflected her hand and expanded his body for a second, punching the shadow dragon in the face. Zorith staggered in surprise as blue flames burned her face. Derek's hands hurt. The shadow dragon was bigger, stronger, and he had never put his full might to the test before. The geyser healed his wounds and filled him with new strength. Just like it did for Xenogrosh. Not bad, let's kick things up another notch. She stomped the ground with her full might, causing a localized but powerful quake that threw the void demon dragon off balance. Then the shadow dragon punched him with an uppercut, propelling him up in the sky and away from the geyser. Dawn was waiting for him, covered from head to hooves with a Tier 5 light mastery spell, Morning Star. The construct was infused with so much mana that it gave the bright day enough mass to match Derek's. Her swordplay was leagues above Lith's every day of the week, and compared to her, Derek was an amateur. Even with the Voidwalker armor's full guard, he couldn't follow her movements as she cut off his tendons and sent Ragnar, K flying. I'm not sorry at all. This is for your own good. She pointed the twilight blade's tip at his abdomen and released another flash of light. This time it was solid and with no piercing power, hitting the void demon dragon like an upside-down collapsing mountain. He crashed against the ground where his wounds started to heal, only for Zorith to catch him on the rebound and slap him toward the Urna's sisters and Morok. Derek tried to blink, but Freya's dimensional ruler made the spell explode in his face. He called Ragnar, K back to his hand, but Bloodbind caught the angry blade in its tracks. It's over, pal. Give up. Morok waved at the dying blue flames and highlighted the concept with 6 more pillars of elemental energy. Baba Yaga had smothered most of the fires, leaving only a few embers, and the blue flames that the void demon dragon constantly released still burning. I'd rather die. It all happened too fast. One moment Derek's foot touched the ground, and the next he was past Morok. The tyrant's face caved by a single punch with blue flames seeping into his eyes, ears, and nostrils. Then he appeared in front of Quilla, his claws aiming from her womb. Derek had noticed how protective of her stomach she was, and had no qualms about exploiting her state. Quilla instinctively recalled Bloodbind to slow down the attack long enough to blink away. Thank you, sucker. Derek grabbed the chains with his left hand, pulling Quilla to him, while Ragnar, K jumped into his right one. The black blade would have impaled her if not for Freya blinking between them in the nick of time, and releasing all the spells she had at the ready. The final sunset tried to push Ragnar, K away, but the hand wielding it was too strong. A frozen wasteland was supposed to freeze the void demon dragon and sap his strength, but the blue flames burned it down. Ragnar, K clashed with Dreadnought, neutralizing its enchantments. The angry blade slipped past Freya's guard, and was about to decapitate her when golden chains wrapped around Ragnar, K, and its master, binding them in place. Enough of this, child. Return to us. Baba Yaga stood on the doorstep of her hut in her maiden form. She was done cleansing Zeska from the blue flames, and they could not tap in the geyser any longer now that Baba Yaga's tower controlled it. Derek struggled, screamed, and roared. Nothing worked. The light mastery spell was just too strong. No matter how many times the blue flames attacked the chains, the maiden repaired them non-stop while sealing the void demon dragon in a golden barrier. Every burst of blue flames he released bounced on the barrier and hit him, causing him great pain. Why are you doing this to me? I came here seeking help. I didn't start the fight. Derek hit the golden sphere with everything he had, and when it failed, he ceased his struggle. I know, and we have come to end it. Zorith shrunk to her human form, placing her hand in front of Derek's. Don't you remember me, little brother? Don't call me like that. The word sent the void demon dragon in a fit of rage that painted the sphere blue until the flames died down again. Good gods, Quilla's knees buckled. She held her womb tight, finding herself covered in a cold sweat. Has Lith always been this strong and ruthless? Please, that was but a fraction of his power, Dawn sneered. If not for his amnesia, I wouldn't have allowed weaklings like you to come. Then why did you do it if you knew we would be of no use? Freya asked, while healing Morok's fractured skull and brain concussion. Because you've known him for years, and there was a chance he would remember you and follow us without a fight. The Horseman of Dawn replied. Would you have rather Alina or Camilla take your place? No, definitely not. Freya swallowed hard. At least with their violet cores, she and Quilla had escaped death long enough for the others to intervene. What do we do now? Zorath asked. Talking is useless. He doesn't remember any of us. Voltac, Baba Yaga asked. Chapter 30, 199 Chain Reaction, Part 1. The Father of Fire placed his hands on the golden barrier, sealing the void demon dragon, and activated his breathing technique, Fire Starter. Voltac examined Lith's life force until he was certain not to have missed any detail. We are screwed, was his final diagnosis. Lith is not trying to close the door, and if he doesn't, there's nothing I can do. I can cut off the blue flames, but if the door stays open, they will just ignite again. I would end up on my deathbed and you back at square one. So what? Quilla asked. Baba Yaga can use her healing magic to force Lith's life forces back together. At that point, he'll regain his memories and everything will be fine. If I do that, Lith will die before Voltac can do anything. The Red Mother shook her head. The moment we bring out the human life force, the souls will prey on it and the blue flames will burn it to cinders. On top of that, how do you expect me to do anything? Sure, the blue flames can't kill me, but I would never handle something as delicate as a cracked life force while fighting a raving mad beast in a cage of fire. She pointed at Derek hitting the golden construct in search of an opening. He was clearly in pain, but he released blue flames non-stop. If not for Baba Yaga's white core and her tower giving her nigh infinite mana, he would have already broken free of her spell. I'm sorry to say this, but our only option is to bring Lith to Lucia. If Camilla, Elijah, or his family can snap him out of his frenzy, we'll have a chance of saving him. Otherwise, we'll have to put him down. Space. Distar Marquisate, Verhin Mansion, a few minutes later. Baba Yaga's hut could warp for long distances but lacked Solus, tower warp. The travel took a while because she had to recharge the tower reserves while ensuring that Lith couldn't escape or cause himself permanent damage. During the trip, the maiden shared with him the world energy collected by her tower to feed the void demon dragon's regenerative abilities and keep the destructive power of the blue flames under control. They moved only once they had accumulated enough power to ensure his survival until the next mana geyser. What do you mean, put Lith down? Camilla clenched her hands so hard that they bled. He's not a rabid beast, and even if he were, you are the best healers on Magar. She waved at Quilla, Baba Yaga, and Silverwing. We are, but that doesn't make us omnipotent, the maiden sighed. She then explained Lith's current condition to Camilla and the reason any attempt at fixing his life force would result in his death. By the end of the speech, Camilla was seconds away from bursting into tears. Look, I'm not saying we have given up on him, Baba Yaga said. We've brought Lith here because even though there's nothing we can do, it doesn't mean there's nothing you and his family can do. Please, I can tell from your face that this is supposed to give me hope, but I can't see how. Camilla plopped on a chair, hiding her face behind her hands. It's actually simple. Voltac sat beside her, patting her back gently. We can't do anything until the flow of souls stops, but if Lith closes the door, then we can help him. The problem is that he doesn't remember any of us and has no reason to trust us. For all he knows, we appeared out of nowhere, attacked, and imprisoned him. To make matters worse, Lith is in constant pain due to the blue flames, and the souls that infect his mind are eating at his sanity with every passing moment. The longer we wait, the more likely he is to lose himself to madness. Our only hope is that by meeting you and the rest of his family, maybe something inside of him will snap back into the right place, and he'll let us help him. I understand, Camilla sniffled. Can I see him? Not now, Kami. Zorath shook her head. First you need to calm down and compose yourself. Call everyone but the children here, please. Lith's condition is beyond what words can express, and I don't want you to suffer more than necessary. Camilla didn't understand what the shadow dragon meant until she noticed the glances between the members of the rescue team. When she noticed Dawn's compassionate expression, Camilla realized that her worst fears paled in comparison with reality. Let me do the talking, please. Quilla knew the Verhins for years, and with her experience as a healer, she knew how to deliver bad news with tact. She gave everyone a strong chamomile tea before explaining the situation to the rest of Lith's family. We need Lith to remember who you are and you to gain his trust. You can't afford to break down or have a violent reaction in front of him, Quilla said. I'm going to show you a real-time hologram of Lith's current state to give you an idea of what you can expect from him. Just tell me when you are ready, It's not a pretty sight. Alina was already holding Roz's hand, but at those words, she moved her chair close to him. Roz gave her a side hug, rubbing her shoulder and giving her a calm smile. Under his closed lips, however, Roz was gritting his teeth as if waiting for a punch to the gut. Senton stood up and moved behind Renaa to embrace her and be ready to support her whatever happened. Tista was alone. Badia knew nothing about Solus and the many family secrets, so she hadn't invited him. She sat near Voltac. The elder worm was the closest thing to a grandfather she had. "Ready," they said after gulping down their tea at the cost of a slight tongue burn. Quilla conjured a projection of the battle, depicting Lith's void demon dragon form, his capture, and lastly, their failed attempts to reason with him. Whenever Derek was left alone in Baba Yaga's tower, he alternated between angry roars as he tried to free himself and senseless ramblings. In both instances, more than one voice came out of his mouth. Sometimes they were like a choir, saying the same thing with minimal delay, like an echo. Other times it was a cacophony of overlapping voices. The only constant was his screams of pain as the blue flames seeped out of his body, burning him alive. If not for the abomination's regenerative abilities and the steady flow of world energy provided by Baba Yaga's tower, he would not have lasted more than a few minutes. Alina, Camilla, and Renaa cried the whole time and needed several minutes to calm down enough to talk. Tista went pale and squeezed Voltac's hand as hard as she could but didn't make a sound. She looked like a statue. Her eyes never blinked as she watched the hologram. Quilla replayed Lith's capture in a loop until everyone managed to speak with a normal voice despite the crude images. Chapter 30 200 Chain Reaction, Part 2. Chapter 30 200 Chain Reaction, Part 2. I'm sorry for showing you this, but if you can't hold yourself together while watching a colorless hologram, you won't last 1 second in front of the real deal, Quilla said. Thank you, Quilla. Alina sniffled, cursing herself for her umpteenth crying fit. Thank you for what? Quilla asked in confusion, not feeling one shred of pride for torturing her friends like that. For taking such good care of us and Lith. Alina paused for a bit, holding Roz's hand tight before adding, especially after he tried to kill you and your babies. Quilla stiffened at the memory, but she quickly shrugged it off. No, he didn't. Lith would have never done it. That thing is not Lith, it's just keeping him prisoner and we are going to set him free. Alina stood up and went to hug Quilla, thanking her over and over again for believing in Lith so much. Camilla instead clenched her hands and said nothing. Lith would never do that, but Derek would and have a good laugh about it, she thought. I recognize his voice, the voice he had in his memories from Earth. If I'm right, we are in big trouble. Derek considered family a joke and hated every parental figure. His only saving grace was Carl, but there's no way I put a little boy in the same room with him, not until those things leave him alone. Camilla stared at the hologram, looking at the void demon dragon's features shifting into those of the souls struggling to take over his body. When that happened, Derek's eyes would go blank for a second. Then, his dominant voice and eyes would become alien. How do you want to do this? Baba Yaga asked. One at a time or all together? What's your recommendation? Everyone turned to Quilla. She was the best healer they knew, and considered Lith her patient. Altogether is better, she replied. In normal circumstances, I'd say one at a time to not overwhelm the patient. In Lith's case, however, we need to strike fast and hard. My hope is that when any of you triggers his memory, it will give him the strength to push the souls away. At that point, the presence of the protagonists of that memory should trigger more memories in a chain reaction. That will break through his current brain fog and awake enough of our Lith to put an end to the blue flames. If the shock treatment doesn't work, I don't know what else to do. Quilla lowered her gaze. Have you tried asking Grandma? The idea of losing her brother snapped Tista out of her reverie. She swore to us that no member of her family would die under her roof. Maybe she can help us if we bring Lith there. It took them but a call to the desert to shatter that hope. I'm sorry I can't help you, the Overlord sighed deeply. What Yaga and Voltac said is correct. I can bring Lith back with rebirth magic and force him to shapeshift into his Tiamat form. Yet if he doesn't stop the souls from preying on his life force, my treatment would turn him into an empty husk trapped in a state of eternal agony. I'm not the guardian of souls, and as far as I know, there isn't one. Roghar is the closest thing we have, but he can't be trusted. His track record with the fallen races speaks volumes. Roghar is a tinkerer, not a healer. Thank you anyway, Mother. It was worth a shot. Roz sighed while hanging up the call. We can only cross our fingers and hope Quilla is right. I'll warp you inside my tower and keep an eye on the situation from another room with the others, Baba Yaga said. Lith's history with us is too recent, and since we are the ones who captured him, he won't trust us. She pointed at herself, Dawn, Zorith, Silverwing, Nalrund, and Morak. Good idea, Quilla nodded. I have an ace in the hole, but I really don't want to use it. With a snap of the maiden's fingers, the Verhins and the Urnas were transported in front of Derek's golden prison. When they arrived, his eyes were empty and discordant wails came from his mouth, as if he were a broken music box. His body was engulfed in blue flames that burned his flesh and released a thick smell of barbecue. At the same time, the abomination side absorbed the world energy to heal him and push the flames away from his vital organs. Derek immediately regained his focus, jumping up to his feet to be ready to fight the unknown enemies. My baby, Alina broke free from Roz's grip and ran to the hard light sphere. What happened to you? Please tell me you are all right. Who are you? The woman in front of Derek looked familiar, but in the haze of fire, pain, and the memories of the souls plaguing his mind, he failed to recognize her. I'm your mother. Despite all of Quilla's warnings and planning, Alina burst into tears. My name is Alina, but you always call me Mom. Mom, Derek echoed with a sneer. His voice oozed poison and spite, his face twisted in a mask of mockery. The word Mom was alien to him as it had been for all his life on Earth. It only brought to his mind all the times he had been ignored, neglected, and abused. Then came the memories of the parasitic souls. They projected their suffering and pain associated with that word, turning it into a mortal threat. Tell me another, he laughed to Alina's face. And stop crying. I'm not falling for that again. You can't manipulate me with the waterworks. A pang brought Derek to his knees. He remembered casting Mother's Embrace, and how the emerald figure conjured by the spell matched the woman called Alina down to the smallest detail. He pushed the thought back, but then another memory popped up in his mind. Derek remembered all the times Alina had held him to her bosom as a child to feed him and keep him warm. Of all the times she had protected him from Orpal until the day she had disowned her firstborn. Pupai, Derek wheezed, holding his head in pain. Quilla patted Roz on the back to snap him out of it and send him to deal the next blow to Lith's psyche. And I'm your father, Roz, he said. I taught you how to read, write, count, and whittle. Do you remember that? Roz took a small wooden ruler and a carved miniature horse out of his dimensional amulet. The former was the device he had carved to help Lith learn Tyrus alphabet and numerals, while the latter was Lith's first attempt at whittling. You were already so brilliant as a baby that I couldn't teach you much as a father, but I treasured every moment we spent together. I always carry these items with me because they are the first gifts we exchanged. They are my most prized possessions. Father, Derek stood up. Rage and disgust flooded him with such intensity that, for a moment, he grasped control over the blue flames and parasitic souls.